Yes, you've seen this correctly. This is going to be an extremely long video. It's a compilation of a whole bunch of the first episodes of the China campaign. I know that many of you like to watch this stuff as, let's say, ASMR, naval ASMR at that. So here's a very, very long video that you can keep on in the background without having to switch playlists and just having one video. Hope you will enjoy.
I am Admiral Vu Xang, Commander of China's naval forces. My journey to this position of authority has been shaped by tragedy, a tale woven with threads of loss and longing. My father and my elder brother were both taken from us by the hands of Japanese aggression during the Sino-Japanese War. Their deaths left wounds that run deep, scars etched upon my soul, driving me with a singular purpose: revenge. It is a purpose that beats within my heart like a drum, echoing the cries of the fallen and fueling my determination to see justice served. With the Emperor's blessing, I now stand at the helm of our Navy, a position of great responsibility and even greater opportunity. For too long, Japan has flaunted its power, disrespecting our sovereignty and trampling upon our dignity. But no more. My mission is clear: to humble the Japanese Empire, to remind them of the cost of their actions, and to ensure that the blood of my kin was not shed in vain. This is not merely a quest for vengeance. It is a quest for justice, a quest to right the wrongs of the past and secure a better future for our people. Make no mistake, this will not be an easy task. The Japanese are formidable foes, skilled in the arts of war and well versed in the ways of deception. Yet, we shall not falter, for we fight not only for ourselves, but for the memory of those who came before us, whose sacrifices paved the way for our righteous cause. So let this log serve as a testament to our resolve, a beacon of hope in the darkness of uncertainty. Japan, we are coming for you, and we will not rest until justice is served and our honor restored.
Hey guys, Stealth here, and welcome to a new campaign. This is not just going to be any campaign, because for the first time, I'm running a mod. I'm running BrotherMunro's Dreadnoughts Improvement Project. In case you haven't heard of this mod, it changes quite a bit of the vanilla behavior. Starting with some of the campaign changes, there are no submarines. There are also no mines, although they are, according to the notes, possibly going to appear later into the campaign. Naval invasions are easier, allies are more likely to buy your mothballed ships. Peace agreements follows what the player selects, as opposed to, let's say, having the government/AI just overrule you and go, nope, sorry, not happening. Blockades and transport losses much more significant, and it can even cause a revolution or the collapse of a nation. Tech research is much more even. That's just the campaign stats. There's shipbuilding changes, armor tech changes, the gun stats have been reworked, torpedoes now do about 4 times the damage, anti-torpedo blisters have been improved, and in case you're wondering, can I keep my battleship or heavy cruiser or battlecruiser safe using sonar or hydrophones? No, because they can't wear them anymore. As for the battles themselves, the damage from partial pens has been reduced. Overpens are less likely, fire chance has been reduced. You can see the ships from farther away, but battle ranges thereby are generally longer than vanilla. And, thankfully, the AI is no longer clairvoyant about torpedoes, so you might actually be able to land a torpedo hit on an enemy ship. That is the changes that I'm working with, that's some of them. If you want to have a look at the mod yourself, linked down below in the description, that's where you can find it. As for this campaign, I have one singular objective: eliminate Japan. My admiral has been gravely wounded in the war. His father and brother were killed, and it is now up to him to not only reclaim Chinese honor, but also get some revenge upon the Japanese. In order to do that, we're going to have to either completely collapse the Empire of Japan or take it over entirely. Such are our objectives. Now, this first objective, or this first part of the video, I'm going to have a look at some of the ships that the AI has generated for me, as well as try and get acquainted somewhat with the changes that BrotherMunro has made with his mod. For starters, by the way, if you're looking at this thing top left-hand side of the map, you're going, what is that? That has been introduced as part of the 1.5.0 patch. It's not something that the mod adds. Second part, these different map colors, if you look and see all these different colors on the map, normally it looks like this. And time again, I'm getting comments, how do you do that? Click on this scroll, highlight borders. And all of a sudden, everybody has their own neat little border. Now, let's have a look. What is the situation of China at the moment? Nobody is at war, nobody is aggressive. There are some -5s and some or even a +5 with Spain, but beyond that, nothing special. I have 49 ships, which I'll introduce in a minute. I'm apparently building another 13. We have 4 battleships, 2 battlecruisers, 7 heavies, 9 lights, and 27 DDs. No torpedo boats. Power rating, 72%, 281,000 tons total. My army logistics is, much like my Russian campaign, fairly awful, but this time around, Russia actually makes it look good. 75%. So, yeah. I guess I'm not going to really have to rely on my army, which kind of did me in last time around. Also, the fact that I have, well, like, a very small army for the amount of population that I have, it kind of surprises me. But we'll just have to manage with the army that we're given. Okay, anybody really at grave risk of going to war? Well, Austria-Hungary with these, the British and the French, not that happy. We got Germany and France looking at the brink. And the British again, Austria-Hungary. Yeah, it's not great in Europe, but for me, it seems fine. Now, some of the values that BrotherMunro has also changed are the ones that you can see in the campaign here. These are the changes that you get from having a particular type of government. I have an absolute monarchy. This means that I get 20% more naval budget, or my GDP growth is reduced. It's not great. Military power plus 13%. I'm not exactly sure what that means. Like, is my military stronger? Because I'm not really seeing it. Unrest is more likely to happen. Fun. Now, my enemy, the Empire of Japan. They have 34 ships, so I outnumber them with ships, but that doesn't actually say much. Because I don't know what the quality of their ships is, I don't know what the quality of my ships is, and the fact that they have 22 CLs, well, that could be a perfect counter to my 27 DDs. Their GDP is about 50% bigger than mine. Our growth is similar. We have oil production, but they do not. Again, it just says it boosts the economy in various ways. Yeah. If we could get more of a tooltip saying this exactly is how that impacts you, that'd be fantastic. Because right now it just says, hey, you have this. Cool, but I don't know what it does. They are pretty favorable towards British. That could be a problem, because if they do link up with the British, I am in trouble. As for the rest, not that special. I'm mostly concerned about the British. If they manage to go to a relationship with the British, like an alliance, well, that's not really something I am prepared for. Because if the British start interfering in my conflict with the Japanese, then I'm going to have a lot more trouble on my hands. These guys are 34 ships. The British, most likely, oh, they don't have that many. They got 31, but they're building 49 for no apparent reason. All right, let's have a look at the finances. We are actually getting a pretty decent shipbuilding cap. I'm going to start building out my shipyards right away, because that generally takes a while. Let's improve shipping cap. And let's not immediately go over the budget too much. There. Just go to 0.25. I don't mind burning through a bit of money. Crew training, not that big of a priority right now, because I'm not at war with anybody. Tech budget, 70% should be fine. Let's have a look at the research. I have... Ooh, rangefinder is going to take a while. 71 months. That's a fairly long time. Big guns, we got Mark 3s mostly. We're working on the Mark 3 for the 13-inchers. Small guns, we're getting Mark 3s all the way up to 8-inch. And we're getting Mark 4 for the 3-inchers. Okay. Torpedoes, submarines. Like, it says submarines are there, but you can see that the other two blocks that you normally have over here are no longer present. So you don't get submarines, and this makes me happy. You do get mines, but like there's a... So that's how he did it. He just removed the maximum minefield size, or the maximum minefield size is now 0. So this means there cannot be any mines, if I'm reading this correctly. That's nice. I really like that. Okay, let's have a look at the ships. What do we have? We have a couple of different designs. Here's the fleet. And I'm going to take a minute to rename these ships to patrons and YouTube members. So if you want to get your own ship in the game, or if you want to get your own name in the video series, you can. Support me on Patreon, support me on YouTube, up to you, at the rank of NCO or greater. I can really use your support, as YouTube is not favorable to me right now. It is really going downhill fast, and I need your support. So if you have a couple bucks to spare, then please consider becoming either a patron or a YouTube member. All ships are renamed after patrons and YouTube members now. Alright, let's have a look at some of these ship designs, starting with the DD. I'm very curious to see how these changes are going to affect battles. How these changes are going to affect the way that the ships handle. Let's see. Survivability, always key. Ooh, cramped quarters. Okay, that's not a great start. 33.5 knots, pretty fast boat. Decent range. I don't need a ton of range to get to Japan and deliver some torpedoes. Standard bulkheads, potential problem. Beam and draft supposedly doesn't change that much anymore. Yeah, like a percentage, like a 0.5%. I'm not that impressed with that, so no big changes there. Cramped quarters could mean that the crew is going to start dying very quickly. But then again, it is a DD. It is not that likely to survive for a very long period of time. That is, depending on how you use the ship to fight. Firepower. 3 4.5-inch guns. A couple of torpedo launchers. And these guys only get 1 launch. Reduced ammo for the torpedoes. Their capabilities are about 7 kilometer range. They do 14,000 damage. Well, he did say that the damage was quadrupled. So it means the torpedoes are extremely dangerous at this point. The guns themselves, not that dangerous. AP and HE, fairly aligned. So you're able to maybe set a fire or do some kind of HE damage against a target you can't pen. But then again, it is a DD. It's a 4.5-inch gun. I shouldn't be expecting any miracles. The fact that this thing is firing light shells, of course, doesn't really do it any favors either. As for the rest, 0.6 inches of armor all around. Pitch and roll, not that bad. Actually, a very balanced ship for an auto-designed ship. This 0.4%. Very good engine efficiency. The rest of it, yeah, I'd say it's an okay ship. Pretty surprising, really. Light cruiser, the Enigma-class. What do we get here? We get 1 7-inch gun on the back. It's an interesting position for a 7-incher to be. It's the biggest gun on the ship. The others are 4.3s on the bow. Okay. It's not great. It doesn't mean that this ship could be chasing a destroyer, I guess. Being able to deal damage with these guns against the destroyer. It also comes equipped with actually a very minor armament of a couple of 3.4-inch casemates, as well as 4 underwater torpedo launchers. 18 inchers, 6.5 kilometer range. The ship feels undergunned. Very undergunned. I'm again very impressed with the 4 weight offset, only 0.6. Pitch and roll are very good. Now, Munro did mention that he changed this in the mod. So your ships are not going to have as much of a fore or aft weight offset, and pitch and roll should not be as bad as they normally are. Mini bulkheads, 28 knots. It can keep up with the DDs. Range is a bit low. Not sure if that's a good idea. Spacious quarters, many bulkheads. At least it has some survivability on it. As for type of ammo, picric acid is fine, although it does have some flash fire problems. You get a 22% chance for a flash fire. It's not great. Stereoscopic rangefinder. It has advanced radio telegraph. Armor-wise, look at that. 3.1 all over. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. I can work with that. Okay. I quite like this ship. Heavy cruiser. Zhejiang. Wow. Okay. Not fast. 20.9 knots. The ship has very serious protection. Maximum bulkheads. It has Crypt 1, it has a single hull bottom, Citadel 1. I'm not even sure if I have a better Citadel than that. We get a modicum of armor, heavy main belt. Forebelt and aft belt are okay, but not great. Main deck, foredeck and aft deck are somehow more heavily armored than the main deck, which, considering the layout of this ship, I don't really agree with, because there is not that much that can be damaged on the bow and stern, but okay. Superstructure, okay. Armor. Now, let's have a look at these guns. What sort of firepower are you getting? You're getting two 10.1 inchers. Okay. Good range. Whether they'll hit anything at that range remains to be seen. We're looking at a reload of about half a minute. Secondary guns are these 8 inchers. Far better reload. Far less range, as can be expected. Well, not that much less range. They're both Mark 3s. Okay. Pen on these is pretty good. But I think I'm not exactly painting a fair picture here. Because we're getting about like 100% armor quality at this point. So that means that these guns can actually punch way better. Yeah. They can do quite a bit of damage, which is nice. They carry 7 underwater torpedo launchers. Short range. And that can hit very hard. That is very dangerous. If these things are able to land like 2 torpedoes out of a salvo of 3, and you actually have 2 of them going off as well, that can inflict some serious damage. Against destroyers, we're armed with a couple of 2-inchers, as well as one single 4-incher that seemed to be in a fairly odd position. But I guess the ship still had some room. Okay, coincidence range finding, it definitely means the ship is more of a close-in warrior. The problem that I see is getting to that range, because 20.9 knots is not fast. Battlecruiser, the Tangshan. What, triple barrels on the sides? Huh. Interesting. She's doing 25 knots. Good range. Many bulkheads. Fairly high draft, which is probably impacting the operational range a good bit. She has double hull bottom. Interesting. She is apparently also sporting torpedoes. We'll get to that in a minute. 15-inch main belt. Wow. That's a hefty belt. I wonder if that can get pinned. Forebelt, pretty good. Aft belt, less good. Superstructure, well armored. Main deck, foredeck, aft deck, they're all good. If this is something that the mod influences, or the 15 point, or 1.50 gameplay, I'm not sure. But this ship seems fairly well balanced. As for, well, he changed quite a bit. As to length, he not being BrotherMunro, but the ship designer itself. But like, it's a couple percentage, it doesn't matter that much. What I'm very curious about is how well do these guns actually do. It seemed like a logistical nightmare, the amount of guns that this thing has, the amount of different calibers. We're getting 13.3 inch side mounts. Very good pen. Very good pen. But as you can see, this ship itself has 15.1 inch armor belt, which means that in order to pen itself, this thing is going to have to close to about 1,000 meter range. At which point, you'll probably be starting to get a healthy breakfast of torpedoes shoved up your ass. So that is something that this battlecruiser probably will not eagerly experience. Again, your battlecruisers, heavy cruisers, battleships do not get a hydrophone. So if you want to have those in your fleet, escort your ships. We also got these dual barrels. It's the same gun. A couple of 8-inchers to deal with the cruisers. A 6-incher that's a pretty bad position. This turret slightly farther forward on a barbette, and this thing over there would have made more sense. We're getting a couple of 4-inch guns. We're getting some 3.4s. We're getting some 2.2s as casemates in the main superstructure. We're getting one on the back. Again, shift these around. It would have made more sense. We're getting 2 underwater torpedo launchers, bow and stern. 19-inch fast launchers, which pack a punch. I quite like this ship. I have high hopes for these battlecruisers. And then, the main course, the battleship. Yeah, it displaces less tonnage than my battlecruiser. It feels small. It also feels like the turrets are half falling off the ship, which is because they are. Many bulkheads, 21 knots, and not particularly quick, but still fast enough. I can make that work. Spacious crew quarters. Excellent. Means that the crew, if it dies, well, it dies. Interesting about this ship is that it has no bow turret. So you're going to have to go broadside and use all of these side mounts. Which means I can fire 6 barrels. Yeah, it's not great. It's not terrible. Harvey armor. Oh. That's pretty old. Maybe we need to refit the ship immediately. Because losing a battleship can be very painful. So let's switch this to Krupp 1. Let's switch this to maximum bulkheads. But the ship is overweight if I do that. What else can I change? How about these guns? These guns actually pack less punch because they're 12 inches, but they are Mark III. Considering that this is the battleship, I want to have these guys be able to punch very hard. So that's going to be their type of ammo. Flash fire chance is 75%. Holy shit. They're more likely to blow themselves up than blow the enemy up at this point. 65. 38. 23. Like, it's not a... it's not a safe value, but it is better than what we had. I will keep the layout of the ship the same so as not to interfere with the refit time too much. We're firing capped ballistic HE shells, which are capable of penning quite a lot of armor, and could make life on destroyers and light cruisers very short. Torpedo launchers, I'm seeing one under the port and starboard, but not the bow and the stern. Which is fine. It means that if you're chasing a ship, if you're chasing a ship and going broadside, you might be able to lob a torpedo at it. Propulsion, I can make these fast, but I don't want to. And I don't have the tonnage available to do that. Okay. Oh boy. Are we going to have a chat about the armor? It's a glass cannon, this one. Fore belt, 1 inch. Aft belt, less than an inch. Yeah, we're going to have a serious chat about this armor. Reduce the range. And put all that stuff into armor. Like, make this 3 inch. Make the aft belt at least 3 inch. Make the main belt like 15 inches. Superstructure 3 inch. Maybe turn this to 14. Main deck. Why is the aft deck so big? 4 aft and main. Like put 4 inches on the main deck. Okay, maybe not 4. Can't quite hold that. There, 3.4. As for the rest, it's okay. Armor on the turrets should be sufficient for a while. The 4.9 inch turret top armor might be a problem, but at these ranges, I'm not that likely to see plunging fire. So I should not really be taking a whole lot of turret roof hits. At least not the ones that pen you. Okay. Best rangefinder. Best loader, best turret rotation, that's fine. Double hull bottom should keep her alive for a while. Citadel 2 is fine. Anti-flood 2 is fine. Reinforced bulkheads haven't been invented yet. I only have semi-oil. Engine efficiency is very good. Yeah, the ship is kind of perfectly maxed out at this point. So let's save the design and put a couple of our battleships through the refit. Because at this rate, I don't really want to send these out into a fight if I don't absolutely have to. The way that these ships are currently laid out with that low armor, it means that if they do go broadside, you're going to be in for a world of hurt. So we're going to refit these things. It's going to cost me $1 million a month for 2 months. That's fine. $1 million is pocket change at this point. Although, I'm kind of going over my shipbuilding capacity there. Because what are we building? What are we building? Status here, building. We are building, these are the ships that I have not yet renamed. We're building a couple of heavy cruisers, a battle cruiser, a battleship. Right. Right. Now I already have a lot of DDs. I have, what, 22 I believe, so I'm not really that interested in getting a whole lot more destroyers out there. So any additional destroyers that I'm building, I'm going to cancel those. Whoops, I think I just scrapped an active ship. Scrap, scrap, scrap. Light cruisers, I have quite a few. I don't want to build additional light cruisers, not yet. I'm perfectly happy with the size of the Navy right now. I would like more heavy cruisers, so we're going to continue building these. We're building a new battle cruiser and one more battleship. That battleship seems to have just started construction. It's going to take 16 months. If I'm going to build one right from the start, it's going to take me 16 months. No. Scrap that. That does clear up some shipbuilding capability, but I need to save like a little bit. So this ship, suspend. And now we should be fine. There, now we're under budget. We're getting a little bit of money coming in, so I can pour that into research. And I can put that into shipbuilding capacity for transport. Okay. It is nice not being able to build submarines, nor having to worry about them, because those things are annoying. And I believe that BrotherMunro has made an excellent choice not having these in the game. Alright, that's going to be it for this first episode. Meet the fleet, meet the Admiral, and soon we're going to have to do a bit of combat. I might start to antagonize the Japanese a bit, start training some crews, and maybe get a first bit of battle in. I would love to take off some of their colonies first. These guys are helping the Japanese effort. My ability to invade them is awful, so that's not going to happen. But I might be able to blockade the Empire of Japan to some effect. And by doing that, maybe cause them some economic grief. We shall see how it goes. Hope you guys are excited about the new campaign. I am. I want to see how this new mod is going to change everything. And I hope you will join me for the next episode. Thanks for...
Admiral's log. The sun sets on the horizon, casting long shadows across the deck as I stand, surveying the fleet stretched out before me like a mighty dragon poised to strike. Months of tireless preparation have brought us to this moment, a moment teetering on the precipice of destiny. I have overseen every detail, inspected every vessel with a critical eye, ensuring that our Navy stands as a formidable force, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. From the mightiest battleship to the humblest patrol boat, each ship bears the mark of our dedication, a testament to our unwavering resolve. But our preparations extend beyond mere logistics and training. In the shadows, away from prying eyes, I have been quietly working to sow the seeds of discord, to exploit the cracks in the facade of peace that separates us from our sworn enemies, the Japanese. Diplomatic channels have been subtly manipulated, whispers of mistrust and suspicion planted like seeds in fertile soil. Our provocations have not gone unnoticed, and tensions between our nations have reached a boiling point. We stand on the brink of war, a storm gathering on the horizon, ready to unleash its fury upon the world. And yet, despite the gravity of the situation, there is a sense of calm that permeates the air, a quiet confidence born of meticulous planning and unwavering determination. We are ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead, ready to defend our homeland, ready to claim what is rightfully ours. Japan may have underestimated us, may have thought us weak and ineffectual, but they will soon learn the folly of their arrogance. So let the drums of war sound their thunderous call. Let the banners of defiance fly high in the wind. For the time has come to write the next chapter in the annals of history.
Hey guys, Stealth here, and welcome back to the Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts Chinese campaign. As I was conducting my own naval exercises, a cruise ship from Japan happened to get in the way, and the Japanese claim it was sunk due to accidental fire from my ships. I can make a choice. Now, I do not believe that this ship by the Japanese was sent there as a random cruise ship. I don't in fact believe there was even anybody aboard beyond the crew. This ship was an unauthorized reconnaissance ship. It was a spy ship, dressed up as a cruise ship. So I am absolutely not going to give the Japanese any money. I am going to say that this ship was conducting unauthorized reconnaissance on our naval forces. The Japanese should know better than to try and do something like this. Now, this does mean that the tension with Japan is increasing, as I'm also actively trying to stoke that fire. I am trying to get back at Japan. What happened in the meanwhile is that a group of supposed, let's say, dissidents in Sarawak launched some sort of attack on Japan. On China, on my area. I have decided to send a penal expedition to these guys, and Sarawak is now mine. This gives me the port of Bintulu and Kuching over here. Not exactly big ports, but could be useful in interdicting shipping, as it might be transiting past Singapore going into Southeast Asia. So it's a nice stepping stone without having to use something like Xiamen or Chinchu. Now my first objective over here is Formosa. This is the first place that I want to try and capture from the Japanese, because I cannot have a nice little island from the Japanese off of my coast. This will not stand. So this is going to be my first objective. Before we're able to start taking that, of course, we're going to have to stoke the Japanese a bit more. A few months later, and it is on. War has erupted between the Chinese Empire and the Empire of Japan. Of course, this has all sorts of collateral effects as far as relationships go. I'm really hoping that I'm not pushing the Japanese too much towards Japan. I'm also seeing the Germans link up with Japan. I'm seeing the US link up with Japan. It's going to be all sorts of fun for Japan. Let's see how well that's going to go for the rest. Let's have a look. How is Japan now allied? Not that well. I mean, they're aligned pretty nicely. They're getting a 77 with the British, some with the French. It's not that bad. As for myself, I find myself fairly isolated. I do have two allies, the Swedish and the Greek. These guys are very interested in purchasing a lot of ships. And you can see that most of my shipbuilding capability is now going towards building ships for my allies, which is kind of clogging up my shipyards. So much so that I'm actually having to get a couple of my ships suspended from construction in order not to go over my intended shipbuilding capability. If you do go over, it's going to slow down your production. So, how is this going to go? How many ships do the Japanese have? 56. I have 53. They have a lot of light cruisers and a lot of heavies. They have 6 battleships and 3 BCs. I have 4 and 3. I have been very careful to update these ships constantly, giving them better citadels, better abilities to do inflict damage. Ideally, with my capabilities with those ships, as well as some, let's say, player skill, this is going to go quite well. Let's invest a lot into crew training, and the rest of it is going to go into a tech budget. I'm going to save a bit of money so that I can potentially keep building up my transport cap in peace times. Now, as far as transport cap goes, I'm going to try and defend as much as possible. The Japanese will have some power projection over in Northeast Asia, in the Sea of Japan, over in the Yellow Sea, in East Asia. They don't have any interests, nor do they really need to project power in the Philippine Sea. I don't have to do that either, because I don't have any interest there myself. I do have interests here in East Asia, and I'm already power projecting there. The Yellow Sea, I am power projecting, but the Japanese have a lot more. They get 2.8 million, and I have 533,000. My power projection is largely focused here in East Asia. And that is because some of my ships are over here. A battleship, 2 battle cruisers. I'm going to start spreading out some of my ships in order to balance out the power projection. Because I don't want to have necessarily one huge blob. I want to make sure that I spread my power around a bit. The main objective, as far as this campaign is going to go, is Formosa. As mentioned, their army is not that powerful. They don't have a whole lot. So what I'm going to try and do is go into the politics screen. Prep. Oh, I can't prep a naval invasion yet because we went to war this turn. As for my ships, they are all on sea control mode. I'm going to put a couple on protective mode. I generally don't do that, but I want to try and experiment with that a little bit this time around. So let's say a couple of these ships, I can set them to defend. They remain in port and on defend, have the lowest maintenance, but their activity is minimized very near to their ports. So they're expected to participate only in port defense. Their power projection is reduced. And with this, they should be able to do more damage, protect against damage to my transports. Sea control is the one where you project more power And in being is, well, about half and half. Your power projection is reduced. It can reduce, or it can useful lower tension, but beyond that, not that much. So we're going to have a couple of ships on defend. Let's say I want to have a couple of light cruisers do that. Some heavy cruisers do that. Some of these guys are set to limited. We're not doing that. Defend. There. The rest of the ships, we're not going to have these guys set to limited mode. I'm going to have everybody on sea control. Because that is what we're trying to do. We're controlling the seas. We're controlling the encounters. As for their power here, there is none. They don't have any ships. So it should be fairly possible to go after Formosa. This does mean I'm going to have to put some ships out to sea. I'm not sure exactly which port we're going to have to try and capture, but this one should be fine. Let's get one of the battleships out there as well. Maybe the battleship and the battlecruiser. I'm trying to build up to that 100,000 tons of ships that you need. Also, putting out this many ships to sea is going to cost me a lot of money. Shanghai, battleship and battlecruiser. I have power projection in here. I can try to go after Okinawa. It would be a nice stepping stone to get closer to Japan. But I think that I don't really have the tonnage to try and do 2 naval invasions at the same time. So let's not. As for the Yellow Sea, at this point, I think that with the arrival of the battleship and the battlecruiser, we're going to have more power projection here. I'm surprised that with the power projection that these 2 battleships are doing, we're not actually doing that much. So, So that's it. Okay. I'm going to put these ships out to sea. I have a couple of DDs, a light cruisers, 2 heavies, and 2 battleships. Should be good enough. The rest of these are going to maintain their position in ports for a while. And I just want to see what the Japanese are going to do. Let's have a look. Already, we're getting some attacks. This is my attack, that is. I can attack a couple of transports, so let's do that, auto-resolve that. And we're getting some more victory points from that, as well as damaging the port of Tainan. Let's see what else is going to happen. I'm losing ships in the Yellow Sea? Really? Interesting. They're also losing transports in the Yellow Sea. So neither party is really doing that well there. Yes, I can use more money, so I'll get to building for Sweden. Not the destroyers. I'm already over my cap, though. Okay. Let's do something about finances, because this is going to bankrupt me in 5 months. I would love to do a lot of research, but at this rate, it's not really going to go that well. Quick break from Dreadnoughts for today's sponsor, which is the Block Zone. You might already know the Block Zone from a previous offering where they offered the Iowa, and they also had the Bismarck. But they've added a bunch more warships, so perhaps your favorite warship is now up for building. For example, the Richelieu, 10,803 pieces. These are big ships. I mean, they were big ships, and this does do them justice. There's a lot of detail that goes into these ships as well. Now, they have, for example, also the Yamato. Far different design, of course, from the Richelieu. It is a bit smaller, 8,717 pieces only. Should still keep you entertained for a while. Bismarck, again, very sizable warship. If you want to get a bunch of these together, there's a discount available for that. It's basically you pay 2 warships and you get the submarine for free. So you get your own U-boat. And if you are more entertained by air power, they also have an aircraft carrier. Now these things tend to run fairly expensive. But if you add code STEALTH upon checkout, you'll be able to get a 10% discount, which in case of these things adds up. So add code STEALTH upon checkout and you're going to get 10% discount. Shipping is free, so that makes it quite a bit cheaper. And, well, these projects are big. I hope to keep you entertained for a while longer. Click the link in the description or click the link in the pinned comment and get to building. A couple of our destroyers have managed to get close to a couple of cruisers. I'm not sure if this is much to the benefit of my destroyers. Let's see what these guys are armed with. They're very slow. They're doing 14 knots. They have 10 6.7-inch guns and 18 3.6ers. That's a lot. This light cruiser is armed with a couple of 7-inch guns and 14 3.1s. They're 29.5 knots. That is almost catching up to my destroyers. Interesting. If I'm able to have the Yura get kited by either of my destroyers, and as such be able to kite it away from the heavy cruisers, I might be able to launch a torpedo attack. Let's see how this is going to go. Now, in case you missed episode 1, I am playing this game, this version of the campaign, with a mod. This is BrotherMunro's mod, the Dreadnought Improvement Project. As such, you will see probably some different stats, some different units, or at least, well, not different units. You'll see units potentially play out and battles play out slightly different from what you might be used to. So in case you are seeing something like that, what makes you go, holy crap, that torpedo did a lot of damage, or why are those AI ships behaving different? That is exactly why. Now I'm going to try and do a cross-torp, and then probably just disengage. Let's have a look at these ships. They got one bow gun and some casemates. Okay. Now considering that the AI is not that good, as in, at least not as good as they used to be, at spotting torpedoes, I might very well have an opportunity. I might be able to get some torpedo damage in. And considering that these torpedoes blast sizable holes in the enemy at almost 15,000 points of damage, I am expecting great things. Don't avoid. Let's see, what is the range between these two? About 6.7 and 5.9. Okay. We're going to start torpedoing this target. Yeah. You're going to torpedo this target. You're going to torpedo that target. Check if orders are understood. Nope. What was torpedo attack again? It's torpedo shift right click. Okay, so that one's yours. And that one's yours. Okay. Next. The Travis is in a good position, but the Ruthman, yeah, name of one of my patrons, is not in a great position. So we'll just have to try and get some torps out. Maybe the second DD can cause some grief later. I do hope that we are not running into anything that says, I cannot launch. Just drop it. There. Now my destroyers only carry one set of torpedoes. So I am very much inclined to just drop torps and get out. Because outside of torpedoes, I don't think I can even hurt this thing. Whereas this thing can very much hurt me. So it is time to bug out. You can see that most of the time you'd get personal pens or at least something like that. You're not getting that. The game just goes, yep, blocked, 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 blocked. That's fine. The torps should be able to deal the damage. Or so I hope. We got some decent cross spreader here. Could be useful. Ricochet? That's impressive. Oh, we're getting partial pen on the Malahawk. They did detect the torpedoes now. But by the looks of it, that might not be enough. Yeah, we're gonna get a hit. Please don't be a dud. Oh, 2 hits. Of course, there's some torpedo damage reduction, but not a whole lot. And there is more trouble on the way. Oh boy! Cook off! Hello there. And there's another torpedo right into the bow. There's another torpedo into the stern. Torpedo attacks. That's how you do it. So, the heavy cruiser Haguro. Oh, and we also hit 2 torpedoes on the light cruiser. Good lord, torpedoes are incredibly deadly in this mod. How expensive were you? 71 million. And my DDs are 11. Well, that's 1 heavy cruiser dead. Oh, and the second cruiser also took a torp. Damn. Many bulkheads. But you're flooding like crazy. Are we really gonna get 2 kills here. I don't mind if the Akuma survives. I'd like to see how the light cruiser's doing. Let's let it tick for a bit. Ambush, right? These guys did great. Look at that. 80,000 points of damage done. Damage taken, 191. Oh yeah. Okay, I think I have done what I came here to do. I inflicted some serious losses. And I showed the Japanese that sending out cadets against my trained destroyer crews is not a great idea. Did I even lose a single crew member? Yeah, I lost 2 on the Malahawk. Okay, it's fine. I've seen far, far worse losses. I'm also seeing some damaged systems on potentially the light cruiser. But if the light cruiser would have actually been at risk of sinking, it would have probably sunk already. So right now, not that big of a deal. Let's just evac and rack up some score. So, have you ever gotten about 10,000 times more victory points than the enemy? Because I have, just now. Aguro, seriously injured and immediately sank. The other one, badly damaged. How badly damaged, I can't exactly say. The light cruiser took 41,000 points of damage and survived. I'm very impressed with her capabilities. I wasn't really expecting that ship to survive, especially with many bulkheads. I would have expected that thing to go down. But hey, props to the Japanese for their shipbuilding. Now, this seems to have somewhat panicked the Japanese, but we are not going to give them an easy way out. Let's see what else we have. We have a battle between a battle cruiser and a battleship, the Asahi. Armed with 6 14-inchers versus my 6 13. Well, yeah, essentially 6 13-inchers because I don't have the ability to bring all 10 of those to bear. I have many bulkheads, I have a trained crew, they have a trained crew, they have many bulkheads. 24 knots, 15.7 knots. We're just gonna go in and see how well this longer range encounter is gonna go with this new mod. I'm very curious to see how these longer range encounters will end up. Where's the enemy? 20 clicks out. What's your firing range? About 19 and change. That's for HE. Okay. Show me the Japanese battleship. Yeah, that looks like a proper dreadnought. A proper dreadnought. Most of her firepower on the bow. Like 66% there. Incoming shells already. Mine, thankfully. I'm surprised that they haven't shot back at me yet. Why is that? Slow down. Get some accuracy bonus. What is your range, good sir? You're not in range? Now that surprises me. You're now in range. We're fighting at 14 kilometers. My chances of actually penning this ship at 14 kilometers right through a deck? Minimal. Considering that I can only pen about 1.3 inches of armor. Let's go with HE for a bit. Actually, reasonable accuracy, 7.3%. Considering that we're at this range, in this era, 1910, 1911, that's really good. Now, it can probably kill me. No, it can't? What? I mean, yeah, I got a hefty main belt, and fore and aft. Still. This is the improved version of the ship. It has a Citadel 3. The problem is, its AP capabilities are still somewhat lacking. In the sense that I can deal AP damage against the ship, sure, but I need to get a bit closer. Before that, however, I'm going to see how well these enemy ships are going to be capable of handling themselves. I'm not too sure at the moment. Yeah, we're firing, what, 7 barrels? It's not great. Okay, some very, very light partial damage. 11.5. Okay. 73% ID, 74, partial pen. Switch to AP, I want to see what it does. I want to see if I can get some damage in. With armor piercing. Partial pen. Not that much, but hey, every bit of damage causes them to get damage and stability. So that is excellent. I want their damage and stability. I want them to start suffering. That just got completely blocked. Here we go. Ship fully identified. Asahi. Cramped crew quarters. Ooh, that's a problem. That's battery damage control. Pitch, roll, beam, draft, all very, very reasonable. Look at that longitudinal weight offset. 0.7. That's all? Most of the time when the AI builds a ship, it's just horrid. But this thing is good. This thing is really good. I am making a mistake of potentially allowing this thing to involve its stern battery. So I might need to start turning the other way to ensure that the ship is not able to bring all of that firepower to bear. My chance to pen is probably fairly bad. Yeah. Switch back to high explosive. I cannot pen that. Armor-wise, 12-inch main belt. Fore and aft are fair game at about 5 inches. Superstructure, heavily armored. Yeah. If I can burn away some of their crew, cause some more damage and stability, as well as reduce the amount of damage control that they have, I might be able to close the distance later, and then deal the damage with armor piercing. First, we need to get this thing thinned out a bit. You got no HE ammo? For your 8... what? So this thing has an 8.2-inch gun, but it carries only armor piercing. So they got a secondary maximum AP loadout. It's very, very curious. Very odd choice. Their accuracy seems to be pretty bad. Like 5%, 11% with secondary. Mine is about 14% with all guns. Ricochet. Yeah, they might be able to get a hit, but they can't really do much. Corey Stone over... Of course. The Corey Stone over here is taking it like a champ. And promptly starts taking damage. Yeah, shouldn't have said that. I think we're going to start trading fire for a while, and I don't really have the HE durability to keep that up for a long time. Their damage and stability is now 33%. They have lost about 8.5% of their crew, and their main guns are already starting to suffer. So their reload's going to improve. Well, like, increase. I got 85 seconds now, versus my 75 seconds, although it doesn't feel like that. And the more crew we knock off, the better it's going to be. It came unpleasantly close. Why is this gun suddenly trying to rangefind again? There. Damage to main gun? Really? Take note of how the ship has taken damage, but normally, if you just pepper something with HE in vanilla version, you'd start to see a lot of fires on the ship. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing like 2 fires, and that's it. All the fire damage the ship has taken is about 240. It's really not that bad. So that, again, is something that BrotherMunro has changed with his mod. Fire damage is, A, no longer as prevalent, nor as deadly as it used to be. So the whole fire meta has been pretty much negated by his mod. How's your reload now? 87 seconds. Oh, that's not very good. Their damage and stability is 46%. Now here's my thinking. If I close the distance now, I might be able to deal some damage. The problem is, I will also start to take more damage myself. And those accurate guns of theirs are going to grow more accurate. So it's not really something that I want to do too eagerly, but with HE, it's going to be an extremely long slog to take this thing down. So we're going to close in. We're going to see if I can get some better chance to pen, while also keeping a very close eye on how I'm maneuvering my own ship to reduce the chance of getting penned. Let's go to 3 times speed. In case you are newer to Dreadnoughts, what I'm paying attention to is that... bloody hell. Is that I'm not coming in with an angle like this, not flat. I'm trying to angle the ship so that the ricochet chance is higher. The shell comes in like that and might ricochet off the ship, but one of them didn't. And did cause a lot of damage. That's 2,700 damage as it penned the aft belt. I think it's time to repay the favor. Accuracy is 46%, 48. I'm surprised that even with a hit like that, I've only lost a couple of percentage, or a couple percent of my structural integrity. It's not that bad. I was expecting a lot more damage than that. Oh, crap. Okay, well, this is gonna... I have to change my strategy a bit. These wing turrets, the side mounts, they only have a certain amount of turn to them. And right now, they can't fire. So I'm essentially fighting this battle with 4 barrels instead of 7. It's a serious reduction in my firepower. Their chance to pen me? About even. Their accuracy, though, is better. It's 50% now. What's your price tag on that ship? 138 million. Mine's more expensive. 2,000 crew members versus their 1,000. 1,100, really. But I'm using what? Massive? Yeah, spacious quarters. Okay, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. And blocked. They're still firing HE. Curious. Only their 8-inchers doing AP damage. Or, well, trying to inflict AP damage because it doesn't have any other options. Hold on, are you turning open? I'm now looking at Ricochet, AVG, 53 degrees. The more that changes, so let's say the fewer the numbers that are, like 15 degrees is far better than 50 degrees. I'm trying to see if this thing is turning in or out. It seems to just be steady. Now, I do have torpedoes, and they do not. And as we have seen, torpedoes can inflict a massive blow upon the enemy. Unfortunately, I only have a single launcher on the bow. So I'm going to restrict that ability to launch, because I'm going to keep that as a nice little surprise for them. Accuracy 100%. So we're dealing... Well, our accuracy is good, but our ability to damage them is not. And unfortunately, the HE shells for the dual barrel turrets have run out. This means I'm going to have to expose more of the ship. Oh, hold on. The ship might be vulnerable now to my AP ammunition. Because I'm getting some greens on the bow of the Asahi. That's HE coming in. Some damage, some fires. I'm not concerned. I am not concerned. What's your reload? 87 seconds. We're going to turn open a bit more. I'm going to try and get that other turret to fire. But I think it'll not work. No joy. Okay, turn in. Slow down. We're going to drop a torpedo on them. Hard to port. Their chance to pen me is probably going to go up a bit. Yeah, it's going down now as I'm trying to close the distance. And I'm also trying to blade the ship as much as possible. Only launch when you have a good opportunity to do so. Please don't damage my torpedo now. Please do not damage my torpedo launcher now. I really like my torpedo launcher. I really like it. 1 kilometer range. They will not be able to dodge that. That's going to inflict about 14,000 points of damage, minus anti-torp 1. And torpedo is away. There it goes. Toe-to-toe against the Japanese battleship. And we're getting a hit. 7,000 points of damage right onto the Japanese ship. Serious crew losses now. And they got a flash fire. Ship's burning up. Flash fires. And another one. There goes your main turrets. Lay into them with everything you got. Is that another flash fire? Lay into them. Go on. Like, this is the stuff that you play Dreadnoughts for. This is probably why you guys watch. The big effects, the big battles, the big boom boom. Okay, we're gonna turn away from the ship. Oh, right through the stern. We're gonna turn away from the ship and try to get the stern torpedo launcher to also inflict damage. It's gonna be a bit difficult, but if I can get that to land, I think it's gonna do a lot more damage than I can ever do with the guns. This ship is probably done for, though. The Asahi has no more ammunition for her main guns. She's rolling over to starboard. She just took another big pen. Yep, torpedo away. The Asahi is desperately trying to turn to starboard, but I think it's not good enough. And there it goes, hit. Unfortunately, at the already flooded section. Yeah, this torpedo launch has definitely paid off. Normally, I wouldn't really take that risk, but considering that they now do so incredibly serious amounts of damage, they're absolutely worth it now. So the Japanese, in the first stages of the war, have already lost a heavy cruiser and now a battleship. This is going quite well. Victory points, 20,530. Nice. That is very nice. Now, what I really like is that the AI was not strictly a pushover this battle. I mean, they did shoot back, they did damage me, and their design was good. So, I'd say, in this case, I hope it's not going to be a big pushover. I hope it's not going to be as bad as sometimes it can be. But we've already inflicted about 58,000 points to the Japanese. Now, there was a battle here. I auto-resolved it, and I'm not exactly sure what the outcome was, because it was a battle that I tried to do manually, but it kind of got stuck, unfortunately. So the Japanese did get their own 9,000 victory points. I am not completely escaping scot-free. Whether I lost some ships, I find that very difficult to... well, actually... yeah. I have clashed, but I'm not sure what that did exactly. As for status, yeah, I'm repairing the Cast Outlaw, the Alexander, it's repairing the Cory just fought, the Malahawk already fought. We got some more ships in battle. Alright guys, that'll be it for this episode. Next time around, more damage to the Japanese, and ideally, the start of the invasion of Formosa. Catch me then, will you? See you in the next one.
Admiral's Log. The winds of fortune continue to blow in our favor as we sail ever deeper into the heart of conflict. The clashes between our fleet and the Japanese Armada have been swift and decisive, each engagement a testament to the skill and valor of our sailors. From the smoke-filled skies to the churning seas below, the echoes of victory ring loud and clear, a rallying cry for all who dare to stand against us. The Japanese, once so confident in their superiority, now find themselves reeling from the sting of defeat, their pride tarnished and their resolve shaken. But there is no time for complacency, no room for hesitation. Even as the dust settles on the battlefield, I can feel the hunger for vengeance burning within me, a fire that cannot be quenched until our enemies are vanquished and our honor restored. The Japanese may have faltered, but they are not defeated. Their fleet still sails, their warriors still stand ready to defend their homeland. And so, we must press on, relentless in our pursuit of victory, unwavering in our commitment to justice. Every engagement won brings us one step closer to our ultimate goal, bringing the Japanese Empire to its knees. And I, Admiral Vu Xang, shall not rest until that goal is achieved.
Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome back. It's episode 3 of the Chinese War against Japan. So far, it's been extremely successful. I've been able to get 75,000 victory points versus their just shy of 10,000. And we're not done yet. Something interesting has happened on the politics screen, however. The Japanese used to have an economy of about 100 billion, and it's now decreased to 17 billion. I'm not sure exactly what has prompted this. I know that the economies tend to bob up and down, like, seemingly without real reason. I know that I've sunk a couple of their transports, And I'm not sure if this is BrotherMunro's mod that's currently at work or if there's some other factor. So seeing it at 17 billion, like that's less than Spain. Now, that's not to insult Spain, it's just that Spain tends to have the smallest economy, the smallest landmass. It just does not have a large economy. But the Japanese somehow just have like a third. Let's see if we can make that worse. We're going to do another torpedo attack. This time against the light cruiser Akashi, heavy cruiser Mikuma, and battleship Owari. It's going to be 6 DDs spread out into 2 divisions. Gentlemen, you know what to do. Okay, let's see what the position is going to be. We have 11 kilometer range on them. And yeah, that should be good enough. Okay, we're going to do a cross torp. Much like we did in the previous episode. I'm going to see if it works again. In case you're wondering what the hell are these names of the DDs, they are names of my patrons and YouTube members. I am recording these episodes in batches. I tend to do 3 or 4 at a time and then edit everything and then post it. So if you have become a patron and you don't see your name on one of these ships yet, don't worry, it will get there. If you have not seen your name yet, and you want to get it in, by all means, become a supporter for the channel. So hit the join button, on YouTube that is, or join as a Patreon member. You'd really be supporting my work. You'd really be making it possible for me to do what I do, to bring in the entertainment that I do, and to help that continue. Alright, I think we're in a pretty decent position to try and torpedo the battleship. I feel like that should be the prize. We're going to do a cross torp. And then call it a day. Because against this much firepower, I don't really have the opportunity to hold. Oh, that's not very good for the DD. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. That's one of them gone. Please drop your torps. Okay, you have dropped your torps. I really need you to start torping right now. Launched. Tony's putting more torpedoes into the water. 2, 2, and another 2, if you will. You will not? That launcher on their stern is just not turning. Alright, so be it. We have completed our torpedo attack. Because at the moment there's not much more I can do. My guns are gonna be largely impotent against this kind of a threat. So I'm not even gonna bother. We're just going to disengage as quickly as possible. I've already lost a DD. I'm not in the market of losing another. They do have a light cruiser, which might be capable of listening out for torpedoes. I'm not sure if hydrophones have been invented at all yet. I'm not sure. At least I don't have them. But that doesn't mean that they don't exist yet. If this battleship continues on its current course, she should be fine. What about the other torps? Well, she might eat 1. As for this heavy cruiser, I'm thinking she'll be perfectly fine. I'm actually really enjoying doing these torpedo attacks. Because it's something that normally is just impossible. Yeah, everything's gonna miss. It's impossible because the AI just knows way too well when the torpedoes are going to get there. And BrotherMunro's mod, in case you haven't seen it yet, link down below in the description, changes that. It means that the AI is no longer instantly aware of the torpedoes, and is no longer instantly capable of dodging them perfectly. This case, though, I just messed up my own torpedo launch. I kind of was hoping that with a normal setting they would launch, but they didn't. So I had to open with all torpedoes at any range. And because of that, and the loss of a destroyer, I got a bit hasty and lost the salvo. So unfortunately, no hits here. But I think we might have scared the shit out of the Japanese battleship's crew. Which is, well, it's worth something. So that first attack with the DDs didn't go that well. Rematch, as we're going after another couple of convoy ships. This convoy is guarded by 1 heavy cruiser. Heavy cruisers have proven to be somewhat susceptible to getting torpedoed to death, and I am eager to try that again, but I'm also interested in what the Ken Mrotsa can do, which is my own heavy cruiser. I think that we're going to have to sail quite a bit closer before these guys actually start shooting each other. Yeah, 14 kilometers. Alright, unfortunately, we're not going to get there fast. This thing is only doing 20 knots. I have 2 destroyers over on one side. I have 4 others over on the other side. I'm trying to sneak either group, whichever happens to go first, out to try and deal with the convoy. Because that, I believe, should be the real prize. The convoy is what we're here to get. Let's smoke up. I don't want to lose a DD to a straight 10-inch round. They got 10-inch rounds, right? No, they got 7.5-inch rounds. Okay. Torpedoes out to 7 clicks. This thing is going to have to really pick what it wants to shoot at. We got destroyers on either side and heavy cruiser coming up their front. Wow, 4.5-inch gun destroyed a torpedo? Impressive. That is really impressive. Who did that? The Wolf Dean Styles. Alright. Hello, transports. Hello, transports. Please tell me you're not packing. They're fucking packing. Oh boy. This is gonna make my destroyers far, far less safe than I'd hoped. Nice. We're gonna pick off some transports. Nope. Not today. Because those things will murder you. If you give them the opportunity to do so. Let's shoot them first, shall we? Shoot them first. Let's see what my HE can do against their ships. Yeah, we're getting some damage in. That's good. We're getting some damage in. Let's have one of these guys enable the torpedo launchers against this particular target. We might see these torps travel long. And I can probably do it with guns, but I'm kind of choosing not to. Let's save the rest of the torpedoes and have the rest of the DDs chase this guy down. The CAs are going to duke it up between each other. It seems that Furutaka is mostly trying to keep its protectees safe by going after the DDs. As well it should. It's a really slow boat though, 14 knots. The Monotsak's almost on top of them. Decent chance to pen. Torpedoes. The torpedoes from the Wolf are also joining in. Yeah, let's play a game of Murder the Transport. These... They're supposedly... Yeah, there's more transports around there. Surrendered! Okay. I accept that you've surrendered. Look, maybe just ignore the torpedoes then, okay? We'll pretend that we didn't actually launch those. Okay, I'm going to detach this ship. You're going to disengage. If your rudder would allow it. This torp will probably go into that transport. What are you shooting now? You're shooting torpedoes at me? That's not how this is supposed to work. Come around. Yep, there it is. What size you got? 19-inch torpedoes. Just the ones dealing those beautiful amounts of damage. This destroyer is merrily popping away. Look at the size of that hole in the stern. But she's getting so close that disengaging is not that likely to happen. We're also putting a couple of smaller dents into this transport. Did you actually take a torpedo hit? You did. You survived. Pretty impressive. You're firing HE at this... Oh, okay, it's heavily armored. Yeah, my guns can't pen that. I got one 10-incher and it's on the stern. The other ones are the, what, the 4-inchers? Oh, sorry, no, I got two 10-inchers. My chance to hit's fantastic, but it's just mostly getting ignored. Oh, my poor DD. Let's not evacuate into the heavy cruiser, shall we? Come on, Ken. Let's see what you can. Do I have a bow launcher? By any chance? I do. Traveling angle is not great. The good fortune is that these are fast torpedoes, which would make it easier to land a torpedo hit on this target. The rest of my angry bees are already upon the others. You've already been... What? Have you been... ammo detonated or something? Interesting. Range, 2.1 kilometers. Get ready. Oh no. Let's launch it before we don't have any torpedoes. Transport gone. Come on. Please tell me the launcher hasn't been destroyed. No, it's functional. The launch angles with these things are tiny. Start firing armor piercing. Ah! That's all of my torpedoes gone? Okay. It's not what I was expecting, nor hoping. I'm gonna need the DDs to come back, but one of them is gonna go back home. In a box. Some random guy from beyond has, well, traveled to the beyond. Ouch. What should have been a simple mission is now turning into a bit of a disaster. Mutsu, surrendered. You're still retreating. What's the situation here? If these damn transports weren't packing, it would be far easier to deal with. You are going to disengage. So the Travis is going to try and go home. You guys are going to come round. We're going to have to send help to that heavy cruiser of mine. But before we'll get there, my heavy cruiser might not be there. I've lost 20% of my crew. Now I'm dealing some damage against the Furutaka. But we need to deal it faster. The amount of damage I'm taking is getting very concerning. Oh, that's good damage as well. Very good damage there. We got many bulkheads and spacious quarters. They won't care about crew loss. I have even better bulkheads. Maybe I can survive with this ship. They're all half dead, but that's more alive than I wanted them to be. Go on. Buoyancy 38%. If this thing is able to launch another torpedo at me, that could be curtains for the Kenmurotsak. She might not survive that. But I think that this cruiser has plenty of problems of their own. Buoyancy dropping as quickly as that is. She might be going down. My chance to pen, however, is probably drastically decreasing. And with this list, I'm not even sure if I can still get a gun to fire. It's just partial pens. Okay, the Fushimi has surrendered. No, yeah, surrendered. The Urakaze has surrendered. Let's see if we can take out the Maya next. We're now 13 kilometers removed from the heavy cruiser, which is activating some sort of magic pumps and immediately reducing all of their flooding back to 23%, as opposed to what it was. Oh, there we go, flooding again. Yeah, this should probably do them in. Gone. Beautiful. Okay, so transport's dead. Heavy cruiser on my side. Not great. Not great at all. And we did lose some random guy from beyond. Sorry. Weird nickname. We also lost another DD, right? No, that wasn't the other encounter. My bad. 1 month later, and I'm starting to feel like the game has kind of gone off the rails. Here's why. Also, I'm not sure who is actually doing this. Like, if it's the mod, if it's the game, I'm not sure. But the Japanese have a negative GDP. I am not an economist. I don't know how a negative GDP even works. But it's a thing, I guess? Like...
Oh, magic.
No, I don't even know. Like, everybody working together is what builds an economy, right? Like, the output of everybody together, that's the GDP. So if a GDP is negative, is everybody destroying shit? I guess they are. They are. They are rebellious. So maybe in that sense, yeah. But a negative GDP. I've not seen this. If you have a negative GDP and a negative growth, does that mean your economy is growing? Or, I don't know. It's difficult. Let's have another look at another torpedo attack. Because I am rather enjoying these. The Japanese are not. We have 2 groups of destroyers. Or rather, that's how I'm planning to take this. We're going to torpedo the Owari. The Yoko is one that I have already encountered a few times. And in the previous month off screen, I was able to torpedo one of her sisters. The Yoko was able to survive. And I don't think she got hit. But she knows what my torpedoes are capable of. And she might do her level best to try and prevent such a repeat performance. Let's see, is that your battleship? That is your battleship. Okay, let's put everybody on a normal formation, because they tend to do some weird and wondrous things. How am I going to play this? Smoke up, you're already coming into fire. I'm going to put Metzger's group to the side. I try to come in from a different angle. We're already getting partial penned. Let's see. 8 kilometers out. 8 kilometers out. Maintain your distance. Well, no, not strictly. We're gonna have to close in anyway. It's just that the rest of my torpedo group from the Metzger is not yet in a position. However, no, this is actually perfect. Okay, aggressive torpedo launch here. Aggressive torpedo launch there. Off we go. Off we go. I don't care about the heavy cruiser. The heavy cruiser is going to witness another death upon, or at the hands of the Japanese. Sorry, at the hands of the Chinese. Is the plan. The only thing that the battleship can now do is just try and change course. But it's going to be a difficult dodge for them. Yeah, you guys have all launched. Excellent. Run away. All our damage, of course, is getting blocked. We get a nice wall of skill in the water here. And the rest of the wall of skill is coming in a kind of wavy pattern. Ah, there goes the Kevin Bennett. I'm not sure if that's going to work. Oh, yeah, it will. It will. Well. Yep, hit. 2 of them. And there's another one that might... No, that'll get dodged. Yeah, I won't be able to sink the Owari, but she'll be out for a while. Hold on. Travis, what are you still doing here? Damn it. So I just lost 2 destroyers. And I have absolutely nothing to show for it. Okay. Okay, so be it. I'll just build a couple more destroyers. Unfortunate. I was really hoping that this one was going to go through. And actually inflict a good bunch of damage. So a well-deserved victory for the Japanese. 3,630 victory points for them, and 2 less destroyers on my fleet. Sorry, fewer. This, not a great fight, but I was able to inflict some more damage, and another battleship out of commission means less power projection. Less power projection means more opportunity to deal damage to all of their transports. So with all of their transports out of commission, I guess we're going to see an even more negative GDP? I don't know. Makuma and Akashi. More destroyers, more torpedoes, and more heavy cruisers. Let's have a go. My main target for this one is the heavy cruiser. So I'm once again trying to position all my DDs. This time around I have fewer. I only have 5. And I'm going to try and launch from a slightly closer range. Hoping that that'll mean that the torpedoes don't get as much of a spread between them. 5-4. 5-5. Excellent. Aggressive launch. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5-5. 5- Aggressive launch. That CL is moving to a position where it could very well find itself at range, or at risk. Let's see if that will work. Torpedoes in the water from the Isaac Chung, the Wolfdean Styles, and the Madison. Now the CL is going to be fine. Also got the cross torp here. I'm kind of concerned about that escort. That CL is fast, has detected the torpedoes, and is very well capable of dealing with a whole bunch more of my destroyer nonsense. And this CA... Ow! Okay, and it's also able to shoot back with torpedoes. Yep, that was 2 torpedoes onto a DD. Isn't that lovely? Mikuma seems to be well on track to dodge everything. Nope. Oh, 1 hit, but it was a dud. Oh, man. So the Akashi is chasing me down, huh? Oh, we destroyed a torpedo on her. These CLs are going to be in trouble. Sorry, these DDs are going to be in trouble. Also, I think that either the main game or the mod has changed the smoke deployment time. Normally, I think it resets in 5 minutes. Now it's reset in, what, 11 or 12 minutes. So you're getting your smoke screen back. It just takes a lot more time. I really wasn't expecting this thing to throw out a torpedo or 2. Look at that. 0% chance to pen, essentially. It says 22. But it has a little bit of main belt and a very healthy 1.8 inch all over. And with that, I can pen that. Not a chance. So best I can do is, well, much the same as I have been doing, run away. And another 1800 victory points go to the Japanese. Thankfully, I had some stored up, because I did get some victories on other areas. And, well, I'm really interested to see just how well the Japanese are going to be able to hold their own. Like, will they even make it through the next turn? What's their GDP going to do? I don't have any further battles. Let's have a look. What's their GDP going to do? I'm bleeding money, but I'm not bleeding money negatively. I still cannot wrap my head around a negative GDP. I don't know what that looks like. A negative GDP. Okay. Now what? I'm not sure if this was me. Yeah, this is awkward. This is episode 3 of the campaign. And I was expecting to have a campaign that ran maybe like 10 or 15 episodes where I was trying to make Japan either fall apart or conquer it altogether. I seem to have achieved that in about 3 episodes. I'm not so sure what to do. Maybe we can we can try doing this again. I am in touch with BrotherMunro, and we're going to discuss whether this is something that the mod did or something else happened. I'm not sure. I suspect it was the mod because I've never seen this, at least not at this speed. Anyway, let me know how you think I should continue. I'm eager to see your ideas in the comments. Maybe I can collapse some more nations. Why not? It's all fun and profit. Up until the point where you have a negative GDP. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you've enjoyed. I hope you had a good laugh out of this one. And I'll see you soon for more.
The tides of war are fickle indeed. For just as victory seemed within our grasp, the very foundation of our adversaries crumbled beneath their feet. In a twist of fate as sudden as it is perplexing, the once mighty Japanese empire has fallen, its demise swift and seemingly inexplicable. As I stand upon the deck of my flagship, gazing out across the now tranquil seas, I cannot help but feel a sense of disbelief mingled with suspicion. How could a nation as powerful and proud as Japan have been brought to its knees in a matter of months. Was it truly our naval prowess alone that sealed their fate? Or were there unseen forces at play, manipulating the strings of fate from behind the curtain of war? The whispers of doubt grow louder with each passing moment, echoing the turmoil within my own heart. Could it be that we have been misled, that our true enemy lies not across the sea, but within our own midst? The thought is a troubling one, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the righteousness of our cause. And yet, even as doubt gnaws at the edges of my resolve, I cannot deny the truth of our achievements. The victories we have won, the battles we have fought and won, they are real, tangible proof of our strength and determination. But still, the question remains, who or what truly brought about the downfall of the Japanese Empire? As I ponder these mysteries, I am reminded of the ancient wisdom passed down through the generations. Know thy enemy, but also know thyself. It is a lesson I have taken to heart, a guiding principle in my quest for justice and revenge. But now, as the dust settles and the smoke of the battle clears, I find myself faced with a new challenge, a new enemy to confront, the specter of doubt and uncertainty that haunts the corridors of my mind. And though the path ahead may be shrouded in darkness, I shall not falter, for I am Admiral Vu Xang, and I will stop at nothing to uncover the truth, no matter where it may lead.
Hey guys, still here and welcome back. It's episode 4. I thought I had taken down the Japanese. It turns out I did, and then they came back. So what are these mysterious powers keeping the Japanese in power, and then out of power, and then back into power? We're gonna have to face the real enemy, find out who that is. That's gonna be the new goal of this campaign. Alright, so the Japanese are back. Let's see what they got. Oh here, North Hokkaido. 350 million? It is a very small area, really. It's not that important strategically, it's not that important economically. Has a minor army. Oh, there's something else happening here. I think well, they might retake South Honshu. That is fairly likely. That would be a very sizable economic boon to them. In the meanwhile, I am trying to gobble up as much territory as possible, taking over here. This is the Okinawa Islands, and over here we're looking at Formosa. Both of these are looking really good, but I was a little late getting to the party here because I was doing an invasion elsewhere, so this is going to take me another 8 months. Over here, thankfully, not as much, and it looks to be quite quick. Strategically and again, economically, not very viable. Now, what I found very interesting is that even though the Japanese have this little stretch of land, that does not seem to deter them from doing, I don't know, an economy that seems to be unreasonably big for what they have. Their economic growth is 158%, or 8% per year. What the hell? I'm very interested in seeing how well this is going to change, right? Like 29.8 billion. 1 month later, are we going to cross 50 billion in a month? Are we going to cross 50 billion? Yeah, fine. They keep attacking me. These ungoverned territories, that's whatever was left of Japan, but they need 113,000 tons. I've deployed the entire navy, and I'm not really in a position to actually send these guys out. Anyway, they have also taken North Honshu. Oh, that was where the uprising was, not South Honshu. Okay, so it was 29.8 billion, it's now 40 billion. Wow! They're even building 5 ships. Time to increase the tensions. So if they're back, that means that Japan is not strictly defeated. It's not strictly defeated. We're going to have to go after these guys again. Now, my technology is a little bit behind, so I'm now pumping everything I have into tech. I'm also still boosting my transport capability, as well as doing crew training, but that's not really something I need to focus on. I'm also building a bunch of ships, None of them for me. The only ships that I'm still building are the ones that are still stuck in limbo. Because everything else, battle cruisers, battleships, they're all going to Sweden and Portugal and Greece. That's what I'm building things for. And as much as I would like to suspend any additional construction to speed up my shipbuilding, I can't. Thankfully, the light cruiser Zhuzhou is coming out in the month, so that should free up transport or shipbuilding capability a bit. Now, let's give it a couple of months. Let's see what the Japanese are going to do. The Japanese never have a dull moment. Unrest became uncontrollably high, and the government's been overthrown. Didn't you just reform the Japanese Empire? They did take South Honshu. They didn't actually lose anything doing that. And now they're... Wow! The guts on these guys. Now they're provoking me? Are you sure about that? Empire of Japan, 55 billion. More tensions, more better. Okay, so I have taken the islands of Okinawa. That's nice. Let's send the rest of the fleet to... Let's see. Kyushu's not that valuable. 460, 700 million. Ooh, Southwest Korea. That looks like a nice place. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to spawn any invasion. But, well, I'm willing to give it a good try. North Korea is about 1 billion. Northwest Korea is about 1 billion. South Hokkaido, not that interesting. And if it does come to a war, they might do better than I do there. When it comes to my logistics, it's 39%. That's actually a heck of a lot better than what I've been seeing in the Russian campaign. As for the other guys, 100%, 100%. Naval prestige minus. Ooh, Germany, highly respected. Look at you. Minus. The French are respected and the British are disrespectful. Okay, fine. My economy is actually not doing that bad. It's bigger than Spain. It's about half of that of the US. And I'm growing 10%, but the US is growing 15%. 11 point... Yeah, we're not catching up to that. Even if I'm able to take this place, which will grant me a nice boost in economy, we're not quite getting there. I don't believe the Japanese have anything else up for grabs. Should I be worried about another war? No, not really. I can try and provoke the British, or maybe the Germans. Take some territory off the Germans here. Sure they won't mind. Well, they might, but... Ooh. Did you say oil? 1.6 million barrels. German New Guinea looks ripe for the taking. Let's provoke... No, we're going to provoke the Japanese. That's the primary mission. That's the primary mission. I don't care much for the Germans at the moment. I first want to take as much territory away from the Japanese as possible. There's some weird things going on in this game. You remember how I took Formosa? Well, I was working on that. And then the Americans went, mine. They sent 1 battlecruiser and 2 heavies, and they now decided that this is theirs. I know that that's how the US generally operates, but this is a game, guys. Like, why are we getting this in the game? In the meanwhile, Japanese definitely reforming their core provinces, and their economy is doing very well, although they have some growth issues. In the meanwhile, next stop for me, Southeast Korea. It is going to take a bit more of the fleet to really get this to be a success. So I'm very eager to wrap up this invasion, if it will continue. And I'm not even sure it will. Because I'm not sure how the US suddenly rolled up there and decided that this was going to be their bit. Their territory all of a sudden. Because, yeah, I don't know, am I suddenly fighting the US? What is going to happen next? Because I am not anywhere near hostile to the US. So there's definitely some weird shit going on in the game. And at this point, I'm not convinced that it's BrotherMunro's mod. I'm thinking it's just the core game that's going, well, a little nuts, but at least the effects are fairly spectacular. It's about time to start building an additional ship. I'm finally working through completing the rest of these heavy cruisers that I ordered a while ago. I'm not even sure when I ordered them, but the original design is from 1907. Once these ships are completed, it's the Canyon, the Killzone 1123, the 38 Tails, the Robin Lush, and the Jason Winchell. All of these are patrons or channel members. If you want to get your name in here as well, just become a patron or a channel member. These guys are going to be joining the fleet, but we now have something bigger. We finally have the Dreadnought 2 and the Experimental Dreadnought 1. The current design that I have is displacing 15,000 tons, which is less than the battlecruiser at 24, but I can probably build something substantially larger than that, because my shipyards can handle a bunch more. It really comes down to how much the hull can handle. So we have Dreadnought 4 up to 39,500 tons, or the Experimental Dreadnought. Ah, I see great options here. It's not the biggest. This thing displaces 30,500. It is doing 22.8. It's actually slightly faster. Resistance is 81.5, resistance 65. I'm going to use this one. I think this is going to be an interesting ship. Now, this is going to be the Enigma-class ship. Again, a patron member, I believe. This ship has a lot of casemates. I think it's going to be 3-inch works, 4-inch does not. Okay. What do you mean galleys are outdated? What do you mean galleys are outdated? We got a galley right here. Will this work? I don't know. With the BrotherMunro mod that I'm working with, the Dreadnoughts Improvement Project, I'm not so sure all of these 3-inchers are going to do great things. Because spewing a whole bunch of HE at a target, at least right now, doesn't really seem to do that much. So whether or not this ship is actually going to be capable of inflicting a whole lot of damage with those things, I'm not sure. But it will look spectacular. That's also quite valuable. Now, economically, this is not going to be a cheap ship. Not to run, not to build. That's fine. We're going to increase AP. I'm going to go with cap ballistic shells. We're going to go with... What's Camp Ballistic going to give me? If I, let's say, try and mitigate my flash fire chance, it's currently 3-1. It's not too bad. What are these guns capable of? At, let's say, 5,000 meter range, I can pen 0.2 inches with HE. With AP, I can pen 0.5 inch. But that is... What's the modifier that I have on? 190%. Yeah, we're not quite there yet. We're not quite at 100, we're at 110. So I need to change that, because I think I was building a different ship back when I set this to 190. So this should change this thing significantly, and might make life on destroyers very uncomfortable. Yeah, I can pen about 0.7 inches with AP. So it's an improvement, but marginal. I think it's going to have to be HE. If I go for high capacity HE, more chances of setting fires. But yeah, I'm not so sure if that will work. I'm going to run with this as is, because I'm curious to see how well the HE is going to work. But by the looks of it, it'll just inflict no damage. It'll pen nothing. Which in case of a destroyer might work, or an unarmored superstructure, in case you ever run into those. Outside of that, I'm not so sure. If it does not work, I can always switch them later. Now this ship also has room for some fairly sizable casemates in the bow. Ideally also in the stern, because this has the potential of making your ship bow heavy. Thankfully, we're actually quite balanced. Ooh, you can put the funnel up there. Even with the funnel up here, the ship's not unbalanced. Probably because all of these guns are offsetting the displacement that the tall funnel creates. Okay. Now, main guns wise, we got the Mark III for the 13-inchers. I generally don't even consider anything below Mark III. So this is a pretty easy pick. I don't really need a whole lot of guns in the bow. Normally, I would not be too happy with this particular design, because I'd go, well, you know, the problem with this is that I cannot chase an enemy. But then again, this ship just screams broadside. Especially considering that you can put the funnel up there, so you don't need room for that. Which means more guns, more better. It's a gun platform. It's just sheer transport of guns. That's basically all that it does. Yeah, if it's gonna do that in a broadside manner, I suspect we might need some better capabilities of defending the ship against all of these incoming shells. She's heavily protected already. Quite good. I'm thinking dual barrels might fit a little better. With the simple reason being, that's going to give me a little less weight, slightly more accuracy, and still have the capability of going broadside against DDs. But it is definitely one of the weirder designs that I've run with. Let's put that over there. Set the center line 13 inchers. One there, one there, one there, one there. And these things can free spin, which means they can quickly acquire a target on the other side of the ship. Very valuable. If I can do that here too. Yeah. So this is beautiful. This ship is going to be capable of swinging those turrets over very swiftly. Well, relatively swiftly. Turret rotation speed is, wow, it's actually really good. It's 4.5 degrees per second. So let's say your guns are pointing that side towards that warehouse over there because you're targeting something over there. It's going to take you not that much time to swing the mains over and engage something on the other side. That would imply that the ship has kind of positioned herself poorly because she's now engaging things on both sides. But all of these 3-inchers, they kind of they kind of invite you to do that, don't they? They kind of invite you. So, considering that this might be a bit more of a brawler, I'm going to put a lot of armor on her. 18-inch main belt. Ideally, I'd get into range a little faster, but that's not something I can really do at the moment, because this ship is not fast at 22.5 knots. Her range is very good. Let's go for induced. Give me a bit better engine efficiency. And what else? Oh, flash fire has to get addressed. Because if you're going to be taking this much fire, try not to blow up. That would be greatly appreciated. There we go. 2 powder. 5.5. As for range, if I can increase the barrel length on these things, 12% gives me a bit more range. So we're now looking at 8.8. 8.8 as opposed to 7.6. I'm looking at AP. So you're getting a bit more range. Reload 3.8 seconds. And now it is 5 seconds. Oh, that's fine. So we're going to go broadside with these guns. Hold on. Can I upsize them? Yeah, sure. It'll make the ship overweight, but it'll also up the pen on these things. It'll up the pen. It'll up the amount of damage. And it'll up the range. Reload 7 seconds. Take that additional barrel length off. And now we're looking at 5.5 second reload. We're still getting some pretty okay accuracy. It's just going to be volume of fire. That's what the ship is about. Volume of fire. Give me a 17-inch main belt. And another 5-inch inner belt. And we're very much approaching the edges of what I can do. The ship is going to be a little fragile when it comes to her ability to take hits on the deck. Like, she generally doesn't have it. She can't really take hits there. So hopefully that will not happen. I think this is going to be a very fun ship to use. Oh, I might need to give her a bit more of that and a bit less fuel. Yeah, that's fine. I can still make it to Japan and back, which is what this thing is going to be for. And I still have more crew. Let's see if I can then add some more armor. Let's say make it 8 and 8 and 4. 5 inches of superstructure. Give me a 7-inch main belt. And we're overweight. 6.5. 6 point... Nope. Fine. be like that. There, 5.9 inch main belt, inner belt, that is. So if something pens the main belt, this is going to be the next layer of defense that it'll have to go through. And considering that if it penned this, it'll have lost a lot of kinetic energy, and then it's going to have 50% less, and it'll still have to pen another 5.9 inches. So this thing, the Enigma Hun, should be very capable of defending itself. Forgot that I had a bit more displacement. Maybe I can still get like 6.2. 6.3. Yeah, it's fine. 6.3 is cool. Okay. The Enigma Hun. AKA the Modern Galley. A bunch of months have passed, so let me catch you up to speed. I am still working on several invasions. I have taken Northwest Korea. I've taken Southeast Korea. And there is a sizable force walking from Manchuria into Northeast Korea, which would add another billion to my economy. Unfortunately, Southwest Korea invasion did not succeed yet. But there's time. China is patient, and considering that I have the rest, this is only a matter of time. We're also working on this, and this is a bit more shaky. This is Kyushu, part of the core islands of Japan, and Japan is doing okay. I mean, they have taken 4 of their core provinces back. Their economy is doing okay, 73 billion. They've recovered quite nicely. And I'm still growing very quickly. I'm still at 10% a year. My economy is doing very nicely with the very high transport capacity. And that does definitely help. Now, technology has also advanced a lot. I haven't really been able to keep up the 100% rating, but 75% at least keeps me within average technology bounds. So I'm no longer behind on the times, which is something that definitely tried to kill me when I was playing the Russian campaign. What I have noticed is that some ship designs are starting to become outdated. The Tangshan, it's a battlecruiser, is definitely a capable ship. It's proven that, but the design can no longer be built. These Tangshans, I mean, yes, I can build one if I really want to, but the whole design of the Tangshan is outdated. So it's time to replace her with a new design. There's not likely any combat in this episode, I'm sorry for that, but there's just nobody to fight at the moment. Japan is still trying to get on its feet, and Europe is, well, a little tied up being Europe and fighting each other. Not my problem. Now, when it comes to battlecruisers, I have 2 flavors. I have Battlecruiser 2 and the Large Cruiser. Large Cruiser is not that. It's not that large. What I'm looking for is a battlecruiser of the 2 variant, because it is capable of operating at a maximum of 28 knots, which would make these ships very capable of intercepting, let's say I'm going to use this as the ideal battlecruiser. Like, outrun anything you cannot outfight, and outfight anything you cannot outrun. So, a battleship is something I can outrun, but not likely outfight, whereas a heavy cruiser is something I need to keep up with if I want to kill it. So if I want to outfight it. Now, the Enigma Hun is a 30,000 ton warship. This thing does not need to be that enormous. I am going to make her suited for speed. And a sleeker hull definitely helps with that. Comes at a price. Your shooting platform is less stable. Your water resistance is less. Which means that in order to get to the same level of speed, you don't need the same level of horsepower. I might be able to up that a bit. Yeah, 26,460 is fine. Let's give him standard crew quarters. These guys are going to get auxiliary engines, better steering. Yeah, balanced rudder. I'm going to keep him up to speed. We're going to go with croup armor, double hull bottom, reinforced bulkheads, all the anti-floods, and the citadel. Anti-torpedo blister, I think, is going to be useful. I have found that at least in the fights that I've done so far, the battles are short-ranged, and as such, a torpedo blister can save your ship. If you get torpedoed, well, I guess you wish you had one. As for towers, I have the enhanced tower, the advanced tower 2 enhanced. This is the alternative. The advanced tower 2 versus the enhanced. Yeah, I think this is definitely beneficial. It's the first time I'm seeing the night vision stat over there. I didn't know that was a factor, but okay. I guess they might have added that. Unfortunately, no coincidence rangefinder yet, so we're going to have to go with stereoscopic, which is not ideal for the type of fighting that I have in mind for this ship. It boosts your longer range accuracy, whereas I'm not so sure if my guns are going to be that accurate. For now, I'll keep it. If I find that the ship does not perform, I can refit her. Now, firepower. Let's have a look. The ship has, of course, the opportunity to mount side-mounted turrets. I'm not so sure if that's something that I really want to do, simply because it means that you're basically wasting half your firepower. I might want to use those housings for smaller guns. Guns capable of eliminating cruisers at a hurry. Something like that. Now, it looks like I'm going to have to find a second spot for a funnel somewhere, because without that, my engine efficiency is not good enough. Okay. Let's see. Main firepower. I have access to the 15 and the 16-inch gun, but they're Mark 1. The 14 inches are Mark 2, so it's essentially automatically disqualified. Anything below Mark 3 is something I just don't consider, because I don't like the gun. Now, this ship is not strictly the same as the Enigma Hun. It is not going to get the same level of firepower. It is going to get more 8-inchers and more 6-inchers to deal with the smaller ships. The Enigma-Hun class might be able to do that with the 8-inchers and the 13-inchers, but she's not fast. She's only doing 22 knots. This is pretty much my interceptor. So let's have the ship have a bow turret and a stern turret, and then maybe a pretty sizable amount of, or at least a sizable 8-inchers. Sizable 8-inchers. Thing is pretending to be able to turn, but it's essentially not. Now, the reason why I'm picking 8-inchers as opposed to 9-inchers is because if it's a 9-inch gun, it is considered a primary, and all primary weapons are linked. If you pick a target, this is going to engage with all guns. It's not a bad thing, but I might want to engage a battleship with one set of guns, and have a cruiser be dealt with another set of guns. So that's my reasoning for going with these smaller secondaries. I can still upsize them if I really want to, and with that be able to turn them into 8.9 inchers. So you're essentially still getting a 9-inch gun. It's just slightly smaller. As for the firepower that this ship has, let's see, my armor quality is still 110, so that's fine. I needed to be able to pen, let's say, up to a heavy cruiser or battle cruiser. With this capability in mind, I'm not so sure if 10,000 meters and 13 inches of pen is going to be enough. If I give this ship heavy shells, I'm looking at 14.3. There's definitely an improvement. Now, I'm not willing to get a very high flash fire chance. So I'm going to have to go with something that is relatively safe without having too high of a flash fire. I can increase the barbettes. That also pushes down your flash fire at the expense of having your ship be heavier. Now, considering that the ship essentially has no armor, that has me a little concerned. So let's say 10-inch, 7. I'm going to keep her afloat, but it doesn't need to be a full-size tank. It doesn't have to be able to do that. I might want to slow her down 1 knot to give her just a bit more capable. Actually, let's reduce the range. There we go. Give her a bit more room for secondaries, because I wouldn't be surprised if she has, on the tower, if she has some room for casemates. Now, these are only 2-inchers. I'm going to see if I can upsize those to 2.9s, because with that, you're going to be just doing better against pretty much every target. Fortunately, this is possible, and their range is now, and I'm looking at the HE, about 6. Let's say 5, maybe 4.5 kilometers effectively. If something approaches to that range, I will have messed up, because this ship is unlikely to be able to survive a close encounter with a destroyer. It's simply not going to spot the torpedoes. It's going to have a really rough time. As for the torpedoes I'm using, I have fast torpedoes, 22 inches, and with those I can deliver, let's say, a last-second problem-solving torpedo, because this is going to deliver a lot of damage very quickly, up to an unsuspecting target. Well, no, actually leave out the unsuspecting, because if you get to 5 kilometers, I think they might be expecting you by then. As for my HE shells, I'm currently sporting these HE shells, which can do a little bit of damage, but I'm not looking to set fires. So we're going to go with Cap Ballistic. And with this, I have the option of going with 13 inchers, either with going against an armored target, 14 inches of pen at 10,000 meter range, or about 5 inches, which means I can probably blow a light cruiser out of the water at a pretty decent range. I think that's pretty much the ship. I don't want to have her get incredibly expensive. She's 50 million cheaper than the Enigma-class, so that's fine. And I think the shells, the type of ammo is fine. These things are sporting 8 inchers that can pen. No, it's not bad. It's not bad. See, these things essentially work the same thing as the 13 inchers here. The same method of thinking. The HE for lighter armed targets, but in case of the 8 inchers, that's likely a destroyer. Maybe a light cruiser if you get particularly lucky with the cruiser's awful design. As for bigger targets, heavy cruisers, maybe some heavier armored light cruisers, those the AP shells should be coming in very nicely. I think that's pretty much it for this ship. I don't think I can really house any more turrets on this ship. Sure enough, I can put this thing farther behind and make room for a barbette. That might be valuable, but it will come at a price because I'm also supersizing the superstructure. Oh, sorry, not the superstructure. I'm supersizing the size of the citadel. Still, considering that I want this ship to be flexible, that is something that I'm going to do. Because I want flexibility on this ship. I don't want to put a whole tower on there. Oh, it's too small. I'm hoping to put another 8-incher on there, but I might make it a 5er. Just to get like an intermediate threat level turret. Put a 5-inch dual barrel on there. Like that. The only problem is, I'm now way over, and my turrets don't turn fully anymore. And this has to sit like right next to the main tower. Push this in as much as possible. Is that going to turn? Really? No, it is not. This should turn though. The game might not like it, but it should turn. Now, where am I going to sacrifice some armor? I'm thinking fore and aft belt. Because I don't have that much, but that also means there's not that much to get. Let's reduce the superstructure armor a bit, but that... Wow. That barely left a mark. Reduce the inner belt a bit. Now I need to find about 20 tons. I'm going to increase the conning tower armor and reduce the main belt armor. There. So with this ship, I pretty much have a cruiser hunter. It's capable of reaching a good speed, catching up with cruisers, and either hit them with a 13-incher with HE really hard, alternatively 8-inchers, 5-inchers, or should the battle get a little closer, 2.9-inchers. If I want to, let's say, exceed expectations with this ship and come up against a battleship and have to take that down, I can still send a torpedo greeting card. So I have options, and that's what I like with my ships. As for a name, it's going to be the Aura class of ships, named after one of my patrons. Now, I think that we have a good selection here. We got the Aura class, we got the Enigma Hun, and we have the heavy cruisers, which have proven, well, not much. I don't think I've ever fought with these ships, so I'm not sure how capable they are. But at the same time, there isn't really a better hull available. The heavy cruiser hulls that I have, I don't really like them. So I'm not that much eager to start replacing all of the heavy cruisers. I mean, I got this cruiser, which has casemates. It's fine. We got the semi-armored cruiser, and we got the armored cruiser. I guess I could turn the semi-armored cruiser into, let's say, a mini battle cruiser, because that's pretty much what it is. But right now, I don't want to start replacing all of the heavies, because I do have a pretty hefty amount of those. So I think that will be it for my ship design for now. And that is also going to be it for the episode for now. I think the plot is thickening. Japan is back. But if it's up to me, if it's up to the Admiral, they will not be around for very long. So may the tensions increase, may the Marines be ready, and may the invasions continue. I shall see you guys soon for the next episode.
The wheels of fate turn once more, and from the ashes of defeat rises a phoenix reborn, as the Japanese Empire, like a slumbering giant, awakens from its brief respite to reclaim its former glory. In less than a year, they have reasserted their dominion over the core islands, casting aside the specter of their collapse with an audacity that borders on the miraculous. Yet, as I watch from afar, the fires of suspicion burn ever brighter within me, illuminating the shadows that linger at the edges of this unfolding drama. How could a nation so thoroughly vanquished rise again so swiftly and decisively? It defies reason, defies logic, and fuels my growing conviction that there are darker forces at play, manipulating events from the shadows to serve their own inscrutable ends. But I am not one to idly stand by and watch as the world dances to the tune of hidden masters. No, I have been busy, my mind ever sharp, my resolve unyielding. In the absence of the Japanese, we have seized the opportunity to expand our influence, to reclaim what is rightfully ours. The territories once held by our enemies now lie under our control. Their people looking to us for guidance and protection. It is a responsibility I do not take lightly, for with every inch of land we claim, we move one step closer to our ultimate goal, the Japanese Empire. But even as I lay the groundwork for our next assault, I cannot shake the feeling that there are darker forces at work, forces that seek to manipulate us for their own ends. Yet, come what may, I will not waver. I will not falter.
Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome back to the Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts campaign. The Empire of Japan is threatening us that they will declare war on us if we do not show a sign of reducing the tension against their country. Excellent. We're going to increase the tension against their country. So, minus 10% relations with Japan, and we're at war with Japanese. Excellent. Exactly what I wanted to do. Because the enemy, Japan, is still there. Now, my unrest is getting remarkably high for my playthroughs. It's currently on 68.9. So anything I can do to lower the unrest is ideal. I don't really need money at the moment. I'm getting a surplus of 136 million per month. So anything that reduces unrest is very nice to get. Now, of course, a war between China and Japan is going to snowball into some other effects. And I might have some tensions building up with other nations, such as Germany. I'm not really that concerned about the Germans, because the Germans seem to be, well, you know, doing German things. Fighting the French, looking to be fighting the British as well. So with that in mind, the enemy of my enemy could very well be my friend. Let's improve relations with the British. If the Germans are indeed going to fight, I will take some territory off of them. This would, however, increase my footprint in the region, forcing me to defend more areas. That might be a problem, but we'll see how it goes. I also have Southeast Asia over here. This also now needs to get defended from Japanese warships. That's because I have this little area of Sarawak over here. Unfortunately, I currently have every single ship that I have tied up in this invasion of Kyushu. I'm not sure if there is a sort of land bridge between Kyushu and North Honshu. I'm not sure how the map treats that. But if I can get this, that would be a nice stepping stone to get back into Japan. Well, maybe not back, but into Japan in the first place. I have the port over here, South Sakhalin and Korsakov. This definitely is not connected, so there will not be an invasion. As for other territories, there isn't that much to grab, at least not from the Japanese at the moment. Shipbuilding capabilities, working hard at building another battle cruiser. This is that new battle cruiser of the Hourglass. And I'm also building some ships for various other nations. Sweden at the moment, because I think I have lost a few allies. Yes, the Greek have deserted me. And, well, there was another power, but they're not currently interested in buying, so that's fine. We'll just have to see how the Japanese are going to decide to fight this war. Because they're not completely out of the fight. They definitely have some ships here. And that's the ships that we can see. It does look to be all of them for the moment, but there are 13 more coming up. So it could potentially get more exciting. Of course, 1 month later, things spiral out of control with the Germans and now also at war with Germany. Whether this is going to be an actual shooting war or more of a cold war, that remains to be seen. I'm not sure if the Germans actually have any territory around here. I mean, well, they got territory, alright, but if they have any ships defending the place. If they don't, then I really don't have to concern myself with additional transport, transport escorts. What we do have over here is Kiautschou Bay. It's defended by 50,000 soldiers. Whether that'll be enough to stem the flow of the 226,000 soldiers that northeast China is currently harboring, well, that remains to be seen. I'd love to take this little port off of them. It unfortunately does not have any oil, but it does have quite a lot of income, especially if you offset that income on the population, which is really not that many. So that would be an interesting situation to have a look at. Over here, we're still... Well, we're only getting a 40%. I'm not so sure that invasion is going to go through. Money-wise, we are burning money fast, but I got a nice buffer, so we'll be fine. The next month brings confusing news, as apparently I have conquered Afghanistan. What could possibly go wrong? It's not like any great empire has gone over to Afghanistan to die. It's not a particularly rich area. It's 643 million, but hey, it's income. It's nice. I guess we came in from Xinjiang. It does potentially allow me further expansion into other areas. What I'm very curious about... Yeah, right. I never actually managed to get my armor logistics to 100% when I was playing as the Soviets. And yet, these guys just do it with 70 ships. I have 55, my logistics is only 41%. So they might have... they got bigger warships than I do. Yeah, I suppose that's helpful. They got more battleships. Speaking of battleships, I think it was the French who took the lead in that. Yeah, they got 28 battleships. 23 for the Brits, 10 for the Germans. And the Germans are now also at war with the British. Oh dear. I hope that that's going to keep the Germans properly occupied in the European theater, so that I don't have to worry about them over here. The long wait is finally over. We can roll out the battleships, the battle cruisers, the heavies, the lights, and the DDs against the Empire of Japan's Navy. They have a battleship, a battle cruiser, a heavy, and 2 DDs. We have them outgunned by, I would say, a massive margin. Taking part in this battle is, well, a curious little formation we have going on here. We have the battle cruisers Alexander Oliveira and the Emmanuel K. A good time to pitch that if you want to get your name in the game, you can support me on Patreon or through the join button on YouTube, and you might find that your name gets picked for the game. Has to be on NCO rank or plus, but that's like $5 a month. It's I kept this cheap. Now, we also have the battleship Owen Perez. I don't think my battleships have ever fought, so I'm interested in seeing how well they actually perform under duress. These things have 12-inch Mark IIIs, capable of hitting some, well, not hitting something, throwing out a shell every 37 seconds. Whether they will hit something, yeah, that remains to be seen. Also with the fleet, a couple of heavy cruisers, the David Titus, the Lucas Weinman, the Excellent Gaming, the Josh Miller, the 38 Tails, the Ken Rozak, light cruisers Rel, USMC Cog, and the American Patriot LGB. I'm interested in the light cruisers as well. I haven't seen these things with their torpedo range, and 8.9 torpedo range for a light cruiser is not bad. This era, you don't generally get hydrophones, so it's going to be difficult for the enemy to detect whether or not they're coming under torpedo attack. Destroyers. Oh, sorry, I didn't actually list all the CLs yet. The Mohammedi, the Colin Donnelly, the Guy Schaefer, the Lord and 3, the Freaky Chain, the Catfish Hunter, the Wolfdean Styles, the Bearborn, the KG, the Empress, Pion, the VF-114 Jock, the Swindler, and the Unbekant. We have so many ships out here. Why are they out here? Well, we're doing a nice little invasion. But more on that in the strategic map. First, let's have a look at what the Japanese are actually fielding themselves. Looks like a pretty reasonable displacement for a battleship. Pretty reasonable layout as well. 6 14-inchers, a couple of 8.2s, and the rest of it is 4.2s and smaller. So that's what they have in the casemates. And the casemates do feel like they're short barrel. Which is interesting, because it means that they don't get a lot of range. Yeah, 8.9. So those things could very well threaten my CLs. But seeing as I have the battlecruisers and the battleships with range advantage, I might not even need that. Their battlecruiser then. This thing already has range on her 13-inchers. And is using 10 of those. Although I would be very surprised if the stern ones can actually be joining in this fight at the moment. Now, considering that shells tend to go astray every now and then, I am a bit concerned, really, about whether or not the unintended target effect might come into play. So, for that particular reason, I'm going to have a couple of divisions change their course. I'm going to have... yeah, why not? I'm going to have a group division of light cruisers and destroyers. They're all going to save their torpedoes until such a time when it's opportune. We have 8.9. These guys also have... well, they don't have 8.9. Yeah, some of them do. I have not gotten around to upgrading all the light cruisers yet, because they've been out for a long time. They have generally been very busy, trying to capture as much territory as possible before the Japanese rematerialized. And, considering how long they have been out here, you can maybe make out just how long that has been. It means that these ships probably haven't seen a port in years. Some other ships have. We are also getting some pressure on the CLs at this point. Smoke up. Push in a bit. Oh. There's another smoke screen rolling in. Yeah. There it is. Alright, let's turn a bit. Let's have a close look at this CL. We're using a couple of 4.3s, and then we have, what was it, 1 or 2 7-inchers? 1 7-incher on the stern. So capabilities are fairly limited. And I really don't like the placement of this DD, because it is very much in the way of a torpedo attack against our capital ships. And with that in mind, it's going to be difficult to get a good hit on them. I do have another DD screen somewhere. This is the other CL group, right? Yeah, so you guys can join this. Get on a nice big CL group. Make it a normal formation and continue on your course. Looks like the Alexander is being followed by the heavies. Yeah, that's fine. We got one group there, we got one group there. Incoming torpedo. Multiple, actually. The majority seems to be over there. There's one torpedo coming close. Could be a problem for the Donnelly. No, there's another launch. Okay, I'm going to have to intervene here, lest this ship finds her demise. Yeah, I don't care if you break your engine. Slow down! Yeah, you're definitely going to get hit. I thought that they would be a bit faster to reverse speed. Or reverse engines, but sadly no joy. This Nashi DD, we haven't hit him at all. Okay, if you go steady, you should be safe. But I'm not sure if you're going to be succumbing to that flooding that you've taken. 23% is pretty bad. At least we're getting some damage in on their DD. And now, well, are these things sporting a hydrophone? They are not. They are getting depth charges. But there are no submarines, so the depth charges themselves are a bit moot. Okay, this whole division. Torpedo the battleship if you get an opportunity to do so. Okay, the Colin is safe-ish. There. Got torpedoes away against the key. The Nashi has detected the torpedo threat. Oh, Lauren just also launched her torps. Right in front of the Nashi. Ha! Okay, well yeah, it's possible, I guess. Wouldn't be my first choice, but they have been ordered to attack the key. Oh, somebody else kind of fluffed their launch. Who was that? Was that Bearborn? No. Boom. Who is launching all of these torps? Oh, it's you! Do you just discount the fact that there's a friendly sailing directly into the path of those torps? Because I would think that that's fairly relevant information. Okay, the Isanami is down. The key is still well on course to meet her torpedoes. The Empress should be fine. I'm gonna reverse engines anyway. And I'll probably still get hit by the torp from the Mohammedi. Well, if I... Yeah, no, this thing's fast enough. She'll be fine. Key is now aware of her impending doom. And gets hit once. Twice. Ooh, with an ammo detonation at that. And those just turn into a dud. Not a bad result so far. That thing has taken a heck of a lot of damage. But is all that flooding going to be enough to sink her? She's listing to starboard a bit. Otherwise the ship seems fine. I was noticing as I'm recording this that the animations were a bit choppy. Like some frame rate loss. Ooh. Ooh, juicy. It turns out I still had my editing program open. I closed that, so I hope that there's no further frame rate issues. But if you are noticing anything, apologies for that. Okay, so we have the Bearborn and the KG. You are loading. Yeah, okay. These guys... If only you could just grab all of them and throw them into one division. That would make my life a bit easier. You can also rejoin. Don't torpedo anybody. Battleship's trying to fall back. 25,000 ton displacement. 23 for the battlecruiser. Huh. I was actually expecting the battlecruiser to be a little bigger. Other options. Bulkheads, so flooding is an option. Forward right offset. Look at that. 0.4. That's actually really good. Oh. This is looking good. The Akushi has to make a choice. Slow down or dodge. And it looks like they're not slowing down and sailing right into the torpedo. There it is. Yakushi taking on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections of flooding. Very good. I have taken 60,000 points of damage myself. From supposedly eating 7 torpedoes. Oh. Fucking friendlies. Like, with friends like these, who needs enemies? That was the David that took 6 torpedoes. What the hell? And you? You actually took a torpedo from something else. But that was the 7th torpedo. Yeah, so at least we have all torpedoes accounted for. It's just that 6 of those were launched by my own ships. And you got hit by a fucking DD? Oh, it must have been a torpedo that sailed right through the division and ended up hitting the Emmanuel. Bloody hell. This is why I tend to prefer smaller engagements, because it's just a bit more manageable. It is a bit easier to keep an overview of who's going where and shooting what. All of you, eliminate that battle cruiser. Use armor piercing. It's nice and broadside. We should be able to make some progress on sinking her. The Yakushi is dealing with all sorts of issues. And the Key, half flooded. No further main gun ammo. Did you get your ammo destroyed? Oh, right. Yeah, you had an ammo detonation. So I suspect that you have no more ammo. And that makes you a 8.2-inch gun cruiser now. Ooh, flash fires. Galore. Welcome back to the oceans, Japan. You're gonna stay on these oceans, just not quite the way that you'd be hoping. Get some of these CAs involved. I don't really trust my DDs or my light cruisers at the moment not to torpedo my own ships. So I'm not gonna bring them back in. Owen Perez having done 10k. That's actually pretty good. Not at all disappointed with these ships. The game already considers them to be outdated. I cannot build these anymore. Well, I cannot properly refit them anymore because the game also considers these turrets to have been now grown. They're bigger than what they used to be. And they don't fit on the ship anymore. So I'm slowly but steadily trying to replace the ships that I have. Did you just get torpedoed again? By a heavy cruiser. Hold on. Oh, it might have been one of these gentlemen that did that. Anyway, that leaves just one battleship. The Key. And it looks like she's not going to be around for very much longer. She's getting peppered from every direction. Her 4-inchers are doing as much as they can. But really, the ship has done nothing. She has been unable to use her main batteries to hit anything, despite having a trained crew. She only has Quinson's rangefinder 1. She's using Krupp 1 armor. She's using turbines. I'd say the Japanese are fairly desperately behind in their designs of ships. It is not going to go well for them. And that could... It could just immediately cause a peace treaty to go into effect, or at least request a peace treaty, which I will reject. I'm a little busy invading the place. Yep, there it is. We are going to fight to the end. I am not interested in getting these guys a peace treaty and an easy way out. Now, did you mention, or I mentioned that little place that the Germans have, Kiao Bay. I have, well, they have 384,000 men defending the place. That's not really going to be enough when I walk in with 11 million. Welcome to the might of China. If you are connected to my mainland, and especially one of my core provinces, you are going to be in for a rough time. I am actually interested now in declaring war with the Russians, because I might be able to start taking provinces off of them. It is all going to come down to what the RNG-esque thing does in regards to whether or not the invasion goes through. As for this one, we do have the tonnage, so it should be going through, and it gives me South Hokkaido. That might be the stepping stone to North Hokkaido, and we might eventually end up eliminating the Japanese. Now, as I mentioned, a couple of my ships are getting a bit outdated. One of those is the Jinzhou-class destroyer that I have. It is, well, capable, as it has shown, but it is showing its age. So I think it's time to start building a new destroyer. Ideally, something not too cheap, or sorry, not too expensive. I want it to be a ship that can be numerous, a ship that, well, thankfully, due to BrotherMunro's mod, does not need to do a whole lot of tasks. Like, it does not need to hunt submarines, it does not need to sweep mines. All of these things are no longer required, so we can focus a bit more on a core task, which, as far as I'm concerned, should be torpedoing the enemy. As for naming this thing, it's going to be the E46. One of my patrons. And let's see. We get the small tower refit number 4. Which ironically is too big for the ship. A lot of good that'll do us. I guess we're going to have to increase the beam. And then we're instantly over the displacement that a destroyer is allowed to have. Like, what is this tower about? Why do I have access to that tower if I can't possibly fit it on this ship? What good are... Yeah, right. What good are you? Fine. It's going to be a fat destroyer. I don't like that. Because fat destroyers also tend to be a bit slower. Whereas I would like these things to be interceptors. I want them to be faster, not slower. Come on, are you still too heavy? Here. 60, 99. Perfect. With all of this draft that I have now kind of reduced, I am also going to have to try and do a lot of engine efficiency to get my range back up. Come on. Here we go. 178. Make it forced. And now we're at 9,000 kilometers again. Good. Orcs. Make it survivable. And yeah, I got a radio on there. I got a stereoscope. Well, stereoscopic's more for long range, which a destroyer generally will not be able to do. Because it doesn't get to long range. Let's make sure it gets better acceleration. And now I almost have no displacement left. Give me a rear tower. I have 5-inch Mark 3. That's not bad. 4-inch Mark 4. That's a nice weapon system. Let's put that on there. And we get access to triple torpedo launchers. Which actually have really good firing arcs as well. Can I get... I don't have a secondary tower barbette, right? We got an armed tower. How armed is armed? Of course it can't fit that. It can fit a 3-incher. Unacceptable. Nope. Let's see, where do I want the second gun? Because I would like to have another weapon system. I mean, a torpedo, yes, is a weapon system, but I mean... I want to have another turret. This is going to be a very tight fit. Not sure if that'll rotate. I'm assuming it will not. Let's put a 4-incher there. How expensive was the previous DD class? 11 million. We're looking at double that. Lovely. Maintenance? 400, let's say 500k a month. Versus... $1 million a month. Yes. Okay. Maybe I'm gonna have to forgo that second gun. And just use light cruisers to hunt down enemy destroyers. Because... I would like to have a very torpedo-capable destroyer. Like this. Let's say 22-inch standard torpedoes. Because it's getting real pricey. Reduce it to 32 knots. That's a little better. Can we make it smaller? Yes. Saves a bit of money. Let's improve steering. Armor-wise, I'm not really too fussed about it. Put this farther out. Space this out. Give this thing a bit better firing arc. There we go. I'm not going to use this to intercept destroyers. It's just going to be there to deal with enemy warships and shoot them with a torpedo or 2. Or 6. These are 6 22-inch torpedoes that will hit hard. And they got a good range of 9.8. Which, considering the last engagement, puts me just outside of the range of at least 4-inch secondaries. Or, well, sort of. Because some ships might have some slightly better range on their secondaries. We just get balanced boilers? No, that doesn't matter. Remove the auxiliary engine. It's tough to save all this weight. 10 tons. And it's because of the beam. If you make a ship wider, it's going to have to work harder in order to propel itself through the water. And that's exactly what you're seeing right here. I don't need my turrets to rotate extremely quickly because I only have one. Turret rotation, 7 degrees per second, that's fine. Okay, so we went from 11 million to about 20 million with an operating cost of about 900,000 a month. That's fine. This thing is going to do what I need it to do. It's going to torpedo enemy battleships, it's going to mess up enemy formations, and ideally do that from the safety of being outside the range of the enemy ships. Now, I do have a fair few of these destroyers, the Genziles, so we're now going to order a couple of these E64s. Considering that they take probably 7 months to build. Yeah, 7 months. I'm going to just order a bunch. And yes, I am way over budget, so let's reduce research a bit. And that'll last me a while. So, good progress has been made. The Japanese Navy has been fully neutralized. And their army logistics is dropping like a brick. And this is kind of what I'm hoping to achieve. Because with a low army logistics, my invasion should have a higher chance of going through. But whether that is actually so, we'll just have to see as it goes along. Hope you guys enjoyed the battle. Sorry about some of the misfires. And, well, let's see about these... let's see about these German warships in the next episode. More intrigue coming up.
The winds of war blow fiercely across the seas, stirring up chaos and uncertainty in their wake. While the distant rumblings of conflict between the Germans, Austro-Hungarians, and the re-emerging Japanese Empire command the attention of the world, my focus remains firmly fixed on the more immediate threats that lie closer to home. For even as the specter of foreign powers looms large on the horizon, it is the shadow of the Koreans that darkens our doorstep. With their land almost completely subdued by our advancing forces, they have resorted to desperate measures, rallying their remaining fleet to stand as a final barrier to our ambitions. We have made great strides in our campaign to conquer the Korean Peninsula, our forces driving deep into enemy territory with a relentless determination born of necessity. Yet, as we stand on the brink of victory, a new adversary rises to meet us, a Korean fleet determined to thwart our ambitions and protect their homeland from our grasp. It is a challenge we cannot afford to ignore, for with the German and Austro-Hungarian fleets closing in, our attention must be focused squarely on the task at hand. The Koreans must be dealt with swiftly and decisively. And so, as the drums of war beat ever louder and the fires of conflict rage across distant shores, I steel myself for the task ahead, for the battle that looms on the horizon. For I am Admiral Vu Xang, and though the world may tremble at the sight of our enemy's fleets, I will not rest until victory is ours, until the banners of China fly triumphant over the lands we have conquered.
Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome back to the Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts campaign versus Japan. The situation is really interesting at the moment as I'm currently fighting South Korea. I didn't know this was a factor. I didn't know this was a thing. They apparently ordered 4 copies of the Ducadol stuff from, I guess, Italy. These guys are 10,000-ton cruisers, armed with a couple of 6.2s and a lot of secondaries. That's 24 3.4s. It's like they've been taking classes from my channel. There's also some other cruisers with fairly unusual names. Heavy Cruiser 1654, Heavy Cruiser 2089. I'm not sure if these guys are just randomly ordering ships from all over, or if they're adopting some sort of cybernetic designation for their ships. It doesn't really matter. They're going to face their worst enemy. Me and my fleet. Because while I have a couple of destroyers armed with torpedo launchers, I also have the Enigma-class. This is the Enigma Hun itself. We have the Gosrith, we have the Deathmaster Snikch. Sorry. This is one of the older battleships, but this is that galley. 28 3.9s. Let's see how you like them apples. Here they are. Aren't they beautiful? It's a really weird ship. Like, it has a couple of 13-inchers all over the deck. And then below decks, we have secondaries for days. The challenge is going to be positioning this ship, because this ship has to be broadside in order to make all of those 3.9s actually do something useful. Range is pretty good, so that shouldn't be that much of a concern, but getting there, that's the concern. Now, we also have a couple of the DDs. We have 4 DDs on the port side, we have 4 DDs on the right side. This is the Angelus, the Mrutham, the Tony, we got the Hooded Horse and the David Gray light cruisers, heavy cruisers. I also have the Cory Stone, which is one of the new battle cruisers. It is, again, a fairly unorthodox design. It has a triple barrel set on the port and starboard side, but it does seem like they have a bit of an issue turning the turret, because they're kind of turning into each other. So these two turrets might not be that efficient, and I might need to change that design as a whole. As for the other ship, this is one of the old battleships, but I do keep these things up to date, and with that they should be really quite capable. Now I'm going to start turning these big battleships broadside and get ready to inflict serious damage using all of those secondaries. The enemy is steaming directly for me, and I'm thinking of just launching a whole lot of torpedoes at them before they do the same thing to me, which, considering their current position, is really very likely. I'm not even sure these guys... Yeah, they got hydro. I'm going to put these on torpedo avoidance, because there's a lot of ships going around, and I probably will not be able to maneuver all of my ships in time to dodge everything they throw at me. Now, my crews are trained. I did see that these crews are not. I saw a couple of cadet level crews. This has to be their heavy cruiser, armed with a couple of 10s. And then 16 5-inchers. Ship's already on fire, but other than that, not that much. Oh. Oh boy. This is going to be a torpedo trading. Are you potentially involved in that little play? You got a bow torpedo launcher? And then another one on the stern? What the hell? Like, this is, again, a ship... Oh, and they got 2 on the stern, actually. Sitting right in the middle of those lifeboats. This is, again, a destroyer that I would build. It's weird. It's almost like I'm facing myself. Cast Outlaw. I would highly encourage you to start changing course, lest you find yourself at the middle of that torpedo pack. These guys are set to avoid torpedoes. Oh, they're fine. The Alan Cooper, however, that remains to be seen. Now, I'm kind of happy that I am actually getting all my destroyers torpedoed much rather than all my capital ships. There goes the Alan Cooper. That's 99,000 points of damage? Yeah, no wonder, you're toast. I am more interested at the moment in all the broadsides going off. We're getting respectable accuracy here. 21%, 100% with the 13-inchers? And still we cannot pen? And we're getting an okay level of accuracy with those 3.9s. Look at that. That's the stuff. Are we actually doing any damage? No. Sadly not. But they are going to have to swerve a lot if they want to avoid all the torpedoes that I sent them. What are you doing over here, Madison? You are living a very interesting lifestyle. Try to come around. Are we going to hit? Yes. Now, considering how deadly these torpedoes are, that's most likely going to be the end of that heavy cruiser. We have a couple more sailing into the other heavy cruiser there. The other DDs here Why not? Ooh, the Angelus has taken massive damage. See if I can save this DD. Try to retreat. You are going to torpedo this ship. You're going to torpedo that one. You, my friend, are going to torpedo that one. Let's see if this is going to work out. If you are, by the way, unfamiliar with how I do this, you click one ship. You hold, in this case, Control, Shift, and Alt. And that means I'm going to be targeting this particular ship with torpedoes, but only using the torpedo launchers of, in this case, the Tony. The same for the Mrutham over there. So this way I have targets set there, there, and there, as opposed to sending one big torpedo salvo against this poor light cruiser, which really doesn't need it. By some miracle here, the Madison had like a 1 kilometer approach against both the light cruiser and a 1.3 against the heavy, and it's still here. But there are torpedoes going back and forth. It's a madhouse. As for the other DDs, well, we only lost the Cooper. The Cast Outlaw and the Malahawk are fine. I mean, yes, sure, they're still dodging. But outside of that, they're actually doing quite well. What happened to you, my friend? Oh, just a couple of 4-inch hits. Not even a torpedo. Could have been a lot worse then. Alright, that is... You dodged it? Oh, there goes the Angelus. Yeah. And they launch... Holy shit, dude. Are you just betraying your ally here, or what? Are you this hell-bent on trying to torpedo my battleships? Weird shit's going on here. Yeah, they just torpedoed their ally. Good work. Ooh! That was one from... Perhaps the Madison? Jesus Christ, what happened to you? 13-inch guns. That was the Enigma hunt going off. And the Gosrith is suddenly sitting on 17,000 points of damage. Holy shit, dude. There goes the Duke of Ulster, or well, one of them. There's plenty more of them, so I'm sure they can miss one. CA group. Pay attention and dodge torps. There goes the Shamos. Wow. These 13.3s are doing damage. I'm not so sure about the the 3-inchers. They look good, but they do jack shit. Look at that. It's just pew pew and nothing actually pens. How much armor you got, Duke of Ulster? Yeah, that's a bit much. Considering that this thing has an aft belt and a fore belt that is 3.5 to almost 6. That is a bit much for these poor 3.9s to chew up. We're gonna switch fire to the DDs, preferably before they happen to reload. Gosrith, you know what to do. Because this is kind of what these things are designed to take out. The real question is, can I do that before the DD actually is able to reload? Which, considering this one tube reloads pretty quick, that might be a bit of a stretch. But here we go. Yes, 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 this is what we're here for. That DD is taking some serious flooding. I've only been hurting this DD using the... yeah, mostly using the 3-inchers. Yeah, against the DD, this level of armament is fantastic. The moment that you start engaging anything that has armor, you're just kind of wasting torps. Well, shells. Did you actually launch? You did. Okay, you hit nothing. You hit nothing. You hit nothing. Okay, it's fine. I'm going to pull these guys off the line so I don't have to worry about them anymore. This heavy cruiser and light cruiser group is fine. Currently punishing the last of their heavies. There are torpedoes now potentially looking to interact with my own ships. Madison, I'm not sure what your issue is, but I would recommend you speed the shit up. Oh, good lord, you got lucky there, my friend. You try turning your ship off and back on again? The Madison is not particularly flooded. She has an operational funnel. She's supposed to be able to do 32 knots. But she's only slowing down. She's not dodging torpedoes. She's not part of any formation. She's just... This is a good place to be as any. Okay. I think we took out all of the DDs on their part. Yeah, there goes the 324, and there's the 1428, sorry, 1482, leaving just the last of the Ducadostas. Well, South Korea, that teaches you not to import trash cruisers from Italy. I hope you have learned your lesson. Oh, incoming, no, outbound torpedo. So that was a good effective battle. But I'm surprised I'm fighting the South Koreans. Well, the Koreans at all. Nice amount of victory points, but who are they allied with? Because at this point, I am fighting not just the Japanese. If these guys... Oh, right. I went to war with Italy. And as such, probably their ally, South Korea, has decided that they want to fight me. Like, really? What? I know I'm also at war with Austria-Hungary, but why is there one Austro-Hungarian destroyer out here in Japan? Let's auto-resolve this. What? You did light damage to a battleship, you did heavy damage to a light cruiser, medium damage to a light cruiser, heavy damage to a DD, and light damage to another? What the fuck, dude? You got 2 torpedo launchers and you got cadets. Auto-resolve is not particularly friendly here. Damn. Okay, I'm fighting in various locations. We had the battle over North Hokkaido, which is over there. We got the Battle of Northwest Korea, which seems to be going quite well. And we got the Battle of Southwest Korea, which is not going that well. Oh, and they want me to spend another 281,000 tons somewhere. Sorry, I don't have a navy that big. Okay, so, let me catch you up. I'm at war with Germany, which somehow I've scored 13,000 points against. I'm at war with the Italians. I am at war with the Austro-Hungarians. And I'm at war with the Japanese. Hold on, is South Korea or the Korean Empire... They're allied with Austria-Hungary? But I just scored a fuck ton of points and they got attributed to the Japanese. Or rather, my fight against the Japanese. This makes no sense. Those victory points should have gone in this war. Let's say in this bucket. Not there. I don't particularly mind, but it's not what I expected. Why is there a Japanese ship here? 1 destroyer. Okay, just call me back when there's more going on. This is not going well. We have an 11% chance to succeed. That's pretty awful. Over here I need even more. I need 185,000 tons. We have a German DD here. Oh, sorry, a CL. We got 2 German DDs over there. Like, guys, I'm a little busy. I do want this one to go through. I want to invest or invade North Hokkaido. It's not particularly valuable, but then I get both these islands, and it means I have 1 less perimeter issue to worry about. And the rest of the fleet is just, you know, they're kind of tied up. I'm not sure if these are considered inside the bubble. I don't think so. No, these are. This is 136,000 tons, so I got 164 over here. Let's reinvest those and go after Southwest Korea, which is valuable. And I'm very curious to see where the rest of the chips are going to fall down, because it looks like there are all sorts of interested parties hunting my ships. Let them hunt. As for further fleet developments, I have already completed that new flight of DDs. There are still a couple of names open, so if you are considering getting your name into the game, well, you can turn into a DD. I'm still building some ships for other nations, in this case... no, actually for myself. This is more DDs and another battlecruiser. And, well, I still have money left to burn. Let's increase the size of the shipyard. Not because I'm particularly hell-bent on going for 98,000 tons, but it also increases my shipbuilding capacity. And that is very interesting. As for research, not too much worthy of note. Yeah, we got a new Dreadnought hull, I guess. As for destroyers, yeah, we're gonna get a new destroyer eventually. Big guns-wise, we're researching the Mark II 16s. We're getting the Mark IV 6. That's pretty good. It's a nice weapon. And it feels like we're still fairly early in the whole game. We're working on torpedo size 24-inch torpedoes. I guess we kind of skipped the 23-inch for no apparent reason. And torpedo propulsion, well, that's going to take a while. Steam gas torpedoes, yeah, that'll be a while. So, we're making good progress. Our campaign against the Japanese is going well. It's just that we have a little bit of static on the line from all other sorts of nations. It's their loss, because, for example, Germany, they have some territory to lose. Unfortunately, they're probably a little tied up over in Europe to try and send me their own ships. So, yeah, you might see the occasional light cruiser, you might see the occasional DD, but outside of that, I'm not really expecting to see a battleship float all the way up here. And if it does, well, we're prepared. 1 month later, and we have yet another interested party. The United States and myself are now on a war footing. Okay. This is going to be all sorts of interesting now. I mean, it was fairly interesting before, but it's going to get all sorts of interesting now. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, we got North Hokkaido. Excellent. Russia is getting control of Oman. US gets Cuba. We're still invading in Southwest Korea. And now that I have the second fleet there, my chances to complete this invasion have jumped. We are getting a little bit of a problem over here in Northwest Korea, so I'm going to have to send the rest of the fleet over there. Constantly ping-ponging tonnage around. What's the US got here? They got a DD, they have a heavy cruiser, and they have Formosa. That is very valuable. Shame if something happened to their little island. Shame, shame, shame. Unfortunately, I'm a little tied up here. I want to complete these invasions first, before I'm going to be investing in Formosa, although arguably, like if I lose North Korea or Northwest Korea, there's a fairly good chance that it'll get invested or invaded by Southeast Korea, which is mine. So I might be able to retask the fleet to head to Formosa. The US also has the Western Philippines, which is even more valuable. 3 billion. East Philippines, 2.4 billion. I think it's time to send some more ships to the Philippine Sea. So let's send these guys over here first. Let's have a nice little look at Manila. As for these US ships, they don't seem to have much. What's their fleet consisting of? They have 82 ships, but largely destroyer fleet. Like more than half is their destroyers. So their capital ships, I'm not too concerned about. Their tech is average. Of course, the British are very advanced. I believe that mine is average, although sometimes it's lagging and it says I'm behind, but it's largely nonsense. Let's get another battleship out there, another one of the Enigma Huns, because it's doing good work. These things take a while to build, so every now and then I just order one and wait for it to get completed. As for my relationship with Russia, this is something I need to keep an eye on, but so far it seems to be pretty good. I'm not at all concerned about going to war with Russia. I'm I'm almost in an alliance with the French and the Russians and the Spanish. Are the British even fighting anybody? No. Wow, okay, interesting. For once, the British aren't actually fighting anybody. At least the Japanese won't really be a threat. They got 1 DD. They're building another 28 ships with a naval budget of 1.1 billion a year. Tell me how that works. Mine's 10 times the size. But I'm, well, not even that big of a player. Because if you look at, for example, France, we're looking at 24 billion. The US has 39 billion. The British actually don't have that much. They got 16 billion. So defeating the US would be very interesting. In line with the enemy of my enemy is now my friend, I am now in alliance with the French. This is going to be very useful, because it means I don't have to also worry about the French ships eventually turning hostile. I can just work on these guys that I'm currently at war with. Speaking of, the Americans have arrived. They have their Washington heavy cruiser of the Washington class, armed with a couple of 10s, a bunch of secondaries, light cruiser, cabo. That is a lot of 3.2s. That is a lot of 3.2s. I got a lot of 2.9s, but I also have 13-inch guns, which is far larger than anything they're sporting. And these guys are scary. 32 knots, but also a torpedo loadout that's going to make the Aurora dance around a lot. I hope that I can nail these guys before they become a threat, because these Izzard-class destroyers, well, that's a torpedo spammer, and I'm not very interested in trying to dodge all of those. Let's have a fight. Here we go. Aura opening up. Her 13-inchers firing the first shot of this battle. And, well, the Americans are definitely going to have to close the distance a lot if they want to get into range, because their 10.3s only have a range of 12. So I'm not very concerned about these guys getting able to launch anything of a 10-inch shell at me. I have told my destroyers to start screening for the Aura, making sure that I don't get torpedoed. I'm not actually sure if that's what they're doing, because they seem to be rather behind. They're only doing 23 knots. Okay. Ah, there's the trouble. There's the danger. Okay, change formation, line ahead. I want to start screening against these DDs, because this is dangerous shit. If these DDs get too close, they will launch 11 torpedoes in my general direction. That is very helpful. And that is going to cause all sorts of dodging maneuvers. Look at how far that bridge is far forward. They got 3, 3, 3. I thought they had some more launchers. They had 11, right? Ah, sight mounts. 2 single sight mounts. Yep. Okay, so that thing can throw out 10 torpedoes in a broadside. That is not particularly funny. I'm going to target this with the mains, and everything else is going to target that. Did I do it right? Yeah. So these secondaries, the 8s are already opening up, and of course with the torpedoes having potentially pretty good range, I might, yeah, 8 kilometers, I might already be in range. My torpedoes range 9.8. Let's just torpedo these guys. Because I'm much more concerned about their ability to torpedo me than my ability to deal with a heavy cruiser. Like, that really shouldn't be that much of a deal. Okay, Maximus launched. Andrew Robinson has not launched, but the Vu Xang has launched. Alright, ceasefire. Range, 8 kilometers out from the DDs now. These guys are equipped with a hydrophone, so they should see a torpedo before it actually becomes a threat. Although, as BrotherMunro has pointed out in the previous video, ships don't necessarily turn as well as you might imagine. They take a bit more time to... Holy shit! They take a bit more time to turn. What the hell, dude? You did 95,000 points of damage against the DD? What? Yeah, that's a thing. Okay. And now my DDs are punishing their DD. So by the time that it actually moves into torpedo range, the torpedoes won't be anywhere near that. This is actually turning into a slaughter. I was worried I was going to have to dodge a lot of torps, but we're not anywhere near that problem. They're definitely not in range yet. And the Aura is engaging. This much firepower, that ship's gone. Now, are you, my heavy cruiser friend, packing torpedoes? You are, 7 kilometers out. Okay. I can now get a little bit more aggressive, which should also boost my accuracy. And I'm all about the accuracy, because this ship doesn't have that much of a main battery. It has 6 13-inch barrels, And that's it. Can you actually damage me? You can. Superstructure is vulnerable. Alright, that's fair enough. I think, however, that I can damage you a lot more. There's the Washington. What's your armor scheme like? Not that good. Not that good. Aft deck is vulnerable. Superstructure is vulnerable. But main 4, aft, belt, those are pretty heavily armored. It's 8 inches. We're looking at, what, 10 kilometer range? So I can pen... I should be able to pen that. Go AP. And this is their light cruiser. Torpedo danger at 8.5 clicks. Alright. These guys should be, yeah, about halfway through their reload right now. That's fine. Accuracy still leaves something to be desired by the looks of it. Ooh, grouping is phenomenal though. If only it was actually on the target. These 8-inchers, I'm not too concerned with. Like, I don't think they can pen the Washington, so let's go for the other cruiser that they still have lying around. I'm really hoping that the US turns up with a bigger fleet. I want to fight the US a bit more than just this little skirmish. Let's push in. By the time that we get there, you guys should be ready. Because your reload is 933 seconds, so that's about 15 minutes and change. And we're already well through the cycle. Range is now 7.3. And you had torpedoes out to 7. You had torpedoes out to 8.5. But most likely bow launchers, port starboard launchers, not single launchers. Like, let's say torpedo turrets, you don't have those. Cabo, yeah, almost no armor. So I'm sticking to my call that the Aura's 8-inchers should be able to deal... There it is. Should be able to deal damage to the light cruiser. And they very much are. The Washington's a bit of a different story. My 13s, as for now, have been struggling again. Well... Never mind. Never mind. DDs, smoke, and disengage. There goes the Washington. That means the 13-inchers are now very much free to engage a lightly skinned light cruiser. And there's a torpedo. What? Oh, you idiot. The Washington hit the Cabo. And that is causing a bunch of flooding. Who needs enemies if you got friends like those? Now, I'm not sure if I need to attribute that to the mod. Or if I need to attribute that to the game. Like the base code of the game, where it just seems to be completely... Well, not giving a shit about whether or not to launch a torpedo if there's a friendly in the way. Come on. Expected better. The way that the torpedoes just fly every which way and then end up hitting a friendly, it happens too often. Oh, you just launched against the Aura. Increase the flank speed. Come on, sink it. That's more like it. Flooding in the bow. How many torps did you send my way? Oh, but the battle's going to be over before the torps get here. Perfect. So that's our first little skirmish with the Americans. May it be the first of many, because I'm very interested in taking many more of these guys down. 10,000 victory points is not nearly enough. I'm going to get a whole lot more before we end this war. Now, of course, if you're at war in a situation like this, you will take losses. So my transport ships are already getting targeted in Southeast Asia, East Asia, but so are the American ships and the Austro-Hungarians. So this does mean that these guys are very much at risk, and I might be able to hunt down more ships. I'm not sure how I'm losing ships over in East Asia. I mean, I understand in Northeast Asia because I barely have any power projection there, and it's probably the Japanese that are taking my ships down. But here? I don't know. Anyway, let's go and invade. That's what we're here for. Naval invasion. West Philippines. 106,000 tons. Our fleet is 136, so we should be... I mean, we're going to be over, but not by much. Which could be a bit of a problem. Oh, we're going to have a DD skirmish? I like it. 1 DD and 2 transports. Let's go. Now this fight is interesting because I only have 1 gun. Right? I got 1 4-incher and that's all I can use against this DD. If I'm not intentionally going to be throwing torpedoes their way, which I will not. Because my chance of hitting a DD with a set of torpedoes is not spectacular. It is possible. I mean, even DDs take longer to turn around. And Hydro isn't as reliable, but I'm here for the transports. These DDs? Well, it's that new destroyer class, the E64. And they're not exactly designed to take on the enemy in a role as it currently is. It's supposed to be a ship that does a torpedo run at a target and then disengages. So I'm not particularly enamored with the fact that it now has to fight an enemy destroyer straight up, because it really doesn't do that very well. Also, armor is very much lacking on this ship. These guys are just not designed to take on the enemy. My torpedo range is what, 9-8? I'm trying to provoke the enemy into launching their torpedoes. But so far, they don't seem to be very interested in that. They are looking my way. What you got? You got 3 4-inchers and a 1.7, so you massively outgun me. I'm here for the transports. I'm here for the transports, but I have multiple launchers. Hold up. Are you equipped with a hydrophone? You are. My torpedoes are not fast. Okay. The reason why I'm considering launching torpedoes now is because I have a reload. I can reload the torpedoes and go after the target again. Oh, there's their torps. What the hell? I detected, and so did they. That isn't anywhere near me. But it looks like the Wakatake might very well be perfectly capable of dodging. Look at that. That's not exactly a threat. Okay, so that didn't work out. Although they are... What? You saw that and you decided just to sail right into it? And once again, you can kind of see the glorious damage saturation mechanic at work. Because this destroyer took a, what, 22-inch? Yeah, 22-inch torpedo to the face. And said, ha! Thank you for the 54,000 points of damage. I'm going to be taking a little bit of flooding, and otherwise I'm fine. Crew members that have died? 7. Yes. I would be very much interested in seeing this game drop the magic torpedo reduction that the destroyers have. Because I think it's doing the game no favors. It's just weird that DDs have this magical ability to just shrug off damage. Especially that from torpedoes. It's weird. At the very least, though, I should have slowed the Wakatake down a bit. 30 knots. 29 knots. Speeding up again. Smoke up. I can't shoot. This thing is probably half the price that I'm paying for it. 18... Well, it's not nearly. 18 million versus 20 million. Mine's slightly more expensive. Oh, please don't damage my torpedo launcher. And these guys are also packing 2 4.3s. Dude, that's more firepower than I have. Go HE. At the very least, we know that these things are not armored. Come on. Damn it. I'd love to get this destroyer off my back. But with one gun, I'm kind of concerned about whether or not I'll be able to do that. Well, maybe if I cross in front of it, because it's only got 1.7-inch gun on the bow. No, that's a 4-incher. What type? Mark 3. I got the Mark 4s. Okay, fine. Starboard turn. Drop some speed. At least this turret's a free spinner, so I'm fairly quickly able to reacquire the target. It's just that accuracy... Well, accuracy is pretty good against this DD. Boom. Boom. Ow. Get it! Ow, ow, ow. My torpedo launchers are gone. Ow. Wafa's falling apart. Go armor piercing. More holes in this ship. Fast. What? Oh, you're listing too much and your main gun's been destroyed. Yeah, that's the end of the Wafa. Unfortunate. Maybe I can still provoke this guy into going for a ram. But I doubt it. Okay, so that means that this ship is capable of launching torpedo attacks. As we've seen in the previous battle, sadly, it is not very good at doing a gun duel with another DD. For that, I might need a different ship class. This is one that the Japanese won fair and square. It's only 1,500 victory points, so I'm not that much concerned about this. I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate about the DD. Otherwise, fine. So, that leaves us with plenty of enemies to fight in the next couple of episodes. Be sure to join me for that one, because we're fighting the US, we're invading Manila, we are dealing with a couple of stray Austro-Hungarian ships, we're facing the Italians. There's a lot going around in Asia. And I hope to see you guys soon for the next episode. Thank you for watching, I'll see you soon for more.
Admiral's Log. The hour of reckoning has arrived, heralded by the ominous silhouette of the Italian fleet as it sails boldly into the Yellow Sea, a specter of doom looming on the horizon. 7 battleships, their steel hulls gleaming in the morning sun, stand as a formidable testament to the might of our adversaries, their escorts trailing in their wake like silent guardians of death. I have dreaded this moment, feared the day when the European forces would descend upon us, interfering with my plans against Japan. As I stand upon the deck of my flagship, watching the enemy approach with a heavy heart, I know that this is a battle we cannot afford to lose. With much of our fleet tied up in operations supporting our invasions on enemy shores, our resources are stretched thin, our defenses weakened. The Italian fleet knows this, senses our vulnerability like a predator scenting blood in the water, and they will not hesitate to exploit it to their advantage. We will fight tooth and nail to defend our homeland, to repel the invaders and send them fleeing back to the depths from whence they came. For though the odds may be stacked against us, though the road ahead may be fraught with peril, we will not falter. We will not yield.
Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome back to the Chinese campaign. The Chinese campaign was supposedly going to bring Japan to its knees, and it has. Then Japan came back, and then all sorts of weird and wonderful things started happening, and now I'm fighting a fleet of Italians. Yes, I don't know how we got here either. It's a sizable amount of battleships. They are pretty old ships as well. They're Enigma-class battleships. Now you can see the 1911 in their name, which means that these things have been refit in 1911. It is 1919 now. These ships have not seen maintenance in a long time. And potentially those 9-inch, yes, that's their primary weapon, and 10-inch guns are only directed by a really poor rangefinder. So they should not be that dangerous. As for the rest of their ships, it's a couple of heavy cruisers. They are packing some 7.5-inch guns. Light cruisers packing 6.1s. They're slow light cruisers as well. And a couple of DDs. I suspect these are, again, moderately refit, but about 9 years ago. So those torpedo launchers probably don't have the range. I only have one battleship. It's the Owen Perez of the UA5 battleship. Mine is also 1910. So my ship is just as old as theirs, older in some regards. I, however, do have the Alexander Oliveira and the Emmanuel K. These are battle cruisers with 13.3-inch guns. They not only are faster, but they also outrange the enemy. And that is something I expect to use to my advantage. My ships are also aided by a lot of heavy cruisers. These are ships that are quite capable with their 10-inch guns. Some of them are the 1910s, some of them are the 1914 refits. I have newer ships. I have newer designs, but I never got around to refitting them because I'm constantly invading here, there, and everywhere. So, as such, we're going to have to try and disrupt their torpedo, or their formation with a lot of torpedoes. I suspect that my destroyers, being definitely newer, 1914, have more range, and I'm going to exploit that advantage. Now, here again, the fleet. This is going to be a lot of stuff to manage. I'm going to be directing mostly the DDs and the battle cruisers. The heavies and the lights I'll keep as escort ships. That should make it a bit easier to figure out who's doing what. Now, Owen Perez has been fighting in previous encounters and has taken some damage. The battle cruisers, fortunately, slightly damaged, but very much capable. The enemy, with those 10-inch guns, I don't think they're going to have a lot of range. Yeah, 17 clicks. Okay, that's a bit more than expected. The real question is, what are they guided by? Are these things actually capable of sending those shells accurately onto targets? My suspicion is that they're not. Now, what I want to do is spread out my destroyers in 2 groups of 5 and get these guys into positions from where they can torpedo the enemy. So we're going to have a couple of these guys join the other fleet, or join the other group. So that is the Lorden and the Swindler. You guys are going to join Div 9. No, not Div 9. Where's the other DD Div? Oh, great. Okay, fine. Just the Lorden then. Lauren's going to join this line. You, my friend, are going to join the other line. And I've got 2 destroyer lines of 5. Getting these things in a decent position is going to take a bit of time, considering that we're just sailing in a couple of big battle lines. Now, the battle cruisers are a bit faster than the battleship, but not by that much. Having these things slow down would benefit my accuracy, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. It would also give my ships a bit more opportunity to fall into a position that's advantageous. So, the Owen Perez is going to start to turn port ever so slightly. As for the light cruisers, these things are, in essence, torpedo boats. You might not look it, but they do have torpedo launchers, although some of these are quite old. I don't have nearly as many torpedo launchers as I would have liked. So, yeah, okay, sorry, it's a different ship class that I was confusing them with, because I thought that I augmented some of these with a lot of port-side torpedo launchers. Sadly, I did not. Okay, so all light cruisers in one big formation. All the heavy cruisers in one big formation. You guys are going to set to... might as well screen the battleship, I guess. Have the battle cruisers join this group. Have the CLs screen the battleship as well. So that's the plan. Screen, eliminate, and torpedo. The game is already starting to stutter a bit, having to generate all the physics and animations for this many ships. I think we might have a spotting advantage here. Yeah, there we go. Now they spotted the battlecruiser. My torpedo range is 8.9. Those enemy ships are very numerous, and that actually kind of works to my advantage right now, because I will be able to bring more torpedoes to bear against them. And it's going to cost them a bit more time to try and get all those torpedoes, or to get all those ships realigned, in a sense that they'll be able to actually shoot, or at least try to get as many guns firing as possible, and I'll be able to disrupt the whole formation and blow some of them up. I don't even need to coordinate these torpedo attacks, not really, because right now I should be able just to outrange them a bit. Slow these guys down. Outrange them a bit with the torps. Yeah, let's eliminate this guy first, because it is a heavy cruiser and it is gonna cause issues for my destroyers. We need this one out of the way first, before I start losing the DDs, which I think might very well be my primary weapon in this engagement. Let's smoke up. Other DDs on the other side are approaching range at which they can become useful. This is their CA, armed with 7.5s. Okay, hold on, my dear light cruiser. You're a screening force for a battleship, but your battleship's 4 kilometers back. You're getting a bit aggressive. Oh great, they got a destroyer. That destroyer is in a bit of an unfortunate position, because I was really hoping that the destroyer would actually be on the other side, like there. So that my destroyers can torpedo these guys without really getting into trouble, or without getting my torpedoes detected early. Why are you guys all panicking? Could you kindly fall back in line? And can we pretty please do some damage? Yes, that's more like it. 12.2-inch guns. Dealing some serious damage. That's the stuff. Light cruisers, smoke yourself up. I'm going to save torpedoes, because I generally don't trust my ships. Having seen a couple of ships torpedo each other with spectacular results. Not all of them good. Here's the CA group. Here's the BB and BC group. 9 kilometers out. Now, my suspicion is that if I can eliminate the Italian fleet here, I can pretty quickly put an end to the war with the Italians. And I'm really not that interested in fighting the Italians, because they don't have anything here. And I am very much uninterested in trying to go after their colonies. Because that, I think, is part of what cost me the previous campaign. You see, the enemy had quite a lot of colonies back then, and I started just picking and pocketing colonies everywhere. And this led to trouble, because as I started collecting more and more colonies, I had to protect more and more transports, and I couldn't. There were too many transports for me to defend with the already stretched thin navy that I had at the time. So this meant I was unable to bring any of my ships into favorable positions and do all the protecting that I needed, which cost me the transports, cost me the economy, and we just went into a whole negative spiral there. Rel, you are about to take all sorts of damage, and they just won't turn. CAs, set to torpedo with void mode. What the fuck? Whose torps are these? Oh, good lord. You're torpedoing the heavy cruiser? It's the fucking... No, hold on. I don't understand where these torpedoes came from. Because it's not the Lucas, it's not any of the other CAs, it could be him. But that just wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense, because they came from over there. But I'm doing 32 knots, and these torpedoes are doing 20... Nah. My ships are fast, but they're not so fast that they outrun their own torpedoes. That would be a bit weird. Wait, you... I thought you were going to get your ass torpedoed. Guess not? Like I said, weird and wonderful things are happening. Torpedoes away, torpedoes away, torpedoes away. Okay, DDs, come back. And try not to die. The other DDs that I had parked over on the side should be able to come back in. Because there are more ships to engage. That is good damage against the Bolzano. Very good. That is some damage against my DDs. If you're here, you might as well torpedo the battleship. You just torpedoed the heavy cruiser? Really? God, this is turning into such a mess. It's not even with the heavy cruisers involved yet. I'm gonna just take control of the heavies, because I don't really trust them to do what I want them to do. Engage this, use HE. And for the love of God and my sanity, don't torpedo anything. How are we looking with the torpedo attack? In transit. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Jesus. I swear that I'm doing more damage to myself. But thankfully, we're not quite at that level yet. Look at the guy Shafir over here. Look at this guy. Pun intended. What is this clusterfuck? Much like myself, the AI doesn't know what's going on either. I don't know. There's torpedoes everywhere. Yep, let's just trade another torpedo, shall we now? Boom! 35,000 points of damage. Can you please, pretty please, return the favor? Set launchers to aggressive. No. You missed your window. I can't even explain why the CL is all the way over there. Because it's supposed to be part of that group. Oh well, okay. How are my capital ships doing? Pretty nicely, well away from the battle. Just slugging against the heavy cruiser. What boinked into my... Ow. Ow. There go my light cruisers again. Okay, just leave, if you will. Walls of skill should be arriving momentarily. How well are these things protected? Many bulkheads. Okay. Reinforced bulkheads, anti-flood, anti-torp 1. Ooh. It's dangerous, my friend. Considering the amount of torpedoes that are currently passing through. Unfortunately, the DDs over here can't actually launch. They're way too far away. And on top of that, they are also going to get detected by probably the Antonio. You don't have a hydrophone, do you? No. Dud? Come on. At least they're now open to attack. Chance to pen is 0? The whole broadside? What? You what? You put a fucking 20-inch belt on a battleship. Dude. That's new. Holy crap. Okay. New plan. Torpedo these ships. At least you took a torpedo now. Look at this thing. It might have a big armored belt, but it is definitely vulnerable to fire. And flash fires are going to only exacerbate the problem. You guys dodging torpedoes or what? You kind of are. Okay, actually, let's keep that on. Let's keep launching torpedoes as a secondary objective. I need you to eliminate the light cruisers, and like, if you have a shot, torpedo this. Oh, your rangers. You're right. That's what I get for not upgrading my cruisers. The torpedo range is only 3 kilometers. There's another flash fire. This ship should be dead. Structural integrity is only 0.7, and their buoyancy is... There we go. A bit of a problem. There are still plenty of these battle cruisers... Sorry, battleships around, though. Wait, what the hell? Oh, the damn change mechanic. Okay. Game is definitely stuttering a bit with everything that's going on. I don't want any of this change nonsense. They're definitely hating on the destroyers right now. Which I understand, because they're the biggest threat. But to start firing 10-inch shells at my DDs is arguably a bit much. It does, however, provide a very nice distraction for everything else. No tight formation, normal formation, auto torpedo. Well, no, not with capitals. Come on, we need to get rid of these. They're torpedo hazards for the capital ships. Get rid of them. The Bolzano is still hunting down my DD force. Shit. If I launch now, I might be in range. Okay, fine, launch it. Just go aggressive, dump these torpedoes into the water and back off. Torps, torps. Torps. Good enough. Get out. Still need you guys later. I'm intentionally launching a bouquet from various angles so that definitely a few of the torpedoes are going to start messing with the heavy cruiser and the battleships. That's the goal anyway. Okay, so the Tripoli went down. Focus fire on the Libya. Pick your own ammo. How armored is that? Good lord. You should be able to pen that, right? Yeah. AP shells should be able to go through that. Now, their battleships are definitely making my life very tough for the heavy cruisers, but thankfully these guys are heavily armored. 8.5-inch armor belt. And that should make it a bit more difficult for them to get rid of my heavy cruisers. Come on! Still another one on the way, but it looks like the Bolzano might dodge that. DDs, still 50 seconds from smoke. Uh-oh. Incoming torpedoes. Heavy cruisers should auto-dodge. There goes the Libya, finally. We're turning into one big formation here. Yeah, this is definitely not the most organized battle that I've done in a while. These things happen. Sometimes in the heat of battle, it just kind of get messed up. We got a torpedo potentially colliding with ship here. We got fish still moving towards the other battleships somewhat. There goes the Dearborn. This ship has just completely decided to give up. Come on, boys. No reason to give up now. You guys have torpedoes. What's the range? 6.6, so we're within torpedo range. Battleships. Battle cruisers only when you have a good solution. This heavy cruiser is getting in the way a bit. You're shooting what? No, dude. This, right here. These BBs have definitely taken a pounding. You took torpedoes, didn't you? You took 6? Okay, good man. Good man. Heavy cruisers are taking the pounding and continuing on their course. Can you smoke? Doesn't really matter, does it? You're gone. Alright. I need to stop with all this war waging and start refitting my ships. Because I am not really able to keep up this level of entertainment for a while. The constant damage that my ships are taking and the constant invasions means that they're definitely getting outdated. Not as outdated as the Italians, but outdated nonetheless. Torpedo in the water, not a threat. David Titus, however, would be in his rights to bug out. I hope I can keep some of these heavies alive. Might also be time to design a new heavy cruiser, because they're not bad ships, but they are old. And that hull is, well, I think I have better hulls at this point. Uh-oh. Manuel K is taking a lot of damage. Why is the Owen over there? Were you stuck behind a heavy cruiser? Is that it? Because that would be a bad spot. The Emmanuel is flooding very quickly. Try to fall back. Retreat. Italy's gonna owe me a lot of money after we're done with this. Try not to get torpedoed, Alexander. Increase the flank, you're gonna take it amidships, aren't you? Well. And it's a dud. Could have been a heck of a lot worse. Do you have a torpedo in your ass? You got a launcher on your stern, right? You do. Recommend you actually poop out a torpedo on your way out. More torps coming in. The battleship is almost down. The other ones are very much alive. CA group. The 38 tails needs to disengage. Retreat. There she goes. Owen Perez is also trading torpedoes now. What the fuck are you even shooting, dude? This, please. What the hell was that about? Chance to pen now is actually really good. Chance to pen me. Well, I'm also pretty fragile at this point. Everybody's at risk. How are my DDs doing? Oh, you're nicely like 20 kilometers out of the fight. Okay, fine. You're gonna retreat? You're too far away from this fight to ever make another impact. These other guys... I don't know, they might still be useful. Might still be useful, because there's still 3 more battleships out there. Emmanuel's retreating. Alexander's full health. Alexander, there's a battleship right here, dude. Owen, turn. No, you're fine. You're fine. Focus on this, turn back out. I want the heavy cruiser group focusing down this other battleship. Because they're definitely taking a lot of damage, and they just torpedoed the Owen again. But he's already in a turn, so we should be fine. You're flooding again. That's a lot of damage against the David. There's 3 battleships bearing down on you, you're done. I think this is the biggest fight we've had so far. I like it. Come on. Decommission this ship. The violent way. Wait, you launched a torp? Really? Oh, never mind. Chances of that actually hitting are relatively minor. Now, the San Giuseppe is flooding, badly burning, has lost a lot of her crew. The Sacralega is an entirely different story. I'm going to rush it with the ships here, with the heavy cruisers. Because it's a tough ship, but it's also an older ship. Many bulkheads, anti-torp 1, single hull bottom, reinforced head bulkheads 1, anti-flood 2. Oh shit, there goes the Owen. 38 tails sinks, yeah, that was to be expected. I'm gonna start flooding, and I'm gonna be dead here. Damn. Traded against the San Giuseppe. Emmanuel's almost already killed off. Alexander's running off. Doesn't really need to. Torpedo in the water. Should be fine. Should be fine. Yeah, we're gonna pass that. My biggest concern right now is that there's 2 full health battleships and a badly hurt one. That is going to be difficult to deal with. Torpedo away from Lucas Weinman. Come on, guys. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. We can still push these guys out of this area. Please don't dud. That's a good hit. That's their bow. That's a good hit. There is a chance that this thing is going to return the favor. But it does seem that their only torpedo launcher is reloading and they only got 1 torp left. 3 more torpedoes away from Lucas. Chances of connecting are slim to none. Well... no, they're fine. Torpedo out from the Excellent Gaming. Also doesn't look too good, but the ship definitely has issues. Finding itself stuck in the middle of a wolf pack of heavy cruisers. Now, I'm not intent on burning this thing down, letting the game auto-select their ammo. If I burn it down, fine. If not, we'll just have to punch a couple of holes in the sides and make it flood. We have options. I'm holding off on further torpedo launches because I might need those against the other gentlemen that are still out there. The other battleships. It's very interesting seeing an Italian Doomstack suddenly appear in the Asian theater, though. As far as I'm concerned, they don't really have a business being here. Beyond picking a fight specifically with me. And I don't really know what they're going to get out of it. Because the chance that they'll actually get territory is extremely limited. Because I simply wouldn't allow it. Target the Bolzano. Let the heavy cruisers deal with the battleship. You're 12% buoyancy now. Seven, 6, 5. Yeah, you're going down. Okay, prepare to engage the Bolzano, because that thing is definitely a threat now. Being armed with torpedoes and everything. Turn the guns around. Armor. Not as much. Should be able to make this thing flood out pretty quick. Conning tower damaged. Buoyancy limited. Structural integrity dropping quickly. There goes your conning tower. More flooding. Yeah, you're done for. The battleships are still closing. About 13 kilometers out. My DD group is retreating with the other one. About 17 clicks out. Let's push them in a little bit. What's happening here then? Oh, it's the Emmanuel K that's retreating. Okay, fine. Okay, heavy cruiser eliminated. Come around. Start dealing with the other guy. Alex, I want you to take out the Carlo. There will be no stragglers, there will be no survivors. The Italians came here to fight. Well, we gave them a fight. It definitely cost me some ships. But it cost them a lot more. And let's say I was planning on decommissioning some ships anyway. This is just not the way that I figured to go about it. Oh. CLs are still here? Surprising. Whatever's left of the CLs. Colin Donnelly is fighting her flooding with all she's got. I'm hoping to start aggroing these battleships with everything else now. They're still targeting the Emmanuel. Okay. BDs are back in the fight. Alright. Heavy cruisers, hard over. DDs, get ready. Drago Volante. All guns aimed at the heavy cruiser, probably the Lucas. Which is fine. It gives my DDs another opportunity to get a little closer before coming under murderous fire from all these secondaries. That battleship has to go down, but I don't want to waste a torpedo attack on it. Sadly, the DDs are in a pretty awful spot for a torpedo attack. Hello! Can you not? We're kind of sneaking up on these things. I would have loved to be behind or in front of them. Attack plan. You. Freaky chain. Come on, slow down. The freaky chain and the jock. You're going to engage this. You two, you're going to engage that. Off you go. I'm not sure why these guys continuously run into each other. Maybe they're still on that torpedo dodge maneuvering. Torpedoes. Away, away. Not sure why the stern launcher wasn't waking up. The Jock just launched their torps. Ooh, the Empress. She got her torpedoes away, but the whole ship's gone. Beerborn is underwater. I'm not sure why that ship is still registering as an active combatant then. Oh, there goes the Jock. Freaky chain, don't turn into the enemy. Turn out. Move away. This is really not the place for you to be right now. Okay, that last battleship is badly hurting. They have no more ammo for the 10-inchers. Possibly due to the fact that one of their turrets decided to fly off. Yeah, they got 4 and 6 shells, that's it. Okay. The Emmanuel has survived, that's excellent. And these guys are now going to be faced with a very torpedo-heavy issue. Lorden, if you want to live, don't do that. Don't do that. The heavy cruisers are also joining this fight, but their effectiveness is a bit limited as they only have AP ammo. Alright. Come on, maul these things with the torps. Missed? Missed? Missed everything? Yeah. There goes the Lord in 3. Okay. I guess that means we're gonna have to push in with torpedoes again. Not particularly a great prospect, but I have to take it out. Can you please finish up your business with the Carlo? I need you elsewhere. Josh Miller leading the charge yet again. The ship has probably come under a lot of fire. Look at that. 800 shells fired at her. Oh, Lucas Weinman. What happened to you? 10-inch shells happening to you repeatedly. Okay. Loose formation. I need you guys mobile. Lucas. And the excellent gaming. Disengage. Try to retreat. The other two. Let's keep going. Problem is, these guys are just as fast as I am, so catching them for a torpedo attack is a bit rough. The only thing I can hope for is that the flooding will slow them down just enough for me to get that torpedo in there. Good damage. 10-inch shell as well. Well, at short range, we should be able to get some work done with the 10-inchers. Not losing as much shell speed as the travel trajectory is shorter. Is my bow launcher malfunctioning or what? Yeah, it's been destroyed. Fine. Port side, starboard side still ready. Hard starboard. We're gonna pump this guy full with your port side torpedo launchers. The original pump and dump. Ken, your bow launcher is available. Alright, we're gonna split. You are gonna turn. Don't worry about dodging anything. You're gonna hold off. You're gonna continue on your course. Josh, hard to starboard with everything you got. Come on. Get those torps in there. This would be a phenomenal time to launch. And they just don't. Damn it. Okay, fine. Ken, if you get an opportunity, it's all yours. Torpedo turret launchers very, very slowly turning onto the target. If at all. What? Here. Target this. What the fuck? They're not even turning. This is a little frustrating. I mean, without torpedo launchers, I don't really have anything that these heavy cruisers can do against these ships. Ow. Are you done yet? Good lord, you're still not done? This thing has the firepower of a destroyer. Just sink it already. So both the Ken and the Josh refuse to launch? And that's with these things set to aggressive. And I don't believe that they did not have an opportunity to launch. They just refused to. Oh. One launch. Yes. Dud! No. Aquavolante is taking Ken for a good beating over here. Got no chance to pen. Ah, there, finally the Carlo's down. Alex, get over here. Josh still has a couple of torpedoes left. If only we would actually launch those and they wouldn't be duds. That would be much, much appreciated. Go on. Pressure him. Crew loss is not going to cause the kill here. Hold on, you torpedoed something? Yeah. Nice try, though. You actually did get a hit, it seems. Yeah, you did get a hit. That's a lot of flooding. Josh launched a torp. But from right behind the Drago, chances of that working is minimal. There goes the Ken. Oh, he fought very well. 20,000 points of damage. 26 for the Josh so far. That's my price tag. 47 million. What's yours? Ow. 178. Ramming speed, Josh. You always got one torpedo left. But this much flooding, I'm wondering if I can actually make it there. Oh, it's getting worse. It's getting much, much, much worse. I should have not pulled all these DDs out of the fight. I mean, that's a lot of torpedoes that could have been useful. Yeah, the Josh is going to sink. Oh, where did those torps come from? Josh holding on to 7% buoyancy. Come on, dude. Make it work. Come on, Josh. No. No. Don't flood now. You still have a bit of speed left. Ow. Ah, get him. Missed him. Crap. Where's my battle cruiser at? Here, the Alex. Ah, it's here. Hello, Alex. The Josh holding on 2% buoyancy. Absolute champ, this heavy cruiser. Yeah, died like a champ. There's a lot of firepower getting lost on my side. I'm gonna have to replace a lot of ships here. And at this rate, I'm going to lose the Alexander. Ooh, that's good damage. That's the stuff. I am pretty bladed, so I shouldn't be that vulnerable to that Drago over there. Blocked? Come on. Use the torpedo. I need it. We need that damage output. That's good hit. Buoyancy should be killing it. 15, 14, 12. Dropping to 4. Done. Okay. Oh, they're coming back. Oh, and the torpedo was a dud. Fine. Oh god. Now I'm going to ram. This is not the moment that I want to ram the ship, because that will cost me the battle cruiser. Oh. Dead battleship doing another 1800 points of damage. 2400. That's a lot of flooding on the Alex. I think the Alex is done. Ow. 3, 2, 3, 1. You're gonna be dead. Damn it. This was a very expensive battle. Holy shit. This was a very expensive battle. 7 battleships. That's what I was fighting. I'm gonna try and bring the DDs back. See if they're gonna get here in time. I kinda doubt it though. Because they're 170 kilometers out. Yeah, that won't work. The CAs are trying to disengage. And the Volante, the Aquila might be coming after them. Hopefully I can disengage soon. A good bit later, I finally brought all the DDs back. Now, I don't quite understand how they got back in time. Because I had about 2 hours left. The DDs were 170 kilometers away. I get that these guys are fast, right? I believe a nautical mile is about 1.9 kilometers. Something to that effect. 1.8. So let's say these DDs are doing 45 kilometers an hour. That would mean, and I'm not counting the speed of the battleship because it doesn't have much, that they would travel like 45 to 50, maybe 60 kilometers an hour. They got back in about an hour. They traveled 170 kilometers in an hour. So we're going to have another chat with the time travel department, because I think these guys did amazingly well. Let's go and engage this battleship. And try and put it down once and for all. Or rather once, because then I don't need to put it down again. Trying to attack from 2 different vectors. I get 1 shot. I have 6 torpedoes left. That's all we get. Whoops. Hold on, boys. You need to join the Unbekannts. You. Together, this way. Don't change any nonsense. You need to... You can't smoke up, can you? Swindler. KG, follow the Swindler. Thought I disengaged 2 of them, and then... it'll be fine. It was not. Thankfully, they do have a bit of a limited ammo situation, but they still can probably make my life more difficult with those 4-inchers. Alright, range is about 4. This is turning into a heck of a mess, but whatever. Especially the KG, whatever. We'll split off the KG again. You're going to torpedo again. Swindler. Unbekannt, if you are at all interested in your prolonged lifespan, I would highly encourage you to launch your torpedoes. There we go. And now, get the hell out. The Wolfdean Styles launched from directly ahead. We have another launch from Swindler at another angle. So they're getting attacked from here, here, and there. And I got the KG as a reserve. Ow, 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 ow. These damn ships are dangerous. There goes the Unbekannt. Get some revenge here. 3 torps. Flash fire. Now we're going to add the destruction from the KG. Although she might not need to. Thankfully, it's gone. Well, that was an expensive fight, I'll give you that much. I lost 15 ships. Jesus. I got 100,000 victory points out of that. But, good lord, the Owen Perez is gone. Thankfully, she's an older battleship. The Alexander Oliveira, old Tangshan-class battleship. Well, older. Sorry, battlecruiser. The Josh Miller, the Ken Rozak, the David, 38 Tails, the Guy. Yeah, we lost the Guy. The Rel is gone. Lost a good number of destroyers. Oof. Big oof. Now, it was a particularly long battle, so if you're still here, I compliment you for your longevity. These battles, I don't know. Sometimes I'm thinking, should I edit parts out? But then you kind of don't really see the whole picture. Yes, I'll agree to your stupid peace treaty. You don't really see the whole picture, so you don't really see how I got from one point to another. Ah, we did manage to get some crew back. Tajikistan? Okay. Fair enough. Okay, Northwest Korea. Ooh, this is not going well. Then again, I don't have any fire support there. How's the fire support here? 38%. Not great. Here... 18% only. 15% only. I'm very interested in seeing what the Italians are going to be doing with the peace treaty. But we'll have to look at that in a future episode. This one has come to an end. Thank you for watching the whole slog of a battle, and I'll see you guys soon for the other one.
The echoes of battle still reverberate in my mind, a haunting refrain that serves as a grim reminder of the cost of war. The Italian fleet, once a fearsome specter on the horizon, now lies, broken and scattered beneath the waves, its ambitions shattered by the indomitable spirit of our sailors. But victory, as sweet as it may be, comes at a heavy price. 15 of our finest warships now rest at the bottom of the sea, their hulls torn asunder by the fury of battle, their crews lost to the depths. Each loss weighs heavily upon my heart, a burden that I bear with a heavy heart, knowing that every soul sacrificed was a son or daughter of China, a hero in their own right. But even as we mourn the fallen, a new threat looms on the horizon, one that cannot be ignored or easily vanquished. The United States, emboldened by our losses, continues to send more ships into the region, their presence a constant reminder of the dangers that lie ahead. For now, the skirmishes have been just that, brief and bloody engagements that leave both sides battered and bruised, but no closer to victory. But we cannot afford to be complacent, cannot afford to underestimate the resolve of our adversaries. The battles to come will be fiercer, the stakes higher, and the risks greater than ever before.
Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome back to Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. It has been a busy couple of months. I have fought off the Italian Navy and I gained 100,000 victory points, but I don't want to click next turn just yet. I first want to design a new couple of ships. Probably a heavy cruiser and potentially some more, because the fleet did take a beating. I lost 15 ships and some of those were capital ships. Now the capitals that I have left are a couple of the older UA5 class. We have the Enigma Hun. A couple of these still need to get refit, come to think of it. Because I got a 1917 versions of that. So seeing as that's the latest, let's refit that. But my heavy cruisers, they're particularly old. These guys are from 1910, 1914. That's the latest that I have. So let's design a new heavy cruiser. At this point, I have a couple of different hulls available. I got the large armored cruiser, I have the semi-armored cruiser, and the armored cruiser. I want to have these things be fairly numerous, while not really breaking the bank. These things cost me about 51 million for, let's say, about 10,000 tons of displacement. So I'm willing to go to, let's say, 11. And that means I'm really running the minimum on this ship. I want these things to be able to go toe-to-toe with other ships. Literally. Yeah, let's see. This semi-armored cruiser. Oh, it's that weird thing. Well, there's also the medium cruiser. What the hell is that? No, I'll take the armored cruiser number 5. This is fine. Okay, so 11,000 tons. Doesn't have to be terribly big. Doesn't have to be terribly quick either. I think 24 knots is fine. As for firepower, the 10-inchers so far has served me very well. Able to deal with most different types of threats. And I do like that versatility, especially on these ships. Let's give them oil. Basically all the best gear again. Balanced, auxiliary engine, better turning. Give them an unbalanced rudder to dodge torpedoes a little better. Because they will not get a warning about coming torpedoes. They simply don't have hydrophones anymore. Let's make these things tanky. They're already 52 million, and that's without adding firepower and armor. Lovely. Okay, the guns. We got the 10-inchers Mark III. We also got the 11-inchers Mark III. Shuffle this back a little bit. Let's see. Give me a medium barbette. Oh, that's enormous. It does look like the ship can't house a whole lot of turrets. Like maybe 3, and that's with shifting the superstructure back. Like that. What am I going to give you? I'm definitely not going to give you quad guns, because I don't really like those. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of firepower, but I think they look like shit. So we're not doing that. Their role is a generalist. And considering that the 9-inch is capable, it's not as capable as a 10-inch to be sure, but it fires faster. 56 seconds, 45 seconds, and that's with the quad setup. Triple is 44 seconds versus 55 seconds. Now let's improve the reload. Let's give the turret rotation a buff. I'm afraid it's going to be a bit of a dull cruiser. It's not really going to be terribly special. It's not going to have any crazy features. Let's see. 3-inchers. I can't even fit 3-inchers. Okay. I do have a couple of torpedo launchers on this ship. And this is to deal with battleships. If you caught the last battle that I did, those torpedo launchers came in helpful. Not as helpful as I would have liked, but they did help somewhat. Let's give these guys 7.5 kilometer range is fine. As for propellant, give them TNT 3. Reduce the flash fire chance as much as possible. Give me hefty barbettes. And give me 2 powder. 3% flash chance, that's better. There are 76 million. This is kind of the problem. They're starting to blossom. The price just goes up very quickly. They're 50% more expensive than the previous design, while only weighing 2,000 tons more. It's not that much. And arguably, when it comes to primary firepower, they have less. Like, yes, they have potentially more barrels. I got 9 barrels versus 8, and that's including the 6-inchers. But as it stands right now, I'm completely incapable of dealing with anything like a DD adequately. And I don't like that. Can I still hide a torpedo launcher somewhere? No, because the main tower is too big. Yeah, that's not a great spot. Torpedo launchers are very fragile and can be, no, they can be pretty easily destroyed. So that's definitely a concern that I have. Is this going to help me? Maybe a bit. Got aiming speed, but it's also another 3 million. Okay, give me a 9-inch belt. Give me 8 and 8. Look at that. We're almost at twice the price. 3, 3, and 3. Inner belt, another 4 inches. Okay, fine. 3 inches. 2.5. 2 inches? There. Okay, perfectly balanced. I'm 1 ton shy, and I got a 0.1 displacement offset. Arguably, these things are going to be pretty boring, but for a heavy cruiser, I think boring is actually okay. Because they're reliable. They're just very reliable. I'm going to give them HE capacity shells in case I cannot actually pen the enemy ship. Let's give them a standard ratio. Standard ratio here as well. Although for the secondaries, no. Let's go max HE. Standard shell size is fine. Reduce this to an AUX 1. Improve that to 4.8. There we go. Okay, that's the new heavy cruiser design. As for the new battleships, the one I've been running around with are the Enigma Huns. Let's see what else we get. Because there are more battleships available, like this hull. And that might be easier to use, this Dreadnought number 4. The Enigma Huns displaced 30,000 tons. The Auras displaced 26, 27. I can try and make a 35,000 ton battleship. Focused around... they're still 13 inchers. Okay, never mind. As for DDs, the E46 class has proven to be a bit fragile. It has not really been doing that well. Especially that 1v1 duel that I did. That was pretty awful. I lost to another DD. And this ship only had 1 gun to defend itself with. So what I want to try and do is add more firepower to the ship, but that could be a little difficult. Because I don't really know where else to put it. And I did make them, yeah, I made them as cheap as possible. But, you know, a ship that survives is generally more efficient than one that dies, because you're going to have to replace it. Can we add a barbette? Of some flavor? No, that's a bit big. It is going to limit the torpedo firing arc, but that's fine. I just want to get another 4-inch gun on there. Because these are... Oh, come on. They're 4-inch Mark IV. They're really good guns. Oh, you can't! Fine. Never mind. I'm going to design a new DD. Now, what can I do with this ship? Because I still have that tower problem. Like, the towers are too fat. That would mean I'm going to have to use this tower, which is fine. Let's make it about, I don't know, 1800 tons? Yeah. Gives me a bit more room to play around with. As for speed, 32 knots. It doesn't have to be excessive. It just has to be a ship that's capable of going into, let's say, another destroyer and winning. I'm not having that happen again. And I might need these as a sort of harassing force for enemy transports. So they go into harm's way, facing and fighting potential convoys. So range might be more required for this design. Let's put it like that. If I give them forced boilers... Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. Minus everything. 18,000 kilometers. Pretty good. Okay, they are still not terribly expensive, so I like that. We are going to change that, though. Let's give him a coincidence rangefinder. Let's give him hydrophones and an RDF. I don't care about depth charges, because submarines are no longer a factor. As for guns, I guess it's not possible to fit that on the bow. The primary goal is to deal with other destroyers, so being able to engage destroyers with a faster rotating turret might be beneficial. I think the 4-incher, especially looking at reload, sits very well there. So it's going to be the 4-inch there. And then we're going to have a nice trapeze. See, this is potentially tricky. Good field of fire. Give me another barbette, like a small one. And then a torpedo launcher on the stern. Let's make it a quad. Increase the turret rotation speed. What's your turret rotation speed now? 9.5 degrees per second. Excellent. Cordite, 2 powder. Make it a heavy shell. Torpedo launchers are fine. Let's give them 21 inch. They don't have to be enormous. Electric. Ship's slightly overweight. Doesn't have to do with the torpedoes. Well, it has to do with torpedo size. Shells. Semi-armor piercing shells might be yeah, they might be well enough to deal with the DD and to deal with transports. So I think that's fine. Let's cut their range a bit. I need to save weight somewhere and still put something on armor. If I reduce speed by 1 knot, that barely moves the needle. If I increase their size... Yeah, that kind of helps. But... Come on. Down just a bit. There. 1,800 tons. We got 9 tons available. If I go back to balanced boilers, I'm saving almost nothing. I cannot reduce their draft. I can reduce their hull bottoms, though. That's 40 tons. Okay, fine. Give me more main belt. Or forebelt, more aft belt. Basically give these things some survivability. I'm not worried about deck, because the chances of getting penned there are not that bad. Ship's fairly quick. 32 knots, 33, 34. Yeah, I like this. So, I have 4 4-inch guns, capable of spitting out a shell every just shy of 6 seconds. And that's not counting crew. And I have a couple of torpedoes in order to deal with, well, anything bigger. These are electric torpedoes, so very difficult to detect and more accurate than the standard ones. It also means that the DD is slightly at greater risk because it has to get closer. So risk I'm willing to take. Lacking a name, that's going to be the Enigma-class. Again, if you want to have your ship named after you, you need to become a patron at the NCO rank or join the channel by clicking the join button right next to subscribe. And with that, you're going to be able to get your name in the game. Again, NCO rank. So, I think that's the new destroyer and the new heavy cruiser. And, well, for the battleship, I'm going to have to wait for some bigger guns. In that previous battle, I lost quite a few ships. So, let's start a shipbuilding process. We have about 100,000 tons available, because I'm probably building some ships and repairing a bunch more. Oh, we got a whole lot of these DDs ready. Oh, that's the E46 class. Oh, right. Okay. Okay. I might make these convoy hunters to some extent. Okay, fine. I don't have any power projection in the Philippine Sea. I don't need to have power projection there to cancel any attacks, but I can definitely go on the offensive in this region. Over here, I don't have any power projection either. So let's send at least one DD over there and potentially intercept some American convoys. The Germans, again, I have no idea how I got all these points against the Germans, but it's fine. I like it. As for the invasions here, we're definitely going to need more tonnage. So let's get that tonnage built. 13,000 tons, I'll take 5. And now we have a little bit left. Let's get a couple of those new gunboat DDs. I'll take 6. Now we are still a little of a margin. That's fine. I don't mind having a margin because I will have to deal with unforeseen circumstances, such as potentially having ships come back for repairs. Now, in the last episode, I went to war, or rather, I had a massive battle with the Italians, and they started running with their tail tucked between their legs. Russia has joined the war against the Italians. Good luck, guys. There are no ships that I want from them. Their battleships are all old. But, supposedly, you can now refit these guys. And I'm just shy of a battleship, so I'm going to take the Aradano and just see how that mechanic works. There are no provinces that I want. The additional money is nice to have. The Spanish. Yeah, sure. Let's go to an alliance with the Spanish. Ah, there's a new 16,000 ton CA. Oh, and now I get the experimental heavy cruisers. Fine. Korea has defeated me and gained full control of Northwest. Great. Okay. This is not moving? Wow. So yeah, I lost this bit of territory here. We're going to have to kick out the Koreans again. Fine, we'll just walk a couple of million men in from Liaodong, or maybe here. Not my biggest concern right now. The Chinese ship... No, sorry, the new ship that I just claimed. Let's have a look. Eridano, hello. It's costing me 11 million a month. It's one of those new Eridanos. From that, well, newer. I mean, it's not the base class. But it's still a pretty old ship from 1911. Ugh, okay, fine. I guess the refit mechanic is not in yet. I'm just gonna mothball this thing and see if somebody wants to buy it. Because I'm not sailing around with a 1911 ship. I mean, I'm sailing around with some older ships, yes, I know. It's just that I don't want to add another battleship to that line. Because a battleship, if it gets taken out, it is very valuable. I don't want to lose that. A little later, it is time for another round against the Americans. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of ships currently available. Most of them are tied up in the seemingly successful invasion of Korea. We now have the battlecruiser Aura and the Lucas Weinman. It's an old ship. It's a 1910, you know, the ones that don't operate anymore. Against the battlecruiser Illinois of the Illinois-class, armed with 8 14-inch guns. Yikes. Okay, she's fast at 28 knots. She displaces 26,000 tons, which is slightly more than I do. And I'm defending transports. This is going to be fun. Okay, America, let's see that battlecruiser of yours. What are we facing? That looks like a pretty modern ship. Pretty modern indeed. Second grade guns, so they got 14-inch Mark II. That could help me. I suspect that they're first going to eliminate some transports because they're the easy, low-hanging fruit. The chance to pen the aura, thankfully, isn't very good. Oh, the poor Lucas is going to have to work very, very hard at this. Yep, there goes the transports. Come on, aura. Do your babysitting duties. Save the transports. Think of the children. But mostly think of the transports. Yeah, actually I agree with the assessment of the aura here. I'm going to eliminate the secondary ships first. And hope that the aura doesn't take a couple of broadsides from that battlecruiser of theirs. So let's turn back slightly. Torpedoes can range at 5.8. I'm going to hold those in reserve. Aura has what? Sides? One side. And bow stern. Yeah, okay, fine. We need to eliminate these guys first. These. And those DDs over there. Because that's a torpedo briefcase on a ship. And I don't like it. Accuracy's really good. 50%? Nice. What are you targeting? Definitely my battlecruiser. Could you kindly not? Accuracy is, Whoa! Ho, ho, ho. Yes, please. 5,000 points of damage with a bit of HE. Now you're catching on. Alright. So that's one CL mostly out of commission, but we're going to keep firing at it until it's properly done for. The problem with the Aura class is its bow turret. It's also a semi-submarine. The bow turret seems to be a bit limited in firing arc, but so far we're making it work. As for the Lucas, well, you're in for a rough time. Let's go and engage that destroyer coming in. Chance of you to pen. That battlecruiser is going to make mincemeat out of that heavy cruiser. But it's not interested at the moment. So that's good. Okay, we'll come back for that CL later. I know I said I wanted to kill it first, but right now I think we might need to do a little bit about this heavy warship that is coming in. Lucas, continue on your turn. Expect torpedoes. Expect disaster. Aura, HE is fine. Because at this angle, you'll never pen that. Accuracy 30%, not bad for first salvo. Langley is launching torpedoes at the transports. So is Tucson. What kind of armor you got? Oh, it's not even that much. That could be a weak spot. Could be a weak spot. Oh, these transports are going to be dead. Now, my HE likely won't do a whole lot of damage against an angled ship like this. Many bulkheads, standard crew quarters. So crew elimination is not likely. Bow belt. 3.8. Well, we're fighting at 5. Maybe I can pen their bow belt with HE. It's not unheard of. They can definitely start penning my stern. That's better. There goes another. Plenty of torpedoes traveling all over the place. I mean, these transports were gone the moment that the whole fleet spawned in, because I cannot defend this many transports with 2 ships. So my objective here is to make the Americans bleed ships. Just lose ships. That's the core. If I can keep some transports alive, fantastic. But if not, well, we'll live. Oh. More torps coming in. At least they're firing the torps at me. Not at my transports. Aura, how are you doing? You bloodied their noses a bit. Ooh! I wasn't expecting you to pen their stern, but I'll take it happily. That's good damage. Do it again. What's your reload? 51 seconds. And yours? 54. Boink. Boink. Can I pen this? I don't know, maybe. That was barely anything. Let's make the next salvo AP. This thing also packs torps, but considering the... yeah, port starboards. Alright. Do I dare risk going a little broadside? Not really. I'm far too oh! Well, that answers that. All my torpedo launchers have been destroyed. Good hit! Good hit. Right through the nose. Fantastic. Okay, kill this DD. The other guy should be flooding. Gone. Okay, I don't need to worry about the torpedo launchers in the aura anymore, that's for sure. I think Illinois is done. Hold on, did you pump your turrets? Yeah, your turrets are gone. Well, that's one battlecruiser down. 162 million in the big drain. Now we eliminate the the CLs. The Langley over here. Bow armor 1.6. No, 1.1. There goes the Parsons. Well done to the Lucas. Lucas has done 9,000 points of damage. Good performance, Lucas. The Aura has done 54k, but then again, she has slightly bigger guns. Let's wrap this up. I wonder how many more fleets the Americans have over... holy shit! Have over here. Jesus. 2,000 damage. That was a lot of damage. 26k and 12k. Sorry, 28k. He did torpedo my ship at some point. There it is. Boom. 23. Tucson is down. That leaves just the crippled Milwaukee. So let's finish that up and save, what, 2 transports? Okay, fine. We're gonna save 1 transport. I see how it is. Let's wrap these guys up. Aura did amazingly well. Damage done versus damage taken. Just that these numbers don't really add up anymore, do they? I mean, if you do 28,000 points of damage against a light cruiser, just like that. It means I don't really trust the numbers anymore. 1 transport saved. Yikes. Now, the reason why I kept Milwaukee alive is because her chances of dealing a whole lot of damage, I expected not to be that great. And then she just proceeded to engage a bunch of my transports. Which sucked, but okay. I should have seen that coming. I thought, well, they got 2 damaged engines, they're half flooded, they're not that likely to be able to deal a whole lot of damage anymore, and they're too slow to walk away. Well, yes, they are too slow to walk away, but they're definitely dealing damage. Aura, turn to port. So far, I'm very happy with the performance of these classes of battlecruiser. This class has done very well. If only you could, like, wrap this thing up. Wow. Where's my accuracy, dude? That's more like it. Gone. Okay, saved 1 whole transport, but hey, I killed a battlecruiser. That's good. The Americans are not particularly appreciative of the fact that I just kicked their ass. I'm not quite done with them yet. They have more ships. They also... Ho ho ho! Ho ho! Yes, they have more ships. And they're here, defending Manila. Oh boy. What do we have? We got the Enigma Hanakor driver, we got the very old Antonio, and we got the very old Martin Kunze. Yikes. Against the main the Legend and Constellation, and a whole bunch more. Alright, gentlemen, wrap up for the next battle. Get ready, get some snacks, and I'll see you in the next episode.
As the sun rises on another day of uncertainty, a new threat looms on the horizon, casting a shadow of doubt over our once steadfast resolve. The United States Navy, with its mighty task force, now stands poised to challenge our dominion over these waters. Their presence is a stark reminder of the shifting tides of war. I cannot help but wonder at their intentions. Are they here to confront us directly, to test the strength of our resolve and the might of our fleet? Or are they but pawns in a larger game, unwitting instruments of a greater power seeking to tip the scales of conflict in their favor? The thought gnaws at the edges of my consciousness, a seed of doubt planted by the machinations of war and the whispers of a suspicion that linger in the air. Could it be that the United States, the very beacon of democracy and freedom, is the true puppet master behind the resurgence of Japan, pulling the strings from afar to serve their own interests? It is a troubling notion, one that fills me with a sense of unease as I contemplate the road ahead. For if the United States is indeed the architect of our downfall, then we face a foe far more formidable than any we have encountered before. A foe that cannot be vanquished with swords and guns alone. And yet, even as I grapple with these doubts, I cannot afford to lose sight of the task at hand. The United States Navy may be a formidable adversary, but they are not invincible. With careful planning and unwavering determination, we can turn the tide of a battle in our favor, no matter the odds stacked against us. So, let the enemy come. Let them bring their ships and their guns to bear against us. For we are the sons and daughters of China, and we will not be swayed by fear or intimidation. Onward, my comrades, to meet our destiny head-on, to face whatever challenges lie ahead with courage and resolve.
Hey guys, Stealth here, and welcome to episode 9. The United States fleet is upon us, led by Battleship Maine, armed with 8 12-inch guns. Battleships Acor Driver, Antonio Bocaille, and Martin Kunze are going to have to defeat that threat. Unfortunately, that's not the only capital ship they have. They also get the Legend, the Constellation, armed with 14-inch guns and more 14-inch guns. I believe I've fought these gentlemen before, and those 14-inch guns are only Mark II. Doesn't make them completely harmless, it just makes them slightly less worrying. They're also escorted by a whole slew of cruisers and DDs, like that's a lot of ships. This does seem to be a slightly older design. They are not as fast, they don't carry as many torpedo launchers, so I suspect this is a sort of remnant of the original fleet that they may have started the game with. I also have a few destroyers, but not many. These are some of the new Jinzaos, the 1914 upgrade, and they have 6 torpedo launchers. My plan is not necessarily to stay and stick it out against the US, because this is a lot of threat. So I might need to do a torpedo attack, deal some damage against their capital ships, sink a few cruisers, and leave. I'm not so sure if staying at the moment is going to be in my best interest. Here we go. I've already positioned my fleet in what I think might be a somewhat advantageous position. The destroyers are moving forward and to the side of the capital ship, which I believe is there. The rest of the fleet has formed up. The heavy cruisers currently more or less in front of the battleships. The battleships turning broadside, using their 13-inch guns to start suppressing whatever they happen to spot. Which at the moment, considering everything is smoked up, is not that much. So for now, we're just kind of waiting for an opportunity to strike. The enemy heavy cruisers are in the back. These guns, 10-inch guns, 11.6s actually, are already opening up. But thankfully, it's an older cruiser design, and with that, not able to bring that many guns to bear. It's also sporting one of these cage masts, which is something you don't really see that often. I think they do look good. Whether they're actually good at providing targeting information, I'm not so sure. I haven't used them enough to really know that much about them. Now the DDs, they're of course up front. Seeing as these are older DDs, their torpedo range is only 6.6. With that, I might be able to get a couple of shots into these guys before they become a threat. And as they are pretty clumped up, that also gives me opportunities to start accidentally hitting, let's say, not the target that you're intentionally striking. As for that battleship of theirs, low fuel. It is packed to the gills with guns, as you might imagine from an American warship. It's supporting 8 12-inchers. It seems not to be displacing that much, but as such is not necessarily less of a threat. Because 12-inch guns, well, I suspect they're able to start dealing serious damage against my cruisers. Yeah, 23% chance to pen. Over here, 0. Because at least the Echo Driver is very heavily armored and should be able to take a couple of hits. I am currently not yet in range, so we're going to have to wait for that. As for the DDs, I have not forgotten about them this time around. I'm just trying to get to, let's say, here, so I can potentially launch a torpedo attack against their capital ships, which are all in the back. These destroyers here, however, they probably aren't too eager about that little act. So for now, it's just eliminating what we can. Oh, by the way, the CL, the frontline view, it doesn't really have a frontline view. It's just kind of sitting in the back. Now, what are we opening up against? CAs? Yeah, I think it's a heavy cruiser here. All of these DDs, they keep popping in and out of view. My battleships seem to be a little misguided in their attempts to try and engage the enemy cruisers and destroyers. Not the biggest priority right now. I mean, yes, it'd be great if these guys would all be able to just disappear, so that my destroyers have a better opportunity to push in. But for now, we're going to have to be a little patient and potentially deal with just the cruisers that we can deal with. These heavies of mine, let's engage this. These other guys, that's the battleship, slightly in the back, are going to engage this. As for ammo selection, they're currently firing HE, which I think is fine. I think that's the best course of action. It does appear like the Fishburne, the Winterstorm, and over in the back, the Lurch are kind of kiting the rest of the destroyer fleet with them, which serves me really well. It means I don't have to worry about the destroyers threatening my capital ships. But my chances of actually breaking into this formation and trying to get a torpedo salvo away, well, they're not getting any better. So I'm going to try turn around, smoke up, and just let the DDs draw some more fire while I deal with some of these cruisers. And so far, I really have done almost no damage. I may have hit a stray destroyer somewhere, but that's just about it. As for my torpedo range, it's limited on CAs. Yeah, it's only 3.7. We're not going to win a battle with torpedoes, at least not yet. Firing HE at a heavy cruiser. We're firing big guns at the heavy cruiser, though. Switch to armor piercing. I think we might be able to get some work done with armor piercing. Now, those of you very observant might have spotted that this battleship's out of low fuel. With low fuel, it's going to be far slower. And that actually serves me really well, because it means that the target is going to be less maneuverable, more predictable. And that's what I like. Because that means I can start to plan how I'm going to take this guy down. As for all of these cruisers, they're getting far too close for comfort. So I'm going to switch the heavy cruisers and the battleships all to engage this threat now. These guys are definitely closing in, but they don't have the range just yet. And I might have a flat broadside with, for example, the A-Cord against this heavy cruiser. As for this guy, it is the same design. It's 11.6s, torpedoes on the sides. Well, it used to, because some of them just got detonated. And there's the damage. 12.1-inch guns slapping the North Carolina around, suddenly reducing her structural integrity to, well, I was going to say 7%, but now it is none. So after North Carolina, Tennessee is our next target. And Tennessee is going to have to go down just as much as the lead ship. 85 million for one of those cruisers. Now, that's pretty expensive. Mine aren't that expensive. Mine are 47. So I'm wondering what sort of gear they put on this ship, because it's not speed. It's not necessarily displacement. 19-inch torpedoes, coincidence 2 rangefinder. It's not that special. They have semi-ballistic, or sorry, semi-balanced rudders. They got turbines. I don't really see why these things are that expensive. If you do, please leave a comment to help me out here, because I don't see it. It's not armor. It's not your guns. It's not your speed. So what is it? Good lord, these things are really getting slapped around. The battleship's doing exactly what I need them to do. Now the DDs, they were disengaging from the battle. It looks like the other DDs decided not to give chase. So now I can re-engage with the DDs. As the cruisers, well, at least this first cruiser group is getting completely butchered. The Huron going down. There goes the West Virginia right after it. And we got Rochester, Bridgeport, and Toledo all coming in. These guys, again, are broadside to my battleships, so let's exploit that as much as possible, while the heavy cruisers slowly but steadily come around to potentially deal with the battleships. The main would be the ideal prize. Sinking 4 heavy cruisers, though, is actually more valuable, at least financially, than sinking 1 battleship. Looks like the DDs and the CLs don't really know what to do. They're just kind of lingering. Serves me well. I can work with that. Focus on this. They are not exactly broadside on. So we're going to switch to high explosive. They are broadside to my heavies. The 10 chances... yeah, it's not quite there. Let's try and close the distance a bit. Oh, hold on. The destroyers are coming under fire. Yeah. Found the whole DD group again. And some of them are not taking kindly to James Fishburne leading the charge. That's fine. It still means that the heavy cruisers are distracted. Oh, sorry, the light cruisers and the DDs are distracted with my, well, I'm not going to say throwaway ships, but at least it's the cheapest stuff that I have around. Looks like Rochester is taking some serious damage here. Surprisingly, they've already lost 20% of their crew. But with spacious quarters, that doesn't mean much. Their damage control, main guns, and secondary guns are all still fully functional. Alright, Acort, you know what to do. It is a bit unfortunate that these secondary guns don't do that much useful stuff. Like the damage done. Well, they've added a little bit, 640 points. But, of course, they're never going to do a whole lot of damage. The Antonio Bocaya over here has done a lot. 46,000 points of damage, which is about a quarter of the total damage of the fleet. Martin Kunze, 56. And the Acor Diver, 21. Surprises me, actually. I thought these 12s would not be that effective. But they seem to be more accurate, reaching 80% accuracy. And they're Mark III, much the same as the 13-inchers. Now the DDs have not taken any damage, so I have taken some return fire, naturally. But so far the damage is limited to 4k. If this persists, then the Chinese fleet is going to take a lot of points home. And the Americans are going to have a lot of casualties. Let's retreat this ship. I'm still somewhat at risk of getting torpedoed. Although Rochester does not have any torpedoes left. They all got detonated. Okay, now is the opportunity for AP. So slap this thing around with AP, and that should finish her. Because the amount of damage that those AP shells, there it is, can do is substantial. Now, with that ship out of the question, or out of the equation, we're going to have to fight the Bridgeport and the Toledo. They still are torpedo hazards to some extent, and we are within torpedo range. So, definitely a threat. I think their battleships are still interested in dealing with the Danny. She's trying to retreat now. It's a bit too much fire coming in. We're going to switch to the battleships with all the heavy cruisers. Put a bit of pressure on them. I'm going to slow down a couple of knots. I'm going to see if I can eliminate these last heavy cruisers and then skirmish with the battleships and the battle cruisers and ideally wipe them all out. So that's 122 million, and this thing was 194. Now so far, they don't have anything to show for that 194 million warship, because it's done no damage. It's done, well, it's done very little against the Danny. The ship is heavily armored and should be able to come back. That is, if they don't get slapped around by another 12-inch, that does happen to hit. And they are very interested in trying to finish that ship off. Which makes total sense, it's just... I don't really have any way to defend it. Beyond, of course, eliminating the threat. Come on. Yeah, that level of flooding seems to be critical. I'm interested in seeing if this is the totality of the American fleet, or if there's more on the way. Because I do believe we're going to find more ships. What the hell damaged that? You hit a battle cruiser. Constellation has taken some serious damage. Now the DDs, I still haven't forgotten about them. It's just that there's a whole lot of smoke screens around, and I'm trying to find a way into the formation, but I'm not going to have to play catch-up with these ships. It appears that these ships are slowed down by the main, because the Legend can do 26 knots, and she's definitely not sailing anywhere near that fast. She's doing 13. So she's in a formation with the main, and the main cannot push. I'm probably going to get torped. Well, maybe. Gonna get very close here for the kill zone. But I think we're fine. It, however, exposes me to a lot of fire from these ships. Torpedo range is now becoming an interesting option here. So let's say torpedoes are allowed. And perhaps kill zone. Yep, there we go. Launching several torpedoes against the main. The Jason. Torpedo range, 3.7. Not as good. Increase speed again. We need to get rid of the Toledo, so I don't have to worry about that. There we go. Torpedoes out from the battleships. Okay, switch fire to the main. These torpedoes should not get detected by main because they don't have a hydrophone nearby. So that means that the main might suffer from critical torpedo damage. And many bulkheads will provide some protection. Anti-torpedo 2 will definitely provide a bunch of protection. I'm not sure if the main is fast enough to actually meet those torpedoes. Bloody hell, why are my cruisers this close together? Spread out. This is one disaster waiting to happen. Increase speed to flank. Kill zone, peel off of the formation. You're going to continue... No, you're going to continue this way. Who's leading this party? The Jason. The Canyon, peel off. Continue on your port turn. If you have torps, use them. Yeah, the torps seemingly did not... Well, actually, no, they did connect. Dud. One hit the fore belt, causing substantial amounts of damage. I think the other one was a dud. Yeah, we got 2 duds. Robin, keep torping. Frontline view. Smoke yourself up and bring your torpedo tubes online. There's a torpedo salvo from the Robin. I'm very surprised that none of my other ships are taking a lot of damage, but they're still focused on the Danny. They really want to get a kill. I get it, but at the moment, I got heavy cruisers so close, and even a light cruiser. I have a ton of juicy targets for them, and they're just ignoring them. At this point, this battleship is going to be in a world of hurt. Even if there's duds in there? Well, several duds? Yeah, that hurt. Main is flooding in several compartments, and her main tower's been knocked out, reducing her fire controls capabilities. And there's more on the way. Unfortunately, hitting a already flooded compartment, but that stern compartment was not. It looks like the main is well on her way down. Legend, trying to take over lead formation, is now going to be a potential target for my other torpedoes. This torpedo launcher on the canyon is reloading. I'm going to tell every heavy cruiser to cease fire. There goes the main. Well done. I've had too many ships take hits from friendlies. I think this is going to be a pretty nice thumbnail, don't you? I always take some screenshots as I'm playing this battle, which is sometimes visible, I guess, by the flicker. Oh, we got another torpedo hit on the Legend. We're destroying their torpedoes. This is an excellent trade. Wait, are that's the DD shooting? Smoke yourself up. These DDs have taken so much pressure off the rest of my fleet. Now, initially I was planning on just doing a bit of damage and not really chasing down their capital ships. But here we are. This battle is going far better than expected. Put your secondaries on the light cruiser. We're going to focus off the Legend. And then we'll deal with Constellation, which has also taken some serious damage. But that was from a previous hit, I think. That's been a while. That was a 12-inch hit. Yeah. Now this is when those secondaries from the Accord might be coming in very useful, especially as the Augusta rushes in with her torpedo launchers at the ready. Need all of you to secondary fire this thing to death. Oh, my destroyers are doing damage. Nice. These guys are not popping torps yet. You know what, you boys are in range, right? It's going to be an absolute shit show for them. But that is fine. I know I'm launching torpedoes into an existing formation that probably has hydrophones at the ready. Wait, they don't? Wow. So this whole formation is extremely vulnerable to a torpedo attack. And I just happen to have those ready. Fishburne, Winterstorm, Lurch, engage as ready. There is a lot of opportunity for disaster on their part. Okay, the Lurch has launched. Winterstorm has not yet launched. There goes light cruiser Augusta. Legend is almost sinking. My heavy cruisers seem mostly fine. Martin has taken some serious damage. What happened to you, sir? I need you to detach from the group and try to fall back. You need some serious repairs. What happened? You got torpedoed twice. By a heavy cruiser? A hostile heavy cruiser, I need to add. Because that's not a given these days. You're targeting the heavy... You're targeting the light cruiser. Here. Okay, let's go for the Roanoke. Use HE. There goes the Ellison. That's one of their DDs. Okay, we now have launches from Lurch and Fishburne. But... I think that the first flight of torpedoes, if I can even find those, are going to just not do that much. Or they're going to disrupt this formation so much that the rest of the ships are immediately, well, somewhere else by the time that the threat actually arrives. The threat being all the torpedoes. Okay, the Constellation takes some serious flooding on her bows now. I'm very surprised that this heavy cruiser group is basically making it through unscathed. This could have gone a heck of a lot worse. You, light cruiser, deal with the DD. Roanoke taking some serious fire. Excellent. You can auto-select your ammo. What's happening here? Henley sinks. The Henley must be the DD over there. Good damage on the Roanoke. And dead. That was massive. 5,500 points of damage. Beautiful. Okay, battleships. Finish off the already wounded Constellation. Select your ammunition choice. We have a DD sailing around here. The Willis E. Lee. I need to prioritize this threat, because this thing is getting very close, and it's already launched against the light cruiser. Or at least it's targeting the CL now. But that launch was about 5 minutes ago. Wait, we hit the DD with a torpedo? So we've been sending torpedoes against battleships and battle cruisers. Probably. And they've been kind of accidentally hitting ships far in the back. I have no idea where all these torpedoes ended up. They just sailed past, I guess, because I can't see them anymore. There goes the Willis. Constellation's about to meet her demise. And she is hunting down the Danny. Surprise, surprise. Which is all the way over there. Okay. Kill zone. Just follow the battleships so I don't lose track of you. There goes the destroyer. And now I can push a bit more aggressively with these cruisers. I'm not terribly interested in hunting down a whole bunch of destroyers, but it has to happen. Or they will come back in another battle. The good news is, I have a lot of secondaries on the A-Core driver. And I'm going to have to use a lot of them. Let's see, can we have the heavy cruiser group engage this? No, we can't. It's going to have to be these gentlemen that actually take that out. And maybe the Kunzi. Engage that. Try and turn with your damaged rudder. And the Accord and the Antonio are going to have to turn before the Chester becomes a massive threat with torpedoes. Which is likely to happen sooner rather than later. Time to bring the 8-inchers and the 3-inchers to bear. Range on the 3-inchers is not spectacular. Like it's 6.5. But the threat is well within that range. Chance to pen this thing. It's got plenty of armor. There's 3 of them coming in. 4 of them, actually. The Mobile is, the Mobile is right behind the Princeton here. As it stands, I'm going to switch guns. I need to switch targets. Because this is currently a bigger threat. Switch to HE. The threat's 3 kilometers out. We can pen... We cannot pen enough with HE. Oh. Okay. Come on, Accord. Wreck this thing. 2 or 3 hits, and there's no further light cruiser problem. There you go. That is what I want to see here. The Davison goes down, which is over there, due to torpedo damage. Alright. Constellation, about to sink, with 8% buoyancy left. She's still fighting, surprisingly. But look at that damage, she's done 149? That surprises me, because this is not a bad ship. Got plenty of guns. Oh, they're Mark 1 guns. Not the Mark 2s. 10-inch Mark 3. Like, speed is good. Armor is sufficient for a battle cruiser. I would like to have more on mine, but this can work. There is a DD coming in. Kill zone. Switch to that. And these boys, switch your secondaries to that as well. Chester's in a bad state. Memphis and Mobile coming in. Torpedo in the water. Most likely targeting the Bukaye. Tony, time to turn. Accord, time to turn the other way. Accord's the flagship, if I'm not mistaken. Right? I'm not even sure who the flagship is anymore. Are you the flagship? Yeah, you're the flagship. Oh yeah, they were division leader. They were the division leader, and then I told them not to be the division leader because they're too far away. There is a DD coming in. That is coming under torpedo attack from the heavy cruisers. It's also tried and torpedo my heavy cruiser, but seemingly the kill zone wasn't having any of that. There goes the holder. Nice hit. Thank you for that, my dear Dallas. That was a good... good hit. Shame it was a friendly on your part. Kill zone. Continue your turn. We have further torpedoes coming in. You should have pretty decent HE, right? Yeah, considering what we're fighting. This thing is still on its last legs, but continues to stand here, the Constellation. Steady. Oh, we lost torpedo launcher. Kill zone, steady as she goes. We should be able to outspeed that torpedo. Accord is in a bit of trouble here. Turn to port. Secondaries are murdering the Jacob Jones. What are you targeting with your mains? The Chester. Which is... sinking. Okay. So I guess the main guns worked. Switch to the... Hold on, you're torpedoing what? Who torpedoed that? The holder was already sinking, but another DD. Yep, I think either the Dorch or the Dash Shield torpedoed the holder. Memphis takes a serious damage. There she goes again. This is going to be an absolute slaughter of the Americans. Constellation finally succumbs to her wounds. It took him long enough. Drops the damage control. The Iron War takes a big hit from the main guns of the... I think the Bokaya here, the Tony. Mobile coming under pressure next. There's definitely a lot of fish in the water here, but so far my ships are all dodging them. Oh, that thing just made a sharp turn. Mobile dead. Tony, starboard turn. I think you're safe to come back in. What about the other heavy cruisers? They were working on the destruction of the battle cruiser successfully. So now we can take out the Bears with double S and the Thompson. And if I'm not mistaken, I have not lost a single ship. I've done 816,000 points of damage in this battle against the American Navy. Oh boy. This is a dark day for the Americans. A very dark day. The Tony, 240,000 points of damage. And I was saying that these ships were old. Well, perhaps, but they're definitely not out of the fight. Kind of forgot about the Canyon, which is now 28 kilometers away. The Danny T is safe. Yeah, I didn't lose a ship. And of course, yes, I ended up forgetting about the DDs because I was too heavily focused on eliminating all of their DDs. I do believe my DDs did some damage. 2.9, 54k. Wow. Good damage with the main guns. So there's what? 2 DDs in the CL alive. Yeah, that's it. That's all. Nice. I wonder what the Americans are going to do. There goes Dallas. Because to some extent, believe it or not, I've done them a service. They are going to have to replace a lot of their ships, and they're going to probably build more modern ships, which should make the battle a lot more interesting. Because these one-sided attacks are not that likely to reoccur. I've done over 1 million in damage. I don't think I have seen that before, but then again, this is with a mod. And BrotherMunro's mod does change some things. Come on, eliminate the Princeton. Oh, you're out of HE. Well, Princeton's out of flooding capability. Buoyancy dropping to 10. Slowly building up. 11. And there she goes back to 5. Done. So, the American Navy. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. 113,000 victory points. I would call that a success. To my surprise, the Americans don't immediately sue for peace. Even though they're behind by about 143,000 victory points. Damn. This is going to cause a shift. Because the Americans now have 52 ships. They did have a bunch more, but that was a largely DD fleet, so taking out a bunch of them definitely helped. Displacement of my fleet totals now 368,000 tons, which is pretty much on par. It's actually slightly bigger than the American fleet now. So we're definitely making progress. They're not at war with anybody else, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to be very interested in talking about peace. At which point I would like to grab Formosa, so I don't have to invade that. And if they're interested in giving up the Philippines, that would be all the better. For now, I don't believe we have any other big threats. There's one heavy cruiser over there. There's one DD there. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. What they got there? One DD. The Japanese are not a problem right now. The Italians are not a problem. So I'm only dealing with the Germans, and I'm dealing with the Austro-Hungarians. The Austro-Hungarians actually did get some points on me, but the Germans definitely not so. And that's probably, yeah, somebody pointed this out in a previous video comment. I did gain a bunch of victory points with the Germans, and at the time I didn't know why, but I took over Kaohsiung Bay. Army took that over, so it was not necessarily my doing, but it definitely helped a lot with the victory points. And I can actually decide to just surrender. Well, not so much surrender, but go to peace with the Germans, because I'm not that interested in pursuing any of their territories at the moment. I'd much rather get my fleet refit, because there is a lot of modernization to be done. Especially those ships that did very, very well, the UA phase. Do have a more modern version, but we're going to have to modernize them again. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Let me know what your thoughts are on this war. I look forward to seeing the Americans again, this time around with more modern warships. But we'll see what they do.
The aftermath of our swift and decisive victory over the United States Navy has sent shockwaves rippling across the Pacific, shaking the very foundations of their society to their core. Not a single ship lost, not a single casualty suffered on our side. A testament to the skill and the determination of our sailors and the righteousness of our cause. But it is not just the physical toll of defeat that weighs heavy upon our adversaries, but the psychological blow dealt to their collective psyche. The once mighty United States, a nation accustomed to dominance and control, now finds itself humbled and vulnerable, its pride wounded, and its ambitions thwarted. In the corridors of power in Washington, there is much debate and discussion over the wisdom of pursuing war with China, with voices of dissent growing louder by the day. Isolationist sentiments, long dormant, now stir once more, fueled by the specter of defeat and the realization that perhaps their ambitions exceed their grasp. For me, this turn of events could not have come at a more opportune moment. The United States, distracted by internal strife and political infighting, poses less of a threat than ever before, allowing us to focus our efforts on the true enemies that lie before us.
Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome to episode 10. As you can see, we're jumping right into the editor this time around, because I think it's time to upgrade the UA phase. These battleships are old, but have proven themselves extremely valuable. Those 12-inch guns punch very hard. Especially against cruisers, they have the punch that I need. So, let's give these things another round of refits, and I know that some of you really like to see that. As technology has advanced, some of these turrets have gotten a bit big for their breaches, and as such, they don't fit anymore. So I'm going to have to try and put another turret in place, or move some other things around. My concern is that these things will not turn. Yeah, they will, but only slightly. Okay, they're going to have to sit over there, which still gives me that firepower. I'm going to put another turret on top, because that does seem to fit them quite well. As for engines, we now have geared turbines, we have oil for them, we can change their boilers to balanced, we can give them much better armor. They're still apparently sporting Harvey armor. which does make me very surprised about their actual ability to take damage. They have a 51% chance to flash fire. It's like these things have none of the modern gear. Like I didn't have that in 1914, which I find rather unlikely. But I guess it is possible. Range finding, let's give them stereos, radio. And the radio is more so that if they become a flagship, they still benefit the entire fleet with that flagship communications bonus. Now, as for torps, we have a torpedo launcher underwater. How many? Only port and starboard. Let's improve that to bow and stern as well. And with that, improve the type. Now, these are not likely to be sneakies. They don't really have to be. I think 9.5 kilometer range is okay. But I'm willing to give up a little bit more range to make them a bit less likely to get detected. So 7 kilometers should be fine for a battleship. These things are not particularly quick at 26 knots. If I want to do ambushes with them or brawls, this would be beneficial. 39 knots. Yeah, actually 39 knots is far better. Does make them more visible. Range is far less, but they can definitely surprise some ships. Now, improve their reload, improve their turret rotation speed, and actually I can probably make these 22 inches. I can also improve this to TNT 3 and give them 2 powder, and now my flash fire is only 6%. Let's improve that a bit more to 5%. Standard ratio. Give them, actually I can't give them heavy shells. Armor-wise, I think they're still well on par with the rest of the fleet. Especially with their improved armor. They should be able to use that 14-inch, 9-inch. They'll survive. As for my ability to turn, well, that needs to change because these things are not maneuverable. They have a turning circle of 743 and a... What's their turn speed? 1.33. 1.51. Now I'm slightly heavier than I ought to be. 5 months, damn. Oh well, if these ships can last another couple of rounds with that level of firepower, that's fine for me. Give them semi-ballistics, which still should be fine, especially against heavy cruisers. But I think I was sporting something like that. That makes more sense, considering the type of threat that I'm up against. Use cap ballistics for dealing with cruisers. I'm going to have to sacrifice some weight somewhere, so we're going to go back to a double hull bottom. Giving me a bit of tonnage. Maybe improve this to a 14-inch tower. And I think the rest of the ship is fine. I don't really feel like I need to max it out entirely. Maybe get some more speed on her, but these things are just not particularly quick. So, that's fine. It's the UFA 1919 refit. Apparently, tons has changed in 9 years. Although I still find it very hard to believe that they were using that old level of armor. Where's their previous version? Where's their predecessor? Because this is the base version. Surely they had something better than just Harvey armor. Right? Yeah, they had barbettes, they had anti-torps. It's like that didn't transfer over. Semi-ballistic shells, surprisingly. Okay. Well, at least now they're going to be able to go for a refit, and they will definitely last me a bunch longer. Interestingly, the Americans are now facing a revolution. The unrest became uncontrollably high after getting absolutely smacked around by the Chinese Navy in the previous episode, and the people do not trust Admiral Howard due to his, well, lack of naval prestige. I wonder how this is going to change the United States. Yeah, go figure. Japan warns for overspending. Yes, I would expect so, because they don't have a budget. Japan basically doesn't exist. Australia cancelled the alliance with the US because they had some negative events that affected their relationships. So did Arabia, so did Indonesia. Yeah, so basically, translation, you done fucked up, US, and we don't need to do anything with you anymore because apparently your fleet doesn't do that much. Now, I wonder what this is going to mean for the Americans. apparently it doesn't hurt them economically. And they are already expanding their previously slightly shrunken DD fleet. They're still building another 34 ships. Yeah, I think these guys are gonna be fine. It's like they had a revolution, but it didn't seem to actually do that much. We got a convoy mission here. 2 light cruisers, the Mohammadi and the David Gray, against the Sims and the Fall River. Well, this is going to be interesting. That's a modernized heavy cruiser with a lot of secondaries. And that 6-inch gun has me concerned for the safety of these ships. But we go where we must. So the Mohammadi and the David Gray are going to have to fight it out with these ships, whether they want to or not. Weather conditions are not great, but that might actually benefit me. Whoops, because that means I might not really have to worry about my transports that much. It really depends on how well those American ships can see. Now, my ships, the David Gray and the Mohammadi, don't have that much armor. So those 6-inch guns are probably going to really pose a threat. And my guns with, what is that, semi-armor piercing? Yeah. They basically cannot do anything. What I'm going to try and do is just deal with that destroyer. That's my primary concern right now, because that's far too close for comfort. And if it torpedoes my ships, which it probably has by now, there it is. Should be fine with these ships, though. Good lord, this thing just refuses to turn at all. Okay, push in. I think the real... Oh, right amidships. No, it's a really slow torp. Oh boy, you got away really clean there. I think my only option for dealing with that heavy cruiser is rushing it with torpedoes. And I'm not sure if this is a modernized... No, I got 1 launcher. Alright, see if you can jam one of the torpedo launchers, or one of the torpedoes into that destroyer. I think you launched right through the wake. Yeah, here's the torp. Finally, we got a hit. Go to about half speed. Sims is out of torpedoes. Do you have a reduced complement? Yes. That does not mean that they're fully out, because they still got the side launchers. Those singular tubes. So those can still pose a threat. But at least the big torpedo launcher, the 3... is, well, not for my warships a threat. The transports are backing off, so that's fine. Okay, you're going to chase down the Sims, and you, my friend, are going to chase down the heavy cruiser. Dangerous as that is, especially without a smokescreen. Cancel that. Deal with the Sims first. My accuracy is just utter dog shit. Stereoscopic 2 rangefinder. If it wants to, it can launch a singular torpedo at the David Gray, and it will probably really hurt that ship. But it's just not doing it. Okay, come back. Increase speed to flank. I'm waiting for my smokescreen to come back, so maybe I can rush that heavy cruiser. Ah, good, we're getting some flooding on the DD. That should finish it off. A slow DD is a dead DD. And the Sims is noticing this very much. She's gone. So now we have a heavy cruiser to deal with. What? What? That's a torpedo you used to throw at the Sims and you hit the heavy cruiser? Wow. That is extremely favorable. I was not expecting anything like that. It does mean that the Fall River is far less maneuverable with all that water in her. Crew is okay. Crew loss is not that big of a deal. Spacious quarters? Damn, are they running all their ships with spacious quarters? Speed 30 knots in the light cruiser. Oh. Launch when available. We've got a bow launcher, right? We can sort of a drive-by. So use the bow launcher, and then, let's say, continue on the course to port. And be able to throw out a torpedo along the starboard side. That might work. Yep, torpedo away. Where else do you have launchers? Because that was the starboard side. You also got bow sterns. Alright. Continue on your turn and use the starboard launcher as well. Light cruiser Grey. Continue on your course. Torpedo launchers denied. The Fall River is going to take another torpedo. She's 15 knots. She's really slow. She can see the torpedo coming, but she's completely unable to deal with it. And it's a dud. Yep, that's an option. That's an option. Price tag? 58 million. Yours was 84, but this is not a modernized version. It's a $65 million ship. It seems to have some issues with accuracy. Stereoscopic 3 rangefinder, though. Bit surprising. Well, how many blast through the turn? I'm going to use the starboard launcher on the Grey to get another torpedo into that ship. Just go aggressive. I really need you to launch. Thank you. Oh, hefty damage on the Grey here. Slow down, make a port turn. It's like a really slow fighter bomber, these light cruisers. Oh, are they dodging? Yep, they're dodging. No, they're not dodging. I really hope that they're going to list over that much that they can't actually continue firing. They got a second issue with engines. Oh god, the David Gray's basically dead. Oh, Mohammedi just launched another torp. It's a bit early. In case you're wondering about all these names on the ships, they're the names of my patrons and or YouTube members. And if you want to get your name on a ship, become a member at the NCO rank and you can get your ship. You don't get to pick your ship, I just get to pick whichever, basically whatever ship happens to come up. If there is a ship available, I might be able to swap a name around, but also please keep in mind that I am recording these videos usually at least a week, and generally more in advance. So if you don't immediately see your name on a ship, that is why. Mohammedi, I really need you to pull through right now. That is not it. Oh, torpedoes! Oh! Well, that actually didn't do that much damage. Go aggressive. Come on, use that starboard launcher. Use the starboard launcher! Turn the launcher! Because soon I won't have a ship. Ooh, I don't think I'm going to win this one. We're definitely dealing some damage to her. But, yeah, she's going down. Okay. Well, I guess I'm going to feast on my transports next. What I find a bit weird about the game is that my ships are AI managed and I cannot control them. But probably because they are... Well, no, they're not even armed. The battle doesn't end here. So I'm now going to end the battle or leave the battle. And I might actually do some damage to that ship. At least she'll have medium damage, I think. Potentially heavy. And this is exactly what I mean. Somehow, the Fall River actually sank. It did give the US more victory points, but I don't have to worry about another one of their heavy cruisers in my territory. Which, of course, means that my transports are just that little bit safer. As for the invasions, well, that will take a while. I do still have another US... Well, a couple of US ships here. What's all this? Oh, it's a little... There are some German ships around. Shall we have a chat with the Germans? I cannot have a peace treaty. You're not invading anything, are you? Hold on. No, the Germans... I was worried. Are the Germans invading Wei Hai Wei? But they're not. So they're here for me. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I am briefly unavailable, as my ships are undergoing refits. which will in some time, or in some cases, take them 2 months. In some cases, just take them 1 month. The Enigma hunts from 1917, the Aura 1917. No, I don't have any upgrades for that. Let's delete this upgrade. Or refit, rather, but, well, in essence, it's an upgrade. How are we doing with big guns? I now have access to the Mark 1, Mark 1, Mark 1. I would love a Mark 3 14-incher or Mark 3 15-incher. That's gonna probably take me a long time. As for further hull construction, this is not really doing much. We're going to be getting the Dreadnought 4 generic, which somehow makes the base Dreadnought 4 obsolete. Cruisers, what are we getting? Advanced Battlecruiser 5. Great, but I need better guns. I'm just going to prio guns for a bit. We're getting Stereo 4 range-finding. That's really good. Let's prio that as well. I'm going to start tying rangefinders to guns and just focusing on that for a while. And yes, I know that will come at the expense of some other parts, but that's fine for now. Time for a little payback against one of my convoys. Previous one with the light cruiser didn't go that well, so this one against 3 destroyers does need to go well. I have 3 destroyers, they have 3 destroyers. They have 4.1-inch guns, 3.3 and 1.8. They also have a lot of torpedo launchers there. So ideally, I will not see any of their torpedo launchers, but just cutting in front of them and not having to worry about their ability to launch torps. I might throw a torpedo at there myself, at least from one of my DDs, to just throw them off a little bit. And considering that they're all more or less lined up, that might give me some options. It might actually, accidentally as well, give me a hit. Let's torpedo the second ship in line. There's the rest of the torps out. Good. I am expecting them to detect those. And considering that they are following the lead ship, it is unlikely to hit. But who knows? A torpedo is better left in the water than stuck on your ship, as you don't actually get any hits. Now, speaking of hits, their damage control, or sorry, their main tower has been damaged. Destroyed, even. That's going to really hamper their damage control efforts and their accuracy. They are aware of the torpedoes. But whether they'll actually be able to dodge all of them, that remains to be seen. Now, this thing appears to be mostly ablaze. They are losing their buoyancy. Their torpedo launchers were destroyed, so as close as these guys have gotten, I'm not that concerned. That very narrowly cut across their stern. Over here, it's looking quite good. We might be able to get a hit on their stern. Nope. Amidships then. Please don't be a dud. Boom! 28,000 points. That's the stuff. We are looking at an enemy torpedo, but that thing is launching very defensively. And it's just pointing the torpedo launcher straight ahead. I am not going to be there. How's that DD doing? Yeah, not very hot. Not very hot. This thing should be going down. Are my transports pitching in? Yes. The transports have 4.2-inch guns. Hold up. Hold up. The transports even have torpedo launchers. Damn. We got Q ships over here. They're disguised as harmless, or, well, somewhat harmless. But in essence, they can probably be really quite deadly. What's the range on those? 8.9? Yikes. It's a good thing they're a little outranged, otherwise I might be dodging the torpedoes launched by my allies. It's not unheard of, considering how the AI sometimes, well, gets a little trigger happy with their torpedoes. These poor DDs don't stand a chance. 6.4k. Oh, sorry, 6.4 million. They're old. They appear to be relatively slow. And they've done 80 points of damage against the Brotham with one hit. Okay. So, this complete victory. Now, I am considering getting a new light cruiser out here, because the light cruisers, the ones that I have, as you have seen, they didn't do that well. So, seeing as I now have access to the scout cruiser, I think it's interesting to get a new cruiser design. Because I tend to just overlook light cruisers, but they can be very valuable ships depending on how you build them. And considering that the light cruisers with the BrotherMunro mod might have more options, I think we should have a look. When it comes to light cruisers, we have options. We got the Light Cruiser 5, displacing about 7,500 tons. I am mostly looking at what level of speed they can get, because I'm intending to use these as either, let's say, big destroyers, so armed with torpedo launchers and rushing a ship about 5 times their size, or as a ship that is capable of hunting down destroyers. Now, a 94 hull form is very hard to beat. It's definitely not going to be these armored cruisers, because that's 21 knots. This is 26. This is 32. And over here we have 29. I am curious about the price tag, because I believe that the scout cruisers were extremely expensive. This is 20 million. 9 million. Oh, it's not nearly as expensive as I thought. Okay. Now my DDs are displacing what? Like 1800? So I want to have these... Yeah, let's displace max tonnage. 13 million for about 5,800 tons. But that is before all the upgrades. Speed, 32 knots. If this is what you can do, this is what you will run at. Engines, turbines, crypt armor. Give them relative good levels of survivability, without ideally making them extremely expensive. Better steering, an unbalanced rudder for faster turning. And, well, this is going to give me acceleration, but also turn rate, so let's get this in as well. Okay, depth charges, not required. What type of firepower do I want on this ship? What type of firepower? Right, so that doesn't fit amidships, but it does fit towards the back, where the ship is even sleeker. Okay. Doesn't have to make sense. This is Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. That other tower... That other tower has exactly the same problem. Okay, fine, you'll sit here. This does make it a bit more difficult to fit guns on this ship, especially as I cannot move the main tower back. So we're gonna have to put guns like amidships, which is not really where I would want them to go. But I guess that might open up the position for more torpedoes. Guns-wise, we get Mark 4 6-inchers, and I think that in case of hunting down destroyers, that is perfect. So we'll use that. 6-inch, single barrel. Really? I don't think so. Engine efficiency is a bit low. Let's go to forced boilers. Let's go to barbettes. I can add a second funnel for better engine efficiency, which could come in very handy when I'm trying to re-accelerate the ship. Yeah. See, this is when it gets a bit annoying. I guess we're going to have to use... You know what, come to think of it, I can just use a standard barbette. So 6-inch... Oh, I cannot use a standard barbette. There. I can use this here. That barely fits on the ship. Barely. Will that even turn? No, come on, give me the gun. No, not the barbette. Oh, now the gun's turned sideways. Come on. Barbette and gun. Will you or will you not... Good lord, you're annoying. Will you or will you not turn? No, you're gonna run into this... What if I increase the beam by like 5%? Is that gonna give me more options for that stupid secondary tower? It isn't? What about a standard rear tower? This is aiming 5.5. This is aiming 8. 6 base accuracy, 2.8. That's a shitty tower, but for the design that I want, I think it's actually better. Wait, what? You're making it look like I can put those things on the sides? Can I do that with these? No. Unfortunate. So what do you want me to put on the sides then? Because it's not these things either. I don't know. Yeah, sure. If I would actually be able to build that, I would. Like, just stick them out the side of the ship. We don't care. That is considered super firing. Good. Now, torpedo launchers. Let's go with a couple of batteries here. And these are going to be sneaky torps. Increased complement. 24-inch. Yes, please, sir. And I'll take electrics. This is a fairly expensive ship at 41 million, but we're going to have to experience whether that's worth it. I mean, it's still half the price of a heavy cruiser. It's essentially a really big DD at this point, and I'm fine with that. Because what I needed to do, which is hunt down destroyers, it can do. And as for the rest, it can most definitely deal with battleships. 8.5 kilometers out might be somewhat limited, but a 24-inch projectile slamming into the side of a ship, any ship, yeah, that'll work. Now, unfortunately, armor, that's still the weak spot of these things. And I think it will continue to be, because you cannot put more than 2.9 inches of armor on this ship. So it's fragile, it's vulnerable. Can I put any 2 inches anywhere? I can. That's neat. I can also go with one for a rangefinder. That's half a point of... This is actually damage control. Huh, okay. Yeah, that could be very useful against DDs, those additional 2.9s. Now, considering I'm hunting DDs, I'm not really going to spend anything on using very high-end guns. A DD is going to have, like, what, 0.9 inches of armor? So semi-ballistic shells should be perfectly fine. That's what I need on this ship. That's enough. TNT, 2 powder. Increased AP complement. As for dealing with other ships, like I can go soft capped, but basically gives me as much with HE. So no thank you. We'll just take incendiary. Flash fire chances, 1.6. Perfectly survivable. I do need to improve the reload and the turret rotation speed. And now I'm slightly over. So let's reduce the main deck by 1 point. That should be fine. Can I increase this? That's the aft belt. No, main deck, foredeck. There. Okay, I think that's the new ship. It's not particularly special. It's basically a big DD with a couple of secondaries and 8 torpedo launchers. But what it does is allow me to chase down enemy destroyers. It allows me to do that at good speed, with more survivability than a DD would do it. Because the new Tyans, I mean, they're capable ships. They also have torpedo launchers, but this thing is just a bit more capable at hunting down destroyers. Save that design, and, well, if my shipyards aren't too busy, I'd like to build a couple. Just to have a couple of these additional ships out there. Now, let's build a couple, let's say 4 of these. They might also be very, very good at commerce raiding. But, well, at the moment, I'm not so sure there's a whole lot of commerce to raid. Right, that'll be it for the episode. Hope you guys enjoyed. Let me know what your thoughts are down below, and I'll see you soon for the next one.
The tide of fortune continues to turn in our favor as the consequences of our recent victories reverberate across the globe. With the United States left reeling and isolated in the wake of our decisive defeat of their Navy, their once loyal allies now question the wisdom of maintaining their alliances. One by one, these allies have begun to distance themselves from the faltering giant, realizing that their interests are better served by seeking common ground with China rather than continuing to support a sinking ship. The bonds of friendship and allegiance that once bound them to the United States now fray and weaken, leaving the Americans increasingly isolated in their fight against us. For me, this development is a welcome sign of the shifting tides of power in the international arena. With each ally that abandons the sinking ship of American imperialism, our own position grows stronger, our influence more far-reaching. But even as we celebrate this victory of diplomacy and strategy, we must remain vigilant, for the United States is not a foe to be underestimated. Though weakened and isolated, they still possess formidable military might and resources that could yet pose a threat to our ambitions. Yet, with each passing day, their strength wanes, while ours grows ever stronger. The balance of power has shifted in our favor, and it is only a matter of time before the final reckoning comes.
Hey guys, Stealth here, and welcome back to Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts, the Chinese campaign. The Chinese campaign was supposed to go against Japan, but now we're fighting the US again. It is the Battleship Gosrith. Yes, it's one of the Enigma Huns, which means all of those little casemates. She is fighting the Baltimore. Chicago-class heavy cruiser, a couple of 11.6-inch guns. That's a lot of firepower for a CA. Also aided by a couple of destroyers and one light cruiser of the Philadelphia-class. Not particularly fast, but it does come with a supportive amount of underwater torpedo launchers. These guys seemingly pretty updated, but only 6 launchers. Interestingly, they did manage to put 12 2.7-inch guns on a DD. That is a substantial amount of firepower against small ships. So I think my destroyers, and potentially even my light cruiser, they're going to have to be a little careful this battle, because that's not exactly something I want to take on. The enemy has been sighted, briefly, on the starboard quarter. My DDs are in a bit of an uncomfortable job today. Because on the one hand, I would love to use these things to scout out enemy destroyers and especially spot their torpedoes. The other hand, well, that's a lot of those 1.7 inches, 2.7 inches, the small guns on the DDs that they will have to contend with. It's not exactly something that these DDs are very well armored to do. So it's going to be an interesting challenge to find a middle ground between keeping them alive and making sure that they scout out enemy torpedo threats for the battleship. Yep, we got an aggressive looking smoke screen about 11 kilometers out. So let's make these guys difficult to hit. These American heavies, we've seen them before with our cage masts. This is your target. And let's see if these 13s can eliminate these guys pretty quickly. I think they can. We already have a 1% chance to hit. The ship has 8 barrels of these 13s. Regular trained crew. Pretty good accuracy. I've slowed the ship down, or rather I am slowing the ship down to ascertain even better efficiency. Greater accuracy through slower speed. Here's the DD. It's 14 kilometers out. That's a bit far for the secondaries. I want to have a look at one of these DDs. Hold on, that's not even the DD, that's the CL. Okay, my bad. Eliminate the CL. Switch to that. What kind of shells you packing? AP capitalistic. Yeah, that should go cleanly through the bow of the ship. I don't think they'll actually be able to take those hits. Hello, DDs. DDs? DDs. Yep, it's properly American. It's got guns all over. So much so that the middle launcher is a bit restricted, and so is the one on the stern. So maybe they're not that big of a torpedo risk. Maybe they're a bit more concerning for my DDs. I mean, look at all those secondaries. That's, packing a punch. As for bow profile, I'm not that concerned. Yes, they're capable with, what is that, 4-inch guns? Yeah, 4.2s. They're capable, but they do look like the older 4-inch guns. Not that concerned yet. As for their torpedo range, these are fairly modern DDs. Where's your torpedo range, dude? 4.9. Okay, never mind. That's not too bad. We're gonna set you guys up with not the battleship division. You're going to join the light cruiser division, which is set to follow the battleship. So not a whole lot of screening going on, but just making sure that my DDs don't unnecessarily die. Let's pack up the smoke screens. 8-inch casemates are now going off. Still finding range by the looks of it. Reason why I'm not exactly targeting the enemy heavy cruisers yet is because at the moment I consider this light cruiser with its 8.5 kilometer torpedo range to be a much greater concern. That has to get taken out. That cannot be allowed to close in, and it's already here. My friend, I don't think HE is necessarily going to cut it. I thought you guys were set to follow. Why are you then speeding ahead of the ship? Okay, we got the Sun 1 identified. Those enemy DDs are also closing the distance pretty quick. But with all these casemates, the 3.9s, I'm not too concerned about the DDs. I can handle the DDs. I'm going to have the main guns deal with the Sun 1. And have the secondaries go after the destroyers. Come on, Gosrith. Come on. Range. We're inside of torpedo range. Ouch. Good lord, that hurt a lot. KG is looking pretty bad. The horse has seemingly torpedoed the light cruiser, but I'd say without effect. The cast outlaw is also looking pretty bad. Retreat! CL can stick around for a while. There goes the cast outlaw. Boom. That ought to finish off the Sun 1. Incoming torpedo. Gosrith already evacuating the place. These DDs have retreated before actually doing any kind of damage with their torpedo launchers. Wow. Overpenning. Okay, switch to HE. Everything just gets blocked by 1 inch. Oh, you got absolutely no HE chance. Okay, fine. That's a little better. The DDs are making another pass. KG, you better start turning, friend. Let's bring the hooded horse back around. This CL is not a threat. This DD is a massive threat. Increase speed and get out of here. Switch to this and use HE. That's more like it. Again, as long as they have to keep chasing me, they're not that big of a threat. The moment that they actually go broadside and are able to bring those torpedo launchers to bear, that's when we're going to get trouble. But by trying to run away... See, this is deadly. Now they're launching. As I'm running away, I'm unable to bring all of my guns to bear. That is a bit unfortunate. We're going to have to dance around a lot of torpedoes here. Come on. Good hit. Destroyed the main tower with 1 blow. The Sun 1's finally gone. Excellent. I want you to still continue evacuating. That's a good hit. 57,000? Yeah, that ought to do it. You'd think. I have my light cruiser here back with me. I might be able to use that ship to start chasing. Ooh, this is gonna get hairy. I'll get hit. Please be a dud. Not a dud. Come on. The light cruiser can finish off the DDs. We're gonna start targeting these heavy cruisers now. Smoke up. Chase them down. They should be unable to launch any further torpedoes. Are you just penning me with these guns now? Surprising. Can I pen you? I gotta hit you first, I guess. Ceasefire on torpedo launchers. Actually, we have options here. Use the torpedo launchers to go against the against the heavy cruisers. You're torpedoing me just the same. There goes one. This light cruiser seems to be uninterested in the slightest to go after the torpedo capabilities of the Baltimore or the Bremerton. This thing is having a nice cook-off. I guess this might be the 4th of July ability that the US ships have. See, the other one's doing it too. Yeah, Yep, that's destroyers with the 4th of July upgrade. And there goes the Baltimore. Jesus, you took a lot of flooding damage from one torp. It's unfortunate, but here we are. Now, considering the state of my navy, I might want to start putting some ships into the dockyards to try and get them upgraded. The problem with that is I might not have enough combat-capable ships left to do these battles. So it might be time to wrap up the war with the Americans. Maybe annoy the Germans a bit more, take some territory off of them. And after that, just go to peace for a bit. Because I want to try and get my economy back on track. And start using a few more advanced ships. But I don't really get the time to develop them. Or upgrade my existing fleet. There we go. So that did come at the price of 1 destroyer. But they lost 2 destroyers, 2 heavy cruisers and a light. Sorry, 3 DDs actually. So that's another 17,000 victory points. And I think the Americans are not going to enjoy that. I wonder if that's going to push them into a situation of help, we need to go to peace. Or not. Interestingly, no such thing. The Americans are not interested in going to peace just yet. That is despite me having a lead of about 160,000 victory points by now. This invasion is going absolutely nowhere, so I'm just going to give up on that. And instead bring my ships back for refitting. Because many of them need it. I'm going to just see if the Americans want to go to peace. But I can't select it right now, probably because we did battle. I'm much more interested in trying to take the German ships out of the fight, because I cannot have 8 heavy cruisers and a bunch of battleships just floating around in the Yellow Sea. Power projecting a heck of a lot and potentially sinking a load of my transports. I'm still at 155, but it's not very comfortable. Now, remember how I said I was unhappy with having a whole bunch of battleships and heavy cruisers in the Yellow Sea? Well, here they are. We have a bunch of these German ships suddenly taking action against 2 battle cruisers and 2 cruisers, so 1 heavy and 1 light. The Emmanuel K is a Tangshan-class battle cruiser, so that is, again, 8 13.3-inch guns. The Aura is the same Aura-class battle cruiser, 6 13-inch guns and 8 8-inch guns. Should be sufficient to keep all of these guys at bay. And hopefully thereby immediately determine and persuade the German Empire to leave things well enough alone. Let's see what these Germans want. Well, I'm fairly sure I know what they want. And it has to do something with the destruction of my Chinese warships. I bid them good luck, because these 7.7-inch guns don't really scare me. Looks to be a pretty old German design. It does have 12 4-inch guns, which could mean that my light cruiser's at some risk. But they just seem fairly harmless, considering what they put on this ship. What about their lights? 6-inch guns. And a couple of 1.6s and 3.3s. Very likely also sporting some underwater activities. So I am a bit concerned about that. Now, thankfully, the Emmanuel K is very capable of dealing with this exact level of threat. It has these 13-inch guns, that's side-mounted. It has 13-inch gun on the bow, that's dual barrel. I have 8.1s, I have 6-inch gun, I have 4-inch guns. This thing is just, well, ideal for dealing with enemy cruisers. The Aura, pretty similar. 13-inch guns, not a whole lot of them, but definitely enough 8-inch guns to make light cruisers and heavy cruisers start questioning their life choices. So we're just going to start pounding these things as much as we can. And my ideal fight would happen very far away. Because the moment that we let these guys close in, that's when the torpedoes are going to start flying around. Yeah, 3.7 is what I should be worried about. You guys get a torp of 3.7 as well. These are old German ships. Okay, prioritize the light cruiser. Cannot get that thing close there. This is already a bit too close for comfort. Because it means that sooner rather than later I'm going to have to start falling back. And I don't want to. Get some good shots here. No pun intended. Pretty good. Alright. There's the damage. You're firing AP, you're firing HE, Aura. Oh, yeah, okay, fine. The Aura is dumping torpedoes into the light cruiser. I like it. I like it. I don't think it'll hit, but at least force the formation to start taking some evasive course of action. If they know about the torp. Not even sure they do. Okay, that light cruiser should be down. Torpedoes have been destroyed. So we're going to switch targets to the next ship. There goes one. Over here we got the cruisers, and they're definitely getting a bit close to the heavy cruisers here. Lucas is launching torps. Donnelly already did that a while ago. Oh right, the Lucas has a ton of torpedoes. You got 5 side-mounted torpedo launchers. Good stuff. Unfortunately, that's the exact moment that the Gneisenau decides that they want to start changing course. Look at this mass of ships here. Holy shit. I better keep these cruisers alive because they're going to be pretty instrumental in the second part of this battle. And this torpedo is not particularly helpful, Gazelle. We might actually be able to get a torpedo hit here. And otherwise force the rest of these gentlemen to start taking evasive action. Light cruiser Dresden is getting absolutely destroyed. I'm surprised that with this many fires the ship hasn't just gone up in flames yet. There she goes. Heavy flooding. No torpedoes whatsoever are going to hit. It looks like the Germans sent their entire destroyer fleet here. We're going to split you off. Because you're currently doing 19 knots. You can definitely do more. Steady as she goes. Gentlemen, this Gazelle has to go. Make it happen. Aura, getting rammed by the sinking Dresden. That's a nice little surprise from the Germans there. Come on. This thing is awfully close. Range? 600 meters. That's good stuff. Thank you, Emmanuel. Gone. Alright. Next is the heavy cruiser. We sunk something else. Did you boys get hit by torpedoes by any chance? 'Cause it wasn't me. At least not gun-wise. Okay, rejoin. Turn back. Because now, after the Graf Spey's gunning terminated, we're going to have a pretty easy shootout with the DDs. Because I think they don't have the torpedo range. 4.9. Yeah, we're going to be in a pretty good position here. And we can also start putting these ships a bit more broadside, allowing them a lot more of their firepower. There's good damage. There's a Gneisenau. Almost wiped out in 2 salvos. And sunk. Aura's going to have to be careful not to run into the sinking Gazelle. She seems to have a knack for... No, actually, the last ram was on... Yeah, it was on the Aura. Oh. That DD is launching torpedoes. But I think the heavy cruiser might eat them all. Damn, dude. You need to get better friends. Because this is not doing you any favors. If that heavy cruiser was not going to be there, I think the Aura would have taken some serious hits. Okay, now we're going to start popping DDs like it's Christmas. Get rid of all of these guys. Because they're far too close for comfort. No, we're not going to target that DD. If you don't mind. Good lord. There's torpedoes all over the place. What's the heavy and the light doing? As much as possible. It's like tower defense right now. But with torpedoes. Ooh, I might be able to squeeze the Aura through that gap, but that's going to be very close. I think she'll eat a torpedo here. That DD, however, has bigger issues. Okay, come on. You're getting blocked? Use armor piercing on the secondaries. Ooh. Aura should be fine. Yep, she's fine. Come on. Fight it. We're getting way too much pen on those secondaries now. Go on. 78. At least this time around, the AI seems to have the right idea, which is rush. Send all the DDs to death range, just suicide range, and get rid of those torpedoes as quickly as possible. Just dump them all onto my ships. And so far, they, unfortunately for them, don't have anything to show for it. I have not been hit by a torpedo, but normally their DDs just kind of cower at range and don't do that much. This is a very different experience. And especially as these things maintain their speed, they're still pretty deadly 800-ton projectiles coming my way. Ooh. What hit you? Oh, a torpedo from one of my battlecruisers. From the Emmanuel. Good stuff. There goes the 25. How are torpedoes looking here? Got 1. Correct your speed. Now it's turning into an absolute turkey shoot. The Germans just lost all their ships. And they barely have anything to show for it. I've done over 1 million in damage. But that stat can get so easily skewed. Oh boy. Yeah, I'll pretend that was not close. And that I know exactly what I was doing. Oh, 2 more light cruisers here. Why did you guys only show up now? Because you're fast, but you're not. You're doing 15 knots. At your top speed. Like, dude, that's not really relevant anymore in this day and age. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Ooh, Lucas. We're fine. Okay, there goes the 14. Are we done badgering destroyers? Emmanuel is very far ahead relative to the Aura back there. 109 points for the Emmanuel. 556k for the Aura. 33k by the light cruiser and 379k by the Lucas Weinman. Those 10-inch guns are completely deadly. And 75,000 points by torpedoes. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Stralsund coming in. A bit concerned about her torpedo hazard. We're 3-3, so they don't have the range just yet. But they're definitely trying. You have more range, you got 7. Okay, fine, you die first. There goes Stralsund. Guess you're gonna die second then. You torpedoed me again. Come on. We're getting overpens. It does not have a whole lot of armor. Go to HE on the mains. Because I think HE here should be sufficient. Come on. Blast him. That's more like it. 12,000. Auras coming back to fight. Yeah, I think this is a very good result. And hopefully it's going to push the Germans into neutrality. Because I'm not very eager to keep fighting both of these wars at the same time. I'm getting away with it. But if there are going to be battleships, I'm in trouble. Because most of my capitals are either repairing or undergoing refit. I don't have the numbers anymore. So if those 4 German battleships decide that they want to fight, well, that's going to be a challenge. And thankfully, I have probably taken out all of their escorts, so it's going to be a bit easier to deal with the German battleships by able to, let's say, send in destroyers. It's just going to be a question of, was this all? And I'm not so sure. And here we go. The Germans are desperately asking us to sign a peace treaty, and I will agree to that. I want to see how much they have left, though. There we go. 6 ships lost there. The Germans are also losing ships in West Africa. The US in East Asia. So I guess my destroyer over in East Asia is doing work. Or is that just the fleet? Well, there's a whole bunch more going on. How much more you guys got? 4 battleships, 8 heavy cruisers, and another 18 DDs? Yikes. I hope this peace treaty goes through, because otherwise we're going to be in trouble. What else is happening? Heavy cruiser Des Moines, light cruiser Charleston, and a couple of other units. Yeah, we're going to have to give these Zhaiyang-class cruisers another shot, because those 10-inch guns are fantastic. Let's go. Alright, the job. Defend the convoy. The American heavy cruiser has a pretty similar level of firepower to myself. They also have 10-inch guns. They have a lot of 6.2s. That means it's dangerous for my destroyer and my light cruiser to join this fight. So I've set them to follow the heavy cruisers for now. And hopefully they'll be able to be useful in the second part of the battle, as we're going to be engaging the light cruiser and their destroyers. That light cruiser does not have extreme levels of firepower, like it's 2 7.5s, but it has 34 3.2s. Good lord. They're just sticking casemates into every single spot that they possibly could find. There's the destroyer. Slow the heavies down a bit. These heavies are not fast, right? They're just doing 21 knots. But they have proven themselves to be extremely adequate against the German ships. And the American ships so far. I don't think HE is quite gonna cut it though, my friend. 7184. Okay, switch back. Because if this thing rushes in and presents a hefty underwater torpedo threat, which it already has, then we have something else to worry about. You guys, torpedo the heavy cruiser if you can. This thing now takes precedence over everything else. Especially considering I don't have let's say, a hydro-capable ship scouting out for the rest of my fleet. Okay, you just launched a torp. So did the heavy, but the light cruiser is already turning. Okay, whoops. I put the heavies in the formation as the transports. Transports can never be controlled. Okay, you guys are not under AI control, thank you very much. Things going broadside. I don't trust this not to have launched torpedoes yet. There we go. They just sent against the cliff. It's the leader. There it is. Charleston, Charleston. Everybody loves Charleston except for Charleston herself because she's going down. Done. Okay, that's one down. You guys... Oh... Oh, there we go. 2 hits on the enemy battle... Oh, sorry, heavy cruiser. It's not a battleship. Good work. Good work. That's going to give them pause. And their accuracy is already dropping. Their buoyancy is holding at about 54%. Now, the DDs are, of course, party pooping the whole area here. Tony, get out. Ooh, that's good damage. Split. Yeah, we're gonna have to just power through. It's not the best option, but I think it's my only option. Just continue on the turn, try to increase speed, and dodge that torpedo. The Fletcher also sending torpedoes at this point. And the Cliff Richardson giving back as good as she's taking. That's a spread of 5, and the Eiskrale also sending 5. So the Fletcher and behind it, the Dewey, are going to have an interesting situation on their hands. Where are they going to dodge? That heavy cruiser is holding on 54. Not my biggest concern right now. Okay, eliminate these ships. I think by now the Americans have been properly convinced that war, or at least the continuation of this war, is not necessarily in their best interest. They seem to have some foolhardy people in their government which continue this war. I mean, arguably, they really shouldn't. Oh. There goes Fletcher. Cliff, turn. The Dewey's getting eliminated by the secondaries and primaries of the Eiskrale. I'm trying to turn the ships around and dodge the torps and potentially prepare for another torpedo attack. Getting a bit of damage in on Des Moines. The Dewey should be gone. Dewey is done for. Excellent. Okay, you still have torpedo launchers available on stern, correct? You just got a bow launcher. You just have a bow launcher? Huh. Oh. Des Moines. Cut that shit out. Ooh, you almost got torped by your friend, didn't you? Because that's not anywhere near where I am. She's gone. That is how you deal with convoy raiders. Swiftly and completely. And they will never bother you again. There. Job done. And there's another 9,000 victory points for the Chinese Empire. Now, I'm going to leave it here. I'll take a couple of these battles off screen because they're probably just generally small encounters. Like it's a couple of DDs versus DDs. If something interesting pops up, I will let you know. Until such a time, I shall see you guys in the next episode. Hopefully with a few wars less to worry about. Thank you for watching. I'll see you then.
With the recent disposal of a sizable German fleet, our superiority in the Asian theater has been solidified, leaving no doubt as to the unmatched strength of the Chinese Navy. Yet, as the waters of the Pacific calm and the echoes of victory fade, a new ambition stirs within me, a vision of conquest that surpasses any in history. For too long, the mainland United States has stood as an untouchable fortress, its shores protected by vast oceans and formidable defenses. But I am not one to be deterred by the impossible. For where others see barriers, I see opportunities. And so, I have set my sights on a new objective, one that defies convention and challenges the very notion of power in the modern world. I have set my sights on mainland US, a daring gambit that, if successful, will rewrite the course of history and establish China as the undisputed master of the Pacific. The task ahead is daunting, the obstacles numerous and formidable. From the vast distances that separate us from our target to the formidable might of the American military, every step of this journey will be fraught with peril. But I am undeterred, for I know that with careful planning and unwavering determination, we can achieve the impossible.
Hey guys, Stealth here, and welcome to episode 12 of the Chinese campaign. It took me, I don't know, sinking 100 plus American warships, but we're finally here. There's peace between the Chinese and the US. This has come probably at a massive cost. Look at that. 2.7 billion is up for grabs. Holy shit, I'm gonna have to draw up the, the Google Maps to figure out where half of these places are. But they are willing to play ball on quite a few of these colonies. I'm going to at least take East Philippines. I know where that is. Guam? Yeah. Yeah, why not? Like, it's over here, if I'm not mistaken. So with that, I basically secure that whole foothold. Western Philippines, well, you know, it's not under my control as of right now. But there is another war with the US potentially afoot. There we go. Thank you for your generous donation of the Eastern Philippines. Indonesia is now currently arming up. That's fine. It is actually very nice having a local ally in the form of Indonesia, because Indonesia has been buying quite a few of my ships. So my shipyards are hard at work building up a whole bunch of ships for Indonesia. They've ordered a couple of heavy cruisers, they want some light cruisers to escort those, and now they've made the wise decision to also get some destroyers to go with that fleet. I'm not so sure exactly what they're planning on fighting. They are aligned with my faction, so in that sense, they should be on my side. Right? Exactly how much firepower they're going to have, I'm not so sure. I would be very curious to see if they're at some point going to try and liberate some more of their territory by taking over Sulawesi, for example. But I don't know. Who's the Dutch faction allied to? The Italians. Okay, fine. I'm still at war with Austria-Hungary. Wait, you want me to do a naval invasion? Sumatra is yours? Really? And I happen to be fairly close with these 3 fleets. So I guess I can use that to wrap up this war. I don't really understand exactly how they were able to get Sumatra. I suspect they got some fleet here. Well, there's a bit. Surely there's more. It took 6. It took 6 heavies, 11 lights, and 5 DDs. Interesting. Now, of course, we're going to do that because I am also interested in wrapping up this war. I want to try and go to peace for at least a little bit of time. So, even as these ships have been out to sea fighting the US for a long time, especially these guys, like, Goswith's fleet constantly got attacked. Non-stop. There used to be a DD there. I think it was the Mrutham. It unfortunately died. But they just kept sending ship after ship after ship. Usually they spawned 5 ships, like 3 DDs, 2 light cruisers, something to that effect, every month over in the West Philippines as I was invading that. So for the last couple of months, I've had to be fighting these guys off. Thankfully, that has stopped. As for the rest of the world, or lastly, of the rest of the US fleet, they started out with a pretty sizable fleet. They now have 16 ships. 4 heavies, 3 lights, and 9 DDs. Yeah, that's cute. Their tonnage is 96,000. Sure enough, they're building more, but my naval tonnage is about... about 8 times? No, well, not quite that. About 6 times that of the US. My economy is still growing despite being at war, and the US cannot say the same. They are shrinking quickly. 6% per year. Now, seeing as this war was going on forever and ever and ever, I decided I have made it my new objective to invade the US. Because why not? I have never invaded the US. It is going to take a lot of work, because this is not a small army that I would need to defeat. And of course, seeing as they don't have a whole lot of overseas territories anymore, their army logistics is 100%, whereas mine is 42%. I will definitely need a lot more firepower. I will need more ships. I'm going to need bigger ships at that. So to that effect, I have upgraded my shipyards to 301,000 tons, and I will of course never actually be able to build a ship worth 301,000 tons, but this is going to allow me to build multiple ships at the same time. As for research, I am working on big guns, and these have gotten a priority, so I now have almost access to the Mark II 18-inch guns. As for the Mark IIIs, we're still stuck on 13-inch, unfortunately. I'm not sure if we're going to get 19 Mark II and then 20 Mark II, and then it's going to jump back to 14 Mark III, because I would like to prio the 14-inchers and the 15-inchers. But we'll just have to kind of wait and see what comes out of the hat. Now, the US does seem to have a little bit of a revolution problem over here. And I'm interested in seeing if the Western Philippines are actually going to be able to rebel against their US force holding it. Oh, it's been completed. I have sent, or rather the army has sent a little expeditionary force from Liaodong over into Northwest Korea. Northwest Korea was defended by about 95,000 men. And so the army saw it fit to send 10 million men over and take Northwest Korea. So pretty much everything here is now mine. Yes, Japan is still this little power. They have 1 battleship and 3 DDs. They don't actually have a war at the moment. They're allied to the Italians, insofar as that's valuable. They got 21 ships. They do have 10 battleships, but how valuable those are, I don't know. My economy, I'm happy to say, is doing quite well. I have exceeded the Spanish. I have well exceeded the Japanese. The rest of them, I've exceeded Russia as well. And they are shrinking pretty quickly. They are still at war with the Italians, so I'm happy to let these two have at it and try and destroy each other. The French currently still at war with the US and with Austria-Hungary. The Germans peacefully moving along and their economy is booming. They have overtaken the Brits. That's quite the achievement. So let's have a look. They haven't actually taken any territory. They have just been growing their economy like absolutely crazy. That is interesting. If the German faction is at some point going to go to war, they will have a lot of firepower. Especially economics. Their fleet is 79 ships. Most of those is destroyers, though. The French, which I'm kind of expecting them to go to war with. Well, I mean, it's not that likely, not yet. They will put up a fight with their 14 battleships, but if the Germans play their hand well and use 37 DDs, well, I've seen what a 24-inch torpedo can do to a battleship, and it leaves a mark, shall we say. Now, let's do a little invasion of Sumatra and see if the Austro-Hungarian Navy is interested at all in doing some defense. As it turns out, the Austro-Hungarians don't want to be invaded. Well, that is unfortunate, because it's going to happen anyway. The Vorarlberg and the rest of their fleet is not really going to stand in my way for very long. Sure enough, it is a sizable fleet, but they're only packing 6-inch guns and a couple of underwater torpedo launchers. They're slow at 20 knots. And the Gosrith is armed with a couple of those 8-inch guns, 13-inch guns, and 28 3.9s. So I am eager to turn the entire Austro-Hungarian Navy into scrap, and then start taking their territory. Now, I'm gonna make this as easy as possible for myself, because it is probably gonna be a fairly straight-up slaughter with these ships. Everybody gets to join one division. We're going to let these guys auto-select their ammo, and hammer away. I'm a bit sad that this is what the game has kind of turned into. This, just clobber the old ships, but if the AI refuses, or finds itself unable to actually use more modern ships, well, that's what's gonna happen. I cannot do magic and suddenly give the AI good ships. They're going to have shit ships. My ships, by contrast, are very good. Some of them have a bit of a peculiar design, to be sure, but that doesn't stop them from being extremely good at what they need to do. Such as the Gosrith over here, armed with its 13-inch guns. These are Mark IIIs, because, as I mentioned, I don't know if they're Mark IV yet, as much as I would like it. A veteran crew that has definitely seen a lot of combat over the last couple of months is eager to show the next combatant, which, as it turns out, is the Austro-Hungarians, how they are wrong in the error, or, well, let's say to show them the error of their ways. Everybody can fire auto except you. You can fire AP ammunition. Let's see, what do we have? This is their heavy. Come on. That's something that my kids use in the tub. But, no. Got there. More trash. Are you DDs at least? Is that enough funnels for you? You compensated for something or what? What are... Where are you going? In such a hurry. Or do you get more smoke like this? Like, this is improving your vaping capability. Come on. Make an effort. See, there it is. That's a 13-inch right through the deck. Surprisingly, that DD took it like a champ. And did not actually die. That really does surprise me. Is that a torpedo? Yeah, it's an outbound. Okay. Gentlemen, only launch torps when you have a pretty decent chance to hit. Yeah, that's another reason why I am using the, let's say, singular line formation. I have had too many times that my ships accidentally, or not so accidentally, maybe because they hate each other, start torping each other. And if you just have everybody in a line, well, it can still happen. It's just less likely to happen. There goes one. Is that your heavy? No, it's a DD. 1914. Like, it's 8 million. It has 25 knot speed. What sort of engine efficiency do you have? You got a steam multiple expansion engine? You don't even have a turbine yet? What the hell? Is this their old trash? In a roleplay sense, maybe you can make the argument that they're trying to protect their colonies with their older ships. I don't know. That's the story. Ooh, that hurt. That's the story I can come up with. The torpedo range is only 4.9. They're spending 20-inch torpedoes when they do. A hooded horse, by contrast, has the 24-inch all-singing, all-dancing torpedo that absolutely wrecks anything that it comes into contact with. Providing it's not a dud. That happens at times, unfortunately. Also, since most of these are packing some sort of a hydrophone, most likely. Yeah, they got a hydrophone. They will see torpedoes the moment that I launch them, especially as these 24 inches are just standard propulsion. But they're reasonably quick. Maybe I can accidentally land a hit. I think the Zenta is about to be aware of the threat. Yeah, she's aware. She's turning. Meteor. Taking some damage, but look at this. 254k done versus 900. Like, make an effort. Don't send me all your trash ships, because they will not come home. This cruiser costs them 40 million. Mine is actually almost twice that price. But at least mine has armor, mine has speed, mine has modern technology, and mine tends to come home. Which is not something that these ships tend to do. How much armor they have? 2.9 inches essentially everywhere. Is that something I can pen? No, not with this HE shell. I need to adjust the HE shells in these ships. Switch to AP now. Because HE, yeah, it hurts, but AP can hurt a lot more. Like there, 13 points, see? No, that was the 8-inch gun, I think. My light cruiser is taking a bit more fire than I'd like. So let's rush this thing out of the area of danger. If at all possible, torpedo something. Chance of you getting away with it is limited. But we have them. Might as well throw them at the enemy. There we go. Pen. The hooded horse is running off. Flash fire. There goes the Pola. This is exactly what I wanted this campaign not to turn into. This just clubbing the enemy, because I thought we were past that. Especially with the Russian campaign, we were definitely past that. And I was hoping that that pattern was going to continue. But as it turns out, well, not really. If you as a player just manage to have a relatively modern navy, and I'm not that far ahead. I am just, according to the game, average technology. If you just have that, then like that plus apparently the Austro-Hungarian inability to modernize their ships, it just turns into this slaughter. Which doesn't make the game particularly enjoyable. I want to just have something that really pushes back. And right now, they're not. Look at that. Another 20k damage. She's flooding. She's dead. Okay, so that's a complete victory. I did take some damage on the hooded horse, but it's mostly flooding. So, break out the pumps, dry that ship out, and we're done. 21k. Good talk. Speaking of talking, of course they now want to have a peace treaty. I, however, do not, because I'm a little busy invading their territory. Now, I am hoping... Yeah, there we go. There's Sumatra. I hope that I have my fleets in the right position. What? No. I'm not interested in doing a whole lot of territorial expansion. Okay, we need a lot of fleet there. A lot of capacity. Time to break out the battleships and send them over there. I don't believe I have a whole lot of other battleships currently not doing anything. This is all the DDs. Yeah, I got one battleship over there. And a battle cruiser. So, we can send those out from Tsingtao. Send you over there. And where was the other ship? I have gained a couple of ports. I think it was here. Yeah. Send it out. Let's go. Alright, so let's get this invasion over with, and then ideally just go to peace with the Austro-Hungarians. Apparently Canada has been watching the situation develop, and is not too enthused with the whole way that Austria-Hungary is getting its head done in. So they've decided to cancel their alliance. And I now have control over Sumatra. So thank you very kindly. The Antilles have also defeated the Dutch, and now are in control. The Philippines, aha! The Philippines are now in full control of the Western Philippines. Isn't that nice? This would be a very lovely place to visit next. Because the Western Philippines is actually quite rich. 2.8 billion in economy. They have oil. I'm not the United States, but I think they need a visit. They need more China in their life. We're here to deliver. Now, going to, let's say, war with a neutral faction, I'm not so sure how it works. I know you can do it. I just don't exactly know how to go about doing it. Because sometimes you get these pop-ups saying, hey, this power over here, this minor nation, is plotting to overthrow you or to do some sort of activity that the government doesn't like. At which point, you can then decide if you want to spend some forces to invade them. Like I had with one of those territories that the game just popped up with. I ignored that because I'm not looking for that particular expansion, but I'm hoping that I can also get that for the West Philippines. A couple months of insisting that peace is much better of an option. Later, we have signed a peace. Unfortunately, it seems that I really didn't get a whole lot out of that because, well, I only invaded one territory, got some victory points by getting some kills, and that was about it. So, Albania, Serbia, and the Central Balkans are safe from me. And I much prefer it that way, because I really do not want any territory in Europe. I am not interested in meddling in those affairs, especially not if I am at some point going to be fighting the Americans in their own territory. Now, of course, going to peace has its advantages. Your economy tends to stabilize, and I expect that this growth is going to continue. As for my naval budget, well, I'm minus 161 million, so there is that. Most of my fleet is now back at base. They're getting refit, making sure that everything is back up to modern standards. And I still have a couple of ships that I am building for the Indonesians. I'm not actually building any ships for my own navy, because at the moment I feel like I have a decent mix. And especially with the current modernizations, that should be good enough. Like, we got 8 battleships, 4 battle cruisers, 16 heavy cruisers, 9 lights, and 20 DDs. Maybe some more lights, maybe 2 or 3 more battle cruisers, but as I build those, I'm also going to have to try and keep them afloat. And that costs money. So, let's first up set all of these ships to limited, because that tends to be the cheapest option. Crew training is severely penalized. Well, that's fine. I'm not exactly likely to go into any new war situation anytime soon. That'll save me quite a bit of money. I can also reduce the crew training at large, because I find that crew training tends to just come back really quickly. Especially with a couple of victories under your belt, you can actually get quite a lot of work done. Now, I have made 1921 refits. Most of these ships are already done with their refits. A couple DDs still need to get refit. I think the other flight of the DDs as well. That's the older Kidong light cruiser. I'm keeping these guys around because I don't really have a better light cruiser beyond the Heizhou class, which is basically that 6-inch gun light cruiser / heavy destroyer. I don't really feel like I need anything bigger or better. And the same can be said for the battleships. I'm very much prioritizing big guns research still. And I'm already getting 20-inch Mark II. So we're making progress in that department very nicely. It is going to take me a while, but I suspect that after this is done, we're going to go back to Mark IIIs. So the Mark 14, or the 14 Mark IIIs are actually coming into view. Now, considering our grand plan to invade the United States, the puppet master, the one that was in control of Japan, at least for the story that I'm going with, I'm probably going to need a lot of ships. I'm going to need a lot of ships, because invading one of their territories is going to be a little difficult. As for where to strike, like ideally one with the fewer army force units. We got 527 there, we got 559 there. Invading the eastern US would be interesting, although it would probably be pretty impossible to get there. Supply lines are impossible at that point. So I think I might have to do... Oh. Right, I got the Marshall Islands. Okay, that means I now have a power projection in the South Pacific. A little. So yeah, I guess I can hunt American ships there as well. It also means I might have a stepping stone to eventually take Pearl Harbor. We're going to have to essentially do a reverse island hopping campaign as opposed to what the US did. And take Pearl Harbor and then use that as a stepping stone for Western USA, which has an army force of 559,000. Now, I've invaded a couple of places over in Asia, and that took me a substantial unit, like a substantial tonnage. I'm probably going to have to double my fleet, right? This fleet, 554,000 tons. Is it the biggest in the world? No, France has more, the Germans have more, and the Brits have more. I'm going to have to increase fleet size. So maybe... Yeah, let's start building a new battleship. It's going to have relatively smaller guns for the time being, but let's see. Would it be more economical to build 2 smaller ships or one enormous one? Because if I'm going to go for tonnage, I need something relatively cheap. So let's say I want to do 40,000 tons. Just to make it fairly easy for the math. It is going to be a capable warship. It is going to have to potentially fight other targets. So I'm just going to throw this thing together quickly and see what I can come up with. Let's go with... Yeah, it doesn't need to be quick because speed costs money in this game. Like you wouldn't believe. So 20 knots is fine for the time being. Standard quarters. Let's give it better armor, better engines. Don't use turbo-electric if you want to make something cheap. Because turbo-electric just blossoms the price from $199 to $266. So we're not doing that. Reinforced bulkheads, double bulkheads, some anti-torpedo blisters, auxiliary. Don't particularly care for that. Citadel, yes please, anti-flood, all of it. Rangefinder, stereo 4, and radio advanced. Okay. Guns-wise, a 13-inch Mark III. Let's say I want to have those on a barbette. I'm not sure if a medium superimposed will actually fit that. Will it? Yeah, it will. Okay, cool. That'll fit. Well, that might fit. But I don't want it to because I cannot afford to displace that much. This is going to cost me a lot. This is a really expensive ship. 2 powder, standard ratio, give me barbettes, cap ballistic shells, capped HE shells. Like, we'll pretend we're going to throw in a couple of casemates, 2 there, 2 on the back. Ship's overweight. Armor belt's a bit heavy. 15-inch armor belt. Give me 5 and 5 and 2 and 15. Give me a single hull bottom then. And an anti-torp one. Okay, so we're basically paying $387,000 for this thing. This is kind of what I'm getting at. If I have something like a cruiser, like the Enigma-class, this displaces 13,000 tons, but I can have 3 of these, which essentially also displace 40,000 tons, even more so, and they cost me 96 million per. So that's, let's say, 300 million total. This thing is going to have, let's say, 13.2 million a month maintenance. This thing, 16 million. So potentially it's going to be more beneficial to go with a couple of big heavy cruisers. And I'm not talking battleships or battle cruisers. This one was 13.5. Maybe I just need to research a better cruiser hull. Like a better heavy cruiser hull, and with that be able to build some, I'd say, relatively cheap ships. Ideally, that is. Now, I have been apparently shaken down by the Italians, and I said, nope, you're not getting my money. I'm not interested in trying to bribe you into going to peace. Fine, they exclaimed, and went to war. So now I'm fighting the Italians. I think this is going to be largely just a Cold War, because what does Italy have? Where is any Italian territory in Asia? What I think is going to happen is they will send a fleet, I will kick them in the teeth, and then we'll have a peace treaty. So this, well, interestingly, this helps me a lot. Oh, this looks pretty bad for Ethiopia. It helps me a lot, because what I can do now is use 247 million surplus a month to try and just get a whole bunch of ships built. Now, research is getting prioritized for heavy cruisers, and we're making progress on the Advanced Battlecruiser 5. It's not something I need, but I need a better cruiser hull. The big guns are coming up with the 20-inch 2. Yeah, still no change there. And, well, I guess we'll have to reactivate the fleet. I'm not terribly happy about it, but I do have, at this point, some fairly sizable territories, and I need to somehow defend my territories. So I'm going to set them to defend, and with that, be sure to defend ports and defend transports, and potentially I'll upgrade to sea control if I have an Italian fleet coming in. This is going to cost me like 40 million extra per month. Let's throw the crew training back into full gear. Now I still get a surplus of 148 million. That's a really, really good economic situation to be in. I now just need more ships and better hulls. And the plan to invade the US might be a go. That, however, will have to wait to a future episode. I hope you guys enjoyed watching this one. It's been a bit of a wild ride, this campaign. And there is more wild stuff yet to come. So I hope you guys will enjoy it. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you soon for more.
As preparations for the audacious operation continue to unfold, I have made the decision to embark on a grand rehearsal, a large-scale demonstration of our naval might and strategic prowess. Our objective, to take control of all Russian ports in the Asian theater, securing the region and making it safer for Chinese commerce. With the Russian Empire weakened by internal strife and external pressures, the time is ripe for us to assert our control in the region, to establish ourselves as the undisputed masters of the Pacific. By removing Russian presence in the Asian ports, we not only strengthen our own position, but also remove a potential threat to our ambitions in the future. Already our warships are mobilizing, their hulls resounding with the steady beat of preparation and anticipation. From the mightiest battleship to the humblest patrol boat, each vessel bears the mark of our determination, a testament to our unwavering resolve. But make no mistake, this will be no easy task. The Russian Empire may be weakened, but it is not defeated, and their ports are sure to be heavily defended. Yet I am undeterred, for I know that with careful planning and unwavering determination, we can achieve the impossible.
Hey guys, Stealth here, and welcome to episode 14. This episode, we're going to start poking some nations around us. Not necessarily Japan, because I don't consider Japan a threat at all, but we have a northern neighbor. Now, I am still planning on invading the US, but I have found a target of opportunity in the form of the Russian Empire. Here's why. The Russians have, well, they have a decent army force, but their army logistics is quite bad. I was suffering from this myself in the previous campaign. My army logistics is 100%. Now, I am capable, of course, of invading some of these territories, like the Russian Far East and Northern Siberia. This is utterly uninteresting, because 50 million, like, it's a drop in a bucket. You won't even notice. This one, meh. I'm expecting to go for the Russian Far East and North Sakhalin, as well as take Kamchatka, because with having a bit of territory here, I suspect that my army is going to walk right into Siberian Russia, potentially from Mongolia. Xinjiang might launch a little expedition into Kazakhstan. Things like that, you know, things to keep the army busy. Off screen, I've already been working up to this, so my tension with these guys is 98. We're going to increase the tension a little bit more and wait for the flash in the pan. And well. Russia has sent us an ultimatum, demanding that we withdraw the fleet. What fleet? Absolute disgrace. Oops! Russia and China are now at war. Oh dear, whatever shall we do? Well, we're going to mobilize the fleet, that's what. The fleet's going to go after something... Well, actually, I suspect that the group over here in South Sakhalin might just take North Sakhalin all by itself. I'm not sure if this is considered a connected landmass, but let's take Kamchatka. It's only 16,000 men, at least for now. Now, at this point, I have a very sizable navy and a ludicrous amount of money. I am getting 500 million a month. And that is pretty much with most sliders maxed out. 460 million with everything maxed out. We're going to have to start cranking out a lot more ships. My economy has been growing like crazy. And I'm almost starting to think that my economy is stuck. Stuck in growth. Which is a really weird but pleasant problem to have. Because most of the time, your economy, well, it tends to bob up and down a bit. Sometimes you get a nice surplus, sometimes you get a bit of a downside. But my economy has been stuck on 10.7% per year, like clockwork. And with that, I'm now in possession of a 940,000 ton navy. That's not even my final form. Because you see, I'm building a whole bunch more of the Enigma-class of heavy cruiser. I expect these to start being able to go to the US in about 6 months. 3 months till the first flight and 6 months until the next flight. And if you look at the massive line of mechanic ships that I have, well, I should have quite a while ready soon. Indonesia, in the meanwhile, is preparing not to get retaken by the Dutch, and they've been buying a couple of battleships, which I'm happily producing for them. Now, as for the Russian Navy, I didn't even care to look what we're facing. They have 18 heavy cruisers, 18 lights, and 5 battleships and a battle cruiser. The real question is, are they even here? And the answer appears to be very much, no, they're not. So if they're not over in their Asian theater, they must be over here. Yeah, where are you going? The Adriatic. Okay, fine. Heavy cruiser there. They probably got their fleet over here. Yeah, there's a light. Over here we have a heavy cruiser again. I'm not really sure where the Russian fleet is at. They seem to be patrolling with single ships. That's fine. Now, another benefit of completely wiping out any Russian presence over here is that I can freely operate here without having to worry about any transport ships getting knocked down. So, let me assemble some navies, and I shall be right back with you. And, just as I was hoping for, the Chinese Empire initiates a major offensive against Manchuria. Or sorry, from Manchuria against the Russian Far East, and from Tajikistan against Uzbekistan. To make matters worse for the Russians, they have, well, they have some more issues. Both Germany and Japan, well, for what it's worth, just declared war on Russia. So Russia is now facing several wars at the same time. Oh, they were already fighting the Austro-Hungarians, I guess. So they're going to be a little bit in trouble. And as you look at their economy, it's 124 billion. I got 121 billion on the Spanish, 286 billion on Austria-Hungary, 60 billion on Japan. This is just cute. Not sure exactly how with 60 billion they're still able to afford this much for their navy. But hey, the game works in mysterious ways. Now, I already have my fleet over here in Petropavlovsk, so all I need to do now is launch the naval invasion of Kamchatka, which only requires 8,500 tons, and considering what I have there, well, that should be working out quite well. I'm also going to start planning future invasions, so I might be able to launch several invasions at the same time. Because I have so many ships here, I should be able to completely crush the Russian Empire and maybe even make the whole thing disintegrate. I think that would be very amusing. It's not the first empire that I've done it to. Hello, Japan. And it'll probably not be the last, as I am still planning on invading the US. But, well, this thing just kind of happened to come on my path, and I thought, well, let's go for it. I was thinking that this war was going to be one where I just did invasion after invasion after invasion. But Russia has sent forth one heavy cruiser. It's a Durban-class heavy cruiser with 10.5-inch guns, and 8 of them. Beyond that, it has 14 5-inch guns, so this thing has the potential to be quite dangerous to my destroyers. These are relatively older destroyers, 1921 Tian class, and with these I have plenty of torpedoes. The real question is, will this thing be able to outshoot me before I'm able to launch? Alright, we've been detected, and this enemy heavy cruiser has definitely, well, less than fortunate intent for my ships. As for my destroyers, I have the Bijin, the Kuyun, I have the Maximus, and I have the Fotoguan. These are armed with 4-inch guns. I think that's not really going to make a dent in this cruiser. These guys definitely have a lot more prospect. Ooh! Ho, ho. Ow. Did you just knock out all my 4-inch guns? Yeah, you did. You knocked out one of them and that took all of the ammunition with it. Well, that's nice. Let's torpedo then quickly. While we still have some health left. And I don't think that I'm going to strictly win the fight. If something like this persists, let's have you guys also engage. Maybe not with the last destroyer, but, well... needs must. Gentlemen, smoke up. Dump your torps in the water. You still haven't... there you go. Now run. Run for your buoyancy. I really hope this heavy cruiser isn't turning to engage me. Sometimes these ships make absolutely no sense in what they're going to do. Also, this thing's probably going way too fast. No, it's actually doing 30 knots. Sometimes you have ships doing far more speed than they're actually supposed to be able to do. Okay, we have something that resembles a cross-torp going on. Let's see, 5.5 clicks out. Can we pen that? 1 inch of armor. I don't think so. Overpen on the Bijin. I think this destroyer's toast. Now remember, heavy cruisers in this mod have no capability of detecting torpedoes. But that, of course, doesn't preclude this heavy cruiser from just maneuvering. They don't have to be aware of the torpedo. If they happen to be maneuvering, they'll just dodge. Which seems to be exactly what this ship is doing. Thankfully, it is taking a bit of damage there from that one torp. But now you're gonna have to run. Reloading is gonna take me, what, 10 minutes? Yeah, just about. Now, how well can you sustain your flooding? You got many bulkheads. You have anti-torp 2. You have reinforced bulkhead 1 and anti-flood 2. And I only hit you right on the nose. Meaning that this ship is definitely capable of not only taking the torpedo, but surviving it. And with that, I'm probably going to have to hit him again. So, I'm going to have to keep the DDs relatively close. And see if I can torpedo this thing again. Alright, DDs have been dancing around for a bit. And now we have them reloaded. 10.3 kilometer range with 23-inch torps. But my torpedoes... I'm not feeling that eager to launch. Oh, the Fotoguan wasn't even ready. Okay, fine. We'll dip them into one big salvo then. Now the challenge is keep the DDs alive for just long enough to make the torpedoes reach the target. If you maneuver too violently, the ship is going to maneuver with you. At which point, this heavy cruiser is just going to dodge. At this point, however, I think I might hit one and potentially this second one as well. Yep. There's one. Oh. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Not bad. Pamiat Azova. That ship is toast. They definitely did some damage. One of my destroyers sunk. The other one was badly damaged, but their heavy cruiser is gone. $122 million worth of ship, and I lost one for 27. So definitely an economic victory. Victory points in this war are not something that I really am aiming for the simple reason that I don't think Russia has anything that I want. Yes, it has territory, but it does not have colonies. So it's not that I can just easily rack up a whole bunch of victory points and then start claiming their colonies, because A, I don't want them, and B, they don't have them. Now the Russians are definitely in major pressure here. They're all they're doing their own invasions, really, because I am invading here. I'm invading here. I'm naval invading there. I'm prepping the next invasion here. I'm doing a land invasion here. The Germans... Are the Germans on the move? No. The Russians are on the move against Bohemia Moravia. Wow, that would be really bad news for Austria-Hungary if they lose that. I'm surprised the Germans aren't pushing in yet. Lithuania is not that heavily defended. And I suspect that the German logistics is good. Yeah, 100%. Interesting. They're not pushing yet. As for the Russian Navy, have they taken any losses? No critical losses, no. Okay. Very good. As for my research, I now have access to some decent big guns, but they're only Mark III 14s, so I'm not that interested in building another battleship just yet. Rangefinders, things like these, well, they're coming. Stereoscopic Rangefinder 5. I already have Coincidence Rangefinder 5. This tech is then going to start giving me radar rangefinders, which would be really nice. But what I'm actually after is bigger guns. So let's say 15-inch Mark III. And then probably hull strengthening, so I can start getting a couple of modernized dreadnoughts out there. So let's prioritize this. And let's prioritize that. And see what sort of guns we can dig up for that new hull that we're about to get. A few months later, we finally have our modern battleship hull design. How modern is that? Well, modernized dreadnought. It's not a modern battleship that we're getting. In the meanwhile, I have also done a little bit of expansion. Conquered the area of Kamchatka, conquered southern Siberia, working on conquering North Sakhalin. They're kind of getting pinchered here. We have the army pushing in from the south, but it's taking them months. So I was not eager to wait for that. I am not a patient man, so I'm pushing in here with the whole navy. Or at least, well, enough navy to upset the Russians. I may have overdone the port strikes on Magadan a bit, because it has 0 port capacity. I didn't even know that was a thing, but yeah, 0 port capacity on a port. So, I don't know how that even looks. Is that like a wooden dock that got shot to shit? Is that what we're looking at? Anyway, the invasion here, going quite well. I imagine that it would work quite well if you're walking with 5.5 million men. The invasion over here, not doing as well, but we're still making a bit of progress. I'm kind of waiting for the Russian collapse. They're still decreasing by about 9.5% per year. And their naval funding seems to be going towards trying to crank out ships at a very, very slow rate, as well as repairing whatever the hell they have left. Now, for some interesting reason, Japan is provoking me, so tensions are at minus 90 or 90 points with Japan. If they want to be my next speed bump, that's fine. They don't have that many territories left, and I'd be eager to pay them a visit as soon as I'm done with the Russians. For now, though, let's design a new ship. Here we go. Now we're talking. Modernized Dreadnought with a displacement of 87,000 tons. I didn't even know they went up that far, but yeah, let's do it. Money is... it's going to be expensive. Now, interestingly, this gave me a good chuckle when I had a look at it. One of my, I believe it's a member, YouTube member called State Belt, wanted to be the biggest and best battleship that I have built yet. Little known to him, I am planning to invade the States. So yeah, I suppose that State Belt is It's kind of appropriate. This thing is probably not going to have a whole lot of ships in its flight, because it is ludicrously expensive. 500 million. And that is without all the fancy tech aboard. Let's make sure that this thing does a little bit more than 16 knots. I mean, they don't have to be quick, but 22 knots is kind of the least that I'm willing to accept. It's still really slow. Turn up the speed. Get the armor installed. I'm still only on Krupp 2. Feels a little old, considering I'm in 1926 by now. Oh, we got Citadel 5. Nice, the all-or-nothing armor scheme. Coincidence range finding? No. I'm going to go for stereoscopic, because this thing is probably going to stay at range. And we're going to go with RDF, because I want to have that high communications range bonus. In case my fleet decides to disband, or, well, let's say spread out. This is going to make sure that the battleship, the flagship, maintains its communications range with the rest of the fleet. As for the funnels, looks quite a lot like a German Uber funnel here. The game is giving me a hard time about fitting this in. Okay, I guess it's a mega funnel. They don't want to fit there though. 110 versus 80. Like 100% engine efficiency is not spectacular, but I can make it work. The ship is not that likely to go this close to the shore though. It's 19,000. If I give it balanced boilers, I can ramp it up to 21. If I add another funnel, 280,000. Now we're at 26,000 kilometers. That's a bit more useful when I'm actually going to the States to stay there. As for the guns, I got about 30,000 tons of displacement left, which for guns is very, very nice. Let's see if this will fit. 15-inch triple barrel. I had somebody ask me recently in a comment, hey, why do you hate the quadruples? I just don't really like the look of them. Yes, they can get a bit more range. Yes, they put out more shells. I just don't really like the look of them. Except on the French ships. I think on the French ships they look good. But on these ships, not really. Okay, let's put a couple more guns on. I might just go for 9 barrels. So that I can still expand these into bigger guns. If I can turn them into 16-inch guns, Mark III, that'd be great. But we're still a little bit ways ahead from that. Increase their reloads, increase their turret rotation speed, give them something that doesn't explode in your face. Would be much appreciated. We have still a 19% flash fire, 9.5% flash fire. Is that cordite? That is cordite. As for the pen capability of these ships, let's see what we're getting. Armor quality minus 140%. So I should be setting this to 140%. This is going to assume that I'm facing a peer, meaning somebody who has my level of tech. Now with this, I can pen, let's say 15,000 meters out, I can pen 15 inches of armor. That's pretty good, I think. I would like it to be a little more. 17.2 inches of armor. If I then increase the barrel length by, let's say, 10%, I can give the shells even more punch, giving me 19 inches of armor pen. We'll have to move the turret just a slight bit. How's my armor? Pretty good. Set up at 18. I got a pretty hefty citadel here. If only you could actually capitalize on this space here. Like, is this for a secondary or what? You can't even put a secondary on there. Why am I looking at this then? Oh wow, you can put a 2-incher on there. Yeah, no, that's pretty awful. Is it optional to go for a different tower? This is 17.5 base accuracy. Sorry, 15 base accuracy versus 12. 11.5. And this is modern secondary tower 3 enhanced. The other one still has the same form factor. This one is slightly better. Okay, fine. I guess we'll have to live with it. Now, these things do have casemates, but they're very heavy. An 8-inch casemate costs you 264 tons. An 8-inch, let's say single barrels, 246. However, I think you can armor these up more. So that is very valuable. I'm going to go for a bit of a mix. So we're going to have a couple of 8s. Let's say every second gun is an 8. I know I'm overweight with the ship, but that's fine. And the other ones are going to be 5s. This way I should be able to engage destroyers and heavy cruisers alike. And especially if I make the 8-inch barrels a bit longer and the 5-inch barrels a bit longer, I should be able to get quite enough pen, especially with the 8s, to deal a substantial amount of damage. Let's say 10 kilometers out, I can pen 5 inches of armor. If they get closer, which I really do not want them to do, I can pen 7 inches. I should also be able to do something like that with the HE variants of this ship. Yeah, I can pen about 7 inches at 12.5 kilometers with HE. But that would mean that the rest of their battleships are dead. Which isn't terribly unlikely. It's just something that I'm not sure will strictly happen every single time. Yeah, I'm still slightly heavy with this ship. I'm not really sure where to save a whole lot of weight. Give her 5-inch on the belts. I would like to increase the main deck strength. That's going to come at the expense of something else. Maybe I'm going to have to slow this thing down to 21 knots. It's a slow ship. I like my ships quick. As I said, I'm not a patient man. Anti-torp 1. Oof. Well, better make sure she's well escorted then. Better make sure that anything that happens to have torpedoes is not going to be able to use any of those torpedoes. Let's increase the deck strength to about 8. Maybe even more. Yeah, 8.5. There we go. Okay. So, for the low price of 1.8 billion, you too can have a battleship. Can I have these with natural boilers now? 228. Wow, that saved me a lot of weight. That saved me a lot of weight. So the weight was in the funnels? Funnel weight, 22% extra. Yeah, I guess. Fine, I'll give up a little bit of range. And if I can trade that for more armor, then sure. Sold. 20 inches of armor belt. 9.5-inch deck armor. Now we're getting somewhere. 2-inch superstructure armor. The main guns are maxed out. The casemates are maxed out. Damn. Okay, that's a bit much. Let's revert that to 9.5. We should be good. Whoops. 9.5. Yeah. There we go. 9.1 inches of armor with an 18.7-inch barbette. Should keep these ships safe. Yes, they don't have any 2-inch guns or 3-inch guns, but if something gets to that range, then everything else has gone horribly wrong. So, that's the State Belt class. It's going to take me, what, 31 months to build these things. And they will take up 87,000 or just shy of that in the shipyards. So shipbuilding capacity is probably going to be a limiting factor here because I might not be able to give this much of the shipbuilding capacity away as I'm also building ships for other nations. I'm very interested in seeing if, let's say, Indonesia or potentially any of my other allies, sorry about that, is going to be interested in getting something like this. That would be really interesting. Really interesting. Because if they want to have a ship like this, they're going to be paying so much money for it. I'm now minus 97 million. Watch what happens. I'm going to build 2 state belts. Boom. Minus 226 million. Thankfully, I still have a very hefty war chest, and I can, if I want to, just reduce the tech budget a bit. And even just putting it back to 80%, I'm now saving about half of my money. So thankfully, that is a very decent way to save money. Now, in the next episode, I fully expect to have control over these territories. Maybe we're going to do a speed run of Japan and completely wipe them out. And, well, after that, it's the United States. Thank you for watching. Let me know what your new design ships or what your thoughts are on the new design on the State Belt class. And I shall see you guys soon for more videos.
As the neutralization of Soviet ports in the region progresses according to plan, I find myself filled with a sense of cautious optimism for the future. The months of careful planning and strategic maneuvering have borne fruit, and soon the threat posed by Russian presence in these waters will be but a distant memory. Our efforts have not gone unnoticed, and already we begin to see the fruits of our labor as the last vestiges of Soviet influence in the Asian theater begin to fade away. It is a testament to the dedication and skill of our sailors, whose unwavering commitment to duty has made this achievement possible. But as one chapter comes to a close, another begins, and it is with a sense of anticipation that I look towards the future. With a new class of modernized dreadnoughts under construction, the Chinese Navy stands poised on the brink of a new era, ready to face whatever challenges may lie ahead.
Hey guys, Stealth here, welcome to episode 15. They're a bit early, but the United States is looking at a war. I'm not exactly planning to go to war with them just yet, because my fleet's a little busy. But hey, if they're asking for trouble, so be it. If they, however, want my money, they're not getting $1.5 billion. They'll have to get it from my cold, dead hands. So, this means we're going to be pretty soon at war with the US. And of course, that's going to have repercussions in the rest of the world, but for now, well, I'm a little busy engaging both the Japanese and the Russians at the same time. North Sakhalin changed hands, yes, of course. Look, I've expanded a bit. I have taken Kamchatka, I've taken Southern Siberia, I've taken the Russian Far East, we've taken North Sakhalin, and I think that we have dressed down the Russian Empire sufficiently so that, at least over here, I won't have to worry about any Russian warships anymore, because they simply don't have any ports. So, I can try and go into peace with Russia, but, well, really, I just want to see them crumble. As of right now, though, we're not there yet. So, let's keep up the pressure and let the army do army things. That means these warships are freed up. And that, unfortunately for Japan, is terrible, terrible news. Because the Japanese are now my next target. I'm going to split up the navies, or at least split up the battle groups a bit, making sure I cover the whole area. And because I have so much more naval power than Japan, I am instantly blockading them. I have 33 million points of power projection versus 0. Begs the question, where's the Japanese Navy? Well, they're probably getting defeated by the Brits, by the French, by the Russians, or by the Spanish. I'm not sure which one happens to go first, but, well, looking at their GDP, I probably have to speed things along if I want to still invade them before they eventually crumble. So let's go for North Honshu. Make sure I have the ships there, because, well, from there you can still invade South Honshu as well as, I think, Kyushu. So let's go for just that. So we're going to go for the port of Missouri. Ideally, capture it intact, gents. That would save me a lot of money rebuilding it, because the port over here... Oh, it's actually been rebuilt. Magadan. It used to have 0 out of 0 tons. But I guess we're making some progress. I do have some ships in Northeast Asia, in the Philippine Sea, in East Asia. I might even have power projection north in the Carolina Islands. Or North Oceania, but I'm not really too worried about that. Because at the moment, I am much more interested in any potential US activity coming this way. What does the US have? They have 15 battleships, 6 battlecruisers, 35 heavies, 4 lights, and 17 DDs. They are average tech. I'm the only player they're at war with at the moment. So this means that, most likely, their entire navy is going to start showing up on my shores. That's going to be an interesting experience. Let's see how that goes. As it happens, the Japanese still have a ship. I'm surprised. This is the Jing'an, Enigma-class 1921. So I have 9 9-inch guns and 1 destroyer. Against the Ashigara, armed with 4 10-inch guns, and it has more hull defects than the average Tesla. So this is going to be a pretty quick fight. The only one at risk here is probably the destroyer, with all of those 5.5-inch guns barreling down on it. So I guess the cruiser is going to have to do most of the punching here. My cruiser worth 96 million, theirs 83. So yeah, both of these are older designs, but they both should be still able to fight. Target spotted. About 12 kilometers out at the moment, or 15 kilometers out, so I still have to close the distance a bit. Spotting on the Jing'an is definitely a lot better than on their ship, but those 10-inch guns have more draft. They can already open up. Hopefully, with these guns, my 9-inch Mark IIIs, I am more efficient though, especially seeing as I have more guns on the ship than this one. Because this is definitely an older design, and with the turret over there and the turret over there, it's going to be difficult for them to get both of these turrets to fire without exposing the whole citadel or the whole broadside of the ship. So in that sense, this design, yeah, it definitely is showing its age. The real question though is what's the right ammunition for the moment? I'm thinking my 9-inch guns with HE are probably going to be a bit more efficient than 9-inch guns with AP. At this range, I'm likely to get deck hits. So about 10 kilometers out, I can hit, or I can pen about 1/2 inch of deck armor. It's not enough. Torpedoes are not an option either. As for their chance to pen me, it's probably pretty good. Well, no, it's not that good. They can hit the superstructure and pen that. But the main deck, even at 3 inches, apparently, is something that they can't pen. Now, my destroyer has a torpedo range of 9.8, so that's better. I'm going to start sending this one out to the side and torpedoing at, let's say, a range of about 8. That's what I'm going for. And of course, I am looking at a save torpedo solution, i.e. making sure that these things are more likely to hit. I don't know how well this thing is capable of dealing with torpedoes, nor am I that eager to try. The real concern for the DD, as I mentioned, are those 5-inch guns, but seeing as my main tower on the Jing'an is getting hit by 5-inch guns, I think that's not that big of a deal for the DD. At least not yet. Yeah, we're getting to 6-kilometer range now. That's a bit too close for comfort. Launch it. Okay, and now you get to follow the heavy cruiser again. There. Alright, we got a 26% chance to hit. I am just not too sure if these hits are actually doing anything useful. Let's get the torpedo launchers to join the party. 8.5 kilometer range, and we should be there right about now. Yeah, 6, 7. Damp it. There we go, torpedoes away. So, again, something that looks a bit like a cross torp, with torps coming from there and torps coming from here. And seeing as the heavy cruiser is very interested in chasing down my heavy, that works for me. As long as they don't change course too much, I should be able to land at least a torp. Slowing the thing down, causing critical damage, maybe blowing up a turret or destroying some ammunition. And with that, making the ship far less dangerous to approach from closer ranges. Yeah, we're definitely going to cause at least some hits with these, and then potentially some hits with these. It's going to depend on which direction this thing takes. They know the torps are there, but can't turn quick enough. And that's 14.5k damage. That did cause them to dodge all of these. That's fine. So, Ashigara. What's your status? Pretty severe flooding. And with many bulkheads, that's not great. With cramped crew quarters, they're already losing their damage control capabilities. And as such, that flooding could spin out of control. So let's throw the Jing'an in a turn. Keeping myself out of their torpedo range. And potentially being able to launch another torpedo at them. Let's switch to armor piercing. Because some of those hull compartments are bruised like shit. And can probably get hit again. There we go, torpedoes away. These torpedoes I'm not that hopeful for. The reason is, I am very much expecting the heavy cruiser to slow down even more. And become an even more unpredictable target. So, hopefully, I'm able to land a couple of, there we go, main gun hits. And force the ship to go down with that. Because the Ashigara is losing speed constantly. She's now doing 10 knots. That is not what this torpedo solution was calculating when the torpedoes went into the water. The other launchers are almost reloaded. Wait, did I send more torps? Nah, the torpedo's not a threat. Alright. I'm really hoping that the US is going to put up a bit more of a fight than these Japanese ships. I've been seeing the Japanese not really build a whole lot of ships because they don't have a budget, they don't have an economy. The US, however, is a very, very, very different story. And it is entirely possible that the US is going to put up a heck of a fight with far more modern ships. And that is what I'm hoping for. I want the challenge of dealing with the US. I want to see how well their ships are designed, what sort of tech they're actually using, what sort of guns they put on the ship, and especially what sort of designs we're going to be looking at. Because this is the Dreadnought Improvement Project mod. That changes things. Ooh, that was a decent pen on their part on my ship. That's side mounts, right? But how many? Not many, considering... Yeah, I got 2 tubes. At this range, we should be able to make something happen. We pen right on their stern? I doubt it. Their buoyancy's dropping, though. 10%. And they're fighting it. Their damage control is at a 57%. That flooding could kill them. Turn to port. Deal with the Ashigara's bow, ideally. Yeah, that's the bow. She's gone. Okay, so that's one of their cruisers gone. I'm surprised it's a heavy cruiser, because I only thought they had light cruisers and DDs. But hey, it's another cruiser eliminated. As I was battling with this cruiser, my marines were very much busy invading one of their territories, northern Honshu, and my navy was doing its level best to assist them. Now, Germany has been also apparently busy, as the German Reich now controls the Netherlands. Not for the first time. Germany, was that really necessary? Did you really need to take out a neutral power? Oh, actually, yes, they did. Because the Netherlands was allied with Russia. And I think the Germans saw fit to rectify that little mistake very quickly. With seemingly not that large of an army force either. So, they now control this. But still, the Germans... Oh yeah, right, the Germans are also at war with the French. And the French are defending with a heck of a lot more men than the Germans are attacking with. So this offensive is going nowhere. It's bad news for the Germans. My offensive over here, slowly progressing, but at a cost. I'm losing quite a lot of forces. As for the invasion here, very likely to go through. We are still capable of pouring in more ships. I have one more heavy cruiser here. I believe I have some other battleships. Yeah, I have 12 heavy cruisers parked over there. Let's send those in. At this point, I'm not sure if adding more tonnage is strictly going to help. But at least it should be intimidating for the Japanese to deal with. A few months later, we're now in December 1926, and the Japanese somehow have cranked out a battleship. This is the Kaiten-class Musashi, armed with 4 12.5-inch guns, and another 6 12.5-inch guns, most likely side-mounted. That's a bit of a problem. Especially because, while I have multiple battleships and battle cruisers in the area, the ships that happen to be engaging this battleship and their transports are 2 heavy cruisers. This is, however, including the new Enigma-class. So let's see just how well that new class is going to do against this new threat. So let's see this new battleship that these guys were able to conjure up. Yeah. Not half bad. Not half bad. It is triples and then duals. So I was wrong. Yes, they are side-mounted, but I thought we were looking at different arrays of guns. Oh well. This is going to be an interesting fight. What sort of range do those 12.5s have? Because they're going to outrange anything I get. 12.6. Well, in that case, I'm not so sure. You can definitely see the distinction between the older ships. And then there's the Mechamatic. Definitely a newer class. Mark IV 9-inch guns. My AP definitely exceeds their range. And my torpedo launchers, capable of launching 24-inch torpedoes, can make a hell of a dent. I can launch these at 9.5 kilometers, so that's going to have to be definitely inside of their torpedo, or sorry, inside of their gun range. Now they also have a DD. And ironically, perhaps the DD should be the primary target. For the simple reason that the destroyer is capable of detecting my torpedoes. And if I can have one of my torpedoes connect with that battleship, that might just be what I need. That 24-inch surprise, that can change the battle scale here. Now there's their DD. Really? Okay, we're going to split the division up. I'm just going to move off to the side. Your torpedo range is what? 8.5. You also got the 24-inch upgrade. Also with electrics. This could be interesting. There's the DD. Crap. Even with a minus 65%, they might still see those. They might still see those. What are you targeting? You're targeting the other heavy cruiser. Okay, so that's interesting. That means this ship might have an option here. 6 kilometers out. Launch it. Torpedo launcher coming into play. Rotating. I don't believe we'll be able to pen this. We definitely got a good chance to hit, though. 6 clicks out. If this thing suddenly changes target... Ooh, destroyed secondary. If this thing changes the target, we're going to have a different problem. Torpedo launcher turned. And away. Good. We can do that again. We got another launcher ready. Or at least we have another salvo. I'm not going to hold... Oh, no, I am going to hold with the torpedo launchers on this ship. So that potentially I'll be able to finish this ship off. I'm very much risking the Xi'an over here. But those 12.5 inchers, they're probably pretty solid. Even if they're older. They can definitely leave a mark. Mechamatic, switch to the different target here. Switch to the DD. That should be your target. With the 5 inchers Mark 4 and the 9 inch Mark 4, I should be able to put this thing down pretty quick. I'm not sure if it's going to be soon enough. But a couple thousand points of hits on this ship should be sufficient to make it think again. Where are those torps going? What? Why are these 3 going in a different direction? Oh, that's pretty bad. And this thing is bow in. Okay, Jean, I got a difficult and unpleasant job for you here. You're gonna have to push into the battleship and torpedo at short range. Going to be unpleasant. But it needs to get done. Sink that destroyer. Destroy another secondary gun. I have a trained crew. What's my chance to pen with the Mechamatic against this thing? 10%. Yeah. Their armor's too good here. But except for their 4-belt armor, that's pretty bad. Many bulkheads, but cramped crew quarters. Burn away the crew. Keep the pressure up on the damage control parties. And make sure that you torpedo this thing. Because torpedoes will definitely change the battle here. This destroyer is going to be toast. These things are all packing. Isn't that lovely? They all got 3.6 inch guns. Well, it means that they're fair game. This destroyer is probably going to be dead. At least it's not really likely to be a combatant at the moment. Ooh, don't kill me. Are you firing HE? You're Why? That's a 12-inch Mark III. Their armor quality is 110%. Mine is better, I think, 130. Yeah, my 4-belt doesn't care for your HE. It'll never care about your HE, actually. Even with AP, they're going to be hard-pressed to pen this armor belt. Okay. They do, however, have torpedoes. Where? I think sidebounds? Yeah, port starboard. Okay. You. Let's go torpedo a battleship. We have a couple of triple launchers. In the meanwhile, the other ship is murdering convoy ships. Come on, dump the torps in the water. There we go. Hard over to port. Boom! Destroyed their torpedoes. And here comes the 24-inch blast. And... Jesus. 2 duds? What luck is that? Who's to... Okay. Okay. That's unwelcome. Do we have a stern launcher? Yes. Can we get 3 duds? Or use the other side launcher? Because now they're broadside. Come on. I cannot stay broadside for the life of me because I will die to those incoming torpedoes. Those. Launch. Torpedoes away. Come on. Splash this thing with 24-inch. That is more like it. God, if you slow it down, those animations look awful. That's what 24-inch impact looked like. How many did actually work this time around? 1, 2, and I think 1 dud. Yeah. So that was about 21,000 points of damage. Not bad. We got flooding in 4 compartments. And we still have side-mounted torpedo launchers, but whether those will actually... will actually launch? I don't know. Like, perhaps. They have lost damage control capabilities. They're definitely flooding, and they might actually get hit by their own destroyer. Jing'an is taking some serious damage from that battleship. Oh, but we're penning their armor, now that their armor's been badly damaged. Yeah, maybe the Jing'an can take the ship down alone. Battleship's changing course, trying to avoid the friendly, or not-so-friendly torpedo. In the meanwhile, the Mech-A-Medic... Oh, dude, you're still targeting the battleship? No, 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 no. No. Eliminate these transports, because with all that 3.5-inch gunfire, they will hit you. And they will hurt you, too. So, start putting those things out. You got Mark 5? Good lord. High-tech stuff. Musashi is down to 8% buoyancy. 7. 6. 5. Look at that price tag. Look at that price tag. My new battleship is coming in at 1.8 billion, I think. So 10 times the price. And what I'm getting for that is effectively fewer guns than this. Yeah. Yeah, you're gone, Musashi. Nicely done, Jing'an. Well done. Okay, now we're free to eliminate any survivors here. Anything's fair game, and is now not packing a torpedo. We can just push right into them. I just hope that the Jing'an's going to be able to survive this. Slow down. Supposedly, if you turn off the guns, more people flow back into damage control. Maybe I can control the flooding. We'll stop. Yeah, the flooding's been controlled. But buoyancy is not going up again. Okay, whatever. Ship's fine. And the Mech-A-Medic over here is having a fun time eliminating everything in sight. Target here, target there. Yes, I still have 24-inch torpedoes, but I think that's a bit of overkill for a transport. Because you can hit him with HE for 120,000 points of damage. And another 112. And that, too, will sink the ship. Nothing like shooting up a convoy every now and then. Good old convoy butchery. Boom, boom, boom. The ship's definitely taken a lot of hits. We've been hit 150 times. Thankfully, the armor is taking these hits like a champ. It doesn't seem to care too much about all those 3.5-inch guns. Gone. Almost gone. Ikazuchi, gone. Yeah, sorry Japan, but I think you might be close to collapse. Again. It's not a good time to be in the Japanese Empire at the moment. Although soon, they won't be in the Japanese Empire anymore. They'll be in the Chinese Empire. Now, I'm going to leave you with a bit of a cliffhanger for the next episode. The US fleet is here. So are the Russians, for some particular reason. I don't really know where, but the US is here, in force. 2 battleships, a battlecruiser, and 3 DDs. Okay, not that bad. 4 battleships, a battlecruiser, 19 heavy cruisers, 5 lights, and 15 DDs. Now we're getting somewhere. How and if I have to deal with these guys, you'll have to see in a future episode. Oh, and there's a bit more down there. So, join me for the next one. Be sure to hit the join button if you want to have your own name in the game. Click the join button below the video and make sure to join at the NCO rank. That way you can also have a ship bearing your name. How long that ship will survive? Well, that depends entirely on what the US are going to do next. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. I'll see you soon for the conclusion. Admiral's Log. As our campaign to clear out the last pockets of Japanese resistance reaches its final stages, I find myself faced with an unexpected challenge. Much to my surprise, the Japanese have rushed a new battlecruiser into service, an interesting addition to their mediocre fleet. It's hardly a threat to the delicate balance of powers in these waters, yet it has to get dealt with. It is a development that I had not anticipated, and yet, as I study the reports and pore over the intelligence gathered by our scouts, I'm filled with a sense of determination. This new threat must be dealt with swiftly and decisively, lest it become a thorn in our side as we move towards our ultimate objective. Already, plans are being drawn up, strategies formulated to neutralize this new menace, and ensure that it poses no further threat to our operations. And so, as our fleet prepares to set sail once more, I do so with a heart full of confidence and resolve, knowing that victory is not only within our grasp, but inevitable in the face of our unwavering determination and unmatched firepower. Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome to episode 16. I'm almost done wrapping up the Japanese Empire. They just have one territory left, South Honshu, and they are determined to keep getting their supplies, naturally. They have one battlecruiser, the Wakamiya, Obami-class battlecruiser, and it seems to pack a punch. This thing has 8 17.5-inch guns, it has a trained crew, it has many bulkheads, it has 18 5.5-inch guns. I have 3 heavy cruisers. These are going to have to do a lot of work in order to take this battlecruiser down. This is not... Here she is. She's got an interesting design. I think the AI somehow maxed out the displacement, and for... I don't know. The foredeck just lacks a turret now. It looks really weird. It looks really quite weird. Now, if you're looking at the shoot info on the bottom, sorry, on the left side of the screen, you can see plus 11.2% first guns grade, which means these guns, their main guns, are pretty bad. That can be my salvation. Because my cruisers, they do have quite a lot of armor, they got a good rate of fire, and as long as I can close the distance, I can torpedo this thing into oblivion. I just have to get there first, and therein lies the challenge. The destroyer Winterstorm over here might be instrumental in that, in deploying a smokescreen. I also have light cruisers Heizhou and Lin Fen. In case you're wondering why these are still Chinese names and not members / patrons, well, I still have slots. My fleet's been growing faster than my patronage. Well, understandably so. So if you still want to get your name in the game, you can. I am a few episodes ahead with recording, so if you enter, or if you join today, you might get your ship, let's say in a few days, or a few episodes. Anyway, there are still available these names. As for these ships, these are the new, let's say, destroyer hunters. I designed them as such with their 6-inch guns. That's their objective, hunt down destroyers. Their torpedo launchers, however, are still very effective. The real question is, can they use them? Because at 8-kilometer range, you can be very certain that this cruiser is going to take offense. It does have a lot of those 5.5s, and those are casemates. It also has two 7.2s, a double 6.3. Yeah, getting close to this thing is not very pleasant. So I'd have to be to about 8-kilometer range, which still puts me in the range of the 6.3s, but... Oh, and the 5.5s and the 7.2s. Yeah. The only things not in range are the torpedoes, the 4.3s, and everything smaller than that. So that is going to be interesting, to say the least. Getting there. Getting to that bit. Alright, everybody save your torps. We're going to need those later. Right now, we're just basically taking some shots at the transports. Because the battlecruiser wasn't in range yet, but that's rapidly changing. This thing is racing towards me at a breakneck speed. I didn't catch how fast this thing is, but this is impressive. The fact that they got the ship out under wartime conditions, where they have almost no territory, is impressive. It's... changing course? Chance to pen me with those guns, because that's just shy of 18-inch. Yeah, not good. Very high ricochet angle, because of my angle of approach. Let's get the CLs to come in. I don't think we can pen this thing either. Ricochet, ricochet, blocked. Getting in there. Okay, CAs, turn to port. Launch your torps at the target. All of you. Look at that. Ah! 10. Destroyed a secondary gun, but the Hunan took a big hit there. That's 3.7k from one 17.5-inch gun. That's a lot of damage. CLs, we're going to torp before the CAs get there, because I'm at risk of torpedoing my own ships if I get much closer. So break out the 24-inch torpedoes and hit them before they start paying attention to your presence. Because I said not to get to about 4 kilometers. Well, that didn't entirely work out, did it? Oh boy. These torps better hit, or I'm going to start torping my own ships. Like, really. We've got two bouquets going backwards, essentially, because this thing is so fast. It's doing 27 knots. Just sent a torpedo after the Guangdong. Turn that ship around. Oh dear. Hunan's half flooded. I'm not concerned about torpedoing the light cruisers, so I can just do that with the Rehe over here. There she goes. Yeah, we're gonna get some hits in. Right on her stern. Dud. That's a banger. 25.5k. And dud. No. You can't dud this to me. Come on. Still got the winter storm. Not allowing torpedo launches on her yet. Oh boy. Oh no. You motherfucker. You torpedoed a friendly. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Retreat to Hunan. Detach it from the div. You retreat. You don't. And that's the torpedo spread probably coming from the Lin Fen, which is about to collide with the winter storm. Should have been a pretty easy torpedo attack. It's turning into a bit of a disaster. Yep. I think the Hunan is fucked. Torpedo launch from the winter storm. The winter storm almost has no health left. So she might build a torp. I'm just not sure where they're going to go. That was one, I think. Hunan is gone. And the winter storm is gone. Oh, this is pretty bad. I have no underwater torpedo launchers, as one of you commented on a previous video. And because of that, I cannot actually use these things. Well, I can use the Guangdong. It's a different design. Got 2 port launchers. Buddy, do you have something to atone for? Oh, we're still ramming the ship with a sinking Hunan. Maybe that's going to tip their buoyancy over. That is 2 floodings on their stern. They're going to feel the results of that. Oh, fuck me. Now I'm going to get torpedoed by my light cruisers. No! Ow. No, by the DD of all things. Oh, God. Welcome to Amateur Hour. You guys are either unsubscribing at this point or rolling over the floor laughing, and I hope it's the second bit. This is Murphy's torpedo attack. I think the battle cruiser is going to get the last laugh. But hey, at least my CLs are working over the transports, which ideally was the job all along. Oh, I guess with that the battle ends? That's new. Okay. Well, I lost a battle... sorry, I lost a heavy cruiser and I lost a destroyer, but they lost a battle cruiser. Sorry about that. That's not how you're supposed to play this game. That's not how you're supposed to torpedo anything, and that's not how you're supposed to maneuver your ships when you are actually torpedoing something. Because as you noticed, if you actually have ships going for the same target, but from 2 different sides... Well, let's say it worked in the Pirates of the Caribbean, but it doesn't work too well in this game. Now this is much, much, much more interesting. I'm actually getting invaded. The US is invading Formosa. Oh, and I'm... The army is still engaging the Soviet Union. So we got all sorts of military operations going here, which is going pretty terribly. We got something going here. That's not very interesting. This is... Wait, so you're launching an invasion with what? You're going to have to send 100,000 tons of ship over there, which shouldn't be too much of an issue. There's 100,000 ton here. But they do need to get it there first. I hope I can buy a little bit of time, because I've made all sorts of 1927 versions of my ships. The challenge is now getting them upgraded. And some of those take a bit of time, like the old Tangshan class. Some of these ships are extremely old. These 2 need to get refitted. They're going to take me 3 months. Refitting your ships in the middle of a war is generally not a great idea, unless you have, let's say, a margin to play around with. With these ships, I generally don't. And... Oh, hold on. It's the 1921 version? Yeah, this one. Let's upgrade the Enigma Hun and the Echo Driver. We still have like 4,000 tons left, but that's not enough. That's problematic. Okay, let's hope that the Japanese aren't going to be too annoying and that the Americans don't actually pursue this invasion. I'm going to park some ships over here. That's including the fairly outdated version of the Enigma Hun here, the Gosrith. But thankfully it's escorted by a couple of ships, which are similarly outdated. Hold on, it's the old Jillins? No, you're not going. Like, these things haven't even been updated since 1921. These things are even older. That's a 1919 light cruiser. The Heijiaos are the new ones. We've got 1921 destroyer versions. Yeah, whatever. I have to send something over here to dissuade the Americans from actually pursuing that invasion. As for the ships over here, this one's 1927, but that's a bit of make-believe, because that is a ship that's actually undergoing refit. The Guaofan, the Nutter, the Aura, they're all 1921s. So I need these ships to just, I don't know, stay put in the Sea of Japan. And don't bother me. Not yet. A few months later, it's the US who sent 1 ship. I'm not sure if we're doing a duel or something to that effect, but my heavy cruiser has less displacement than their light cruiser, which is a bit of a concern. This thing is an absolute torpedo spammer. It has 24 torpedo launchers, and that's not even counting the 4 underwater launchers. So, yeah, this thing is going to spam torpedoes, and I'm expecting 3 launchers on port, 3 launchers on starboard, and the 6 5.7-inch guns are not that big of a deal. What strikes me as interesting is that this thing is slow. 23.6 knots on a light cruiser? Surprising. The Jilin-class, by contrast, is doing 24 knots, but has 9 9-inch guns. She also carries torpedo launchers, to be sure. They're useful, but not nearly as many as this torpedo spammer. So let's have a duel. Mano a mano, cruiser a cruiser. Battle time. Here she is. Isn't this a curious design? Curious design. Like I said, side-mounted torpedo launchers. But what's with all the deck space? I get that you cannot really have a gun in the middle of the ship, but have you never heard of barbettes? Also, what is this massive superstructure that they have going, and why is it looks like it's falling off the ship? Like, this is a design I've never seen. Now, I don't keep full track of all the new hulls that are going into the game. Every time that they add a new hull, I go, okay, whatever. I care much more about new gameplay features than new hulls, but this thing? It's weird. Speaking of what's weird, have you guys ever noticed how the skybox just turns counterclockwise? Like, these clouds up here, you're going to see them behind the ship in a bit. Especially at higher times. And of course, after the ship is turning, everybody's going to get vertigo, whatever. But everything just turns. It's really confusing once you actually start looking at it. Anyway, let's see what this gentleman over here has for torpedo range. Not nearly that much. 5.7 inch has 12 kilometers. Torpedoes are 6.6. That is not very promising, because that is fast torpedoes. We're going to slow the ship down to half speed. Turn this thing around quickly. It is a light cruiser, so as opposed to the previous targets, this thing is probably going to be aware of incoming torpedoes. That, however, does not scare me. I'm going to torpedo it and just see what it does. Because my torpedoes are sneaky. They're minus 65% visibility. And that might mean that the CL might see them, but not have enough warning. As for their... Stop destroying my torpedo launchers. As for their ability to hit me and pen me, it's none. I'm not sure why it says they have a 39% chance. Because that puny little pea shooter of theirs is not going to do much. Like, we're talking 5.5 kilometer range, so let's round it down for their benefit of 2.3 inches of pen. I have more armor everywhere. They will not get through. So good luck to them. Also, much more good luck to them. Because they did detect the torpedoes. But they might not have any time to do anything about it. Oh, for fuck's sake. We need to stop having dud torpedo loaded on board the ships. Like, what's that about? The amount of duds we're getting on these ships is bizarre. Thankfully, my 9-inch guns are still carrying the whole battle. Because this thing is almost sunk. They've also lost their conning tower. Pretty rare. Well, not if you put half or slightly less than an inch on, on there. Oh, this was a quick one. This was ridiculously easy, really. Like, is that it? That's your whole $160 million light cruiser? It's going to make for a very interesting campaign against the US. In that sense, my campaign against the US, I'm quite happy that they have come all the way here. Because it means I don't have to worry about finding them over there. As I'm constantly trying to be bombarding their ports. But that's going to be a bit down the line. Oh, right. Did I mention we're fighting the Italians as well? Well, they're here. Again. This time around, though, they brought much more impressive warships. Carrying 12 11-inch guns. Again and again. That's $378 million worth of Italian capital ship. Showing up in the Asian theater. They do not carry torpedo launchers. They don't have a light cruiser to scout. So, if I can actually pull off torpedo launchers this time, that would be an interesting option to go for. They got a 24 4.5-inch guns. As for my capital ships, I only have Gosrith over here. That's one of the old Enigma Huns. Right now, it's almost 8 years old, this refit. But it has 13-inch guns. Speed-wise, we're pretty even. 21.9 versus 22, so that can work. The heavy cruisers with their 9-inch guns. Well, it's one of those Mechamatic 49. We have a Enigma-class from 1921. Another one. A couple of light cruisers of the Heja persuasion, so those can torpedo. Yeah, it's going to be a torpedo-heavy battle, this one. As for like, why the Italians are here, I don't know. At some point, they went, oh, you did something wrong. I went, whatever. And they said, okay, fine, we're going to declare war. And I was like, yeah, whatever. I don't have a territory near you, so if you want to fight, come over here. And they said, fine, we'll do that. And here they are. Let's have a look. What are we fighting today? What is this? That is not how you build a ship. Dear stupid AI, you do not put your secondary barbette in front of your main battery. It kind of defeats the whole point. If this thing sails onto me, bow in. It can't do anything. Yeah, I'm going to send this over to BrotherMunro just for a good laugh. In case you're not wondering why, he's the creator of this mod. And I find this very funny. Gentlemen in your destroyer boats, get over here. And try and sail somewhat perpendicular to that fleet. And torpedo once I give the order and not before. Battleship. Your job is basically bait. And the heavy cruisers are going to follow you in. As for the CLs... let's have them follow the DDs. That might work. Follow the DDs. Here. With this, I might be able to add more torpedo damage to the problem that the battleships are going to be facing. And see how well they keep up under that level of pressure. As for doing cross-torps, well, seeing how well it went last time, I'm not too eager about that. How fast are you going, sir? You're doing 40 knots on a 31 knot engine. Can you teach me? Like, it's 2024. This game has been in early access for 2 years. And then it came out of early access, like what, this year? Or last year? I think it was last year, actually. Yeah, I think it was last year. Anyway, my ships can still do, apparently, 30% more speed than they are supposed to be able to do. Which is this gameplay's, or this game's way of going, yeah, no, we can make your ships catch up. Yeah, sure. By adding some sort of solid rocket booster to the back. I don't know. Anyway, we have ships to sink. And not mine, to be exact. So we're going to smoke up the DDs. Make sure that these guys keep safe for as long as possible. So far as you're ever going to be safe in a DD. And when we get perpendicular to their fleet, so let's say they're there and we're going to be here, that's when I start torping. The heavy cruiser does not have hydro. The battleships don't have hydro or sonar. They're going to be short of a couple of battleships pretty soon. But considering how much fire I'm taking, I'm not sure if all of my DDs are going to survive either. So let's target this. Let's target this. Let's target... Actually, no, you two. So the Robinson and the lead DD are going to target this. You and you are going to target that. And you are going to target that. Check targets. Check, check, check. Everybody launch. Try not to die. Alright? I do need these ships. I'd hate to spend a lot of money buying new DDs. Launch, 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 launch. DDs, disengage. Get out. Do it quickly. So we have walls of skill going at the enemy. And naturally the enemy starts turning around. That was not part of the plan, gentlemen. Yeah, the CLs are also going to smoke up, just to keep them safe. Well, our wall of skill is definitely going to ruin this guy's day. But the rest of it is just wasted potential. Hit. And that's it. One torpedo. The other one was a dud. Disappointed. Light cruisers, engage the targets. Engage the targets. DDs, please survive and reload, and I'll see you guys after 780 seconds of reloading. Faster is better. Light cruisers, you have sent Zunyi. Are you waiting for anything in particular? Oh, you're not allowed to launch. Okay, I guess that covers that. Target this. Are you now turning against starboard? You are? Can you not? Like, that is very inconvenient. You're messing up all my torpedo launches. Yeah, they're turning back to starboard. Probably the Abbondanza trying to fall back into the formation, trailing the San Nicolo. Oh, fine. We'll just mess up the Fama Volante. And, well, with my luck, I'm going to get a dud. Nope, not a dud. And you? San Nicolo? Hit. They definitely have much better torpedo protection. Anti-torp 1. What? Anti-flood 1? Citadel 2? I hit you squarely on the nose. How are you taking these hits and just shrugging them off? Is it because you have a 12-inch nose? I guess that might have something to do with it. DD, stay at range. Suprema is not so Suprema anymore. Probably Suprema regretting her decision to get over here. Which, of course, wasn't even hers. I mean, the captain doesn't get to pick where they're going. They're just told, go here. Damn, I was really hoping I'd torp one of these battleships out of existence, but they don't care. That is going to be a problem. Most of these are about 70% through their reload. Promising. Can we please put the CA out of its misery? Thank you. Moving on. Goldsmith and the rest of your ducklings. Engage this. Well, eventually. Increase the speed. Let's go. Now, these DDs, surprisingly, are not getting hit. I'm not really sure how. Because, for all intents and purposes, they should be, there we go, getting hit. I need 40 seconds until my smoke screen reloads. Come on. 15 seconds. Almost seems to line up perfectly with the torpedo launch as well. Smoke! Alright, boys. Pay attention. E46. You can torpedo this target. You can torpedo this target. You can torpedo the lead. And the rest of you are not allowed. Not yet. Too many times have I had friendly fire incidents. Oh, you're not even ready. Okay, hold on. You've lost torpedoes, probably because you already launched them. Oh, no. Seriously, drop the afterburners and slow the fuck down, because you're messing up the torpedo attack. You, cease fire. Lest you find yourself torpedoing the E46, which just happened to be right in the front. Launch it. Thank you. Now, E46. Disengage from the battle. Just disengage. Now you're allowed to engage your afterburners, but now you probably can't. Might be making a mild turn there. Collision. Future snow. Hard to port. You're allowed to torp right about now. Ooh, you took a big hit there, but you're not flooding. Launched. Okay, join the retreating division. Get out of here. The rest of you. Where are these torps at? Here? The next wave should be much closer to the target here. Okay. I'm going to hold off on the launches of these DDs until I know that I actually get any hits in. Why are we still range finding with this ship? Should have the target by now. Alright, let's check out if these torpedoes are going to hit. These are definitely not. These might hit the second ship, I guess. All of you. This one. Well, we might get one hit on them. Hit. Hit. You guys have spent all of your ammo? Good. Leave. Just join the retreating division. Retreat all the DDs from the battlefield. We are leaving. Especially as those battleships are suddenly getting a lot more lucky. Oh, this is looking pretty interesting. Hit. Of course, it's a dud. That's definitely not a dud. Famo Volante might be sinking. And, well, if luck has it, the Abundanza could find herself at the path of the torpedoes. There goes the Fama. Very good, very good. This thing can probably not pen me, right? No. Ship's completely impervious to your nonsense. Heavy cruisers. Now that there's only 2 battleships, one of which is badly wounded, we can push in and kill this target. The problem with the Gossaryth is that it only has one 13-inch gun on the bow. If they take that out, I'm in major trouble. Is Torp still on target? Yeah, they just passed. Okay, so they're not a threat to any of my ships. Abundanza. Flooding some more. And this cost you 378 million? Even my ship is cheaper, and that's saying a lot. Come on, finish him off. The Italians might immediately sue for peace, which works for me. Because I don't care for the Italians and their little war against me. It's not my problem. Well, mostly. The real deal is, they don't have any colonies that I want, so what I'm going to take from them is their money. And their pizza. I like pizza. Come on. Take them out. What you got? You got an 11-inch gun. With an 11-inch, sorry, a 9-inch gun, you can pen 2-kilometer range, 7 inches of armor. This thing has a lot, but not on the aft. Go for armor-piercing ammunition. Unfortunately, this ship does not have torpedo launchers, which would have been very useful. So we're just kind of, well, trading fire a bit. Only the 13-inch guns are really doing anything useful, I think. Yeah, the 8-inch guns are not doing anything. Okay. I'm trying to sink the Abundanza without using torpedoes. Although I guess I could free up one of my cruisers to torpedo this thing. Torpedo that. And we're going to play dud roulette again. See how many duds I can get on one torpedo launch. Turning towards the target. Target's nice and broad. Good. Gossaryth, hard starboard, increase speed to flank, get out. That ought to do him in. Whoops. Okay. Next target, San Nicolo. Torpedo launchers are allowed. This thing has plenty of health. Now, I did intentionally maneuver between these targets, so over here, I was already turning to starboard, so my starboard launchers could potentially engage this, and the port launchers can engage this. This way, I'm still using most of the damage potential from these ships, especially with their torpedoes, because the torpedoes with their 24 inches... Well, let's say a 9-inch gun can do it. For God's sake. A 9-inch gun can do damage, but generally doesn't do nearly as much. Oh, that's not good. Seem to have misplaced my main turret. Yunnan. Well, the new ships, I should have told these guys to open fire before. Because now we're going to ram into them. Oh, there we go. Ooh. 0.7% structural, just a good ram from the Cliff Richardson. And the ship is gone. Nice round, Italy. Let's do it again soon. Not too soon. 39,000 victory points. And wouldn't you know, the Italian Empire really wants a peace treaty. Well, you can have it. I don't care for your war. Just like they keep coming over here and they keep getting destroyed. Now there is another battle coming up. It's one heavy against a light. I'm going to take this one off screen. Oh, it's a Japanese cruiser. Yeah, it's one of those outdated pieces of trash. As for the invasion of Japan, it's getting invaded by the army from North Honshu. If this completes, that's the end of Japan as we know it. The Japanese Empire is just gone because they don't have any other territory left. As for right now, my main concern is defending this and making sure that the US fleet doesn't push up any more. There's more likely more ships on the way, and my ships are still largely getting refit, so I have quite a bit of work on my hands, and then I'll take off and eliminate the American ships. And after that, America at large. Join me for that in a future episode. Thank you for watching. I'll see you soon for more. Admiral's Log. As the sun rises over the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the decks of our warships, I find myself facing a daunting challenge. The American task force, a formidable armada of naval might, looms on the horizon. Its presence a stark reminder of the obstacles that stand between us and our ultimate objective, the invasion of the American West Coast. It is a battle we cannot afford to lose, for victory here will pave the way for our forces to strike deep into enemy territory, to establish a foothold on American soil, and secure our position as the dominant power in the Pacific. Already, our fleet is mustered and ready, every ship polished and gleaming in the morning sun, every sailor standing tall and resolute in their duty. As the minutes tick by and the tension in the air grows palpable, I steel myself for the battle that lies ahead, knowing that the fate of nations hangs in the balance. The American task force may be formidable, but we are the sons and daughters of China, and we will not be cowed by the might of our adversaries. Hey guys, Stealth here, and welcome to episode 17. The time is here. The clash of fleets with the US is finally upon us. And it does look like the US is in a pretty good position. They have a lot of battleships out here, backed up by a bunch of battle cruisers, and a lot of cruisers and destroyers. Like, that's a ton of ships that I have to take down. Displacement-wise, we're also not looking that good. We got the North Dakota, the South Carolina. These are displacing about 45,000 tons versus my 18,000 tons, my 17 and 30. So what I intend to do here is do as much damage as possible. Inflict as much damage as especially against their convoy ships or their escorts. I gotta sink those cruisers to at least get a shot at some point at their bigger ships. Now here's the tally of the ships. I have 10. They have 47. So we're about even. Let's get to it. Let's get all the battleships organized in one group. I want to have these guys be able to evacuate rather sooner than later. We're going to have the heavy cruisers in one formation. I'm just going to set these guys to follow my fleet to make it a bit easier to make sure that everybody stays more or less together. We got two DDs, the James Fishburne and the LCG Lurch. These are armed with torpedoes that at 8.9 kilometer range, and especially in low numbers, are not going to be that useful. I'm going to keep these fairly close to the battleships as well, for the simple reason that they might not be able to torp, but they can smoke. And that is valuable, because I want to be able to smoke up my battleships, if it comes to that. Now, when it comes to the guns, my 12-inchers, they might not do a whole lot against those battleships, but they will do a lot of work against the cruisers. Yeah, that is definitely a well-packed American battleship. Look at that thing. It's got guns on guns on guns on guns. What are we looking at? You have 8 14-inchers, okay. Then you got 16 3.2s. You got a double 7.2. You got 28 2.2s. Wow, these guys are apparently expecting a whole lot of airstrikes in a game that has no aircraft carriers. What about their cruisers? Yeah. Their cruisers are relatively old. So it is definitely possible for me to use their cruisers as a bit of a punching bag. Get some points there. As for my ability to disengage, that is going to be tricky. I suspect that these ships, and I should have looked at that at the start, they're probably going to be faster than mine. And as such, they are most likely pretty capable of just keeping up with me, even as I am trying to disengage. So, trying to disengage from this fight, well, might not be possible. Maybe we'll have to go down fighting. These guys are thankfully not behind their smokescreen. The smokescreens are behind the formation. Against these cruisers, I should really only need a few hits with these big guns to deal substantial amounts of damage. Now, these are the refit ships. The Antonio Bocaya, the Core Driver, and the Deathmaster. So, ideally, their accuracy should be good enough. The problem is, I can't really slow down that much without risking getting hit by those 14-inchers from the Americans. And I suspect that they'll be both accurate and hard-hitting guns. They can pen the deck a bit. That's going to be potentially problematic for the ships here. Even if I were to try and engage these ships, I most likely would run out of ammo somewhere halfway through the battle. So that too is quite a concern. Look at this cruiser line here. That is a lot of ships. But they're all old. This is an old cruiser hull. And they appear to have just an endless supply of these things. There's just cruiser on cruiser on cruiser, but they all be appearing with, what, 10-inch guns? One bow, one stern. So essentially it's a cruiser that, unless it goes broadside, only has one gun to shoot at me. Making these battleships far more threatening. I mean, of course, it's a battleship, it's going to be more threatening, but, I mean, the factor that these cruisers put out, not that impressive. They have done damage to what? Out to the Hubei. Okay. Detonated a torpedo aboard the cruiser. Now, my cruisers, at least some of them. Yeah, I'm going to pull the Jiangsu off the line. And just have that detach. Yeah, this is a modern cruiser division, if you will. So these cruisers are far more advanced than their older sister in the form of the Jiangsu. And have you join the battleships for easy management, and these guys might be able to execute a torpedo attack. And considering the vast numbers of ships, well, it's going to be kind of difficult to miss something. What's your range? 9.5. I'll be exposing the cruisers to lots of 14-inch fire, but risk it or lose it. DDs, don't worry about it. We finally inflict some damage here. The game is having to work through so many different ships and projections of where shells might land that the FPS might be a little lacking in this fight. I do apologize for that. The game is currently set up so that you're not supposed to have these large-scale battles. But the Dreadnought Improvement Project said that's a nice limit, and we're going to remove that. So you can still, with the Dreadnought Improvement Project, have these massive battles. That's exactly what we're seeing here. I really don't appear to be able to damage these cruisers with my cruiser guns. So let's go for torps. Now, cruisers don't have the ability to detect torpedoes. That works both ways. So I too have to be somewhat careful. You're going to torpedo this. Zhang Wei is going to torpedo that. You're going to torpedo this as well, and so are you. So we're going to send a pretty large fan fire towards that direction, which does mean I have to let them close in for just a bit more. Heavy cruiser Cambridge. That's a heavily armored cruiser, 130% with a 9.9-inch main belt. It's no surprise we're not penning that. No surprise. Alright, gentlemen. Torpedo launchers on. At this point, I'd be surprised if you miss a target. Here. Here. Yeah, here and again there. Nope, you don't need to turn in that direction, just need to send your torpedo launcher that way. And we got a launch from Hubei. Zhangwei's not launching yet. Gentlemen, now please. Because if you start doing this one by one, the effect is going to be far less severe. Zhangwei, get with the program. We're getting very, very close to these enemy heavy cruisers, so it's time to start backing off. Alright. Switch the fire to the Frederick. Lead heavy cruiser over here. And is there any chance I can pen that? Yeah, bow is a bit weak. 2.9. These ships, what are you targeting? Generally nothing. Isn't that nice? I need you to slow down this time around. The cruisers are definitely drawing a lot of attention here, and that's fine. You guys need to start focusing on, I don't know, Minneapolis, the lead cruiser here. Start dealing damage to that. Good damage here against Frederick. They're definitely going right through. Torpedo launchers on the Frederick are getting destroyed, which is why they're taking that much damage. Now we got torps there, here, and here. Now we're going to be reloading for the next, yeah, about 15 minutes, 16, 17 minutes-ish. We're going to be here a while. Frederick, how good's your damage control, Freddy? Cramped crew quarters with maximum bulkheads. So, you can definitely contain the water, but your damage control parties are largely dead. That is very useful. At this point, they should be getting aware that there's a torpedo. These are sneakies, I think. Yeah, minus 65%. So they're slow, but no less deadly. And I think Minneapolis is about to notice that. Nope, they're not. That was a dud. Boston, then? Torpedo on the bow? Yep, that definitely hit the mark. They might actually get hit again. We got one cruiser eliminated so far. Oh, please don't destroy my torpedo launcher. I am very much looking forward to using that again. Very much. There you go, good damage. Torpedo hit on Scranton. Torpedo hit on Boston again. You took 2 torps. Those are what, 24 inches, right? Yeah. I'm surprised you're still here. Pittsburgh, not taking a torp. The rest of these might travel for a bit longer, but I doubt they'll be much of a threat. At least we broke up the formation somewhat, causing not all of these ships to come at me at the same time. I still don't really have a plan for how I'm going to disengage from this fight, but, well, we'll have to see how the battle develops, and especially how my ammo count develops. There we go, that's another cruiser eliminated. 2 down. Only 45 more to go. Easy battle. Can we target and eliminate the Bridgeport? Their bow armor's taking a hit, but it's so well angled that you're not getting through that. Any of these wounded gentlemen? Yeah, Scranton's turning back, Minneapolis is turning back, Pittsburgh badly flooded, Boston badly flooded. The torpedo launchers are getting destroyed. The problem is they're not that valuable, are they? They're 87 million each. If you contrast that to my 128 million, there's definitely a sizable margin. Oh, and they got torpedoes. I think Bridgeport won't really pose a threat, because they only seemingly sent 1 torp my way. Come on. Where's the battleship line at? Oh, they're actually quite slow. South Carolina doing 20 knots. Ooh, and might be getting hit by a torp. Yep, right on her stern. I didn't expect that torp. Was that mine? Did you actually get hit? Yeah, you did get hit by one of my torps. Interesting. Wasn't expecting that. I mean, yeah, they were going to travel for a while longer, but that's farther than expected. Not unwelcome. Alright, can we deal with any of the wounded ones, or potentially with their destroyer escorts? What are the battleships targeting? A heavy cruiser. Minneapolis. That was damaged before, I think. Where's the mini? Here's Canberra. She's very close. 7 clicks out. Deal with that first. And please use armor piercing. Damn, the game is stuttering so much. Yep, that's good damage. Good, good, good. They do have torps, but seemingly are unable or unwilling to launch. 8 kilometers out. They could have launched, they just didn't. Okay, next. Chauncey. Put the mains on the McDougal. Good damage. Get rid of these escorts. The more escorts we get rid of, the less my battleships if we worry about crew loss or something like a torpedo coming awfully close to the ship. Come on. There you go, McDougal. You're welcome. Gwyn taking damage from the secondaries. It's the 5-inchers on, for example, the Andong over here. She doesn't have a whole lot of them, but in this case they are extremely valuable to deal with those destroyers, and they are proving very useful. Actually having done more damage, point for point, than the 9-inch guns. There's Cruiser Canberra dead. That's work of the battleships. They're still not launching their torps. Battleship status. Deal with the Seattle, please. For the Seattle, and her torpedo launchers deal with you. Starboard turn a bit. You can eventually follow the heavy cruisers to some extent. That'd be great. We're halfway through reloading with the heavy cruisers. That's the torpedo launchers, that is. Target Columbia. You got 3 DDs nicely together. Target the Epson. Sorry, the Epperson with their secondaries. Maybe by the time that we've eliminated this destroyer screen, our torpedoes are reloaded, we can have a go with the torpedo launchers against the battleships. Are these things expensive? 358. Yeah, that's definitely more than I'm paying for mine. More than double. A-core driver is a bit heavier, 324. Yeah, makes sense. Alright, so far, pretty good progress. There goes a cruiser. Next is the Los Angeles. This is the Wounded Cruiser Division. Yeah, they're all holding back. Excellent. But wait, there's more. Lots more cruisers coming out of the woodwork here. Surprisingly, though, they're not doing a whole lot of damage. They got pretty decent tech, right? Wait. Hold on a second. How old are you? Because I'm not even seeing a rangefinder on this ship. It has turbines. That's the base engine. Steam steering. This thing has a coincidence rangefinder 4, so that's a little better. What about their battleships? What about the battlecruiser Arizona here? What you got? Turbines? Stereoscopic 2 rangefinder? You got 15-inch guns, Mark II, but they're only being led by a stereoscopic 2 rangefinder. Okay. That's not really going to do a whole lot for your accuracy. Battleship Bainbridge using Mark II 14-inchers. Stereoscopic 3s. Also turbines. Yeah, this explains why all these things are so slow. By contrast, I have the 17-inch Mark III. That's the level of tech I'm at. And I believe I've just unlocked the stereoscopic rangefinder 5. So my tech is just very far ahead of the United States at this point. I'm a bit surprised about that, because they have a massive navy. But if they keep building all sorts of old ships like these to fill out their ranks, then yeah, it's just a lot of old stuff. It doesn't mean that they're necessarily good ships. As, well, their track record is kind of proving at this point. Los Angeles is suffering some bad flooding. Put your main guns now on Cambridge and secondaries on the Thornton, please. Heavy cruisers are doing a lot of work. 31k, 77k, 70k, 89k. Definitely some very, very useful ships there. Destroyed the main tower? Oh, your superstructure's not that heavily defended. That's bad news for you with your cramped crew quarters. Because this is also going to hamper your damage control abilities even more. Now, when I saw this fleet come at my fleet, I thought, oh, I messed up now. I'm going to lose my entire fleet, but I have 10 ships. They have almost 5 times that number. And they're just not getting anywhere. Now, if you look at the damage, I've done 455,000 versus 10. That's the level of discrepancy in damage that we have. Oh, hold on. Who torped you? A friendly, well, a not so friendly DD did. Did you do that? Clarence? Yep. Clarence apparently got a bit fed up with the cruiser and decided to remove it from sight. Very efficient. Not necessarily a very friendly gesture. Can you please not torp my battleships? Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a problem. We're going to try and turn into the torps. Where did that... What? Are you guys launching your own torpedoes? It's not the fucking DDs, is it? It's not the Lurch. You? The Fishburne? Okay, I want both DDs off the line. They're not that useful. We seem to be turning pretty decently into the torp. So we should be fine. You guys dealt with the... Yeah, the Cambridge is down. That's whatever was left of the Canberra. Boston taking serious damage to the main tower. Oh, you took a big hit there, Hubei. What was that, a 14-incher? Yeah. 10,000 points of damage, near enough. Okay, so you might need a bit of help once you get off the battle. Are these things getting accurate? No, they're... Well, 12%. Considering they can mess up a cruiser with 2 shots. 12%'s a bit scary. Set it to a loose formation. This way I should be able to maintain speed. It's the Hubei which is slowing everybody down. Okay, Hubei, detach from the div and retreat. You've done a lot of work and now you can rest. Heavy cruisers, deal with the Barney and the Buck. Yeah, just trying to extricate those battleships from their heavy cruiser escort seems to be working, but I'm going to have to step it up and try and get here with my heavy cruisers if I'm going to get some damage in on them. Because the rest of these guys are all joining the fight. And that's not really something I can handle at this moment. What are we dealing with? Still with the Boston? Switch to the Scranton. Oh shit, these guys are getting real close. Okay, Antonio. What's your torpedo range? 10. Works for me. Target the South Carolina. And launch if you can. Because I know that you have torpedo launchers. I know that the Acre Driver does not. Deathmaster Snitch does. Not many, but in this kind of a battle, I'll take any bit of damage dealing that I can. Continue on the turn. Increase speed to, let's say, full. Heavy cruisers are coming about. They've just eliminated the Barney. Oh, that was a torp. Yeah, we're running a bit low on shells here. Only fire if you have a good solution. Secondaries can keep blasting, that's fine. We got plenty of ammo for those. Not worried. Ooh, good damage on the cruiser there. That's going to be the end of the Scranton. There goes the Scranton. The US is going to be absolutely reeling from this fight. They will have lost so many ships. Good lord. I do apologize for the PowerPoint quality FPS on this battle, but... well, let's just say that trying to generate and properly process this many shells is proving a bit of a hassle for my PC. Or rather, for the game, probably, because I believe the game is still running on one CPU, or one core, as opposed to the many cores that my PC has available. Come on. It's a nice concentration of cruisers here. We can put them all down. Yep, that's the stuff. Boston is flooding. Minneapolis taking a couple of big hits. Pittsburgh taking a couple of big hits. Heavy cruisers. Do you guys still have torpedo launchers? Yangwei does not. Heizhang does. And Andong also has. But getting them into a useful position... like the 9 clicks out. It's cutting a little close. We got torpedoes in the water here. Start dodging. Yeah, that's a big spread. That is a big spread. You guys are going to have to figure out how to dodge that yourselves. Target this and target that. I've kind of lost track of how many ships have been sinking. I was a little too busy trying to keep my ships alive, but I do believe that we've sunk about 15 ships. Oh, one of my DDs finally went down. What got you? A 6.2 from the battleship. Oh. Did South Cal take another torp? No, they dodged it. Okay. CAs? Ooh, Andong took a big hit. Was that a torp? That was a torpedo. And that was a torpedo on the Heizhang. It's curious. Most of the time the AI is really good at dodging torpedoes. Like, bizarrely good. But this time around, they kind of messed up. Andong. Torpedo the Saratoga in return. You might get the Olympia and maybe the Tulsa if you get lucky. Because I'm kind of concerned that my torpedo launcher is going to get shot off the ship before long. As there's many, many, many cruisers coming this way. It does take a sweet amount of time for these torpedo launchers to rotate. Heizhang. Look at this blob. Torps heading now to 5. Yeah, I'm gonna start disengaging with the CAs. It's getting a bit dangerous here. So, hold off on the torpedo launch. Andong, I do need you to launch. Come on, turn that launcher around. Fish in the water. There we go. Unfortunately, at this point, the heavy cruisers are probably going to be switching formation or trying to turn with my division. So it's entirely likely that they'll not be where the torpedoes expect them to go. Well, maybe the Olympia. Status on my battleships. Full health. Well, near enough. What's the range against their battleships? About 10? Yeah. Can we start putting their battleships down? Is that possible? You just hit them enough. Bow and stern are not that strong. Look at that. The whole thing is 1.5 except for the main belt? What is that? Yeah, we got a torpedo hit there. So bow and stern are fair game on this ship. That is useful. I can definitely exploit that. CAs need to start evacuating. You're going to have to detach. Because you are still remarkably healthy. You two are not. So let's say rejoin the retreating division here. And leave this place. Zhang Wei, you can still fight. Even though you got no armor-piercing ammo, your HE is deadly. So your HE should be sufficient to at least level a couple of ships. Oh, sorry, my AP is out. No, my HE is out, so I still have AP ammo. Okay, target the buck. Deal with that if you can. South Carolina, flooding a bit. What's the biggest guns I got? 13s, I think, on the A-chord. Yeah, we've got a 20% chance to hit. It's a partial pen only. Oh, they lost their damage control, or their fire control. So their accuracy normally would be pretty bad, but in this case, 26% against my battleship is somewhat concerning. Also, I'm definitely exposing my own battleships here. 15% chance to pen. The main belt should be sufficient at 14 inches. And especially with 150% armor quality, I can take a hit. But I'm just not seeing it. I'm not going through their armor. It's half a pen here, half a pen there. How's the Yang Wei doing? I need to keep an eye on her. She's flying solo into the rest of the fleet now. Definitely prioritizing the destruction of their destroyers now. Because they're kind of easy money. Even the main guns now have a 22% solution. Put the main guns to work there, please. Because that's a heavy cruiser that can pretty easily get taken down. Columbus, California... Maybe Olympia and Saratoga as well. We can get rid of those. That's 4 heavy cruisers less to worry about. Antonio Bucaya is such an old ship. I think it's one of the oldest ships that I have. Except that she got refit. And she's now sporting the Mark III 12-inchers, but also far more advanced gear, like a stereoscopic rangefinder, 24-inch electric torpedoes, gear turbines, Crypt 3 armor. This thing can take a hit. And she can definitely dish it out. Still. After, what, about 18 years after she was first commissioned as a ship in my navy. We're barely making a dent in this thing. I don't want to blow through the whole armor-piercing supply here. Switch to Salem. And see if we can get some accidental damage on the rest of that battle group. It's almost like they're sailing in line formations. I mean, they're sailing in columns. It's DDs, it's CAs, it's DDs again. But good lord, there's a lot of them. These BCs, 290 million. Armor. What is this paper thing? Switch to the battle cruisers. I wasn't expecting to be able to pen a battle cruiser with ease. This thing has no armor. 0.2 inches on the superstructure. 4 belt. 0.2 inches. Like, no joke, but my destroyers have more armor than that. Yeah, my destroyers have more armor than that. Oh, and they also seem to have some other 4th of July special effects. They just flew their turret off the ship. And they have... they lost all their ammo because of that flash fire. Oh, man. What are you targeting? The Yang Wei? On the other side of the fleet? That's a mistake. Columbus might have some flooding problems. But we have issues with Tulsa over here. Oh, you destroyed my torpedo launcher. What? How did that happen? I got hit by a 14-incher. And another 14-incher. Ooh, that's pretty bad news, because that is a couple of 13-inch guns that are no longer available. Okay. That's a serious loss to my fleet. Yeah, I think it's time to start disengaging. Because essentially I'm fighting this fight with 4 ships now. 3 battleships, well, 2 battleships and 1 heavy cruiser that's flying alone on the other side of the scope here. About 12 kilometers removed from the capital ships. If you got torps, then by all means, but I wouldn't be surprised if you expended all of those or if they got destroyed. Yeah, they're all gone. There goes to Jiangyu. Sorry, Jiangsu. Tulsa eliminated. Well done to the Jiang Wei. You're gonna try and pen the battleship. That's ambitious. Very ambitious. Turn around. We're going to eliminate these cruisers and then disengage. So you can target the Columbus. Finish her off. The battleships are going to have to try and disengage all by themselves. I think the Jiangsu here is going to have to get sacrificed. Thankfully, it's not that big of a loss to the Navy because it's a relatively older ship. But it's still a cruiser that I would not like to... Oh, hello, DD! Can I help you with anything? Oh, that was the Bok. That was the one that the Jiang Wei was supposed to take care of. Crap. Well, now the Jiangsu is definitely toast. Boom. Oh, you got a dud? You got 3 duds and an actual live one. Wow. Call yourself lucky, dude. Unfortunately, at 6 knots, she's not going to be able to limp out of this fight. So, she might be slowing the rest of the div down a lot. What's the status of my battleships? You can do 22 knots. You, on paper, can do 22 knots as well. I kind of doubt we'll actually be able to get to that speed. Alright, one of you goes on a, let's say, southeasterly course. The other one goes on a more southwesterly course. You're going to have to pick which battleship you want to face and which one you want to just let go. As for Jiang Wei, we only have 200 shells left. But I need just a little bit more on the Columbus. Come on. 5% chance to hit. 11%. There goes the Jiangsu. Well, she fought well. She fought well. She did 79,000 points of damage and took 53. There's the flooding that I was looking for. So that's Columbus most likely eliminated. That leaves the California. There we go. Down. Oh, we're still inflicting damage upon their battle cruisers. What are you targeting then? Something else. Target Guam. I want you to also target the Guam. A battle cruiser is just such a massive target. And if they have no armor, then it's a free kill. So focus on those. You... Are you faring against California? I've got 126 shells left. Considering I'm firing bursts of 9. That gives me very little opportunity to deal with this heavy cruiser. Ceasefire. I'm gonna fly right into the face of the heavy cruiser here and see if I can take it out. That's good damage. Was that your shot? Wait, whose guns did I just turn off then? Unknown. Okay. California should have almost no opportunity to pen me now. Because I'm going full bow in. I'm a very difficult target, yeah. Come on, Jiang Wei. Phenomenal ship. 165,000 points of damage. With all sorts of platforms. 9-inch, 5-inch, torpedo launchers. They used every weapon system that the ship has. And it is definitely hurting the Americans. There you go. Flooding. 47% chance to hit. That's what I was looking for. But I'm also veering awfully close here to the North Dakota. Come on. Got 54 shells left. That's only 6 salvos. 5. I think she'll live. Increase the flank and just keep shooting on your way out. But basically, just disengage. Oh, we might accidentally hit something else here. Well, I thought we were going to hit the Salem with that shell. Oh well. How are you guys doing? How's the battleship chase going? You're actually increasing your distance? Is that because the South Cal is slowing everybody down? They're doing 13 knots. I can escape with both of my ships. Well, this ship might not survive that. This is going to be a bit of a stretch. Chance to pen. Still pretty bad. But I'm still doing 14 knots, which is just slightly faster than theirs. Unfortunately, they just don't seem to run out of ammo. I think I'm pretty much as well angled as I can be. Okay. Let's hope that that works. Jiangwei should probably... Yeah, they're not quite out of ammo yet. Jiangwei still has 30 shells left. And then a bunch of 5-inchers. Alright. I'm going to pause recording here as I try and disengage the fleet. Unfortunately, at the end of the battle, I did lose the Deathmaster. This is a ship that proved to be extremely resilient. She was hit... well, she was shot at shy of 8,000 times and hit 690 times. I was actually letting the clock on the battle run down, trying to get her extracted from the battle, but unfortunately it was not to be. As such, we did sink 24 of the American ships, so it's about half their fleet here, at the expense of 4 of my ships. The Americans now have a grave problem. They have nowhere to resupply, their ships are badly damaged, and I have a lot more ships just sitting around the corner. So this is only round 1 against the US. So the US fleet is still in my territory. They're still here, but they've been badly wounded. And especially now that I know that their battlecruisers are not that big of a threat, well, it's only a matter of time. Especially considering that I have a couple of big ships coming joining the fleet soon, the State Belts. One of them constructing for another 7 months, but the Scheffler Gaming is ready. 3 months away, this thing is getting commissioned, and she has a couple of 15-inch guns. Now, they're not the most modern 15s, I still have to refit her, but she is definitely fit for fighting. Her armor is good, her speed is not great, but with those guns, I can make some pretty sizable holes in the American ships. Interestingly, we have both Canada and the Philippines interested in buying these ships, and I believe that while they are expensive to build, they're eventually going to give me a profit of about 1.5 billion. How exactly they're funding those things, I don't know. My naval fund is pretty good. My naval budget annually is enough to buy one of those ships. So how something like the Philippines is able to do that, I don't know. Japan is no longer with us. Japan has ceased to exist as I completely conquered it. So that's another faction that I don't have to worry about anymore. Leaving my attention open to the US. And the US still, well, has a lot of ships. They got 148 ships, 18 battleships, 9 battlecruisers, 22 heavies, 34 lights, and 65 destroyers. That's a lot of ships. They're supposedly advanced in technology, but their ships are not quite showing that. So they might look intimidating, but their ships aren't actually that advanced, and they're at war with pretty much everybody except for Germany. So they definitely have more issues than just me. So in the next episode, we're going to take the fight to the US again, prepare for another battle, and potentially move east, or should I say far west, towards Western North America, where we're first going to bombard their ports. Once their ports are properly dismantled, we're going to invade Western US. I hope you guys will join me for that in the next episode. Thank you for watching this one. I'll see you soon for more. Admiral's Log. Today marks a monumental triumph for the Chinese Navy, as we emerged victorious from a decisive battle against the might of the US Navy in the treacherous waters of the Yellow Sea. Despite the loss of 4 of our own ships, our resolve remained unbroken as we dealt a devastating blow to our American adversaries, sinking 24 of their vessels and shattering their dreams of naval supremacy. With this formidable American force vanquished and the path to victory laid bare before us, the Chinese fleet now sets sail for Pearl Harbor, the strategic heart of the Pacific, where the stage is set for the next phase of our campaign. Hawaii, with its strategic location and formidable defenses, will serve as a stepping stone for our forces as we continue our inexorable march towards the shores of the American West Coast. Hey guys, Stealth here, welcome to episode 18. We are looking to invade Pearl Harbor. This is going to be our stepping stone onto the west coast of the United States. Of course, the US is not going to quite sit idly by and let me just take it. They have sent a fleet headed up by the Iowa of the Kentucky-class, armed with a couple of 14-inch guns, backed up by battlecruiser Chippewa and Franklin and Ranger. These are armed with those 17.3-inch guns. They're somewhat scary, but last time around I encountered these guys, they didn't have any armor. At least not in the areas where it mattered. So they should be pretty easy to take down. Outside of that, we got a couple of light cruisers and some destroyer escorts. Now my fleet is almost entirely heavy cruiser, led by the battleship Zhao. This is an Enigma 1929 refit, so she has the most modern gear that I can afford. She's backed up by a lot of the Mecha-Medic cruisers from 1927. Most of these have been refit, and a couple... Oh, there's even a Jolin in here with a couple of torpedo launchers. That's a really old cruiser, but she still holds up, and those 9-inch guns can make life on the light cruisers rather complex. So, let's take the fight to the Americans and prepare to invade Pearl Harbor. The American fleet has been detected on the horizon, and it's already on, as we get more and more range with these newer guns. The Zhao has these 13-inch guns, which can travel 21.5 kilometers. Still not great. Sorry, 21.5, not 12.5, 21.5. It's still not great. I would love to have better range on my guns. But, well, you're gonna have to sacrifice some firepower in the sense of rate of fire if you want to be able to achieve that by making the barrels longer. I'm still researching the better guns, but it's probably gonna take me a little bit of time. Now, we've got two cruise divisions here. Liaoning, Duda, Laiwan, Nixia, and Jiwan. As well as the other one on the other side, headed up by the Liao Bei. As for the destroyer, it's trailing the other cruise division. It's not really going to make that much of an impression here because it's only got one 4-inch gun and a couple of torpedo launchers. I might be able to use it though to cut off any of their escaping ships. But right now, I don't really care for that. What I care for is eliminating some of these cruisers. This is the light cruiser group. These cruisers carry tons and tons and tons of torpedoes, and I am not interested in getting massively swarmed by these things. Their torpedo range, let's have a look, 11 kilometers, so we're getting close to that range already. My torpedo range is 10, so it is entirely possible that I'll start receiving torps before I'll be able to hit them. Let's have the cruise division go as quickly as possible. Oh, this is one of the older cruisers, the kill zone. Like, this is a really old cruiser. I think this is from right at the start of the campaign. She's been upgraded. She's now sporting 10.1-inch guns, which is the Mark IV, no less. So it also has better range than the Battleship. But it's slow. It's only doing 20.9 knots, and it's slowing down the rest of the division. So I'm going to pull the kill zone off of this division, allowing the rest of them to speed right back up to 27 knots. And with that speed, I can get potentially a more favorable position. Now, of course, these CLs are smoking up as they bridge the gap towards my position. It's going to be a bit of a problem. Got them in range. I only got one launcher on these ships. I'm a bit tentative to use that right now. I don't think that's the best option. We can probably just gun these things down. And then we're going to have to take a very close look at these battle cruisers, because their guns are massive, but their armor is not. And that is going to be their undoing. Also, please note how this is a cage mast. And I'm not sure exactly how that bridge is going to navigate, because it has a couple of massive 17s. And then, what is that, an 8.1? Yeah, it has to be. It's the only 8.1 on the ship, but it's just enormous relative to the rest of the ship. These things, however, do not have armor. This thing does. American battleship. Lots and lots and lots of guns. Decent amount of armor as well. So I'm going to have to deal with that thing, probably with the use of extensive amounts of torpedoes. Now, one problem that I am facing with this particular battle is I don't have any sonar. I don't have any escort ships. Yes, heavy cruisers can be considered escort ships, but in the Dreadnought improvement project that I'm running, they don't have hydro. So they cannot detect incoming torpedoes, which is going to be a massive problem, especially if the Americans are using torpedoes that are hard to spot. I'm going to put both of these divisions on auto-torpedo dodging, so that if they come under attack, at least we will have some opportunity for them to dodge the torps automatically. As for the lead cruiser here, this one's going down. Start tasking the battleship with taking down the next target. There we go, that's one. Doesn't mean it's harmless though. This thing can already put a lot of torps in the water. Yeah, those torpedo launchers are looking the wrong way. They could have torpedoed this heavy cruiser group. Good damage on the next one. As long as we can knock off these torpedo launchers with HE, or AP, whichever works, before they're launching, I would feel a heck of a lot safer. Good hit. Good hit. That was a 9-inch shell from the Rehe, causing massive damage here. There we go. Quickly now. Flooding. Engine damage. Conning tower destroyed. Oh, sorry, no, yeah, the fire control has been destroyed, not the conning tower. She's gone. That's two. Not seeing any torps yet, but that doesn't mean anything. And the ship is not identified, so I cannot use that to see if the torps are underway. Okay, once all these escort ships are dead, I have a much safer time approaching the battleships. My heavy cruisers will definitely take some damage getting there, but they can seriously threaten that battleship now that it's no longer protected by the hydrophones from these light cruisers. Torpedo in the water. If there's one, there's gonna be a whole lot more. Let's turn the the heavy cruisers around. There you go. That's the third light cruiser eliminated. Excellent job. Now then, let's go, not for the battleship, but if we can target it. Okay, fine, we'll go for the battleship, because the battle cruisers are in smokescreen, making them unnecessarily difficult to hit. Yeah, okay, we should be fine if we just kind of level the course. Oh, that was a massive hit. That was the 10-inch guns from the very old kill zone, crippling this, what I think is a very old light cruiser. Or is that a DD? That's a DD. What's with those walls next to the funnels, though? That's weird. It's only sporting a 4-inch gun, so it can't really be a light cruiser, because those would... Oh, Jesus. Because those light cruisers would have bigger guns. Good thing I kept these ships turning, because that is a lot of torpedoes. And these torpedoes are 22 inchers, so they're not to be taken lightly. If this cruiser just slows down a touch, we should be fine. I'm not sure if it's actively doing that. Dude, what are you doing? Ow. Oof. Yeah, unfortunately I couldn't exactly save this ship. You can make the case why you didn't even try. True, because I know that in the Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts improvement project, the ships just work a little different. They don't turn nearly as well as you normally would expect. And that means that your ships just, well, they lag. And that makes them a bit unpredictable. Or, well, rather predictable in their inability to dodge any torpedoes. As for these ships, you're home free to launch your torpedoes against the battleship. You're only 5 clicks out. The battleship is currently engaging what I think is a heavy cruiser. I only got heavy cruisers here. Okay, this thing took the torpedo like a champ. It should be fine. Let's evacuate you nonetheless. Because they are pretty expensive ships, these. It's 293 million for a cruiser. That's another CL gone. No, that's a DD gone. Flash fire. We took another DD out. Another flash fire. Kind of by accident, really, these kills. We're not exactly targeting these per se. Just happens that they get to be in the crosshairs of my fleet. How's that battleship doing? How's Iowa? 41,000 tons. 14.2-inch guns of Mark II. And that could be their undoing. Because the Mark II just does not fire very quickly. Now we got torpedo launch from Rehe, Liaobei. That might be enough. That's this div. Let's tell this div not to launch any further torpedoes. You're actually crippling the battlecruiser already, aren't you? You're targeting the battleship. Good. It's just pretty heavily armored. At least the main belt, but everything else is a bit of a joke. 1.5 inch main belt, or 1.5 inch fore and aft is not going to cut it. Even cruisers will be able to pen that, if it wasn't for the fact that this thing is bow in. But overall, these Mark IV 9-inchers, they're deadly. Oh, Liao Ning took a big hit there. What happened to you? 14-inch guns. Yeah, that'll ruin your day. You're off the line. And here's the battlecruiser Chippewa. Are you going to have torpedoes colliding with the ship anytime soon, Iowa? Yeah, and it's a dud. Well, there's more on the way. 2 here, another 4 or 5 there. The DD was part of the division, so it also pitched in. That's excellent news, because this is going to be impossible to dodge. And that's 2 hits. Serious damage to the American ship. Liao Ning, however, is taking more fire. There's another torp slamming into the Iowa. The Americans are going to have to get out of the way, because we're going to Pearl Harbor, whether they like it or not. Put your secondaries on the destroyer, because you've still got the 8.9s. Might as well make use of those. We got... Is this 2 heavy cruise divisions? No, it's one of them. Okay, maintain speed. Chippewa is pretty much dead in the water. And most likely is, yeah, properly dead. Wait, you got torpedoed? By what? Not by me. By you. Thanks for the assist. They managed to torpedo their friend. No, it was the Anderson. Yeah. Torpedo hit. Well, I guess their hit rate's pretty good. Unfortunately for them, it wasn't a friend, or it wasn't a hostile ship. That was a lucky dot on my ship. Yeah, I'm not going to torp that. A risk of torpedoing my own ships is there. However, let's have you disengage. You're going to make a run against this ship by yourself. Which is a bit adventurous, but we should be able to get it done. Start putting pressure on the Ranger, use armor piercing, and put some secondaries on the DD. Now, the Ranger is one of those American battlecruisers that is surprisingly mildly armored. 5-inch main belt is not going to work. My guns, at this range of, what, 4 kilometers or so? Yeah, 4.2. We can deal some serious damage. At 4 kilometers, we can pen about 5, 6.5 inches, give or take a few, depending on angling. And that's much more than even the main belt has. So these ships are going to be in a lot of trouble. In the meanwhile, as we're preparing the main gun salvo on that, I'm going to put the torpedo launchers on the Franklin. You're targeting... Yeah, you're targeting Franklin as well now. Alright, we got torpedo launch from Ningxia. There's more flooding on the Iowa, but there's also some trouble headed for the Liao Ning, which was part of that division that I told to slow down, so it's kind of stuck. These torpedoes... Yeah, it looks like we got 1. My battleship has taken almost no damage here. And is currently putting a lot of pressure on the Ranger. Holy mother of God, what happened to you? You got hit by a 17-inch gun. Twice. Yeah, so you're gone. You're not sticking around here. That's a way too dangerous fight for you at the moment. G1 is an older ship that still comes with underwater torpedo launchers. Maybe... Yeah, we might be able to get some hits from this salvo, and then I can have another torpedo attack go in from this ship. But this Iowa... Well, she's fighting her fate. Flooding. 10% buoyancy left. 9. She might be gone. Where's the other cruiser div? You're properly dead in the water, aren't you? 2 damaged engines. Dude isn't going anywhere. Can you speed up a little bit? No. There goes the Iowa. Very nice. And now we can finish off the Ranger and go after the Franklin. The real problem is, one 17-inch hit and I might lose a cruiser. You're currently targeting the Liaoning, which is badly wounded over there. They do have a pretty good chance to pen it. There's the torpedo hit. And that has me a little concerned, because there's not really a whole lot that I can do to angle against the 17-inch gun. I think the Ranger's going to be pretty dead. Yeah, there's flooding on both of these battle cruisers. I'm not sure why they put a $248 million battle cruiser to water at 34,000 tons and then neglected to put armor on it. Makes no sense to me. But this is a fuck around and find out situation, I guess. And the American shipbuilders will most likely adapt. So at that point, we'll have to start dealing with some bigger threats. There we go. There's the Franklin gone. There's all the battle cruisers gone. And the battle is won. So I said that's a good outcome. We have 49,000 victory points out of that one battle. I'll call that a win. Now that is definitely not it for the American fleet, because they still have 128 ships. They're not repairing a single one, but they're building another 27. You can see that the majority of those numbers are made up by smaller ships. It's 36 light cruisers and 46 DDs. But they're stretched a bit thin, as the US is working on, well, taking on pretty much the entire world. The only ones not at war are Italy, the Soviets, and the Germans. Everybody, oh, and the Spanish, but, well, they might do that soon. Let's not go for a peace treaty, let's go for an invasion. Hawaii, 30,000 tons, I should probably be able to do that. Now, I just need to get a little closer, and they don't have any further ships in the region. The problem, of course, is that some of my ships have taken some serious damage. They are immediately just snapped back to the ports for repairs. I still think that's a really weird mechanic, but okay, it's what the game has decided to do. Once I have Pearl Harbor, the next step is going to be to hurt the ports of San Diego, San Francisco, and Seattle. Because I do believe that, somebody said in the comments, the ports, especially port strength, so port capacity, means that an invasion is that much more difficult. And they have 3 massive ports over here. So if I want to have any chance of invading Western US, well, we're going to have to do a lot of port demolition first. As for the US itself, I was surprised to see that they have taken over southern Egypt. I mean, there is oil, so it's a pretty good chance that the Americans will turn up at some point. And they are now working their way towards Cyrenaica with an invasion force of 400,000 men. The Americans, I don't know, I'm not sure why they happen to go here, but it's actually working well for me, because it does mean that they have more territory that they have to defend somehow, and might allow me to go on the offensive against their commerce ships. Their economy is already hurting. It's minus 7% per year. So yeah, their economy is shrinking. I am getting close to being on par. I still have far fewer ships, and my armor logistics definitely isn't as good, but we could definitely work with that. Now, the Americans still have a small presence here. It's a battle cruiser and some escorts, but they used to have a far bigger fleet. I'm not sure where it went, because this is just one light cruiser. I'm going to take my war fleet, which happened to be over here. 3 battle cruisers, 3 battleships, and a couple of heavies. I'm going to also start putting those to work towards Pearl Harbor. This has to be the first stepping stone, because I can also use this to refuel. It's better to use this than to use either Kwajalein or Majuro, because I do need to take on fuel. I do need to repair ships at some point. Now, of course, this is going to start eating into my budget by quite a margin. We're looking at a balance of minus 20 million a month, but I have 360 million in naval funds, so we should be fine. Also, I am still building a couple of the biggest battleships that I can. Where are they? Here. The Songlin and the Tauke Tok are both State Belt class. They're done in about 6 and 7 months. And that is going to give me massive amounts of money. I did, however, have to, at the moment, reduce my research spending because I can't afford to keep up the research. If I want to do max out my research, I'm going to be broke in a month. So let's not do that. And considering that my tech is more than enough to deal with the Americans right now, it's not that big of a priority. So let's continue with the invasion of Pearl Harbor and see if we can get this first stepping stone done. A couple months later, much to my surprise, Britain has been dissolved. I didn't see this coming. I really was not paying attention to anything happening in Europe. But the British Empire falling apart? That is pretty unusual. It means that there's a lot of really high-end territory that's up for grabs. I really hope that the AI doesn't know that well how to do naval invasions, because if all of this ungoverned territory is going to get taken over by the Germans, well, they already got a 1.6 trillion economy. It's only going to get bigger. They have growth. They're fighting the Austro-Hungarians. The Austro-Hungarians have... They got a tiny economy compared to that. They also only have 13 ships versus the Germans 117. I'm not sure what is going on with Germany, but once Germany starts moving, things can get deadly pretty quick. I think it's only for the best that the Germans right now appear to be my friends. How long that will continue, I don't know. Why they're not just taking over the rest of the world, I'm not sure about that either. But these guys have a massive, massive, massive economy. And if they're able to gobble up the entire British economy on top of that, well, life is going to get very, very difficult for everybody else in Europe. Pearl Harbor is ours. We have now gained control of Hawaii. And, oh, we can launch an operation into Fiji. Interesting, it only takes 25,000 tons. Why, yes. I would not mind taking Fiji, because that too is going to consolidate my grip on the South Pacific. The ships over here, well, that's not them. The ships over here can actually do that quite nicely. It's one battleship and its cruisers. We can send those over here to Fiji. They'll have to take what? They arrive in one turn? These ships can do 8,000 kilometers in a month? That's impressive. Okay, well, off you go then. In the meanwhile, I've spotted another opportunity. So China has a lot of ground forces. Like, if you get the opportunity to invade something, do so. Because their military power is very good. So all they need, really, is a foothold in the USA. And lo and behold, Southern Alaska is not that heavily defended. So what I'm going to do now is do another naval invasion in Southern Alaska. I do have all the firepower that I need there. And I have, what, one battleship, a couple of cruisers. I might need a bit more. And thankfully, at Pearl Harbor, I have a lot more. Because this is going to also add to that. So let's say I want to have another, oh, I don't know, a battle cruiser or two and a heavy cruiser go that way. No, not the heavies. The rest of you will wait and we'll go and start, well, let's say massaging the news into Western USA that China is coming to town. I might also be able to do the same thing to Northern Alaska. It's not exactly a rich territory, unless you happen to find oil. But it does mean that I'll not have to worry about just land invasions going back and forth here. As for Canada, I'm not so sure if it's going to be possible to invade them. Aren't they my ally? No, they're not my ally anymore. Where's Canada these days? Oh, they're working with the Soviet Union. Does the US even have any allies? Nope, they got no allies. Okay. Well, sorry USA. That's going to be a hard sell for you. As for my money, 64 million negative. Naval funds, 275 million. But watch what happens when we finally ship out, no pun intended, one of those battleships. All of a sudden, our monthly balance is up. We're now actually gaining 12 million, and we have been paid handsomely for the pleasure of, I think, Indonesia to get one of the State Belt battleships. That's the one with 86,000 tons of displacement. How exactly they managed to afford it and how they can run it, I don't know, but they can. And so I guess they should. So that immediately solves all of my economic woes. And it also means I can start investing a bit more into research. I'll still not be able to go full 100% research because I would definitely go broke if I try something like that. Oh, there we go. They're taking control over a lot of areas. The Battle of Fiji is raging. We've lost 2 soldiers. They have lost 12. How is that going? Yeah, we should have this. Fiji is, again, not exactly a rich territory. The port of Suva, I can't even see it because it's neutral. As for the area here, I have way more territory, or way more tonnage than I need, so this too should go through. And we'll slowly but steadily start to dismantle the United States. Now, I'm potentially much more concerned about what's happening in Europe. Yes. Austria-Hungary has a bunch of ships here, and so do the Germans. Are they trying to invade Northeast England and or Eastern England? If so, this could be a massive problem. Oh, Southern England has oil? That's interesting. Unfortunately, I can't exactly make my appearance here too, because it would stretch my navy too thin. It's the objective to take the USA, not everything else, all at the same time. And I think trying to take the USA out is, well, probably plenty of challenge as is. They're sending a couple of ships my way. Where are you going? The Yellow Sea. Right. You see, the US has been busy in Southern America. They have taken over Colombia, they've taken over Ecuador, they've taken over Peru. They tried to take Chile, I think, but Chile fought back and has regained its independence. But they definitely have a lot of ports over here, which could be another opportunity for me to invade some more. And with that, be able to use the land invasions to start gaining more and more and more territory. Now, this is a 50,000 ton port. That's not that easy to grab. Ecuador might be more feasible. It's only 9,700. But no, we're going to stick to the objective. We're going to start pushing into, let's say, Seattle. No particular reason. And start doing port strikes there. Because that way I can start weakening this port and make it ready for invasion. As we're preparing to do further operations in the area, one lonely American heavy cruiser has come in the area of the Li Jiang. This is a light cruiser not designed to take on this level of threat. She's only armed with a couple of 6-inch guns. They are Mark IV, but their ability to pen anything is nothing. They're supposed to hunt down destroyers. They do, however, come with a secondary option. They have a couple of very potent 24-inch torpedoes. These things are hard to spot, especially if you don't have a hydrophone, as the Americans don't have. The problem with launching those torpedoes is going to be 1, getting into range, and then 2, launching them, trying to turn away, and then not getting the American ship kited into the wrong direction as I'm trying to disengage. The American ship is an interesting build. It's carrying a couple of 7.3-inch guns, and these are Mark IV, but they appear to have, well, it could be an optical illusion. They appear to have short barrels. So with that, their accuracy is probably a bit lacking. It's not the only thing they have, though. They also sport these torpedo launchers on port and starboard sides, and that's 5 torpedo launchers. That's not the only thing they have, of course. They have another set of torpedo launchers on the stern. They have a couple of 5-inch guns on the wings. They have 1.4s. Well, they got a lot of 1.4s. No aircraft carrier to be found in the game. But that doesn't stop the Americans from being very scared of coming under air attack. Now, I have quite a lot of torpedoes, so I might be able to torpedo these guys several times. I'm just not sure if the... Well, I'm actually rather sure. The Li Jiang cannot take a hit from a 7-inch gun very well. She is, well... Let's say she has maxed out armor, which in the case of a light cruiser is 2.9 inches. It just does not do a whole lot. Let's stick to HE on all the guns, unless this thing happens to be another paper armored cruiser. Ow! Which I rather doubt. Oh, there's their torpedo launcher into action. Come on, pump the torps into the water! Thank you. That's all of them. Turn around. Yeah, and this is the problem. I'm now so inclined to turn around that I will, by doing so, influence the course of the American ship. It's going to try to follow me. It's going to try and potentially put some more pressure on me. And as such, these torpedoes, well, they might just, yeah, fall short. Most likely leading to the full destruction of the Li Zhang, having done almost no damage to the Columbia. This is an interesting ship. Holy shit, 500 million for a heavy cruiser? What sort of space-age technology did you put on this ship? 500 million? She's driving at 30 knots. Okay, fair enough. You got electric steering, geared turbines, it's nothing special. You got stereoscopic 5 range finding, 19-inch torpedoes. You got a Citadel 5, okay. You got armor, only Crypt 2. That's surprising. I'm not really sure why this thing is so incredibly expensive, because it's not the stereoscopic rangefinder. Yeah, it adds up a little bit, but not that much. Not that much. Unfortunately, I think the issue is largely moot, because Li Zhang is definitely not going to come out of this fight alive. Armor-wise, holy shit. 12-inch main belt. Even the superstructure has 8.5 inches on it. This is a fight that the Li Zhang was never supposed to take. In hindsight, I probably should have just run away. Just turn tail, make sure that we disengage, and engage something that is a bigger suit, or a better fit for the light cruiser. Because this was not exactly what was supposed to happen. Now, remember that American fleet that was coming towards the Yellow Sea? They've arrived. That is another 4 battleships, a battle cruiser, and a whole slew of heavies. These, thankfully, are only sporting a couple of 10-inch, so once again, it's the more dated version of their cruisers. The light cruisers, though, with 6.4s, it's the Raleigh-class from 1928, so they're definitely more modern, with their 40 torpedo launchers, 44 if you're counting the underwater ones. This is going to be a big fight, and I'll save that one for the next episode. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you soon for more. Admiral's Log. As the sun rises over the newly secured Pearl Harbor, casting its warm glow upon the waters now under our control, I'm filled with a sense of pride and accomplishment. The capture of this strategic stronghold marks a pivotal moment in our campaign to bring the might of the American Empire to its knees, a critical piece in the puzzle that will pave the way for the invasion of the United States mainland. However, our triumph in the Pacific has come at a cost. With the vast majority of our fleet deployed to secure Pearl Harbor, the waters of the Yellow Sea were left largely undefended, a vulnerability that the Americans wasted no time in exploiting. A US task force has slipped past our defenses and taken up position, threatening to disrupt our plans and undermine our hard-won gains. This posturing by the Americans cannot be allowed to continue. While we only have 1 battleship and a dozen heavy cruisers in the area, this will have to do. These ships will have to put up the fight of their life in order to eliminate this American task force or be sunk trying. Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome to episode 19. Do we have some uninvited guests in the Yellow Sea? It is an American task force, largely consisting of some serious firepower mounted on their battleships. These 14 and 16-inch guns are going to give my heavy cruisers a run for their money. The one battleship I have is the Gosrith, Enigma-class, 1929, so she's packing 13-inch guns. Now they're good 13-inch guns, and the crew has seen some action, so this battleship can handle its own. But against 4 battleships and a battle cruiser, that might be a bit much. The rest of them, the American fleet that is light cruisers and DDs, versus my almost exclusively heavy my exclusively heavy cruiser group. So my plan is to eliminate the light cruisers as quickly as possible. We have to eliminate these things because they carry tons and tons and tons of torpedo launchers. And that is not something I am willing to handle. Those light cruisers have 40 torpedo launchers and then 4 underwaters. They can put, well, up to 400 torpedoes in the water, I think, between the 10 or 12 of them that they have. Let's not be there when those torpedo walls arrive. Yep, 12 light cruisers, 10 DDs. We're in a bit of trouble. It's probably going to be a bit of a long battle here. As for the divisions, we got the 4 cruisers here, we got the 4 here, and we got the 3 here. Now, between all of these guys, I happen to have torpedo launchers as well. It's just not nearly as many, because I sport 4, and that's per cruiser. Just 4. But they are 24-inch, so if they do happen to hit you, well, you'll notice. As for their ability to take down the light cruisers, I am rather optimistic about that. Because I think we can do excellent things with these ships against our light cruisers. Light cruisers might be extremely many of them. I mean, look at this hideous piece of American engineering. There might be a lot of them, but they're not that strong. Like, their armor is not that good. So if I can keep my ships alive long enough, especially the heavy cruisers, so I can deal with these lights, I can probably then start using my torpedo launchers against their battleships. It is very possible that I'll lose quite a few of my ships here. I hope not, but it is definitely a possibility because they outnumber us severely. And my battleship, well, I got 13-inch guns, but they're going to have to work really hard to try and overcome the sheer number of American ships. If I can eliminate that battle cruiser early, that'd be great, because this is a very easy target. Unfortunately, out of range at the moment. I'll have to let my ships just pick their targets for themselves for a bit. Yeah, we're engaging a light cruiser here. The first of very, very many of these things. Ideally, I would keep the rest of these cruisers within the comms range of this ship, because they get the flagship bonus. Where's the flagship bonus? Extend 21 kilometers. So yeah, it's possible, I guess, to try and get some of these ships within their range. But actually, yeah, I'll slow them down a touch. 2 reasons. Better accuracy and better ability to dodge torpedoes. Unfortunately, detecting torpedoes is going to be the real threat. There we go. Bit of flooding there. Their torpedo range is what, 12? Yeah, 11. So we're within range. Okay. Assume we've been torpedoed, start turning around. Switch to the next light cruiser and hammer that thing. At this point, the battle cruiser should be in range. Yeah, not yet. It's dead slow. Are you two breeding or something? What is this? Yeah, see, these guys are going at it, and about 6 months later, a new light cruiser is born. With all those torpedo launchers. This is some sort of... yeah. Let's not, shall we? I don't need any more light cruisers to fight. Okay, we're getting some damage in on these ships. How's this heavy cruiser line doing? Oh crap, you guys are constrained by the Anhui. I might have to split the divisions up some more, but at least the bigger, the bigger heavy cruisers should be gaining a little bit of accuracy bonus. Museum piece has no business being here, but look at the length of those barrels. What the hell? How much range do you have? It's a 3rd tier gun you got there. 10.3 inch gun at 19 kilometers. That is very respectable. Very respectable. Where's the battleship? Yeah, it's trailing behind the battle. That's fine. Let the heavy cruisers shield this thing for a bit. This is where the real action is probably going to happen. I don't need to kill them all outright. I can just slowly whittle them down. Insofar as the ammunition will last. Switch targets. And ammunition lasting through the fight might be my biggest concern. Thankfully, as for speed, that's the advantage. Well, for most of these heavy cruisers. Because I can do 27 to 30 knots, and they can't. Except for my battleship. It's starting to show its age a little bit with its mere 22.5 knots. Can we pick off that battle cruiser now? Oh, they're still very far in the back. Whatever. Target the battle cruiser. If you can, put some secondary pressure on this. Yeah, you do have range for that. How are we doing with the other heavy cruiser wall? Pretty good. We're 14 kilometers out. Can you guys... What is this ship makeout sessions that we keep seeing? Why are my ships making out? Makes no sense. We're here to fight a war. Not build new cruisers. We do that in the dock. Switch to this other target here. You another... Yep, you're in a light cruiser from hell. As long as these guys are coming straight at me, it's fine. They don't have the firepower to actually launch their torpedoes. Their angle is bad. These things start going broadside. You better start changing course. Considering their thin skin, I think we can quickly get rid of this guy, especially with the amount of focused fire that we have right now. That's one. Extensive fire? That's not even supposed to happen in this mod. Okay. I take it. It's fine. But it's just a little unpredictable. A little unexpected there. Yeah, Duluth did get its torpedoes away. Targeting the Crook Tuna. The leader of the group. Okay, start turning. Prepare for incoming torpedoes. Manchester has not yet launched. Most likely she will soon. Well, not if that happens. That's all of her torpedoes destroyed? Yeah, that's all of her torpedoes destroyed. That's a lot of damage going into that ship. Okay, she's gone next. Yeah, you did not get any torps away. Excellent. These other guys are skirmishing with the rest of the group. What's that? DDs? Is that more of these CLs? Yeah, that's the DDs. I think we've been predictable for a little while too long. Let's start changing course. The other light cruiser here is getting completely taken apart by my heavies. Battleship is still behind it, having done almost nothing. It's a bit unfortunate. There we go. Montgomery is down. Next. The Biloxi. Start pushing the Gosford slightly farther away from the fight. I want to be able to disengage, having only killed a couple of my their ships. So that I'll still have an opportunity for an escape, if and when I desire. That's good damage right there. These things are not cheap for the Americans. That's a $245 million ship. And they're getting absolutely demolished by my 293 million ships. Well, dollar, I mean. Go on. Next. We are within their torpedo range, so we're going to keep zigzagging. There's the Pueblo. Old museum piece with a 10-inch gun. Over here we got the Reno. The Denver. Ah, some good damage here. Are you guys even targeting? Oh, you are actually targeting this guy. Okay, fine. As for the torpedoes on these ships, I'm intentionally keeping them off. I do not want to use my torpedoes just yet. These DDs, is that expensive? It's dirt cheap. Well, 27 million for a destroyer is not necessarily dirt cheap, and they have launched torpedoes, as I expected. So continue on your turn, and you guys should be alright. As for these, we are doing some serious damage to the San Francisco. And after that, I think our next target should be the Pueblo, because this does have the potential to start punching a couple of... Yeah. Especially against these broadside cruisers like the low budget here. That can cause flooding, slowing down the whole line. Crook Tune already took a hit. It's not that big of a hit, but it was a 14-inch gun that hit her. There you go. Don't go broadside, dude. You'll regret it. If you live long enough. Come on. Take it out. Good work. Next, Pueblo. Heavy cruisers on the other side. Not really getting the damage in as I want. Switch the DDs. And start turning back out. Here is the heavy cruiser starting to get hurt. Although this thing is a bit tougher by a heck of a margin. Oh, there we go. Right through. Because these guys, they don't have a whole lot of armor. A light cruiser can't. Oh. Launch against Jingyang. That's the trailing ship. But the trailing ship is already changing course. Alright, so we should be okay. We're going to turn to port. My battleship is nicely away. Just max it out. If you can deal any kind of damage, by all means do so, but I think the cruisers are doing a lot more work here. The problem is these light cruisers are going broadside. Let's switch to the Denver. Because she has not yet launched her torps, but she's probably thinking about it. Targeting the trailing Ying-1. If we can get this torpedo launcher destroyed right now, that'd be great. Yeah, they're definitely thinking about it. There's flooding on the Denver. She is in a rough sea right now. Look at that little turret on top of the main turret. Boom! 3,300. More flooding on the Denver. Come on. Boom. Yep, torpedo detonation. That's what I'm looking for. You just throw enough shit at this cruiser, you're bound to hit a torpedo launcher at some point, because half the ship is a torpedo launcher. Put some secondary pressure from the Gosrath on that. As for the heavies over here, we're fine. There's a lot of attention for them from light cruisers, DDs, and everything else. And these guys all sport Hydro 2. Probably something more modern. Sonar 2. This destroyer here has Hydro 3. Yeah. We're not launching torpedoes against that. We are not launching torpedoes against that. We're going to slow... No, we're going to increase speed a bit. Start putting pressure on things that are getting too close. Just hit the DD and you might hit the CL in the meanwhile. Wait, that was not mine. That was a DD torping each other. Perfect. The Denver's down. Without getting torps away. Okay, switch to the Reno. Crook Tuna is starting to take a few more hits now. That's another 14-inch shell that just hit her. I'm not going to take any chances with this ship. You're going back to base. Leader of the group is now the Anhui. And then we got Colorado and Pueblo in the back. It is possible that we're going to have a clean line to go after their battleships. It'll be a bit of a challenge getting there. These crews, they're trained. It's 14-inch Mark II only with a reload of 69 seconds. That's a long reload for a 14-incher. My 13-incher reloads in 30 seconds. Far better. Okay, how are you guys at? They're not that heavily armored. Do I just take HE? 0.8 inches. Ooh, good stuff. Yeah. Switch to high explosive only. That should be good enough. Target the Dayton. Get ready to hit the Boise. These things are so close together. So close together. There's the Reno. It's the other side of the battlefield. Look at this. I'm surprised the AI can sort of maneuver these ships, considering how close they all are. Alright, boys. So that was the last of their light cruisers on this flank. Next is Colorado. There goes the William B. Preston, their DD. This one, please. I don't care that much about the Boise, because the other guys have it. And kind of coincidentally, these heavy cruiser groups are meeting up again. I wasn't actually planning on that. They're still way too far away from the flagship, but that's fine. I wasn't planning on it, but it's a good situation to be in. because it means I have more overlapping firepower. And that feels a bit safer. Okay, keep punching these things until they sink. Boise is taking some serious flooding. They still have all of their torpedoes. Surprisingly, I have not yet been hit by a single torp. I have done damage with torpedoes, but that's only because the AI misattributes that. I have not taken a torpedo yet. Long may that continue. Now, these guys are only 10 clicks out from the battleships, but we first have to remove a couple of heavy cruisers from existence. After that's done, perhaps we'll have an opportunity. I got range, I got 10-kilometer range with these ships. Well, this is a bit of a problem. These will probably detect the launch, causing the battleships to panic. Can't have that. Sending a torpedo into the Boise is going to get detected anyway. It's annoying. Hold on, you're torpedoing something. Do you feel that's needed? Torpedoing the lead ship a while ago with a very slow torpedo. Okay. Yeah, you're going down. These others. We got torpedo in the water, but it's not a threat because we've already cleared that side. We need to start putting pressure on these right now, so that the other cruisers can actually put pressure on the battleships. It all works together. And I'll pretend I planned it as such. Alright, you guys. Next up, the Pueblo. Already badly damaged. No torpedo launchers of note left. The Reno. Well, she might be sunk or sinking. But I suspect she's still able to detect targets. Torpedoes, that is. Let's eliminate the DDs before they eliminate me. Come on, 9-inch guns. You get a 100% chance to hit here. That's what I like to see. Torpedoes! Origin, most likely that's sinking Colorado. Come on. Oh, shit. You'd better start turning now. Oh, dud. No. I thought for a second she was going to get clear. This is the Heilongjiang. Let's see how much she can... Well... Everybody, this is your target. Right here. With the secondaries on the other one. We are very, very close. They're targeting the Henan. Not even sure where that is. Ooh. There. Yeah, you'll never hit that. We'll make sure of that. You guys, line up. Torpedo launcher destroyed. Torpedo launcher destroyed. Excellent. Light cruiser Boise has been destroyed. The 4 group's going to target the Salt Lake City next. We have to eliminate these DDs and we have to be quick about it. These battleships are getting a lot closer and that means better able to deal damage. Yingzhuan. Or Jingyuan, I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce that. Target this with a torpedo launcher. Only you're allowed to launch. Only you. Because you're in a pretty decent position to try and force these guys to change course. Pop it. Good work. Yep, and the Corey. This one. It might be neutral. Like it surrendered, but it definitely detected the torpedoes. Oh crap, we're gonna ram the Sarsfield here. Not exactly what I was planning. Torpedoes in the water. Many? Oh yeah, if that came out of a light cruiser, that's gonna be many torpedoes. Richmond has a very short lifespan. Hold on, that's... I hit the Yunnan with a torpedo. No, I hit a torpedo on the Yunnan. On the Richmond. Okay, fine. Yeah, these torpedoes are definitely going to get detected by the Carmack and the Dale, leading the Pennsylvania to try and change course, most likely to port, so that way, which might actually expose her to more risk. And it is also possible that the Carmack accidentally pushes herself into the path of a torpedo by trying to dodge, because the AI always turns away. And that, oink, is a dud. Oh man, okay, fine. Okay, whatever. We're now going to start torpedoing. Let me set targets. Anhui, you're going to target this. Henan's going to target that as well. Oh crap, you guys are on top of each other. That's not good. Low budget. You're going to torpedo the North Cal. The Kahar is not allowed to launch. And you're going to torpedo the North Dakota as well. Okay, everybody except the Kahar. You. Torpedo. In case you want to know how I did that, you select one ship from the division instead of the whole division. You hold Control Shift and then you right click a target. And that way you set a specific target for that ship only. So the Anhui is now targeting the North Dakota, but the torpedoes are targeting the Vermont back there. And I've done this for every single ship. And if you just select the whole division, you can see all these dotted and dashing lines going to different targets, so that you don't accidentally waste a whole load of torpedoes on one target, which you really don't have to. These cruisers are doing a phenomenal job here. Yunnan, 45k, 52k. The Obelisk Potosky doing 41k. Shandong doing 4.8, but she's trailing. So that explains that. Pennsylvania has taken... No. North Dakota? I thought somebody took a hit. Yeah. I've hit the North Dakota with a torpedo. She suffered massive damage. Not from the torpedo alone, but from other hits as well. Bonk. We got Walls of Skill going after this whole group here. At this point, though, I am very broadside and very vulnerable. Switch fire to the heavy cruiser and turn away, if only a little bit. Torpedo launchers off. Other heavy cruiser group. What's the range on our secondaries? 10 kilometers. Start pushing against the DDs then. North Dakota is most likely dead. She has 2% buoyancy left and she still has... Oh, sorry, 2%... 0.1% structural. Gone. Okay. That's that. Torpedoes are likely detected, but the battleships are going to take a lot of time trying to turn around. Good damage on the Pueblo, right from the stern, causing flooding and massive amounts of damage through fires. It is a museum piece, though. It really has no business being here. This thing is 87 million. By contrast, those CLs of theirs, those light cruisers, far more expensive. Definitely a very different age, this ship. I think we might just be able to eliminate the whole battle group without suffering any serious casualties. Although the Henan would like a word. Get you detached and just disengaged, because you're taking too much damage. As for the Hailongjiang, I think she'll be fine. Oh crap, we got a torpedo launch from the Carmack. Yeah, going against exactly that target. Start changing course right now. Henan's changing direction as quickly as possible, but it'll take her a bit of time to do that. Torpedoes are making their way through the formation, seemingly putting a hole in the Alaska. 2 holes, in fact. The South Carolina took a hit. The Dale is down. The DDs have taken a hit. I'm forcing the battleships to change direction, almost into the path of the other heavy cruisers. Unfortunately, they're a bit scattered, these ships. Okay, fine. We'll just launch with the Yunnan and the Shandong. These two are too close together and unpredictable for me, so I'll not launch because I don't know where the torpedoes are going to go. They might just push them into each other or into the Shandong, which would also be really bad news. Torpedo launcher coming to join the fight. Torpedoes away. Yunnan, torpedoes away. Excellent. Ceasefire. Pueblo is down. That's their CA on the other side. For once, I actually feel quite in control of this battle. That's refreshing. Okay, we're going to turn back again. There's not a whole lot left of the heavy cruiser group on the other side. At least not formation-wise, but they're alive. I do believe we've dodged all the torpedoes. So you can rejoin that div. You'll have to fall in behind them, but that's fine. There goes the McCormick. Now push out the other DDs. Oh, the BC's changing course. Okay, fine. This heavy cruiser group. Put all your main guns on the Alaska. Armor piercing. I know we don't have that many shells left, but we should still be able to use AP. Because they've been mostly expending their HE ammunition. These torpedoes are a complete bust, because they changed course. Might still get a lucky hit on the South Carolina with one of those. As for the rest of them, we're going to target that with secondaries. There's good damage. Oh, we lost the Henan. What happened to you? I know you were the focal point. Thankfully, it's a relatively older ship. Yeah, that's a couple of nasty bruises you got there. One for 4,000, 2,000, 2,300. Yeah, that adds up pretty quick. It's a $117 million ship that I lost. Could have been worse. Could have been, for example, the Kahar, which is more than twice the price. Almost 3 times. The Alaska is now getting mauled by those 9-inch guns mounted on all of these cruisers here. Unfortunately, she's already changed course. Angling herself a bit, but it's not really going to matter that much. I can still get you. If you paper armor your ship, you will notice the effects. Pennsylvania is targeting the Pingwan, which is part of this group here. Okay. Shandong is still reloading her torps, that's fine. We actually get a pen on a battleship? Oh, right, because their battleships too are very poorly armored. So I can probably eliminate the whole fleet just using the heavy cruisers. But I do need to focus these guys down. Well, their 17-inch guns are out of ammo. Because we've destroyed one of their turrets. Stern turret's been destroyed. Flash fired. So they don't have any ammo, leaving them just with an 8-inch gun. And an angle warning. So this thing is so badly flooded, it can't exactly fire. Heavy cruisers on the other side. Oh, shit. See, this is the problem of not really being able to see torpedoes. I was too busy managing the guys on the other side. Who did that? Not the battleship. Ow. Immediately pull the ship off the line. Yeah, you're lucky, you're lucky, you're lucky. Very, very lucky. I need to reconstitute this division. You, low budget, join the Anhui. Ying 1 can join that division as well. You can retreat. Kahar can retreat. Gosrith is 37 clicks out, not a problem. Battlecruiser has sunk. South Cal taking a lot of damage. Ship is starting to take a bit too much attention. This whole line, actually. Ooh, Ping 1's probably dead. Detach if you can. Some of you still have torps, right? Yeah. Oblix. Go do the torpedo run. Yunnan. Start turning away from the fight, because we're broadside against 14-inch guns. Yeah, there goes the ping one. Shandong needs to disengage and slow herself down. She's doing 38 knots out of 34. And I really do not want her to start getting in front of the torpedoing obliques. Come on. Yeah. That's exactly what I was worried about. Okay. South Carolina's probably going to take quite a bit of flooding damage there. We still got about a half health Vermont. And a full health Pennsylvania. Anhui has no torpedoes left. Low budget's reloading. Jingwan has torps. The Kahara also has torps. Told you to disengage, but I might need your torps. And you... oh, you can still fight. I'm gonna need all the pens I can get on these battleships. South Carolina's almost dead. Are you firing AP? Or HE? Why are we doing that? Just switch to armor piercing, please. You can pen this thing. Yeah, we're gonna have a hit there. 2 hits there. That helps. Unfortunately, it's coming at a price. You're going to detach. You're going to continue pushing. You guys are going to retreat. The both of you. Especially with a half-flooded heavy cruiser, it's a dangerous position for them to be in. Obelisk is still powering around at 29 knots. What are you targeting? Shandong. It's my retreating heavy cruiser here. Can we sandwich the Pennsylvania here? That is not heavily armored. And we should be able to cause some more flooding and sink her. Leaving just 1 DD. And 1 more battleship, the Vermont. But those torpedoes, launched by the Obelix, really help. She's having all sorts of flooding issues now. Cramped crew quarters means that her damage control is faltering. There goes the foot. Switch targets to the Vermont. What are you targeting, Vermont? Oh, nothing. You got no ammo. Did you lose a turret? You didn't lose a turret, so you've expended all of your ammunition? Interesting. Wouldn't really expect that. Yeah, my heavy cruiser is more expensive than their battleship. So, that goes to say something about the quality of those ships. Well, I mean, not necessarily. The quality of a ship is, to some extent, determined by what sort of gear you put on that, and as such, by the amount of tech that you're willing to put on the ship. But some hulls are just very expensive. Heavy cruiser hulls, I think, are okay. But when it comes to having either a Pennsylvania or a heavy cruiser, I'm not sure what I'd pick. Let me know down below in the comments what you'd pick. Would you pick a heavy cruiser with torpedoes, or would you actually pick the battleship? Yeah, I do trust in your ability to pen, but not at that angle. Look at this guy, just casually sailing right close to a battleship. Penning the battleship's stern with HE. Oh, that's an insult. Nice. And these guys are all pointlessly looking up at the sky, these turrets. Not a good day for the Americans here. But a heck of a day for the Chinese Navy. There goes the Pennsylvania, leaving only the crippled Vermont to stand. And that will not last long. Now, we did lose a couple ships ourselves, but they lost 4 battleships and a battlecruiser. That is some substantial losses. There she goes. That is the battle. Or am I missing anything? Oh! It's not the battle yet. I forgot about a DD. No survivors. Prisoners of war are more of a hassle, so let's just take it down. And so 120,000 victory points versus 11,000. What did I lose? The Ping 1 and the Hanan. The rest of the American ships, all gone. 4 battleships, a battle cruiser, 2 heavies, 12 lights, and 10 DDs. And this is what happens when you find that most of the enemy fleet is made out up of smaller ships. This is where heavy cruisers just reign supreme, because they're the jack of all trades. And especially with the American ships and their poor armor, I kind of lucked out. Normally, a battle cruiser and a battleship, they don't have 1.5 inches of armor. But in this game, they do. And that is what probably just crushed the Americans here. So the Yellow Sea is swept clean. There's no further American presence. Ooh, I would love to take this. But unfortunately, my fleet is a little busy. These guys can go back into port. We'll just put them... Yeah, this is a pretty decent port. The conquest over here is going well. That is the invasion of Fiji. And over here, the naval invasion in Anchorage. Well, we're looking pretty good. Maybe in one turn, I'm the new proud owner of Southern Alaska. And indeed I am. I have now gained control of Southern Alaska. The invasion of Fiji is still going strong. Where do I take Singapore? Yeah, sure. I mean, if you're not having it, I can use that. That's part of Malaysia. It's not terribly expensive. And they want me to have 124,000 tons. Now that is quite a lot. Oh, did I mention we're at war with the Italians? The Italians are making a bit of a fuss, sending some ships out into what I suspect is the Yellow Sea, because that's usually where they end up. On their head be it. Oh, they got 8 battleships. On my head be it, perhaps. I hope we can repair those ships pretty quick, because they might not have a whole lot of respite on them. I do have one State Belt class that's coming out of refitting. Where are my battleships at? The State Belt, here. 2 months. And she's done refitting to the 1929 version. Yeah. Now, I don't really have any better tech that I can put on my ships. So, it's not like having a new cruiser is really going to help that much. I keep upgrading the Mechamatics. That's the one with the 9-inch guns that you've just seen fight. And I think that the original ship is still good. So what I can try and do is just upgrade this one to the latest spec, insofar as there has been any new gear for them. And make sure that that is going to be the new default. That should allow me to build these ships right away, instead of having to build them and then refit them for a couple of months, taking, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 months longer than it really should. So let's refit them first. Yeah, they're carrying the best oil. I don't have diesel engines yet. Anti-Torp 2 is fine. Well, if I can go Anti-Torp 3, that would be slightly better, because torpedoes are definitely posing a problem with the Americans. Let's go Stereoscopic 5. Let's go RDF. And as for armor, I'd say these ships are holding up rather well. Propellant is fine. Although we can go to TNT 4 for explosives. Cordite would give me slightly better shell pen and less flash fire chance. So let's do that. As for their shells, I think the Capped Ballistic and Capped HE are doing very well. Standard ratio shells means I can gauge anything and everything. And with just 90 tons, maybe we can increase the belt armor a bit more. Superstructure armor is good enough. We can up the inner belt a little bit more so that if we get penned, it's still going to get stopped. There. So we're going to save that. That's the new 1930 version of the Mechamatics. And then I should be able to copy that and start building these things right away. Because I did lose a few, and I would love to see a couple more of them. So let's copy this. And the game tends to hang a little bit on that, because it's probably trying to write a new file. Here we go. They're now known as the Guangxi class, which I don't think is okay. So this is the Mechamanic 2 class, and that should be fine. So I can save this design, And I should be able to instantly start building them without having to refit all of those things. I mean, yeah, the existing mechanics, let's say the Mechanic Flight 1, I'll have to refit those all the time. But the other ones, not as much. Also, as I mentioned, I think in the previous episode, I was selling some battleships. I've now sold the second one that I was building in Order of Another Nation. And that gained me another 3 billion. So I now have quite a lot of money. Yeah, here we go. We can build, let's say, another... Yeah, I'll take another 10. These are really good ships. Really trusty ships. Well, that did push us slightly over shipbuilding capacity. Let's change that. Anything that's building is a lower priority. So we're going to suspend the construction of 1. And that should do it. We're spending 200 million a month, give or change, or take or change a bit. And that's with a low tech budget. If I want to increase that, we're spending 500 million a month. That's a bit much. Let's improve it to like 55%. And considering that we're using 9-inch guns quite a lot, we got the 9-inch Mark IV. I'm mostly trying to benefit my heavy cruiser guns at the moment, because the battleships, I got access to the Mark III 16-inchers, that's good enough. 18, 19, 21-inch gun, or 20-inch guns, they just don't do that much. Yeah, having the Mark Vs would also help. As for hull strengthening, I can now get the experimental battleship. I don't even want to know what that thing costs. Armor quality would be nice to have. Crypt 4. I can boost that. Engines is marine diesels. Could be useful. Hull cost goes up quite a bit. Well, we're going from 20 to 22%. Yeah, I'm not really in a rush with the diesels. Boilers are fine. What can I get from the new cruisers? Any better hulls? No, not really. So cruiser hull hasn't really gone up, I think. So it should be fine. I don't need any new cruiser designs anyway. Alright, so I think we're fine. We're doing some nice things with the conquest here, and on the other side I'll just have to try and free up a fleet. But, well, the Italians are kind of wasting my time here. And I might need to do another round against the Italians soon, because most of my battleships are just busy. They're invading, or they're just trying to protect the Yellow Sea. It's the Antonio Boccaia, the UA Faye from 1927, originally from 1909. My shipyards are busy. I cannot afford to build any more battleships. And everything else is in the Gulf of Alaska. Can I push some ships from the Gulf of Alaska to northern Alaska? Yeah, let's go do that. Yeah, let's take this. Make life for the Americans a bit harder. How is their economy? 335. So I've now overtaken them with 338. And that's how Chinese economy is bigger than the Americans in 1931. Isn't that lovely? Alright, fun things happening here. I hope you'll join me for more of those soon, because there's plenty of craziness happening in this campaign. Thank you for watching. I'll see you soon for more. Admiral's Log. As the first light of dawn breaks over the rugged coastline of Alaska, the sound of engines roaring and men shouting fills the air as our forces begin the arduous task of making landfall. The landings in Alaska are now underway, a crucial step in our strategy to ensure that Canada does not become entangled in the conflict between China and the United States. With division after division being put ashore, our goal is clear: to establish a strong foothold on Alaskan soil, to secure our northern flank, and to prevent any interference from our neighbors to the north. For though Alaska may claim neutrality in this conflict, we cannot afford to take any chances. Already, our troops are pouring onto the beaches, their determination unwavering as they face the unknown challenges that lie ahead. From the frozen tundra to the towering peaks of the mountains, every inch of ground must be secured, every obstacle overcome, if we are to achieve our objectives and emerge victorious. Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome to episode 20. It's been a long time coming, the arrival of the State Belt class. These are armed with 9 16-inch guns. That is the refit version of the ship, because the original version was armed with just 13-inch guns as placeholders. We're now going to see how well these guns do against these, well, rather outdated Italian warships. I have every faith in the State Belt class, and I'm pretty sure that those 16-inch guns are going to turn these Italian ships into very dead Italian ships in a very short period of time. And here she is, immediately blasting into action with those 16-inchers. She's armed with a pretty standard / classic ABX turret layout, and this way I also still have some displacement left for armor, as well as casemate guns. I have 8-inch casemates and some 5-inch casemates, and this of course works on both sides. This also means I don't have any cluttered deck, so that the turrets don't have to worry about interference from any of the other gun systems that I might have. You got a secondary 5-inch gun there, well, it's gonna mess with the deck a little bit. Interestingly, the State Belt is slow. This is a modernized Dreadnought. She's only maneuvering around at 22 knots, giving her not that much of an ability to pick her fights. Then again, considering her firepower, I don't really think that picking her fight is going to be that much of an issue. Of course, this ship is going to get shot at, and to that end she has a 20-inch main belt. She has an 11-inch main deck. The ship will get shot at, but if all that armor works well, she'll not actually take any kind of damage. As for the Italians, what do we have? Yes. Okay, that's a very peculiar loadout. What are we exactly looking at? And why is your secondary in front of your primary? That makes no sense. I'd say the turrets are what, Mark 4? No, Mark 3. You can see that on the left side of the screen here, 3rd grade guns. They're okay, but they're just 11-inch. If this thing is a cruiser hunter, I would understand that. That might be their role. They can fire out to 14 kilometers. Contrast that with State Belt, they can fire out to 31. So, well, twice over that range of the other ship. I do need to do a little bit of management over here. I have a couple of the cruisers. And these are all going to be doing weird shit if I don't actually step in and tell them what to actually go do. Let's turn off the torpedo launchers. Too many times the AI just launches from behind your own ships. It is really quite dangerous. Don't do that. If you want to be sure that something like this does not happen, just turn off all your torpedo launchers up until such a point where you're pretty confident that you're not going to be shooting yourself. Or, well, that the AI isn't going to be shooting itself. As for my torpedo-capable destroyers, they're the older class. Actually, no, they're not the older class. They got the 4-inch guns. These are the general gunboats. With just 7.5 kilometer range on the torpedoes, though. It's a bit low. And I do kind of fear those battleships, because that 11-inch gun is likely to have a very good rate of fire. So as much as I would like to go in for a torpedo attack with my destroyers, I think it's not really in their best interest. So let's turn broadside and let those 16-inch guns do the talking, which they've already been doing for quite a bit of time. And they got a 31% accuracy. That's 33 by now. That's really good. Reload is 65 seconds. It's a regular trained crew. I think we can get that down to 62 seconds or so. Yeah, there we go. 11-inch gun hit the Quiyun, and she is badly flooding. That was 17,000 points of damage and another 20,000 against the Maximus. We're going to just pull these destroyers off the line, oops, out of the formation entirely, because they have no business being here right now. They can only get hurt, they can't really inflict a whole lot of damage themselves. Now, the heavy cruisers and the light cruiser here are of a different caliber. The Heizhou is, again, a destroyer hunter, capable of launching torpedoes at 8 kilometers out. So if I'm capable of eliminating this... Well, actually, I don't even have to eliminate this heavy cruiser. You are free and clear to launch your torps. And then back off. Put your primaries to work on this. And the heavy cruiser line that is still behind the battleships isn't that useful, but we have another. The Anhui, the Sichuan, the Krugtuna, and the Heilongjiang. Oh, we're getting some decent damage in on this. Turn to port. I'm not sure why you guys are so incredibly condensed. It's like their collision avoidance has gotten worse rather than better. Oh, we're getting some nice hits with the 13 inches from the Gosrith. It's one of the old, let's say, galley-class battleship. Now, I suspect that these 11-inch guns can't really do a whole lot of damage. Maybe against the Gosrith class. Yeah, superstructure is vulnerable. Against the state belts, superstructure is vulnerable too. But chances of them actually inflicting a serious amount of damage, I rather doubt. Now, these battleships are very, very heavily angled. They got a forebelt of 12 inches and a 13-inch main deck. Good lord, I thought I was heavily armored. There's the torpedoes from the CL. Let's get the CL out of here. Guys, if you maneuver like this, I don't know how I'm gonna actually commence a torpedo attack. You can launch, and you guys need to just unfuck yourselves, because this is turning into a big mess. Now, these guys only carry a few torpedo launchers. It's the slightly older class of heavy cruiser, but they do carry some torpedo launchers of the 24-inch variety. And with that, they can really, really punch way above their weight class. Yeah, the Fortuna, the Valoroso, and the Ruggeri di Lauria, they're gonna have a very hard time. This is a rather expensive ship at 378. It's nowhere near the state belts. Those are what, above $1 billion? Yeah, 2 billion. It's nuts. Then again, I displaced more than all of these ships combined. Just shy of that. State belt's done 6.2k. Gosrith has done 2k. There goes the heavy cruiser, and how well capable are you of taking torpedoes to the face? Because there's 4 of them inbound. Yeah, that left an impression. And we also get to land another one on the Ruggeri. Sorry, the Ruggiero. But it's a dud. There are more torpedoes. Sichuan, you can launch against the second battleship. I think the Fortuna doesn't really have anything on me at the moment. But penning this thing with general armor-piercing ammunition is all but impossible, really. Boom. Go on. You still turning a launcher? Yeah, you were still turning a launcher. Alright. This is a done deal. Again, I don't know why the Italians are picking a fight with me. They don't really seem to have a whole lot of influence in the region. And you'd think they'd be plenty busy just trying to not die in Europe. Especially with Germany on the move. I'd say they have bigger issues than trying to take down a couple of ships all the way over here. Like, sure enough, my Chinese empire is growing quickly. But that is really of no concern to the Italians. I'm not operating anywhere near their colonies, insofar as they have any. I'm not trying to mark into Europe. I'm not sure what they're doing. Really not sure what they're doing. Now, how has the state belt performed? Oh, you're holding fire. But because you're concerned about hitting your friendlies. Yeah, you're holding your fire. Because the Xinjiang is in the way. Alright, can we just have this thing flood? That'd be great. Thank you. They did do 74,000 points of damage to me. And the destroyers, I think, were the worst recipients of that bit of damage. 24 victory points. Like, nice. Thank you for showing up. What did you damage? Who took the most damage? Yeah, DD, and the CL. 50,000 points of damage, and it still survived. That is surprising, considering that amount of damage. Now, this is not the only fight we'll be doing today, because we are looking at another armada from the Americans over in San Francisco. These guys are defending the San Francisco port, as I am putting some pressure on the western USA. I've already taken over some parts of Alaska, and working on the next part. Now, of course, this is going to be torpedo hell, once again. The American Navy is very heavily focused on torpedoes. They carry lots of torpedo launchers on their light cruisers, and of course their destroyers are also going to be supporting 10 tubes. This is going to be somewhat unfun. These do appear to be slightly different. Yeah, they're different classes. Like, this thing has 24 torpedo launchers on the deck, and then another 4 underwater. I thought we had the ones that had, like, 40 torpedo launchers? These only carry... well, only carry 30. It's been worse. I guess it might be a different class. Anyway, we have 3 battle cruisers and a 3 battleships and a battle cruiser. This is a bunch of Enigma Huns, which can be very useful in this kind of situation, because they have a lot of secondary guns. They are, however, only 3.9s and a couple of 8s. So their capabilities of dealing with these light cruisers is a bit limited, at least when it comes to range. And we also have to deal with the battleships. I'm not that concerned about the Guam, because the Guam, well, at least last time I had a look at it, did not have a whole lot of armor. Now, we got ourselves outnumbered very seriously. We have 7 ships. They have 31. We'll be here for a while. I'm not sure if we can take all of these guys down, or we'll run out of ammo. Let's see how it goes. We're going to have all the capital ships in one formation. The heavy cruisers are just going to be following the battle cruiser battleship formation around. That's pretty much the plan. Form one enormous line of battle with 7 ships, and try and do as much damage, especially to the lighter ships, as possible. Because these light ships... What? Somebody already has a flash fire? What? That was the battle cruiser as well? And this is why I don't this is why I don't care about their battle cruisers. Like, this thing hit, it was a heavy cruiser, the Excellent Gaming, it hit the main deck with an over-penetration, and immediately this thing had a flash fire. That's a fantastic start. Oh man. And now the Captain First does it against one of the CLs. And if you got this many ships this close together, then yeah, shit like this is quite likely to happen. Interesting. The 10-inch guns, or the Mark IVs, they actually have better range than the 13-inchers. 21 kilometers, 25 kilometers. So my 13-inchers are outranged by a couple of 10s. And in case you're wondering what kind of 10s, well, very, very old heavy cruiser. I can't build this thing anymore because it's superseded by 3 different hulls or so by now. But I kept them around. And those 10-inch guns, well, they might not look like much. These things, they're just giant floating gun batteries. But, well, they're proving to be pretty dangerous even in this day and age. Because the damage that has been done has been mostly by the 10s. And I considered scrapping those things. Good thing I didn't. Alright, what you got there? Ooh, good damage here. That's another CL. Is this a CL formation? Wow! That's those old heavy cruisers. I keep running into them. This is a nice sleek ship. What are you? You're packing 10-inch guns. Ooh, good lord. Something blow up? Main deck pen with a 13-inch gun. Yeah, that's a light cruiser, less to worry about. This is quite the elegant design for a ship. For once, the AI actually has done quite well. I don't like the torpedo launchers on the sides, but that's more of a survivability thing for me. I think it's a nice ship. As for your friend over here, that's a different story. That's a different story. We'll have to address that pretty soon. Now, these American battleships have proven themselves to be slow, at least in the past. So whether they're capable of actually dealing a whole bunch of damage because they cannot keep up with my ships that well, that could be the way for me to get out of this fight with these guys. Can we hit the battle? Yeah, we can hit the battle cruiser, but it's not that big of a deal. Put some secondary guns on that. Put some primary guns on that. I need to just ignore the battleships for now and go after some of the smaller stuff. Because the smaller stuff is actually the more dangerous stuff. The problem with this formation, however, is that everything is hiding behind a smokescreen set by these destroyers. But those destroyers are soon going to run out. And at that point, everything is fair game. We're only getting a 10% chance to hit. Veteran crews on these ships. Over pens as well? Okay. See, sometimes Dreadnoughts is just really quite an easy game. Just put everything in one line. And start picking the targets that get closest to your ships, because they are potentially torpedo hazards. And just let loose. Like, I'm not really managing a whole lot, because I simply don't have to. I just need to let my ships do what they do best. Which is do 40,000 points of damage against a light cruiser. And sink it before it gets close. Yeah, the 10-inch guns are definitely keeping up with the times. Boom. Boom. Is that a destroyer? No, it's a destroyed. Sorry, dad jokes. I have to stay in shape with that. This guy has torpedo launchers looking at me. What is that weird stuff on the side of that hull? Is that some sort of isolation for your funnels or something? Ooh. That was a hefty hit. And there's another. Okay. Do not approach. Keep your distance. And that's another one down. These guys are on top of each other. So that's a fairly nice target for my secondaries. 8-inch guns are in range. 3-inch guns are also in range. And the 3-inch guns have done quite a decent bit of damage here. 5,000. Almost 5,200. Yeah, we're gonna very, very quickly eliminate this American fleet. I would like for them to start building some better ships. Because it just feels like I'm seal clubbing here. And I was really expecting, especially larger fleets like these, to put up a bit more of a fight. But we're not getting that. What are you targeting? Oh, these shells are all just falling very far. Okay. What you got there? Is that the battlecruiser? No, it's just a heavy. Okay. There's another one down. Destroy the main tower. On a battleship? Wait. The heavy cruisers with their 10-inch guns destroyed your superstructure. Now that is impressive. The fact that their conning tower got destroyed means that they'll not be able to land any hits accurately. Or at least they'll have greater difficulty. That's impressive. That is impressive. Alright, let me just clobber the American fleet and I'll get back to you with the results. Well, that battle ended very different from what I had expected. I lost the Guofan, I lost the Emmanuel K battlecruiser, I lost all of the heavy cruisers. The enemy just had such a massive swarm of ships that started dumping torpedo after torpedo after torpedo at me that I did not see coming, that I started losing ships at an alarming rate. Came at a cost for the Americans, fortunately. They lost 24 ships, and this is going to take them a while to recover from. Including a battleship, by the way. So I still got a lot of victory points out of that, but ooh, that really hurt my fleet. Much, much, much more than I was expecting. Now, this is definitely highlighting the problem of having heavy cruisers and battleships not escorted by destroyers. Because without destroyers or light cruisers, you simply don't get to see if there's any kind of a torpedo coming in. Well, I mean, yes. You can look out the window and use the Mark 1 eyeball to try and spot a torpedo in the water, but if they have those minus 65 or minus 70% visibility torps, then it just doesn't work very well. So we're going to have to try and build a ship class. Ah, there we go. That's going to be able to deal with at least the detection of the torpedoes. That's going to be a destroyer. I mean, it has to be a destroyer or a light cruiser, but light cruisers generally don't have the survivability, nor the firepower. They present too big of a target. The DDs, like the more modern class that I have, is from 1919. It's now currently 1931. I just don't believe that we have any better solutions for the destroyers. They're not particularly big. They're not particularly strong. Like, you do get some slightly better guns. Maybe the Mark 4 on the 5-incher by now. You still get the same torpedo launcher. What sort of a destroyer hull do we get now? Let's say the DD leader. So it's, yeah, this should be big enough to at least put some weapons on. Their build time is only 7 months, so we'll be able to get these things out pretty quick. And armament-wise, yeah, I'm not sure. That thing was almost floating. Funnel. Yeah, that looks legit. Let's try that again. There. More important, let's go and make these things fast, although that is expensive. Unfortunately, I still don't have any diesel engines, so we'll have to make do with the geared turbines. Keep them survivable, and let's hope that their speed is going to be their biggest asset. Holy shit, that's expensive. 64 million for a destroyer? 53 million. If I supersize them, 3,500 tons. Well, you'll have a really big DD. That's for sure. 3,500 tons it is. It takes me 8 months to build. 2.5 million in maintenance for for a destroyer. That makes no sense. What's the E46 class? Like less than 1 million. But then again, it's a destroyer that only has 1,500 tons. This thing is 3 times that. Yeah, okay, I guess it makes sense from a maintenance perspective. And that's without even putting any of the high-end gear on it. If I go for the standard destroyer, at least give them a modern tower, so their rangefinder is going to be a bit better. Destroyers, I find some of the most boring classes, if you will, because they tend to always end up in the same vein. They always tend to have more or less the same layout. You simply don't have a whole lot of options with this class. There's not a whole lot of flexibility on the whole, because, well, the game says you need to have guns, you need to have a torpedo launcher, and especially the torpedo launcher adds a whole lot of issues. Make it a Quinson's rangefinder. I don't care about depth charges because submarines aren't here. Autoloaders TNT-4 is nice. Let's make it 2 powder. 35 million, so yeah, that's a bit better. These AP shells with, maybe, no, not increased. Super heavy shells can deal quite the blow. What are we looking at? 2 inches of armor pen. Goodbye. Semi-ballistic and capped ballistic HE. Yeah, so we get about half with HE pen relative to AP pen. With AP, they might still be able to rake some superstructures, but they'll never really do a whole lot of damage. As for torpedo launchers, that's a bit tricky to fit on this hull, at least with the way that I have it set up. So I might need to go for a barbette like here. Put another 5-incher on there. And put a torpedo launcher on there. See, it's a pretty boring ship. It's not special. It's not that impressive. And that's what I kind of don't like about the DDs. you just don't have a whole lot of options. I can be force boilers and set it up to a 31 knot speed. Displace 1850 tons for no particular reason. We got a really good engine efficiency out of this ship, that's for sure. I can reduce the range a bit. There we go. We're now paying 38 million for one of these. And relative to the E46 class, that is 14 million more. They do have some slightly better gear. These things were doing 30 knots, so we've increased by exactly 1 knot. Maximum bulkheads. Maybe I can reduce their beam a little bit. That should increase their speed. Sort of. And also makes them slightly cheaper. It does make them a bit worse of a firing platform. But we'll have to take that for granted. As for their armor, I would like to have a bit on the belts and the superstructure. Yeah, if I can have an inch all around, that'd be great. But I need to find quite a bit of displacement somewhere. I do want an auxiliary engine, single bottom. Better engine shaft, there we go. Yeah, so that's about it. I think that's about it. As for these guns, I can make these 5 inches long barrels. Now they'll reach out to about 10.4. If I make them long barrels, I should be able to get a bit more out of it, like maybe 13 if I'm lucky. Yeah, 12.8. That's sufficient. Where am I going to save the rest of my displacement without making the ship too heavy? For bets? Sounds like a terrible idea. Reduce the superstructure. Reduce the main deck. Actually, keep the main deck and reduce the foredeck. I'm not even sure these things have much of a foredeck. There. Okay, so that is the Pingquan class. Not particularly impressive, not particularly interesting, but it should keep the bigger ships a little safer. At least that's the plan. Because the rate at which I'm losing these capital ships, simply because I don't have any escorts, is alarming. Has to get addressed as quickly as possible. Although, at this rate, as quickly as possible kind of means within 8 months. As I'm looking at the politics screen, checking how many ships the US still have left, they have 13 battleships. I think that those are relatively easy to counter, especially with the State Belt class. The problem is they're 54 destroyers. Right now, my heavy cruisers have an okay level of firepower, but I'm going to design a battle cruiser almost specifically designed to counter smaller ships. So it's not going to have really big guns, or at least it might have some, but it's mostly going to be designed to deal with smaller ships. So that means a relatively, I'd say 5, 6, 7 inch caliber, and with that be able to keep these things at bay by sheer amounts of firepower. It will, however, likely be very expensive if I go for a modern battle cruiser. Like this hull starts out at 147, 80 million, or 61 million. 61 million is fine. Speed 28.5, 29.5, 32.5. Yeah, I'll take this. Okay, modern main tower. That thing is enormous. Nice skyscraper you got there. This is the medium modern tower 2. We're going to have the advanced crane tower. We're going to throw a funnel in there. Nope. There is no opportunity to throw a funnel in there. There. Let's just fold this up. Okay. I want to have the best turning ability on this ship, because it'll not be able to detect torpedoes. So pretty much all of its capabilities are going to have to come out of its, well, its rudder, which is not great. Let's give it all the torpedo protection. Whoops. All the torpedo protection. Anti-torp 4. It's going to reduce torpedo impacts by 65%. You'll still feel them, certainly, but a whole lot less. Coincidence range finding. And armor doesn't have to be that bad, because a DD will not likely pen you. So let's say a 10-inch main belt with a 4-inch forebelt and a 4-inch aft belt, a 4-inch main deck. Yeah, 4-inch superstructure should be fine. 2-inch foredeck, 2-inch aft, and give me 12-inch conning tower. Like, it's not that heavily armored. As for the guns, what do we have available? We got 12-inch. That's good. That's good. I can even make it a 9-inch. So you're... well... this would kind of make it a ship capable of tangoing with heavy cruisers. Modern heavy cruiser goes up to 14,700. This thing goes up to 28,000, and I'm currently setting it to about 26,500. What if I got like to 22,000? Means it's far smaller, and that means a better turning circle as well as a lower price point. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, as for guns, tricky. If I make these things solidly designed to deal with light cruisers, I would put 9-inch guns on there. But that means that if the ship encounters a battleship, it is in a lot of trouble. So I could try to put a 12-inch gun, and even supersize that to a 12.9. I guess it could work. So let's say barbettes, coincident rangefinder is fine, better loaders, TNT and 2 powder definitely have cap ballistic, and we're going to lean slightly towards HE, I'd say. AP shells, if I use semi-ballistics, well, let's go half and half. Semi-ballistic shells against any target that this thing should be facing should be good enough. Now then, secondary guns. Everything is Mark 4. I don't believe... yeah, we got Mark 5 3-inchers. Which gives me a range of 9 kilometers, and that's without supersizing them. So, let's say I want to supersize these into almost 13-inch guns. Giving me quite a decent amount of damage capabilities. Yeah, this should be more than sufficient. Like, this should be capable of dealing with any threat with the HE. So the AP can then be sacrificed to go cap ballistic. There. Okay. These 3.9s. I mean, yes, they're too big, but they can hit out 10 kilometers now. That's not good enough, because 10 kilometers means the destroyer's already in range. What's the range difference here? Almost none. What if I increase the barrel length? 17% longer barrel. Yeah, now we got a range of 12.4 with only 8.5 second reload. That's good. The problem is they won't pen anything. Against the DD, this is fine, but against a cruiser, like a light cruiser, they'll struggle. Okay. Let's at least put a couple of these on then. And can we still increase them, or will they no longer fit? Yeah, they'll fit. Okay. So this is my, let's say, destroyer counter. And now I want to have something that looks ridiculous. Countering the cruisers, the light cruisers especially. I'm thinking a 7-inch gun might be what I need. Because it sits somewhere between the capabilities of a cruiser, at least pen-wise. It should be capable of penning a cruiser, well, somewhat. Let's say the cruiser has about, what, 4 inches of armor? This thing can pen that, but only at 2.5 kilometer range with armor piercing. That's a bit low. If I go all the way up to 8-inch, your reload goes to 16.9 seconds. It's not that bad. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to swap these around. This is going to be the main gun, and you're going to have a secondary gun sitting overwatching it. Makes more sense. I do want to have these as the ability to turn around. Put a 3-incher on top of that. I could go for quads. This feels like a very tall barbette. There. Might as well make them quads. Just put out a lot of firepower. That looks... it looks a bit weird. But it fits. Okay, put this entirely on the quarterdeck. And put this entirely over here. Yeah, you're not really enjoying the rotation there. Okay, that looks a bit out of place. Like, you think it'll clear the gun. Way too much. But here... No, I just want to have the 8-inch gun, thank you. No, I hate the look of these things. They just look like crap. So it would have to be something like this, but that's kind of too big for an 8-incher. And a medium? No, not a side-mounted gun. Secondary 8-incher quad. There. Somehow that'll be able to clear the main turret. Don't ask me how. But if the game says it can do it, it can do it. Okay. Push this forward. Push this forward a touch. Push this forward a bit. And the funnel forward. I hate that the funnel is not working with the crane. But there's no other towers, unfortunately. Yeah, and now this will also spin freely, and that's very important to me. Because with that, I'll be able to quickly acquire a target on the other side of the ship, if I so have to. Which is something I might need to do at some point. As for other guns, I can still put some... Let's say some 6-inchers. The ship isn't wide enough for that. It would also interfere with the... No, it wouldn't. You can shoot through that? That does not make a whole lot of sense. But okay. Torpedoes? Yeah, we can put some torpedo launchers on the sides. This will still allow me to deal with some capital ships. If and when they arrive. It is somewhat vulnerable. Oh, we don't have any underwater launchers on this ship. Okay, fine. Now, I can fire every 24 seconds with this gun. This is 45 seconds. If I go for a dual barrel 8-incher, what does that give me? 15 seconds. See, it's not nearly as quick rate of fire, but I'd rather have the higher reload, or the faster reload than the quads. And yes, you can argue that it doesn't make any sense, because the RPM here is 4. The RPM here is... Oh, actually it's half. Like, this thing fires faster. You get 4 rounds a minute rate of fire, or 2.45. So yeah, there is a difference. Interesting. I just don't quite understand why my muzzle velocity is higher with the quadruple barrel. It's 1061? Or it's 936? Okay. Well, whatever. It'll do the trick. It will do the trick. As for slimming this thing down, I don't think that's possible. I can reduce the draft a bit. Oops, crew. Reduce the draft a bit, make the ship a bit less expensive to build. It also comes at the sacrifice of, I'd say, some range, but it should be sufficient. Come on. There. So we're paying 284 million for this this somewhat weird ship. It's not the it's not the most normal thing I've ever designed, but it's also far from the weirdest. Are you actually floating, sir? Yeah, you were. And you? No, you're fine. You were floating. Yeah. Okay. So, that's going to be the ship. That's going to be the ship. She's somehow perfectly balanced. She still has a bit of displacement left if I feel like I need to upgrade anything. Hefty torpedo balancing. Yes, the lower draft does mean that you're slightly more prone to flooding. Where's that stat? Draft here. Higher base accuracy, less accuracy or more accuracy penalty. Water spread, speed is 17%, but flooding chance is actually less. So if it does take a torp, she should still be able to make it out of there. Increasing to 30 knots increases the price by 40 million. That's quite a lot. And that's a bit too much. Okay, 30 knots. I'll take the 40 million. It's fine. I just want to have these things be slightly faster. So something like this, in tandem with the new destroyer, should be enough to start dealing with all of those DDs. Torpedo size is only 18-inch. That's a bit low. You're using standard torpedoes. 13-kilometer range is fine, though. Okay, we're going to have to slightly reduce some range or some speed. We're going to be back to 28 knots, I think. Yeah. We're right back where we started. Okay, fine. It's the Chengdu class. This thing is going to have to deal with any and all small ships. Build time, what, 14 months? 21? Woof. Okay, well, it's not great, but 21 months is what we'll have to live with. 1 month later, I'm now in control of Northern Alaska as well as Southern Alaska. These two together have the possibility to go on an offensive against British Columbia as well as North Canada. Unfortunately, well, depending on whose side you're on, I'm not at war with them at the moment. What I can now also do is take over Dutch Harbor in the Eastern Aleutians. This is going to give me quite a lot of oil, and that might also be a nice little stepping stone to further cutting off US influence here. Because if they just park one cruiser here, and I don't have anything defending the Bering Sea, I'm going to be in trouble. My merchantmen will get raided. So we're going to once again tell the whole fleet to move south towards Dutch Harbor. And, well, my ships have been doing some strikes here against the San Francisco port, but it's going to take a lot of strength. They still have a lot of ships there, including some capitals. This is probably the Guam and the one capital ship that got away, the other battleship. So they'll be in dock for a while. I tried striking the port of Seattle, but I couldn't quite get there. Like, I had ships there, but nothing happened. So we'll just have to wait until we can reduce their port a bit more. Some of you also said you should take over the Panama Canal. Taking over Panama is definitely possible because it is not that big. Like, it's a fairly small place. You do have these ports here of Colon, which is 47 tons, or 47,049. If I can send some ships here, that should make it very difficult for the US to send ships back and forth. So, taking over this... I'm not even sure if the Panama Canal exists yet. Huh. Not so sure. Would be nice to take over. Not really a priority at the moment, because I'm a bit busy with other priorities. As for the United States, they definitely get around. They have taken over some SWATs over here in South America. They've taken over, well, pretty much every island here, with the exception of what used to be British territory, which is now ungoverned. And speaking of what used to be British territory, Germany has invaded Eastern England. Because Germany wasn't doing well enough just yet. They have a 1.7 trillion economy. They're growing by 13% per year. Their naval budget, yes, their yearly naval budget is 84 billion. With a B. Compare that to mine, it's 18 billion. So if I ever were to go to war against the Germans, well, it would be a bit of a challenge. I'm not sure how capable these ships of them are, but I am not in any rush to find out. We need to focus on the United States. Cripple them, take over some territory, and as I eventually will take control over the Western USA, it's only a matter of time until my massive armies will move over to central USA and the Gulf Coast. But that's going to come in a future episode. Thank you for watching this one. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you soon for more.